In a world where all humanity is transported to various apocalyptic apartments, individuals awaken their latent abilities and struggle for survival within these confines. Chapter 1. The Novice Apartment. Welcome to the Apocalypse Apartment. This establishment serves as a novice apartment, accommodating 80 new players on the first day of the game, alongside 80 survival stones randomly distributed. On the 8th day of the game, an additional 20 seasoned players will be introduced, along with 20 more survival stones. This apartment will self-destruct on the 11th day of the game. Players without survival stones at that time will perish alongside the apartment, while those with survival stones will embark on their official journey within the apocalyptic realm. In the Apocalypse Apartment, players may exchange survival stones for survival points, which will be utilized to procure resources, abilities, items, and everything else that players desire. The rules for this novice apartment are as follows. 1. All players will be randomly assigned to initial apartments, with the rent varying according to the opulence of the accommodation. 2. Midnight marks the rent payment deadline. Failure to pay on time grants the apartment administrator the authority to eliminate the defaulter. 3. Players may request to terminate or transfer their lease from the apartment administrator. 4. The apartment administrator may establish additional regulations, which residents are expected to adhere to. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for a substantial amount of game currency, although this currency will only be valid within this novice apartment. 6. Other methods of acquiring game currency are left for players to discover on their own. Now, the novice assessment begins. Welcome, new players. Novice players are randomly assigned to apartments. Each novice player receives one free opportunity to awaken their talents. The talent awakening for novice players is in progress. Ding! Talent awakening complete. Wishing all novices an enjoyable game. A game. Enjoyable? Is this truly a game? Yong Wa pinched his arm fiercely, drawing in a sharp breath of pain. So this is a real game? Then, does the term destruction and eradication signify actual death? But why? Just moments ago, he had been fervently writing in the examination hall. How could he suddenly find himself here? Moreover, the voice in his mind had merely indicated that his talent awakening had succeeded. But why? Upon summoning the player panel, Yong Wa found it simply stated, Yong Wa level, 0 physical strength, 0.6 energy, 0.8 combat power, 0.5 survival points, 0 talent. Awakening failed. So, what kind of ludicrous game is this? Talent awakening can even fail? Is there no opportunity for reawakening after a failure? Why should this bug in the game be borne by the player? Is this not an affront to honest individuals? Yong Wa, while feeling incredulous, soon discovered an apartment chat group. To his astonishment, the right third of the chat group displayed a member list 8080. On the left, various chat messages continued to pop up. What shocked him further was that all 80 members were his fellow classmates. Half of them were classmates who had just taken an exam with him in the same examination hall, while the other half consisted of students from another hall, Class 2. At this moment, the messages in the chat group echoed their astonishment. Chen Yuchen, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong, Lu Shun. The member list is entirely composed of classmates. What is happening? Have our classmates from the same class been collectively kidnapped? How could it be a kidnapping? This data panel and chat group have appeared directly in our minds. Which kidnapper could possibly achieve such a feat? So, are we classmates from the same examination hall, having traversed together? No, there are students from 2 examination halls. Exciting. I was a bit frightened at first, but seeing all these familiar faces has suddenly alleviated my fear. Exciting. I just conjured a fireball with my bare hands. I just casually threw a blade of wind. I just urinated 3 zhong high against the wind. However, has Lu Shun already ventured out of the apartment? Otherwise, where did the wind come from? Can you boys behave a little more civilly? There are girls in the group. Oh, apologies, little fairy. Next time Lu Shun dares to act provocatively in public, you can sprinkle some water to wake him up. Get lost. Indeed, the familiar faces of classmates and their playful banter were unmistakable. However, Yong Wa could discern from their messages that they all seemed to have awakened their innate abilities. Some could conjure fireballs, while others could throw blades of wind. These must be their inherent powers. Yet, no one mentioned the possibility of a failed awakening of such talents. So, among these 80 individuals, is he truly the sole unfortunate soul to experience a failed awakening? Isn't this akin to being thrust into a hellish mode against his will? According to the recent guidelines, the novice apartment accommodates a total of 100 players with an equal number of survival stones to be distributed. However, The regulations also indicate that these survival stones serve purposes beyond mere preservation from obliteration. More crucially, they denote purchasing power within the apocalyptic apartment. This implies that possessing such a valuable asset is insufficient. The more, the merrier. Even if these 80 comrades exhibit solidarity and decide to share one survival stone among themselves to ensure mutual survival, the apartment has forewarned that on the 8th day, 20 seasoned players will be introduced. Who can fathom the formidable prowess and ruthless nature of these veterans? It is highly improbable that they would exhibit camaraderie towards the novices when it comes to dividing the survival stones. There's a distinct possibility that they might resort to plundering the survival stones from the novice players. It may even escalate to the point of ruthlessly slaughtering the inexperienced players. Thus, the initial 8 days, devoid of seasoned players, are evidently a crucial opportunity for the novices to develop. Yet, in the midst of such circumstances, he finds himself devoid of any talent. Could it be that he will perish within this novice apartment? Anxiety enveloped Yong Wa, leaving him disinterested in further engaging in the group chat. He switched to the player panel, repeatedly tapping on the talents section while inwardly cursing. If the awakening fails, then let me awaken again. What kind of bug is this? Do you dare to believe I won't leave a negative review and report this? In truth, he was merely venting his frustrations. Unexpectedly, amidst the torrent of invective, a new notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Detection of player talent awakening failure. Reawakening talent is now arranged. Congratulations on awakening compensation talent. Infinite clones X. What? This truly signifies a reawakening of talent. Does this imply that the tactic of reporting poor reviews indeed wields some degree of influence? However, what level does this X represent? Aren't all talent levels classified as SSS? Yong Wa hastily summoned the player panel to examine his talent status. Infinite clones X Effect 1 generates 1 clone daily. Effect 2, at a certain cost, generates a clone. Effect 3, at midnight during each gaming session, a designated clone may be fused. What? Effect 2 mentions a certain cost. What precisely is this cost? Moreover, the level of the clone remains rather ambiguous. Yong Wa felt a surge of anxiety as he swiftly generated today's clone. Ding! Congratulations on generating a clone. As the notification echoed, a profound sensation blossomed within Yong Wa. It was as if, in an instant, he possessed dual perspectives. In both viewpoints, he beheld an image of himself. This meant that within this apartment, 2 versions of him had emerged. Soon, he acclimated to this extraordinary state, directing the majority of his consciousness to the clone. He then maneuvered the clone to summon its player panel. Upon its appearance, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 2: The First Clone, Yong Wa. Level 0, Physical Ability 1, 2, Energetic Capacity 2, 4, Combat Power 5, 5, Survival Points 0, Talent, Affinity for Gold Element C. Effect 1, possesses a chance to comprehend gold-related skills. Effect 2, the consumption of gold-related skills is halved, and their power is doubled. Skill, Golden Light Technique D, unleashes a beam of golden light, inflicting Physical Ability 1, Energetic Capacity 1. 5 points of gold element damage. What in the world? Yong Wa was astonished to discover that his clone possessed an innate talent. As for the skill, Golden Light Technique, it was automatically comprehended through the talent, Affinity for Gold Element. The individuals in the group who were casting fireballs and wind blades had also acquired their elemental skills through their respective awakened elemental affinity talents. Naturally, there were a few foolish ones who, despite possessing talent, had failed to comprehend any skills and were eagerly seeking guidance from others. At this moment, Yong Wa harbored serious doubts that each of his clones was endowed with a unique talent. If this were indeed the case, then this X-level talent would truly be an unparalleled existence. Even talents of the SSS level would likely pale in comparison. Theoretically, as long as he summoned enough clones, there would be a chance to manifest SSS-level talents. Gasp. In extreme scenarios, when he summoned an astonishing number of clones, he could potentially possess all SSS-level talents. Incredible. This is simply phenomenal. However, Yong Wa soon regained his composure, as he recognized the formidable strength of this infinite cloning talent. However, in the present moment of possessing merely a clone, his strength is far from formidable. It can even be stated that at this juncture, he embodies the weakest version of himself that he shall ever encounter in his lifetime. As for his original self, he is nothing more than a pitiful combatant with a mere 0.5 rating. Meanwhile, The clone, endowed with a C-grade talent, has only managed to comprehend a D-grade skill, which is hardly impressive. With such limited prowess, should misfortune befall him even slightly, it is entirely plausible that he could meet an untimely demise on the very first day. Thus, he must either cling desperately to survival while his abilities are feeble or endeavor to grow swiftly in strength. The stipulation of paying rent for the apartment clearly precludes him from hiding away and avoiding the outside world. He must devise a strategy to earn the rent. After all, according to the rules, failure to remit payment before midnight would lead to his annihilation at the hands of the apartment administrator. Yet, as Jiang Yi gazed upon his lavish apartment, comparable to a five-star hotel presidential suite, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a chill ran down his spine. This was because previous notifications seemed to indicate that the rent varied according to the specifications of the apartment. Jiang Yi hurriedly sought out the method to check the rent shared by his classmates in the group. He dashed to the door, pressing his palm against it. Instantly, his apartment information materialized. Apartment area, 25088. Apartment rent, 125,440 day. This string of numbers left Jiang Yi utterly bewildered. In the group, he had observed that the rent shared by others typically ranged from several dozens to a few hundred per day, and even the higher amounts were merely in the thousands. Yet, his rent astonishingly soared to an exorbitant 125,000 per day. How could this be? This is outrageous. He must terminate the lease. But is the process of terminating the lease truly so straightforward? Jiang Yi glanced at the chat group once more, observing that her classmates had gradually alleviated their fears of this unfamiliar environment through conversation. After all, students in their final year of high school were no longer mere children. Some even expressed sentiments such as, if I had known I would be transported to this wretched place, I would have relished my weekend instead of foolishly staying home to complete 7 tedious worksheets. And I woke up at 4 in the morning to copy homework. And it all feels utterly futile. It's all your fault, Wang Jia. If only you had been a bit more resolute in refusing to lend me your notes. C1 responded, am I to blame now? LOL, just kidding. Don't take it to heart, Wang Jia. Honestly, I feel that being transported here isn't so bad. I will no longer have to endure the grueling nights spent writing papers or the constant anxiety of exams. I truly have no desire to return to the rigors of senior year. Exactly. No matter how tough it gets here, it can't possibly be worse than high school. Don't you think about your parents? They must be terribly worried about us suddenly disappearing. What is there to worry about? Perhaps our parents are also participating in their own novice assessments and other beginner apartments. Who knows, when we clear this challenge and arrive at the so-called doomsday apartment, we might reunite with them. Indeed, doesn't Teacher Yang always say that there is no need to excessively worry about the distant future? Facing the present with courage is the true answer to life. Right. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to confront it. All right. Can you all refrain from calling out teacher every other sentence? There are no teachers here. Our task is no longer merely to learn, but rather to conquer this novice apartment. Indeed, our long-term objective is to survive until the 11th day, equipped with the stones of existence. At present, our immediate priority is to devise a means to earn today's rent for the apartment. Earning rent and seeking the stones of existence should be pursued simultaneously. Has anyone ventured out of their apartment? Are there dangers lurking outside? I opened the apartment door and glimpsed into the corridor, reminiscent of a hotel, yet dimly lit and foreboding. I hastily closed the door, too fearful to step outside. This situation is untenable. Ultimately, we must venture out to earn our rent. If we fail to pay, we shall face obliteration tonight. It is unfortunate that we are scattered across different apartments. If we were all together, we could harness the strength of our numbers, making the exploration far less daunting. While my classmates were engrossed in lively discussion, suddenly a voice emerged to take charge. Gao Chang proclaimed, fellow students, I have deliberated for quite some time and have finally decided to share some exhilarating news. I, Gao Chang, awakened an S-level talent, affinity for the lightning element, during the talent awakening phase. Moreover, I possess considerable aptitude, having initially grasped a C-level skill, lightning bolt, and a B-level skill, thunder flash. Simultaneously, my physical strength and energy have surpassed 5 points, with my combat prowess soaring to an impressive 48. Chapter 3, Upgrade Announcement. Upon hearing this declaration, all classmates were left astonished. The chat group fell silent for a moment before erupting into a flurry of responses. What an astounding revelation. An S-level talent? A dual skill comprehension from the outset? Is this truly a reality? Gao Chang. No. Brother Chang. Grandmaster Chang. Are you genuinely not exaggerating? A combat power of 48. That is tenfold my own strength. This is utterly outrageous. With such an S-level talent and a combat power of 48. Could it be that he stands as the strongest among our group of 80? Grandmaster Chang, you are remarkable to have kept such monumental news to yourself until now. Grandmaster Chang, I implore you to take me along. I possess merely an E-level talent and have yet to grasp any skills. I cannot survive on my own. Brother Chang. Grandmaster Chang. Do you still recall the countless nights we spent playing games together? We promised to remember each other in times of fortune. Various attempts to curry favor and seek support echoed throughout the room. Jiang Yi felt a surge of warmth at the thought. Perhaps he should also seek to align himself with the powerful? However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Most of those seeking alliances were individuals who already had good rapport or close ties with Gao Chang. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was rather inconspicuous within the class. He was a solitary soul, disinterested in gaming, maintaining average academic performance, devoid of particular hobbies, and reluctant to impose on others. He had always traversed the school day alone, both to and from classes. If he were to approach Gao Chang now, it was highly probable that he would be disregarded. Yet, circumstances had shifted. The value among classmates may no longer hinge on academic prowess, family background, or social connections, but rather on the measure of one's combat strength. Jiang Ye's doppelganger possessed a C-level talent and a D-level skill, coupled with a combat power of 5. Perhaps he might surpass some of his more socially adept classmates after all. However, it is likely that his strength is not particularly formidable, as there are undoubtedly many who surpass him in combat prowess. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the illustrious Gao Chang, the center of attention, finally spoke up in the chat group. Gao Chang, everyone, please remain calm. I wish to disclose my talents and combat capabilities in hopes of uniting us to overcome the challenges of this novice apartment together. To be honest, I have already exited my apartment and located the apartment manager on the first floor. Throughout this journey, I have encountered little danger. If you all trust me, I propose we convene at the apartment manager's office on the first floor. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the other students were taken aback. Soon, someone responded, of course. My rent is a staggering 600. I was just contemplating requesting a lease termination from the apartment manager. I also support gathering. When we are together, we can look out for one another in times of peril. But I am still somewhat apprehensive about leaving the apartment. What should I do? At this moment, Gao Chang spoke again. In truth, the corridor outside the apartment is merely dimly lit. There is no real danger. If everyone exits the apartment and heads towards the corridor illuminated by red light, we will find an elevator. Then, we can take the elevator to the first floor, where we will quickly locate the front desk office of the apartment manager. Moreover, there are some unique facilities on the first floor that everyone is welcome to explore. Upon receiving this news, the students were instantly filled with excitement. Is this for real? What kind of facilities? Can they enhance our physical abilities and energy? Or help us comprehend skills? Can I earn rent? I urgently wish to make money to pay the rent, otherwise, I feel overwhelmed with anxiety. However, Gao Chang did not respond to his classmates' inquiries. After a while, a student suddenly spoke up. Indeed, Brother Chang did not deceive us. I have safely reached the first floor and reunited with him. Moreover, Brother Chang showed me his player panel. His S-level talent and combat power of 48 are authentic. Upon hearing this news, more students quickly chimed in. I have successfully reunited too. It was just a lift ride, and there was absolutely no danger. Subsequently, 3 more students announced their reunion with Gao Chang. The rest of the classmates, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Is it really that quick? No way. I must take action." Okay, I'm heading out of the apartment right now. Brother Chang, wait for me. I will be there shortly. I have already left the apartment. There is truly no danger in the hallway. Everyone, please note that there seems to be no signal in the elevator, so the chat group function cannot be used. But do not worry, the elevator descends swiftly, and there is absolutely no danger. Thus, nearly all the students took action, promptly preparing to take the elevator to the first floor as Gao Chang suggested. Jiang Ye's avatar stood at the entrance of his luxurious apartment, while his original self reclined comfortably on the sofa. He felt a twinge of hesitation about whether to join Gao Chang. Ultimately, whether gathering with others or acting alone, he still needed to leave the apartment, especially regarding the matter of lease termination, which was of utmost urgency. Thus, he must pay a visit to the apartment manager on the first floor. Judging by the situation in the group, if only 1 or 2 classmates successfully assembled, it could merely be a ruse. However, as more students manage to gather, it is highly likely that there is indeed no danger. Moreover, the other classmates are all present in their true forms, while he is merely an avatar, which effectively grants him an additional life. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ye's resolve to convene on the first floor grew ever stronger. After all, they are all familiar classmates. Even if a new environment may gradually unveil the darker sides of human nature, it should not lead to immediate malevolence or madness. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye's avatar retrieved a kitchen knife from the apartment. With one hand grasping the knife and the other cautiously opening the apartment door, He found himself confronted by a dimly lit corridor that appeared rather long. Peering left and right, he noticed that approximately every 3 meters along the corridor, there was a door, each corresponding to an apartment room. Furthermore, each door bore a specific number. Jiang Yi glanced at the number on his door, which read 2025. This likely signifies the 20th floor, room 25. It seems that this apartment building is quite tall. Once he confirmed that there was indeed no danger, Jiang Yi carefully stepped out of his room. After surveying the surroundings, he observed a red light emanating from the right side of the corridor. According to Gao Chang, the red light indicates the direction of the elevator. Jiang Ye's avatar tightened its grip on the knife and cautiously proceeded towards the source of the red glow. As he reclined on the sofa in the apartment, his main self remained attentive to the messages in the group chat while pondering deeply. This apartment appeared to be at least 20 stories high, with seemingly numerous rooms on each floor. Yet, with only 80 novice players, what are the surplus rooms? Were they vacant, or did they harbor other beings? Lost in thought, his doppelganger soon spotted the elevator glowing with a red light. Just as he awaited its arrival, a notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for becoming the first player to reach level 1 in this apartment. Reward: Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. Chapter 4. The so-called Unity Level 1. What the hell? How did she manage that? Jiang Yi, still on the sofa, sprang up in surprise, hastily checking the chat group. As anticipated, the chat erupted in a frenzy at that moment. Oh my god. Wang Lingling from Class 2? She leveled up to 1. I heard it. I just stepped out of the elevator and the announcement startled me. Wait. How did Wang Lingling level up? Did she fight monsters? Does that mean the apartment is dangerous? Am I the only one curious about what's inside Wang Lingling's Black Iron Treasure chest? Wang Lingling, come out and share with us. How did you level up? Wang Lingling. We're all classmates. Important information should be shared. I bet she won't share it all. The first to ascend to level 1 received an announcement and a reward. Thus, it is only natural that the first to reach level 2 will also be acknowledged. As long as Wang Lingling preserves the secret, she may very well maintain her advantage, reaping rewards in abundance. Yet, Wang Lingling, do not be overly naive. With so many classmates, it is only a matter of time before the secret of leveling up is uncovered. When that time comes, the S-class talent, Changge, will undoubtedly surpass you in the speed of his advancement. Should you continue to intentionally conceal the secret of leveling up, do not blame Changge for excluding you later on. Indeed, Changge, please speak up. I propose that you stand forth and compel Wang Lingling to share her secrets of advancement. I doubt she would dare to hoard them any longer. In an instant, Wang Lingling, who had been the first to level up yet remained silent in the group, appeared to have become a public enemy. The group chat revealed that nearly all her peers were fervently eager to level up. They hoped to leverage Gao Chang's influence to pressure Wang Lingling into disclosing her secrets. Gao Chang himself seemed equally eager to advance, and thus he quickly aligned with the sentiments of the group, addressing Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, where are you? Why not join us on the first floor? I believe it is fate that we have all been transported here together. We should unite to enhance our chances of survival. Before long, other classmates echoed this sentiment. Indeed, let us not forget the announcement indicated that veteran players would be entering the apartment. If we, as novice players, do not unite, how shall we contend with the seasoned players ahead? Absolutely. Wang Lingling, it would be wise to share the critical information you possess with everyone. If I were to possess any crucial information, I would certainly take the initiative to share it with everyone. This morally coercive statement is quite the performance. Jiang Yi, observing the unfolding drama, harbored hopes that Wang Lingling would divulge the secrets of her advancement. After all, an elevation in rank should yield certain advantages. In such a unique environment, an increase in strength might just translate into a greater hope for survival. It is precisely for this reason that these classmates, disregarding camaraderie, resorted to moral coercion. Their desire to grow stronger was overwhelming. Thus, under the collective urging of her peers, the previously reticent Wang Lingling finally spoke up. However, her initial declaration was as follows. Wang Lingling, rank 1, physical ability 6, 8, energy 8, 4, combat power 68, survival points 0, talent, dark element affinity S, skills, shadow clone A, summon undead B, black whirlwind B. Is this Wang Lingling's player panel? All the classmates, including Jiang Yi, were left utterly astonished by the message Wang Lingling had sent. Her panel was remarkably extravagant. Despite having the same S-level talent, she had comprehended 1 A-level skill and 2 B-level skills. Moreover, both Shadow Clone and Summon Undead appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Even more astonishing was her combat power, which reached an impressive 68. This was 20 points higher than Gao Chang, who also possessed an S-level talent. At this moment, The chat group fell into an eerie silence, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Wang Lingling subsequently conveyed a new message. The understanding of skill should correlate with talent level and the perceptiveness of fellow students. The higher the perceptiveness, the more skills one can comprehend, and the higher the skill levels will be. However, the skill levels attained through comprehension should not surpass one's inherent talent level. May I inquire if there exists a talent level beyond S among you, esteemed classmates? A talent level exceeding S? Jiang Ye's X-level talent undoubtedly qualifies, albeit it is a growth-type talent. In its currently feeble state, it would be foolish to boast about it in the group. Thus, no one responded in the chat. Wang Lingling continued. All right, it appears that among the 80 of us, I am the strongest in terms of capability. You may request that I share the secrets to leveling up, but I too have a stipulation. While you all profess that we are a collective, united in support of one another, I am acutely aware that some harbor selfish intentions and do not wish to collaborate. Consequently, I see no reason to share my knowledge with those who lack solidarity. Therefore, my proposal is as follows, as suggested by Class 1's Gao Chong. All who are willing to unite and assist each other should gather on the first floor. I will subsequently unveil the secrets to leveling up at that location. In essence, those solitary individuals who choose not to assemble will forfeit their right to my revelations. Upon hearing this, several classmates echoed in agreement. I concur. Unity and mutual assistance are undoubtedly commendable virtues. I have already arrived on the first floor. Wang Lingling, when do you plan to gather on the first floor? Oh. So that was the intention behind Ling Jie's words. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I also owe Ling Jie an apology. I did not realize how magnanimous she truly is. With Ling Jie and Changge guiding us, our classmates from both Class 1 and Class 2 will undoubtedly navigate this novice apartment with success. Indeed, once the seasoned players arrive, we must not allow ourselves to be outdone by them. Clearly, after Wang Lingling revealed her player panel, the classmates' demeanor towards her shifted significantly, even more so than their previous respect for Gao Chong. However, Jiang Yi pondered over Wang Lingling's statements, harboring some suspicions in his heart. As expected, while waiting for the elevator, he noticed Wang Lingling's latest remarks. Wang Lingling, everyone, don't rush to flatter me. I haven't finished speaking. What I mean by unity and mutual assistance is that all of us should come together, sharing information and resources, and act collectively. I will guide you in leveling up and earning rent, ensuring that every member of our team survives and conquers this novice apartment. However, I also hope that everyone joining the team will refrain from any secrecy. Therefore, my proposal is that once we gather, everyone should voluntarily showcase their player panels within the team. Furthermore, any actions taken must be reported to both me and Gao Chang, and any rewards obtained during our endeavors should be shared collectively. This statement certainly implies a more profound intention. Previously, the classmates often spoke of unity, merely believing that as fellow students, being together in numbers would yield greater strength. However, the notion of unity and mutual assistance championed by Wang Lingling evidently aimed at orchestrating and regimenting everyone in a militaristic manner. She likely harbored concerns that some individuals might awaken formidable talents and deliberately conceal them, thus desiring to keep all classmates' circumstances under her control. Following her address, the reactions of other classmates were, as expected, not as straightforward and enthusiastic as before. Yet, it was not long before someone expressed, "This is perfectly fine. As long as Ling and Chong are willing to guide me, I am certainly willing to heed your words. The display of player panels is a given." Another added, "I have no objections, but once an organization is formed, we shouldn't deliberately assign particularly perilous tasks to those with lesser capabilities, right?" Gao Chang replied, "Of course not. Our organization is called the Unity and Mutual Assistance Group, with the purpose of fostering better unity and assistance. Let us not overthink it. Now, Ling has joined us on the first floor. All of us gathered on the first floor have already agreed to Ling's statements. Those wishing to join the team should hurry and assemble. If anyone intends to act as a solitary wolf, do not expect to invoke the bonds of camaraderie when you encounter danger alone. Do not count on the Unity and Mutual Assistance Group to come to your aid." Such declarations instilled pressure upon those who desired to remain free-spirited lone wolves. Meanwhile, those who had yet to assemble increasingly leaned towards joining the group. At last, Jiang Ye's clone awaited the arrival of the elevator. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Chapter 5. An encounter with classmates inside the elevator. A square, column-like space awaited. It bore little distinction from an ordinary elevator, save for the dim lighting that faintly glowed red. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi ultimately stepped into the elevator. Deep down, he harbored no desire to join any cooperative group, unwilling to be manipulated by others. Such organizations, once established, invariably benefit their leaders, while ordinary members become little more than beasts of burden. In times of necessity, Those lacking strength might even be cast aside as mere cannon fodder. Jiang Ye's nature was inherently solitary, thus he sought to remain a lone wolf. However, it was not difficult to surmise that once Wang Lingling and Gao Chang explicitly proposed the formation of a cooperative group, those independent souls resisting inclusion would likely face exclusion and hostility from the collective. Clearly, only the strong were suited to be lone wolves. The weak, striving to walk alone, would likely suffer far worse than if they had joined a team. At present, Jiang Yi found himself among the weak. Yet, considering the unique attributes of his talent, joining a group could serve as a preliminary means of self-preservation. After all, he was unlike anyone else. Each day, he could create an additional doppelganger. For him, joining the group would merely entail sending a single doppelganger into the fold. His true self and other doppelgangers would remain free, while others who joined a team would likely encounter limitations on their growth. As long as he survived, his strength would incrementally increase. Moreover, akin to a master concealed in plain sight, failing to join the group would draw the attention of Wang Lingling and Gao Chang. Thus, it seemed prudent for his sea-level talent doppelganger to partake in the collective. In the team, he seemed to occupy a position that was neither remarkable nor negligible. Rather mediocre. Gao Chang and Wang Lingling tended to overlook him. Thus, the likelihood of him spending the initial 2 days in the team with relative tranquility was considerably high. Consequently, when the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Yi had already made up his mind. However, he found it peculiar that, at this time, there should be numerous students taking the elevator down to the first floor for assembly. Yet, the corridor of the apartment appeared to feature only a solitary red-lit elevator. Throughout his descent, Jiang Yi encountered no one. Notably, the elevator did not pause at any floor from the 20th to the 1st. It seemed there was something strange about this elevator. Nevertheless, the ride itself was uneventful. As Jiang Yi stepped out of the elevator, a voice exclaimed, "What the heck? Jiang Yi, you nearly scared me to death." It was Lu Xin, the mathematics representative from Class 1, nicknamed God of Numbers. A student who excelled in mathematics and science but struggled with language subjects. Clearly startled, Lu Xin clutched his chest and exhaled, "I just got off the elevator. How did you come out right behind me? I thought I had seen a ghost." He then glanced back at the elevator, remarking, "This elevator indeed seems to have a problem. With only this one elevator, how is it that we emerged without encountering one another?" Just then, the elevator doors opened once more, revealing Bai Ruowan from Class 2. With her fair skin, round face, and large eyes, she embodied a blend of gentleness and charm typical of an endearing young girl. Though not from the same class, she evidently recognized the prominent figure, Lu Xin. As soon as she exited the elevator, her eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Lu Xin, what brings you here by the elevator? Are you waiting for someone?" Lu Xin, being quite affable, promptly explained, "I'm not waiting for anyone. I just stepped out of the elevator, coincidentally right behind you. I suspect there might be an issue with this elevator." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruowan instinctively shrank her neck and scurried behind him, appearing somewhat apprehensive. It was at that moment she noticed Jiang Yi, and after a brief pause, she ventured, "You are from Class 1, aren't you?" Clearly unfamiliar with Jiang Yi, he introduced himself, Jiang Yi. "Oh, right, Jiang Yi." Bai Ruowan feigned recognition to mask her embarrassment at not knowing him. Jiang Yi, indifferent to the situation, welcomed the opportunity to remain inconspicuous, wishing that no one would pay him any mind. Having found no answers regarding the elevator, Lu Xin shrugged and remarked, "Well, if there are issues, so be it. As long as there's no danger, that's what matters. By the way, you two, what are your talents and combat abilities?" Bai Ruowan, evidently gifted, replied without hesitation, "I awakened with a B-grade talent, affinity for spatial elements, and then I comprehended the initial passive skill, personal space." Upon hearing this, both Lu Xin and Jiang Yi were taken aback. After all, in their previous discussions, several classmates had voluntarily shared their talents, most of which were elemental affinities related to the basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with wind, thunder, and ice being exceedingly rare. Wang Lingling's dark attribute talent was even more exceptional. There are also top students who speculate that among the talents related to elemental affinity, there might exist a light attribute. However, no one ever anticipated the existence of a spatial attribute. Yet, astonishingly, Bai Ruowan possesses the talent for spatial elemental affinity. Although it is merely a B-grade talent, it is likely rarer and more powerful than the average elemental B-grade talents. Bai Ruowan herself has indeed contemplated these aspects. She is quite pleased with her rare talent. However, akin to how top students often claim poor performance in exams, she now feigned distress, lamenting, "This talent seems rather unimpressive. My skill spatial storage can only hold items and lacks any offensive capability." Lu Xun hurriedly reassured her, "While spatial storage may lack offensive power, it is undoubtedly convenient for everyday use. Moreover, This is merely the initial skill. You may yet comprehend more formidable spatial skills in the future. For instance, as mentioned in novels, skills like spatial teleportation or spatial blades, especially the spatial blade, which can directly tear through space. It might even disregard all forms of defense. As Lucian spoke, his excitement was palpable, and his gaze towards Bai Ruowan shimmered with a blend of envy and complexity. Bai Ruowan, of course, felt a tinge of pride within. Yet she continued to feign distress, saying, "Alas, comprehending skills is not that simple. But enough about me. Lucian, what talent did you awaken?" Lucian shook his head. His expression one of genuine lamentation. "Ah, I am truly unfortunate. I awakened merely a C-grade talent of fire elemental affinity." Jiang Yi, listening intently, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lucian, like his own avatar, also possessed a C-grade talent. However, upon reflection, it seems that among the classmates, those who have awakened a C-level talent constitute the largest proportion, belonging to a rather mediocre group. At this moment, upon hearing this, Bai Ruowan looked at Lucian with an unmistakable sense of regret in her eyes. Yet, Lucian quickly added, "Perhaps it is my keen insight. Although my talent is merely C-level, I have initially comprehended a C-level skill, fire rain technique, as well as a D-level skill, explosive fireball." Upon hearing this, it was Bai Ruowan and Jiang Ye's turn to be astonished. After all, according to the information revealed in the group, most classmates typically comprehend skills that are 1 or 2 levels lower than their talent level. There are even classmates who possess talent but have failed to grasp any skills. This includes the esteemed Gao Chang and Wang Lingling, who, despite awakening S-level talents, have not comprehended S-level skills of the same rank. Yet, Lucian, with only a C-level talent, has simultaneously grasped skills at both C and D levels. This surely indicates that Lucian possesses extraordinary insight. If he is able to enhance his talent level in the future, he might achieve remarkable feats. Moreover, judging solely by the skills, Lucian's initial skill levels could rival those of B-level or even A-level talent holders. Upon contemplating this, Bai Ruowan dared not to underestimate Lucian any longer and exclaimed, "Lucian, you truly live up to your name. Your insight is undoubtedly superior to that of the average person. I just wonder if there will be opportunities for you to elevate your talent level in the future." Lucian also wore a look of lamentation and said, "That is why I lament my misfortune. I possess decent insight, yet my talent level is lacking. Enough about me. Jiang Yi, what talent have you awakened?" Jiang Yi remained as out of place as ever. Unless approached by others, he seldom initiated conversation. When questioned, he responded with little expression, stating plainly, "I have awakened a C-level talent, affinity with metal elements, and have initially comprehended a D-level skill, golden light technique." Lucian, upon hearing this, sought confirmation. "Is it merely a D-level golden light technique?" Jiang Yi nodded in affirmation. Lucian, reflecting on this, remarked, "It seems that an ordinary C-level talent typically results in the awakening of D or E-level skills." Sensing that Jiang Yi might misinterpret his words, he hastily added, "I do not mean to imply that your C-level talent is lacking. It is merely an analysis of general circumstances. Clearly, in comparison to Jiang Yi's unremarkable C-level talent, Lucian felt increasingly confident in his own exceptional insight, believing it to surpass that of the average individual. Regrettably, he too had only awakened a C-level talent. If he were to awaken an S-level talent, he might directly comprehend an S-level skill. At that point, it would likely overshadow any involvement from Gao Chang or Wang Lingling. Alas, Lucian could not shake off the feeling of discontent and helplessness. Meanwhile, while Jiang Ye's avatar conversed with Lucian and Bai Ruowan, his true self was not idle. He had ceased lounging on the sofa and swiftly conducted a thorough inspection of his 250 square meter apartment. The purpose of this examination, in such an opulent dwelling, was to ascertain the presence of any surveillance, as he feared the apartment administrator might discover his ability to create avatars. To his surprise, he found no surveillance. However, within the glass cabinet of his luxurious dressing room, he stumbled upon a dimly glowing bronze chest. Chapter 6. The bronze treasure chest. As Jiang Ye's gaze swept across the room, he initially mistook the object for an antiquated copper box and was about to overlook it. However, he soon sensed that the bronze-textured chest clashed entirely with the opulent decor of the wardrobe. This compelled him to return for a closer inspection. And to his astonishment, he discovered that it was indeed a bronze treasure chest. It is noteworthy that Wang Lingling's initial reward for reaching level 1 was merely an iron chest. Yet, here was Jiang Yi, uncovering a bronze chest within his own apartment. His first instinct was to suspect a trap. Nevertheless, after a meticulous examination, he found no hidden dangers lurking within. He then procured a clothes-drying rod and cautiously positioned himself behind the kitchen island table, mustering the courage to attempt a distant opening of the treasure chest. With a resounding click, the chest opened without any peril. Inside lay an enigmatic black mask. lacking any skills for detection. Jiang Yi was unable to discern the mask's specific effects. Meanwhile, his doppelganger had accompanied Lu Xin and Bai Ruowan to the gathering spot of their classmates on the first floor. The ground level of the apartment was devoid of individual lodgings, resembling a spacious hotel lobby instead. The students congregated in the grand hall, where near the entrance stood a front desk. There sat a middle-aged man with an impassive expression, seemingly the fabled apartment manager. A substantial group of students, led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chang, were currently engaged in discussions with the manager at the front desk. Upon Jiang Yi and his companions' arrival in the hall, they were unable to approach the front desk directly. However, he was intercepted by the wandering fish from Class 2. The wandering fish claimed to be the recorder appointed by Wang Lingling, responsible for documenting the player panels and department numbers of new members joining the mutual aid group. As a distinguished scholar in his senior year, Lu Xun was well-liked among his peers. After agreeing to record the data, he inquired of the wandering fish, "May we access the records of this mutual aid group?" The wandering fish readily nodded, "Yes, indeed. Sister Ling and Brother Chang have made it abundantly clear that the purpose of establishing this mutual aid group is to share information and resources. Thus, this record book is essentially public. Everyone is welcome to peruse it." Perhaps impressed by the commendable panel data displayed by Lu Xin and by Ruowan, the wandering fish enthusiastically elaborated, "I have recorded the player panels of over 30 classmates, the majority of whom possess C and D level talents, totaling more than 20. Among these, several have yet to grasp any skills. As for those with E and F level talents, there are 3 individuals, all of whom have failed to comprehend any skills, rendering them practically useless. In contrast, your situation, Lu Xin, along with Jiang Yi, is quite commendable, as both of you have successfully comprehended impressive skills. Particularly, Lu Xin, you have mastered a C-level skill, which undoubtedly positions you as the foremost among C-level talent holders. In fact, initially you may even surpass other B-level talent holders. Within our mutual aid team of over 30 members, you should rank among the top 5. Clearly, the wandering fish held Lu Xin in high esteem. However, Jiang Yi, listening intently, appeared somewhat taken aback. To his astonishment, Lu Xin surprisingly ranked among the top 5. Given this context, with a C-grade talent but an understanding of D-grade skills, he could be considered somewhat above average. Lu Xin himself was taken aback. Upon examining the record book, he discovered that among the 30-plus entries, there was only a single individual with A-grade talent. Furthermore, this person had only mastered 1 C-grade skill. As for those with B-grade talent, excluding Bai Ruowan, there were 5 in total. Yet, 4 of them had only grasped D-grade skills, with just 1 person having attained a C-grade skill. If ranked solely by skill level, Lu Xin would indeed secure a place in the top 5. This realization alleviated much of Lu Xin's earlier discontent regarding his C-grade talent. After all, what of average talent? His comprehension was superior to others, allowing him to excel nonetheless. However, he soon lamented, "In light of this, our unity and support group's situation appears dire, with veteran players emerging in 8 days. Can we withstand the challenge?" Yuziu also expressed his concern. Let us address the matters of 8 days hence when the time comes. Besides, our support group currently comprises just over 30 members. Among those who join later, there might be some with considerable strength. While Yuziu and Lu Xin conversed, Jiang Yi discreetly perused the record book. Among the 30-plus students, most possessed elemental and enhancement-type talents. Elemental talents corresponded to affinities with elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, enabling the mastery of skills linked to these elements. Enhancement talents were predominantly focused on attributes like physical enhancement and stamina enhancement. However, there was also one with visual enhancement, who had simultaneously mastered a reconnaissance skill. The students specializing in auditory enhancement failed to grasp the skill, while those focusing on sound enhancement successfully comprehended the sound wave technique. Additionally, the mastery of combat should also be categorized as an enhancement talent, having unlocked a skill known as Rising Strike. Among these, the most extraordinary enhancement talent is undoubtedly Xiao Liquan's cognitive enhancement. Jiang Yi was taken aback to discover that even cognition could be enhanced. He wondered how many days it would take for his clone to manifest a talent for cognitive enhancement. However, it was peculiar that despite his enhanced cognition, Xiao Liquan had not acquired any skills. Perhaps he possessed insight without any additional talents? If Xiao Liquan were to gain other talents, he might truly soar. Nonetheless, many circumstances remain unclear. No one knows if others can still acquire additional talents or if talents can further ascend in level. Regardless, after Lu Xin perused the records, his confidence soared significantly. Yuziu regarded him with ample respect. "By the way, Lu Xin, have you discovered a black iron treasure chest in your apartment?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi perked up his ears. Lu Xin, startled, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" There's a treasure chest in the apartment. I didn't see that. What on earth? Why didn't anyone mention it in the chat group? I'm going back to look for it right now. Hey, Lucian, don't get too excited. Yuzu chuckled helplessly, quickly clarifying that not every apartment has a treasure chest. In our current mutual aid group of over 30 members, only Suyuan from Class 1 has found a black iron treasure chest in her apartment. In her treasure chest lay a crimson fruit, which she hesitated to consume out of fear of its potential toxicity. Upon bringing it to the mutual aid group, Chen Yuchen utilized her investigative skills and discovered that it was a spirit fruit capable of enhancing one's vitality. Both Ling and Chang exhibited a commendable sense of generosity, showing no inclination to seize Su Yuewan's fruit for themselves. Subsequently, Su Yuewan consumed the fruit, resulting in an immediate increase of 0.5 points to her vitality attribute. Other classmates returned to search their own apartments, yet none encountered treasure chests. Consequently, Chang speculated that the likelihood of treasure chests appearing was quite low. However, each floor of the apartments contained numerous rooms, and as novice players, we occupied 80 of those rooms. Thus, it was conceivable that scattered treasure chests might be found in other apartment rooms. Upon hearing this, Lucian's mind began to wander. Yet, other apartment rooms could also harbor dangers, could it not? Was Wang Lingling's progression merely a matter of battling monsters in these other rooms? To this, Yuzu shook his head, explaining that Ling had yet to disclose the secret of her advancement, stating she would clarify everything once everyone had gathered. However, from what I gathered, it seemed that her path to leveling up did not involve battling monsters in the apartment rooms. Moreover, it appeared she could not ascend to level 2 in the short term. She too was curious about the circumstances within the other apartment rooms, which is why she was currently negotiating with the apartment administrator. If it were confirmed that no dangers lurked within, Ling would likely arrange for a dedicated team to explore the apartment rooms in search of additional treasure chests. As Yuzu spoke, the previously silent Jiang Yi suddenly inquired, "Are the items within those treasure chests all useful? Is there a possibility that some chests conceal danger?" Upon hearing this, Yuzu scrutinized Jiang Yi and retorted with a question of his own. "What? Have you discovered treasure chests in your apartment room?" Jiang Yi quickly shook his head, replying, "No. I merely believe that the apartment to which we have been transported should inherently pose some dangers. Yet, thus far, we seem to have encountered none beside them." Lucian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the prior hints clearly indicated Doomsday apartment. With Doomsday in the title, one would expect numerous perils, akin to a biohazard crisis, wouldn't one? But up until now, we have not faced any threats. Bai Ruawan, in her innocence, chimed in, "But this is merely a novice apartment. It is quite normal for a novice apartment to lack dangers, isn't it?" Yuzu concurred, precisely, and we are not entirely devoid of risks. Did the earlier hints not also indicate that failure to pay rent would result in obliteration? At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, your room number is 2025. Is it located on the 20th floor?" Jiang Yi nodded. "Yes. Then your room is the highest recorded in my notes. What is your daily rent?" Jiang Yi hesitated briefly, revealing, "The rent exceeds 125,000. Upon hearing this figure, Yuzu, Bai Ruawan, and Lucian were momentarily struck dumb, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. Bai Ruawan exclaimed in shock, "So expensive. I thought a few thousand for rent in the group was already outrageous. You are asking for over 100,000. You must have to terminate the lease, right?" Jiang Yi nodded. However, before he could respond, Yuzu solemnly remarked, "Given your situation, I fear that terminating the lease is not as simple as it seems." Chapter 7. The enormous inheritance. A classmate had already inquired with the apartment administrator about the lease termination process. The rules here dictate that if one wishes to terminate the lease in the morning, they must pay 50 of the rent as a penalty in the afternoon. The penalty rises to 80. After 10 p.m., the termination option closes, mandating a full payment of 100 of the rent. Given your exorbitant rental fee, accumulating half, namely 60,000 as a penalty by morning is virtually impossible. Should you delay until the afternoon, the 80 penalty would escalate to a staggering 100,000. Your rent alone surpasses the combined total of the other 79 residents. Yuzu appeared to have more to say, his expression conflicted, yet he hesitated. Both Lucian and Bai Ruawan discerned the unspoken words. Jiang Yi might face elimination on the very first day due to an inability to pay the rent. Bai Ruawan, being tender-hearted, instinctively contemplated, with so many in the mutual assistance group, surely we could help Jiang Yi gather enough for the penalty, right? Yet, ultimately, those words remained unvoiced. Although she was compassionate, she fully understood that in such an environment, playing the role of a savior was not an option. The primary concern lies in the substantial rent of 60,000 and 100,000, which is certainly not a trifling sum. As Yuzu remarked, Jiang Ye's rent surpasses that of the other 79 individuals combined. In such a situation, assisting Jiang Yi would likely require considerable sacrifice from all members. But why should that be the case? They are merely classmates, not Jiang Ye's parents. The mutual aid group is intended for support, not charity. Furthermore, Jiang Ye's talents and skills are not of paramount importance, and his social connections are rather mediocre. Bai Ruowan is well acquainted with students from both Class 1 and Class 2. Yet she has no recollection of Jiang Yi. Thus, under these circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would agree to help Jiang Yi. Consequently, Bai Ruowan remains silent. Choosing to pretend she did not understand the unfinished words of Yu Ziyu, Lucian shared a similar mindset. Believing that it was not his unwillingness to assist, but rather the exorbitance of Jiang Ye's rent that was at fault. Upon hearing Yu Ziyu's words, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he might not survive even the first day due to his inability to pay rent. Nevertheless, his avatar maintained a seemingly calm demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, the avatar proposed an idea. I recall a previous hint indicating that survival stones can be exchanged for game currency. If I can locate a survival stone, perhaps I could exchange it for a substantial amount of game currency, which might enable me to cover this exorbitant rent. This was indeed a commendable notion. However, Yu Ziyu frowned and countered, but the previous hint also stated that there are 100 players and 100 survival stones. Those without survival stones at the end of the game will be obliterated. If you exchange a survival stone for game currency, it could result in someone being erased when the game concludes. Jiang Yi, with a calm and measured tone, pondered, if today I were to be erased simply because I cannot pay the rent, would that not equate to acquiring an additional survival stone? If I cannot even survive the first day, what need is there to contemplate the end of the game? There was a semblance of logic in his words. The wandering fish hesitated, yet did not dwell on it. After all, we have yet to discover a single survival stone. Your notion can only be realized once we locate one on our first day. Nonetheless, Jiang Yi had an inkling that even if the mutual assistance group were to find a survival stone on the first day, they would likely not exchange it for game currency to cover his rent. Thus, he needed to devise a solution on his own. At that moment, Jiang Yi, remaining in his apartment room, ultimately donned the black mask upon his face. His initial intention was merely to survive for a day. However, the issue of rent loomed over him like a sharp blade, compelling him to risk it all for survival. Fortunately, after placing the black mask on his face, he encountered no danger. Instead, a warm sensation surged within him, inexplicably imparting a feeling of newfound strength. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted as he quickly checked his data panel. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical strength 1, 6, energy 2, 8, combat power 3, 5, survival points 0, talent, infinite duplication X. What? Jiang Ye's talent of infinite duplication did not bestow upon him any enhancements in attributes or combat power. Therefore, it must be the black mask that has elevated his physical strength by 1 point and his energy by 2 points. This attribute is directly superior to that of his first clone. However, in terms of combat prowess, it still falls short compared to the first clone. Thus, it can be inferred that both talent and skills undoubtedly influence combat strength. His original form possesses impressive attributes but lacks usable skills, hence its combat power remains relatively low. Yet, aside from the enhancement in attributes, it seems that this mask has other effects. After calming down, Jiang Yi realized that he had not only grown stronger but also appeared to have lost his hair. He hurried to the bathroom to check the mirror, only to discover a strange, bald man staring back at him. Startled, Jiang Yi almost believed he was under some strange enchantment. However, he quickly deduced that this was not the case. Rather, it was the disguise effect of the mask. Upon removing the mask, the bald man in the mirror transformed back into his own handsome visage. Donning the mask again reverted him to the bald figure. After several cycles of this, Jiang Yi was astonished to find that the mask's disguise capabilities exceeded his wildest imagination. Typically, facial masks in martial arts novels merely alter one's facial appearance. Yet, this disguised mask could also change hairstyles and body types, effectively transforming him into a completely different person. With such an ability, Jiang Ye's mind began to race with possibilities. He had previously worried that if both his original self and clone ventured out of the apartment, their discovery by others would reveal his secret of having a clone. But now, with this disguise mask, exploring the outside world as his original self became much more feasible. Nevertheless, the 80 new players were all high school seniors. If they were to encounter a bald man, it might instantly raise suspicion and curiosity. In the midst of his inner turmoil, Jiang Yi suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was astonished to discover that the bald uncle in the mirror had vanished. Raising his hand to touch his face, he realized he had become invisible. Upon removing the mask, his form reappeared. Yet, when he donned the mask again, The reflection in the mirror showed no one. Astonishing. Thus, this black mask not only served as a disguise but also possessed an invisibility effect. Consequently, its overall attributes were physical power 1, stamina 2, effect 1, disguise, effect 2, invisibility. Remarkably, this was merely bronze equipment. Could it truly be so formidable? In comparison, Yong Wa's fruit obtained from the black iron chest, which only augmented her stamina by 0.5, seemed rather lackluster. However, Jiang Yi reconsidered and realized that such a comparison was unjust. Yong Wa's attribute enhancement was likely permanent. Others could not take it away from her. In contrast, while Jiang Yi's mask offered greater attributes, it was susceptible to theft. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that it had been retrieved from a bronze chest. Viewed in this light, the items within bronze chests provided substantial benefits to novice players at this stage. If Jiang Yi could continue to uncover more bronze chests, his chances of surviving the first day would significantly increase. Nonetheless, finding bronze chests was no simple task. At this moment, Jiang Yi calmed his thoughts and suddenly felt that perhaps the bronze chest was a form of compensation for his exorbitant rent. Otherwise, players assigned to luxurious apartments would scarcely survive the first day. If one were to analyze the situation through this lens, could it be inferred that the more opulent the apartment, the higher the likelihood of encountering bronze treasure chests? Thus, if one wishes to amass a greater number of bronze treasure chests, should their aspirations not be directed towards the luxurious penthouses? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi is diligently studying strategies for the bronze treasure chest within the confines of his apartment room. Concurrently, his avatar collaborates with Lu Xin and Bai Ruowan to join the assistance group at the front desk of the hall. Upon officially joining the assistance group, they swiftly gained access to some fundamental information about the apartments, primarily concerning the special facilities mentioned by Gao Chong during his earlier assembly call. These special facilities are categorized into two types, those that generate income and those that incur expenses. The income-generating facilities are of utmost concern to the current students, as they pertain to their methods of earning rent. There are 4 primary service bases, corresponding to the 4 income models: errand services, tutoring, cleaning, and personalized services. The first 3 are quite straightforward. Errand services resemble the duties of a delivery person, responsible not only for food delivery but also for packages. Tutoring involves providing educational assistance to residents with children, albeit with potentially unique subject matter. Cleaning is self-explanatory, involving home cleaning services. As for personalized services, these entail specific requests from the apartment residents, such as haircuts, massages, or pet care. This last category is particularly nuanced. A few male students jokingly inquired whether there might be any peculiar home services available, which subsequently earned them various eye rolls from their female counterparts. Among these 4 lucrative business models, there exists a unique stipulation. The range of floors for providing these services must not exceed the floor of the apartment in which they reside. For instance, if Zhang San lives on the 8th floor, he is only able to serve residents up to the 28th floor. Conversely, if Li Si resides on the 18th floor, he can extend his services to the 218th floor. The higher the floor from which one provides services, the greater the potential earnings from service fees. In this context, Jiang Yi's advantage of living on the 20th floor becomes apparent, as he can offer services to residents up to the 220th floor, thereby accelerating his income potential. However, it has been analyzed by astute scholars that despite Jiang Yi's tireless efforts throughout the day, he may still struggle to meet his rent obligations. While earning money is indeed quicker at higher elevations, the overall cost-effectiveness remains astonishingly low. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 game coins in a single day represents the upper limit of his capabilities. A sum of 120,000 is utterly unattainable. Even the 10,000 penalty for breaking the lease remains beyond his reach. His only glimmer of hope lies in exchanging survival stones for game coins, yet at this stage, his classmates are entirely at a loss regarding survival stones. Therefore, it is highly probable that Jiang Yi will not survive even the first day. Nevertheless, the attitude of his classmates towards him has become somewhat nuanced. Although it seems Jiang Yi may not endure the initial day, his ability to earn 2,000 to 3,000 game coins through relentless labor is notable. Such a substantial sum could suffice for several others to cover their rent for 10 days. Consequently, his classmates have taken it upon themselves to offer him comfort, eagerly painting optimistic scenarios with survival stones. They encourage him not to relinquish hope for survival, suggesting he focus on working diligently to earn money. Who knows? Perhaps amidst his industrious efforts, he might just stumble upon a survival stone? Even the prominent leaders like Gao Chong, surrounded by adoration, took the time to comfort him, saying, "I believe that destiny will surely favor every diligent individual. Perhaps, indeed, there exists a stone of survival awaiting your discovery amidst your hard work." Jiang Yi listened, internally smirking. Nevertheless, he had not entirely relinquished hope. After all, if his conjecture was correct, the higher the floor, the greater the probability of encountering bronze treasure chests. Chapter 8. The secret of upgrading. Moreover, the advantages of higher floors are also reflected in the consumption facilities of the apartments. Similar to the 4 major service bases in the labor model, the consumption model also comprises 4 facilities. 1. Training room, a place to enhance personal combat power through professional training, including attribute improvement and skill mastery. 2. Challenge room, a venue to hone combat awareness by battling fierce beasts. 3. Duel room, accessible to users residing on the 20th floor and above, where they can compete against other novice apartment players, with the victor earning the wagered game currency from the loser. 4. Apartment mall. This is divided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall primarily offers ordinary consumables found in the real world, such as food, shopping, and entertainment. In contrast, the high-end mall is restricted to users on the 20th floor and above. However, merely gaining entry requires a ticket costing 1,000 game coins. According to the astute observations of his academically inclined classmates, it is highly likely that treasure chests or treasure-related items will be directly sold within the high-end mall. Clearly, under this consumption model, the privileges of residents on the 20th floor and above are further exemplified. The classmates' gazes directed at Jiang Yi grew increasingly intricate. Wang Lingling, an elegant young lady with a glasses-wearing demeanor, exuded a certain charm reminiscent of He Yingli from Detective Conan. During the height of Crazy Surge, some peers likened her to Gao Qilan or Lan Lan. At this moment, she adjusted her glasses and articulated her analysis. The entire apartment's infrastructure is evidently designed to encourage players to occupy higher floors. This is because residing on elevated levels yields faster earnings and grants access to more upscale amenities, thereby facilitating player development. However, based on my assessment, players would likely need a few days of accumulation before they could aspire to inhabit loftier floors. Otherwise, like Jiang Yi, who moved into a higher floor on the very first day, affording rent would prove exceedingly challenging. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Yi and calmly reassured. But you need not worry, Jiang Yi. The very purpose of forming this mutual aid group is to ensure that everyone can survive. If we happen to discover a survival stone on the first day and you genuinely cannot pay the rent, I am willing to exchange it for game currency to assist you in covering your initial day's rent. Wang Lingling spoke with utmost conviction, her demeanor serious, leaving the entire mutual aid group somewhat perplexed. Some classmates pondered, is it truly wise to squander a survival stone to assist Jiang Yi with a rent? If someone genuinely finds a survival stone, wouldn't Jiang Yi be unjustly benefiting from it? This seemed inequitable. Jiang Yi perceptively sensed the peculiar glances from her peers. Wang Lingling, aware of the shifting atmosphere, promptly added, however, let it be clear, this mutual aid group is not a charitable organization. Assisting you with your rent is intended to ensure your survival. However, it is hoped that you will strive to repay that amount in the future. Furthermore, should our mutual aid group consist of 80 individuals and we ultimately collect only 79 survival stones, the one left without a stone will regrettably be you. I trust you can comprehend this. Naturally, if an opportunity arises to seize survival stones from veteran players, we shall support you in that endeavor. Our mutual aid group's fundamental purpose is to ensure the survival of all members, and we will not easily abandon you. Wang Lingling spoke these words with sincerity. However, Jiang Yi remained indifferent, his heart unmoved. He instead perceived that this classmate from the second class possessed a remarkably sophisticated manner of speaking. On one hand, she pacified him, this prime labor force, allowing him to diligently toil on the first day, amassing wealth to provide a substantial inheritance. On the other hand, she adeptly garnered the loyalty of the group. Her words were not solely directed at him, but primarily aimed at the members of the mutual aid group. These 18-year-olds, inexperienced in the ways of the world, would likely be deeply moved by her sentiments. Coupled with the psychology of admiration, they would only become increasingly devoted to following her lead. Gao Chang seemed to sense that Wang Lingling's influence within the group far surpassed his own, prompting him to quickly inquire, among all the students here, aside from Jiang Yi, is there anyone else facing pressure regarding rent? Su Yuan, is your rent of over 2,000 manageable? Su Yuan, a top student with an independent disposition who dislikes troubling others, contemplated for a moment before resolutely responding, if I manage my time well, I should be fine. Gao Chang nodded, acknowledging the urgency of their situation. With so many of us gathered here, waiting for everyone to assemble seemed futile. In my opinion, we should split up and take action immediately. Yuzi will remain here to assist those joining the mutual aid group, while the rest can swiftly embark on their quest to earn game currency. Upon hearing this, the other students eagerly agreed, exclaiming, indeed, we can no longer afford to dawdle. We must hasten to make money. Although I could easily earn my rent today, I yearn to accumulate more wealth, enhancing my capabilities through the consumption model. Me too. I have yet to comprehend my skills and cannot wait to experience the training room for skill acquisition. Sighing, I reflected, in the past, I only perceived the struggles of studying. Now I realize that money is paramount. Earn money. Earn money. However, one student promptly interjected. But what about the secret to leveling up? Sister Ling hasn't mentioned it yet. At this moment, Wang Lingling decided to disclose the information. Once everyone exits their respective apartments, they will head towards the corridor illuminated by red light, ultimately finding the red light elevator. Has anyone ventured in the opposite direction of the red light? In response to this inquiry, Lucian immediately replied, I walked in that direction once. However, the deeper I went, the darker it became. Eventually, I could not see my hand in front of my face, nor could I discern the apartment doors or their numbers. Fearing hidden dangers, I quickly turned back. Soon, other classmates chimed in. I ventured a short distance but found it too dark, so I quickly turned back. Could it be that Sister Ling encountered danger while exploring that direction and then fought monsters to level up? Sister Ling, how formidable were the creatures you faced? For those of us with lower combat power, it seems unlikely we can hope to level up for the time being. Wang Lingling's expression grew rather solemn as she promptly clarified. Indeed, I achieved a level up while exploring that direction. However, I am quite uncertain about what transpired. Like the road god, I ventured a while but found the darkness overwhelming, making me hesitant to continue my exploration. The difference is that I possess an A-grade skill called Shadow Clone. Thus, I dispatched my Shadow Clone to continue the exploration in that direction. I lacked the perspective of my clone, so I remain ignorant of its experiences. When I suddenly received the notification of leveling up, I was quite astonished. However, what weighs heavily on my heart is that shortly after my level up, my Shadow Clone perished. If I wish to use this skill again, I fear I must wait until tomorrow. As she spoke, a hint of anguish crossed Wang Lingling's face. The Shadow Clone was meant to serve as her formidable assistant. Yet it met its demise during the exploration of the corridor. She felt that the loss was irreplaceable, surpassing any rewards from leveling up or the black iron treasure chest. Hai Chang pondered for a moment and soon inquired with curiosity, I wonder, how much combat power did your Shadow Clone possess? Wang Lingling pressed her lips together and spoke in a low voice, conservatively estimating, there is approximately a combat power nearing 20. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the students gathered at the meeting point collectively gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Wang Lingling's mere avatar surpassed their strength by 4 to 5 times. The crucial point was that this avatar had ultimately perished. If they had indeed ventured deeper into that corridor, they would likely have had no opportunity for advancement and would have met their demise instead. Moreover, for Wang Lingling to ascend to level 2 now seemed virtually impossible. Lucian also expressed his trepidation. Goodness. Fortunately, I sensed something amiss and retreated in time. Otherwise, I might have already met my end. However, scarcely had he uttered his lament when a piercing scream erupted from among the students. Chapter 9. Casualties arise. Ding ding. What are you shouting for? You startled me. Indeed. Ding ding. Why are you suddenly yelling? The students turned their gaze toward Ding Dang from class 2, who appeared pallid and terrified. You all need to look at the chat group. Chat group? We haven't seen anything extraordinary in the messages. No, not the messages. It's the member list. You must look at the member list. It previously showed 8080, but now it reads 7880. What? This means 2 people have logged off. Logged off? How could they log off? I didn't see any option to exit the game. Are you foolish? Logging off must mean they are dead. So just now, we lost 2 classmates. No, it can't be. Is anyone missing? It's Fan Yuhang and Qin Yuan from class 2. They must have ventured towards the corridor's crimson light and fallen prey to some monstrous entity. Hiss. Please, stop talking about it. I'm feeling quite frightened. Thankfully, we established a mutual assistance group. Otherwise, witnessing the dwindling member list alone would surely terrify me into staying indoors. But when we undertake errands to earn rent, could we also encounter danger? Once this thought was voiced, the previously enthusiastic classmates, eager to work, were instantly stricken with trepidation. Just as Gao Chang and Wang Lingling stepped forward to reassure everyone, Jiang Yi's mood darkened. In truth, upon learning of Wang Lingling's advancement, a troubling notion flickered in his mind. He suspected that Wang Lingling might have ascended to level 1 through murder. Although he was aware that she had not committed any such act, Fan Yuhang and Qin Yuan could have perished at the hands of a fellow student. After all, some of those absent from the assembly might speculate that Wang Lingling had leveled up through lethal means. With such thoughts, the possibility of corresponding actions arises. Nonetheless, this was merely Jiang Yi's conjecture. At that moment, a slightly plump girl among the classmates suddenly spoke through tear-filled eyes. Fan Yuhang might have met with an accident while exploring the corridor, but Qin Yuan is my dearest friend. She is particularly timid. I find it hard to imagine her daring to explore the corridor like Lingjie or the others. Upon hearing this, Lucian's expression shifted abruptly. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and analyzed. Indeed, as long as one does not venture deep into the corridor, danger should not be encountered. Chen Yuan, a timid girl by nature, is unlikely to proactively explore the depths of the corridor. Thus, it stands to reason that she could not have perished due to threats lurking within its depths. Wang Lingling's mind raced, and she quickly intoned, "Are you suggesting that she was murdered?" Lu Shan nodded. Not only her, Fan Yuhang likely met the same fate. They both vanished from the members list almost simultaneously. I surmised that while gathering, they might have unexpectedly encountered one or more classmates. Being familiar with one another, they would have been caught off guard, and then. Lu Shan did not finish his thought, yet the implication was unmistakable. Many classmates exhibited expressions of fear and disbelief, while those unable to accept such a notion retorted, "Impossible. We are all classmates. We haven't even harmed a chicken. How could we suddenly resort to murder? Indeed, to kill two at once. Such speculation is utterly malicious. I, too, believe that they were likely slain by other creatures in the apartment while walking together." Many classmates struggled to accept the notion that one of their own had begun to take lives. Lu Shan, exasperated, remarked, "Haven't you been keeping up with the news? Have you not heard of high school students committing murder or even burying their victims alive? And let us not even mention high schoolers. Middle schoolers and even elementary students have committed murder. In a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. In the realm of reality, issues already exist. And with the arrival of this apocalyptic apartment, they will only be magnified. You all, how naive you are, to label my reasonable conjectures as malice. It truly leaves me speechless." Lu Shan's expression was one of utter disbelief. However, Wang Lingling suddenly pressed down on him and then turned to reassure their classmates. "Lu Shan's analysis holds some merit, yet your thoughts are also entirely valid. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. I sincerely hope that within our support group, we do not encounter any classmates with murderous intent. Simultaneously, I urge everyone to keep a watchful eye on their peers, lest those they trust lead them to harm. If any of you indeed face malicious attacks from fellow students, please feel free to share the assailant's information in the chat group. Thus, even in the unfortunate event of an incident, our support group can assist in seeking retribution." Wang Lingling's words were thoughtful and successfully garnered the support of many. Observing this, Gao Chang seized the moment to assert his presence, suggesting that he could accompany Wang Lingling to investigate the causes of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's deaths. If they could locate the bodies, perhaps they could discern whether they fell victim to their classmates or to a monster. Yet, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head, stating, "We can only access the floor of our own apartment, and if the floor where Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang met their demise is above ours, we will have no opportunity to find the bodies. Therefore, rather than expending time in search of corpses to ascertain the cause of death, it would be more prudent for each student to remain vigilant while working on their respective floors. Should anyone encounter the bodies of the two individuals during their tasks, we can analyze the cause of death subsequently." This assertion is evidently more reasonable. Gao Chang's expression faltered momentarily. He was on the verge of suggesting that Jiang Yi should investigate the higher floors, where he could easily conduct his inquiries. However, Wang Lingling seemed to perceive his thoughts and interjected, "While Jiang Yi could indeed investigate the cause of death, his time is better spent pursuing profitable endeavors that yield greater value. Moreover, we have already squandered a considerable amount of time. It is imperative that we take action and prioritize settling today's rent." This statement struck a chord, as the students nodded in agreement. Only Gao Chang harbored dissatisfaction towards Wang Lingling, who seemed to consistently overshadow him, particularly since she was a girl. Despite being the one to propose the gathering of classmates, he found himself overshadowed by her every move. The atmosphere between these two formidable individuals was palpably delicate. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi remained entirely unfazed. His doppelganger finally had the opportunity to take action. Among the 4 service stations, he opted for the role of a cleaner, as this position would allow him to fully leverage his advantages from the higher floors. Firstly, he dismissed the idea of tutoring, for this apocalyptic apartment did not necessitate the learning of languages or mathematics. Thus, the content of tutoring could be unexpectedly varied, and he was reluctant to take such a risk. Secondly, the special service roles were fraught with excessive uncertainty. The final errand work, with tasks coming in a fragmented manner, proved to be quite disjointed. Receiving errands from higher floors certainly offered a greater remuneration. However, one would also encounter lower-paying tasks from the lower floors, which ultimately wasted precious time. Moreover, errands typically only reached the entrance, preventing access to the interiors of high-rise apartments. Jiang Yi aspired to venture into luxurious apartments in search of bronze treasure chests. Thus, the opportunity to engage in cleaning work within the apartments not only promised greater earnings but also the chance to discover treasure chests, which was precisely what he desired. Naturally, cleaning work might also entail certain risks. Nonetheless, With 4 job options available, one must inevitably choose the most lucrative. Meanwhile, most of his classmates opted for errand work. As the specter of 2 classmates' deaths still loomed large, subconsciously they were hesitant to engage too closely with other residents of the apartments. Consequently, the seemingly safer option of delivering to the doorstep appeared more appealing. Before long, the students eagerly collected their work badges from the 4 major service bases and swiftly set their plans into motion. Jiang Yi quickly examined his badge and discovered that each type of job was distinctly categorized by employee levels. For instance, errand runners could elevate their employee status by completing a certain volume of deliveries. The higher the level, the greater the pay per task. Additionally, both positive and negative feedback would influence the progression of the employee's level. Since the employee levels for the 4 types of jobs were calculated separately, it implied that it would be prudent for his classmates to select one job and commit to it. By consistently accumulating experience and enhancing their employee levels, they could potentially accelerate their earnings in the future, akin to cultivating expertise in a particular field leading to promotions and salary increases. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi, equipped with the extraordinary ability to create infinite clones, possesses a remarkable advantage in the realm of employment and income generation. While others toil alone for their earnings, he can assemble a team of duplicates, engaging in an intense competition for productivity. Moreover, as time progresses, the number of his clones will only multiply, resulting in an exponential increase in his earning potential. However, the thought of the 2 classmates who have already perished weighs heavily on his mind. Compounded by the exorbitant pressures of rent, a sense of unease envelopes Jiang Yi as he yearns to swiftly acquire a second, or even a third, clone. Yet, he remains uncertain about the specific costs associated with the creation of these duplicates. Chapter 10. The disappearing package. If only he could locate the survival stone quickly. That item is undoubtedly of immense value and might even facilitate an increase in the number of his clones. Nevertheless, it appears that finding such a precious item will not be an easy task. Jiang Yi speculates that since the working and consumption models distinguish between levels above and below 20, the coveted survival stones are most likely concentrated on the floors above the 20th. At this moment, Jiang Yi is somewhat impatient, instinctively reaching for a cleaning task on a higher floor. For instance, a cleaning job on the 20th floor could yield a staggering 8,800 game coins. The potential for substantial earnings also presents greater opportunities to discover treasure chests and survival stones, which is undeniably enticing. However, as the prompt on his work badge inquires, "Do you wish to accept this order?" Jiang Yi ultimately regains his composure. At just 18 years old and in his final year of high school, he has faced adversity since his mother's passing, with his father working tirelessly and lacking the time to care for him, resulting in a prolonged period of being fostered by various relatives. The experience of living under the roof of others has rendered him more sensitive than his peers from a young age. Rather than express himself incessantly, he has grown accustomed to observing the patterns of various phenomena. He may not belong to the category of exceptionally intelligent individuals, yet he has managed to formulate a set of principles. Often, beneath the allure of visible temptations lie concealed risks. The task on the 20th floor not only promises substantial rewards but also beckons with bronze treasure chests and survival stones. However, it is highly probable that its danger far exceeds that of tasks on lower floors. Yet, should he simply abandon this opportunity for the safety of lower-level tasks? In doing so, he would not earn enough to cover his rent on the first day, which would lead to his demise. In a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Yi finds himself entangled in a dilemma. Given his current capabilities, accepting the task on the 20th floor would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, if he does not take this risk, he cannot afford his rent, and death would still be inevitable. How should he choose? If only he could enhance his strength before undertaking the task on the 20th floor. Perhaps he could first tackle tasks on the lower floors while searching for treasure chests, thereby bolstering his abilities before attempting the 20th floor. Yet, this approach would be excessively time-consuming. Each task that grants access to an apartment typically demands several hours of effort, and the probability of encountering treasure chests on the lower floors is quite low. Moreover, the chests are merely of the lowest grade, black iron, providing minimal assistance. Is there a way to swiftly and efficiently enhance his strength? Just as he grapples with this uncertainty, a courier with a badge notices him and approaches with an air of camaraderie, asking, "What's wrong, Jiang Yi? Why are you not hastening to complete your tasks?" Leaning in to inspect Jiang Yi's badge, he adds appreciatively, "Given your unique circumstances, it is indeed more lucrative for you to engage in cleaning services." He mistakenly believed that Jiang Yi was feeling conflicted in his heart, and thus sought to console him. This apocalyptic apartment is essentially akin to a game. Everyone has become a worker, and no one would ridicule those who clean. We are all here to earn a living, and there is no shame in that. Jiang Yi nodded in gratitude and clarified, "I do not despise this job. Rather, I am apprehensive about the potential dangers that may lurk." Lucian understood his concerns, recognizing that in this unfamiliar and eerie environment, everyone harbored fears. Fortunately, they were all familiar classmates. Had they been surrounded by strangers, the fear would have likely intensified. Lucian, quick-witted, promptly suggested, given your circumstances, apart from working, there is indeed another option. In the consumption model known as the battle room, the most basic combat mode requires merely 100 to participate. If you defeat players from other apartments, not only will you reclaim your investment, but you will also earn their funds. It is quite a promising way to generate income. If I met the criteria for using the battle room, I would eagerly seize the opportunity to try it out. Jiang Yi had also contemplated the prospect of earning money through the battle room. However, while Lucian spoke lightly of the potential for profit through victory, the reality was that this method of earning was neither swift nor stable. Given his limited abilities, the likelihood of triumph against players from other apartments was, frankly, quite low. Lucian seemed to discern his thoughts and further elaborated, in truth, you need not worry excessively. If I am not mistaken, it appears that humanity has been transported to one apocalyptic apartment after another. In our apartment, you were initially assigned to the 20th floor. Your capabilities, among the 80 residents of our abode, are actually above average. The players assigned to the 20th floor in other apartments were likely selected at random as well. Their initial strengths may not necessarily surpass yours. It is entirely possible that they possess merely a D-grade talent and have yet to grasp any skills. Given the circumstances in our apartment, this possibility remains quite high. If fortune favors you when matching against other players, securing victory should not pose much difficulty. It must be acknowledged that Lucian's analysis holds merit. However, what Lucian is unaware of is that Jiang Yi has opened a bronze chest within his own 20th floor apartment. If we factor this in, it stands to reason that players on the 20th floor of other apartments may have similarly opened bronze chests. Even if their innate talents are not formidable, those players can still enhance their strength through the bronze chests. The mask Jiang Yi obtained from his bronze chest is evidently more of a supportive item, and he is currently utilizing it on his main body. When considering all this, his avatar's chances of triumphing against the players on the 20th floor of other apartments seem rather slim. Moreover, the speed at which he can earn money is quite mediocre. Unless he can decisively overpower all opponents, his earning rate will barely improve. As he wrestled with these troubling thoughts, both he and Lucian suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the direction of the Courier service base station. Just as Lucian intended to investigate, Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened, prompting him to urgently advise, quick, check the chat group. Upon glancing at it, Lucian exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively tightening his grip on the parcel in his hand. Due to a message in the chat group, Ding Dang from Class 2 lamented that the parcel he was responsible for delivering had gone missing. The consequences of this loss were dire. He had to either recover the parcel or compensate for its value by midnight today. The worth of the parcel was an astonishing 8,000, a sum far beyond Ding Dang's means. Overwhelmed with despair, he broke down in tears at the Courier service base. Upon seeing this news, Lucian furrowed his brow, soon noticing a fellow classmate inquiring in the chat. How could a parcel go missing? Was it stolen? Surely, there must be a way to retrieve it? However, the distraught Ding Dang was too consumed by his grief to respond to his peers' questions. Shortly thereafter, another message appeared from Gao Chang. Damn, my parcel is missing too. This revelation left all the students who had opted for the Courier service in shock. Gao Chang was renowned among his classmates as one of the top fighters. How could even his parcel have vanished? Fortunately, Gao Chang maintained a more composed demeanor than Ding Dang. He quickly continued to message in the chat, to all students using the Courier service. Please do not take parcels into the elevator. My parcel disappeared right in the elevator. I have no idea what kind of bizarre entity snatched it away. I fumbled around in the elevator for ages, utterly clueless on how to retrieve my parcel. At this rate, it seems unlikely I will find it, and I must resort to compensation. Fortunately, my parcel is valued at just over 1,000, which I can barely afford to reimburse. Ding Ding, was your parcel also lost in the elevator? Chapter 11. Frantic thoughts indeed. The elevator is malfunctioning. Ding Ding swiftly replied in the chat group. Indeed. My parcel also vanished mysteriously in the elevator. I searched for quite some time, and I still do not know what has stolen my package. Upon receiving this shocking news, the classmates hastily reached a conclusion. So, for those of us who are couriers, we must avoid taking the elevator, lest our parcels vanish inexplicably. Goodness. Thankfully, I have yet to enter the elevator. But wait, I just took the elevator and successfully delivered my first order. My parcel did not go missing. It must be a matter of probability. It does not happen every time. I feel we cannot gamble on this probability, otherwise, like Ding Ding, we could lose valuable parcels and cannot afford the loss. Gao Chang remarked, it is not merely a question of affordability. There is a warning associated with losing a parcel. If a courier at level 1 experiences 3 instances of lost packages, their account will be suspended. Suspended? Does that mean I can no longer work as a courier? Therefore, this courier job can only be undertaken by using the stairs. Use the stairs? Are you kidding me? You want me to carry a parcel to the 12th floor using the stairs? It's merely the 12th floor. Consider this. Would you rather exhaust yourself delivering the parcel safely, or risk a heart-stopping elevator ride where, with a stroke of bad luck, you might lose the parcel and incur a hefty compensation? Moreover, I surmise that the higher the floor, the greater the value of the parcel. The compensation amount is likely to be significantly higher. Therefore, the only choice is to ascend the stairs. Otherwise, gambling on the elevator's odds would yield insufficient earnings for today's rent. However, while climbing the stairs a couple of times may seem manageable, how many trips must one undertake to earn enough for rent? It feels utterly exhausting. Given this perspective, I wonder if it might be wiser to pursue a cleaning job, which could potentially be less strenuous. Oh, come on. We have already identified the pitfalls of errand-running jobs. We simply need to avoid the elevator. Cleaning jobs undoubtedly harbor unknown challenges as well, and one misstep could even pose a threat to life. You are absolutely right. I recommend that we all opt for errand running. It may be tiring, but at least it does not carry the same risks. Sigh. Never mind. I shall proceed to ascend the stairs to deliver the parcel. Goodness. This package I've accepted is incredibly heavy. Climbing to the 8th floor is going to be quite the ordeal. Upon realizing the pitfalls of errand running, those who chose this job unanimously decided to forego the elevator and instead painstakingly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, classmates who opted for cleaning or other positions began to feel a sense of unease. After all, if errand running has its pitfalls, it stands to reason that other jobs likely do as well. If it were merely a financial loss, that would be one thing. The real fear lies in the potential for life-threatening situations. Thus, although the chat group echoed sentiments about the arduousness of stair climbing, an increasing number of classmates opted to deliver parcels by ascending the stairs. The gentleman observed the chat group and felt relieved that he had yet to take the elevator for deliveries. He exhaled in relief and remarked to Yong Wa, "If we were to climb the stairs, our efficiency would be significantly hampered. I must act swiftly, otherwise, I won't earn enough for today's rent." Yong Wa. He contemplated offering Yong Wa some advice, yet the prospect of high rewards invariably accompanies substantial risks. Thus, providing such counsel proved to be a delicate matter. Unexpectedly, Yong Wa abruptly stowed away the cleaning staff badge and declared, "I might as well climb stairs and run errands myself." Upon hearing this, Lu Shun could not help but frown. In his view, running errands by climbing stairs entailed low risk and low reward. If Yong Wa relied on this method, the pace of earning would be excruciatingly slow. It would be a squandered opportunity, wasting the initial allocation of 20 floors. Lu Shun contemplated dissuading him. Yet seeing Yong Wa's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further commentary. Internally, however, he felt a profound disappointment in Yong Wa. He instinctively perceived that with such a disposition, Yong Wa had little prospect for the future and was unlikely to survive the day. Disinterested in investing further thought in someone he deemed a lost cause, he shook his head slightly and busied himself with his own errands. Yong Wa, undeterred by Lu Shun's opinion of him, proceeded directly to the errand service station and acquired an errand worker badge. After a brief overview of the errand task rules, he accepted a delivery assignment for the 8th floor. Presently, deliveries were made via the stairs rather than the elevator. Curiously, this apartment building possessed only one elevator. Yet students seldom encountered one another while using it. Conversely, the stairwell featured 12 separate sections, arranged in a row, forming 12 safety doors on the first floor. Yong Wa selected one of the 12 security doors and entered, subsequently beginning his ascent. Remarkably, throughout this ascent, he encountered no other students running errands. It appeared that both the elevator and the staircase in this apartment possessed their own peculiarities. As he pondered this, he silently climbed to the 6th floor. His errand was destined for the 8th floor, yet he unexpectedly halted in the stairwell of the 6th. Gasping for breath, he appeared as though he could not continue. However, his deep, dark eyes stealthily surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed that the stairwell was devoid of surveillance cameras and fellow students. At that moment, Yong Wa, who had just been panting heavily, suddenly held his breath and focused his gaze on the parcel he had been assigned to deliver. The parcel resembled a typical delivery box, sealed with transparent tape. One side bore a white shipping label, inscribed with the apartment room number and an order number. Aside from that, there was no additional useful information. After meticulously inspecting the box, Yong Wa's expression grew serious as he unsheathed the kitchen knife he had brought for self-defense and sliced through the transparent tape sealing the box. Thus, the package intended for the 8th floor was clandestinely opened by him. This, indeed, was the true purpose behind his choice of errand. Upon learning of Ding Ding and Gao Chang's lost packages, he had immediately conceived the idea of pilfering a delivery. It was known that lost packages necessitated compensation for their value. In other words, the parcel itself held worth. The cost of a lost package was merely a matter of compensation, which was not required immediately, but rather before midnight. This allowed for a buffer period. Thus, Jiang Ye's notion of pilfering a package became entirely feasible. He merely needed to report the parcel as lost and pay the compensation fee before midnight. Generally, students refrain from such thefts, primarily due to the exorbitant compensation for lost items. If they were to misplace a package, they might find themselves destitute. However, Jiang Ye's situation was markedly different. He was already indebted to the apartment for 125,000. The addition of several thousand in compensation seemed inconsequential. Another reason his peers hesitated to steal packages was their uncertainty regarding the contents. Should the items within prove useless, they would effectively incur debt for nothing. Jiang Yi shared this apprehension. Ultimately, he was driven to this audacious gamble by the exorbitant rent. As he unwrapped the package, his hands trembled, fearing the potential discovery of hazardous materials or worthless items. Yet, there was also a thrill in that tremor. If he were to uncover an item that could enhance his abilities, his subsequent actions would undoubtedly be bolstered. Thus, amidst a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, his quivering hands finally tore open the cardboard box. Chapter 12. Venomous Blade Blood Dagger, Beep. Detection indicates that your assigned package number 10086 has been illicitly opened. Your identification has been automatically reported as lost. Please retrieve the package and complete delivery before midnight, or incur a lost package compensation fee of 12,600. Failure to pay the compensation by midnight will automatically deduct 1 survival point. If survival points fall into the negative, the player will face annihilation. Warnings appeared on Jiang Ye's identification badge, resonating in his mind. The content of the alerts echoed the information shared by Gao Chang and Ding Ding. His compensation amounted to an astonishing 12,000. This figure exceeded the despair-inducing 8,000 that Ding Ding had faced by an additional 4,000. However, given that Jiang Yi was already burdened with a rental debt of 125,000, this 12,000 felt inconsequential. He quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze toward the items within the delivery box. Inside lay a palm-sized, dark silver sphere, exuding a distinctly technological metallic texture. It felt weighty in his hand, imparting a sense of substance. Furthermore, the base of the sphere featured a subtle protrusion, accidentally brushing against it. The sphere emitted a sound, ding. Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? The sudden noise startled Jiang Yi, prompting him to glance around cautiously. Satisfied that no one was in sight, he whispered back to the sphere, yes. Ding. Fingerprint input in progress. Ding. Smart assistant recognizing owner. Ding. Your life assistant has been created, initially named Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize the name? With the announcement of the life assistant's creation, the technologically advanced sphere unexpectedly sprouted a head and limbs. On its slightly oversized round head, a miniature display screen emerged. At this moment, the screen displayed a joyous emoticon. Simultaneously, a cheerful childlike voice emanated from the device. Master, I am your life assistant, Xiaobing. May I inquire if you wish to personalize my settings? Jiang Yi felt a chill run through him upon hearing the term life assistant. He had undertaken considerable risks to stealthily retrieve a package, solely to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Moreover, this was a survival apartment, not a vacation resort. He had no leisure to indulge in the whims of a life assistant. What he yearned for was tangible combat prowess. Instead, this diminutive gadget had burdened him with a debt of 12,000. Jiang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment within. Lacking a life of his own, he had no time to customize the life assistant. Thus, he bypassed that step and inquired directly of the device. Xiaobing, please enlighten me on your capabilities. I can provide basic domestic services, such as cleaning and garbage disposal. Additionally, I can offer emotional support, including singing, conversing, and telling jokes. By the way, here is my data panel. Please take a look, Xiaobing replied, and indeed, a data panel appeared on the screen. Xiaobing, level 0, physical ability 1, energy 1, combat power 2, talent none, skill, detection E. Upon viewing this data panel, Jiang Yi felt another wave of disappointment wash over him. With such a frail physique and minimal combat power, this assistant was utterly incapable of aiding him. Cleaning and providing emotional value? This predicament is utterly incapable of alleviating the pressing urgency. However, Jiang Yi swiftly contemplated a solution and promptly inquired of Xiaobing, could you retrieve a service badge from the service station and undertake cleaning duties? Xiaobing adorably blinked and replied, that is not permissible. The cleaning tasks that Xiaobing could perform were exceedingly rudimentary. insufficient to replace actual cleaning staff. Furthermore, Xiao Bing lacked life, hence could not obtain a service badge. Not only was she incapable of performing cleaning duties, but she was also unable to assist with errands, tutoring, or any specialized services. Jiang Ye's heart sank into despair. Yet, unwilling to concede, he asked once more, "Do you possess even the slightest capability in combat?" After a moment's reflection, Xiao Bing hesitantly responded, "I possess a self-destruct ability, whose explosive power can instantaneously extinguish the life of a player with a combat strength not exceeding 10. For those with a combat strength of up to 20, it may inflict severe injuries. However, once the self-destruct protocol is activated, I shall depart from my master forever." Upon uttering these words, this little gadget even displayed a crying emoticon on the screen. Oh. Receiving this information, Jiang Yi felt a faint flicker of solace in his heart. After all, this self-destruct capability could be regarded as a hidden trump card, albeit its value paled in comparison to its exorbitant price of 12,000. Yet, there was no alternative. The package had been unsealed, and could it possibly be returned? That would be absurd, wouldn't it? Jiang Yi suddenly inquired of Xiao Bing, "Are you aware that a parcel that has been opened can be repackaged and redistributed?" Xiao Bing's screen promptly displayed a stunned expression, quickly responding, "Generally speaking, as long as the contents of the parcel show no signs of having been used and the recipient has not refused acceptance, this can indeed be done." Signs of having been used. Jiang Yi then turned to Xiao Bing and asked, "Can the signs of usage be erased?" Master, you may sever your connection with me, but as an intelligent robot, the signs of usage cannot be erased, unless I am returned to the original factory for a factory reset. After this exchange, Jiang Yi felt that Xiao Bing was not entirely devoid of merit, for it seemed to possess a considerable amount of knowledge. He then asked, "Do you know where your original factory is located?" Xiao Bing appeared to misunderstand his question, displaying a puzzled expression on the screen. "The original factory, of course, is at the original factory." Jiang Yi, at a loss for words, clarified, "No. What I mean is your original factory also an apartment?" "No. The place of my origin is not called an apartment. It is referred to as a factory. A factory and an apartment are distinct types of buildings. So, in this apartment survival game, are there other structures beyond the apartment?" Yet, these matters seem beyond Jiang Ye's current grasp. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further. After concealing the miniature robot on his person, he returned to the errand service base to collect his second delivery task. Upon learning that the contents of the package bore no signs of prior use and could potentially be repackaged for redelivery, he felt a surge of audacity. Moreover, the consequence of losing more than 3 packages resulted in account suspension, further motivating his resolve. Consequently, for his second task, he opted to deliver a package to the 18th floor. Theoretically, this package, being on a higher floor, likely possessed greater value. He sincerely hoped for an item that would dramatically enhance his capabilities. Otherwise, burdened with overwhelming debt, he might not survive the day. Jiang Yi employed his previous strategy once more, cradling the package as he entered the stairwell. This time, he eschewed the arduous ascent to the 6th floor and instead paused at the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors. Prior to surreptitiously unsealing the package, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he also took the opportunity to check the chat group, only to be confronted with startling news. What on earth? Why has another person vanished from the group? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I recall he accepted an errand task. What does this mean? Could it be that errand tasks are fraught with danger? Could it be that he encountered peril while on his errand, perhaps exploring another location? Who knows? And what about Fan Yuhang and Chun Yuan, whose bodies have yet to be found? It's unclear how they met their demise. Sigh. I'm becoming increasingly frightened. What should I do? I want to go home. I miss my parents. Boo-hoo. Please, stop crying. Will tears solve anything? Your parents aren't here, and no one will indulge you. Everyone should exercise caution while working. Earn enough for rent as soon as possible, and then enhance your skills. Things should improve in due course. As for Kai Daming, why didn't he send a message in the chat group before his demise? At least we would have known how he met his end. Perhaps the danger struck too swiftly, leaving him no time to communicate? Alas, if such peril were to befall the rest of us, we would likely share the same grim fate. The atmosphere in the chat group was heavy and oppressive. Some timid girls had already succumbed to tears out of fear. In Jiang Yi's heart, a sense of gravity weighed down upon him. Simultaneously, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. At that moment, his true self donned a disguise, wearing a bald mask to collect his errand worker badge at the service base. This act undoubtedly attracted the attention of other errand students. However, they refrained from causing trouble, opting instead to whisper among themselves in the chat group, too intimidated to confront the bald figure directly. Thus, Jiang Yi, in his altered appearance, successfully acquired both the errand worker badge and his first task. Meanwhile, his avatar deftly opened the second package. This time, the badge indicated a staggering compensation of 26,000. Inside the carton lay a pitch-black short blade. The blade appeared exceptionally sharp, faintly glimmering with a red hue. Suddenly, Jiang Yi had a flash of inspiration and retrieved the small ice entity he had concealed on his person. He instructed it, "Come, little ice. Use your detection technique to examine this short blade." "Certainly, master," Little Ice replied enthusiastically. Soon, a situation regarding the short dagger appeared on its mini display. Venomous blade dagger. Physical power 4, stamina 2. Poison attack 10. Chance to trigger poison and bleeding effects. Hiss. The efficacy of this dagger is undoubtedly far superior to the disguise mask obtained from his bronze chest. Not only does it boast enhanced attributes, but it also possesses a poison attack. Additionally, it has a probability of triggering poison and bleeding effects, although the precise nature of the poison and bleeding effects remains unknown. The current novice players are generally ill-equipped. Frankly speaking, apart from a select few classmates with slightly stronger abilities, the rest can be considered mere novices. With this dagger in hand, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly outpace 99 of his peers in an instant, even if he were to enter the battle room. The odds of victory would surpass those of defeat. However, just as he was elated to draw forth this venomous blade dagger, a voice suddenly echoed from above in the stairwell, from the direction of the 4th floor. "Well, what good fortune you have, uncovering such a powerful item." Chapter 13. The Outlier Strongman. This voice sent a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he hurriedly gripped the venomous blade dagger tightly. A warm current seemed to surge from his palm into his body, filling him with an inexplicable sense of strength. It was this very feeling that allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Upon regaining his senses, Jiang Yi was astonished not only by the unexpected presence of a voice in the stairwell, but, more crucially, by the fact that he recognized that voice. Indeed, as he gazed towards the 4th floor of the stairwell, following the sound, he beheld a familiar figure descending. It was Yong Wa from Class 1. Yong Wa, slender in stature and clad in a black windbreaker, immediately called out his name. "It's you." Jiang Yi. Being classmates, Jiang Yi's identity was not surprising to him. However, it was noteworthy that the somewhat solitary Jiang Yi had shared a modicum of camaraderie with Yong Wa. Jiang Yi's social aloofness stemmed primarily from his low profile. He had few friends and belonged to that category of individuals often overlooked by both teachers and peers. Yong Wa, too, was somewhat of an outcast, but his social standing was notably poor, often facing ostracism and ridicule from many classmates. The root of this animosity appeared to be a rumor from their first year regarding Yong Wa allegedly stealing money. However, during their first year, Jiang Yi and Yong Wa were not in the same class, and he was not one to indulge in gossip. Thus, he had only a vague awareness of the theft incident and lacked detailed knowledge. Their paths intertwined during their senior year when they found themselves in the same class. It was a Friday, if memory serves, when Kai Daming's tablet, which he had secretly brought to school, went missing. Without much investigation, suspicion fell directly upon Yong Wa. Consequently, the classmates began to point fingers at him, dredging up past allegations of theft. Yong Wa vehemently denied the accusations, yet none of his peers believed him, insisting on searching his backpack. Typically, Jiang Yi would refrain from meddling in others' affairs. However, as he was engrossed in solving a physics problem on electromagnetic conversion, the incessant chatter became too bothersome. Thus, he chose to intervene, and with a mere glance, he helped Kai Daming locate his missing tablet. On that fateful day, Kai Daming had crafted a tablet case resembling a textbook, allowing him to engage with his studies while indulging in leisure. Yet, whether through forgetfulness or some other oversight, he failed to recognize his tablet wedged among a pile of actual books. Ultimately, it was revealed to be a misunderstanding. Kai Daming merely chuckled and praised the coolness of his new tablet case, showing no inclination to apologize to Yong Wa. The other classmates similarly saw no reason for an apology. At that moment, Yong Wa remained taciturn and made no demands for redress. However, he did express his gratitude to Jiang Yi in a brief exchange, marking a rare moment of connection between two individuals who often felt like outsiders during their final year of high school. To Jiang Yi's surprise, he encountered Yong Wa in the stairwell at that very moment. The demeanor of this fellow was strikingly different from his usual self at school. Typically, Yang would walk with his head bowed, eyes cast downward, avoiding contact with others. Yet now, he stood tall and resolute, exuding an air of authority that was almost oppressive. The tone in which he spoke conveyed a sense of superiority, rendering him unrecognizable compared to his school persona. Jiang Yi could not help but wonder if this individual had undergone some form of possession or perhaps experienced a rebirth. It was also conceivable that recent events had precipitated this remarkable transformation in Yong Wenchao's mindset and presence, regardless of the costs. Jiang Yi had ample reason to suspect that Yong Wenchao's current prowess was formidable. Furthermore, the recently deceased Kai Daming, whose demise had been revealed in their chat group, might very well have met his end at Yong Wenchao's hands. Another question arises. Previously, Jiang Yi encountered no other classmates in the stairwell. The other students in the chat group also mentioned that during their ascent, they encountered no one else. Yet now, why does Yong Wenchao stand before him? Jiang Yi, filled with confusion and wariness, instinctively tightened his grip around the poison dagger. At that moment, Yong Wenchao, who had descended the stairs, stood a mere meter away at the handrail. He chuckled oddly. I never expected you to dare to pilfer packages. As he spoke, he glanced at the dagger in Jiang Yi's hand, commenting, considering its appearance, the compensation must amount to a fortune, perhaps over 10,000. He then shifted his gaze to the assistant robot beside Jiang Yi, adding with a hint of sarcasm, with such a little gadget. You must owe 30,000 for the 2 packages you opened. Jiang Yi held the dagger, his expression cautious and silent. Yong Wenchao showed no surprise at his reaction. He casually touched the wristbands adorning both of his wrists. Jiang Yi discerned that these bands were likely formidable combat equipment, perhaps even rivaling his poison dagger. After inspecting the wristbands, Yong Wenchao continued, in truth, I too have considered the benefits of these packages. However, unlike you, I do not accept and open them myself. Rather, I prefer to rob others of their parcels. At this juncture, Jiang Yi felt an increasing sense of tension. His mind raced, frantically contemplating whether the combination of Little Bing's self-destruct capability with his poison dagger could secure a victory over Yong Wenchao, or whether he should resort to emotional manipulation to seek entry into the robbery team. Or should I send a message for help in the chat group? The current situation is quite apparent. Yong Wenchao is specifically here to rob the parcels. Although the package has already been opened by Jiang Yi, it can still be snatched away. And then, silencing witnesses. Kai Daming likely met such a fate. Jiang Yi's heart raced, pounding as if his entire bloodstream surged towards his scalp. However, Yong Wenchao's subsequent words took him by surprise. Yong Wenchao gave a peculiar smile and slowly addressed him, initially. Had I encountered anyone else, the ensuing narrative would invariably have been one of murder, theft, and parcel robbery. Yet, it is you, Jiang Yi. I have never subscribed to the notion that good deeds will be rewarded such nonsense. Moreover, you, Jiang Yi, are hardly a paragon of virtue. Nevertheless, my friend, you should feel fortunate that while good deeds may not always yield rewards, those who have aided me, Yong Wenchao, will assuredly be compensated. With this final remark, Yong Wenchao's smile faded, his tone notably resolute. Jiang Yi, being the type to instinctively question whatever others assert, found himself inexplicably believing this statement. His heart calmed slightly, yet he remained vigilant. Yong Wenchao continued, thus, I shall neither kill you nor rob you. In fact, I can share some good news. You are in debt for at least 30,000 in parcel compensation, correct? This sum can be resolved in a far simpler manner. When you reported the parcel as lost, you should have received a notification indicating that if the compensation is not paid before midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. Survival points must be negative to warrant annihilation. However, I possess a rather straightforward method to acquire survival points. Chapter 14. Until we meet again, with no mercy. Survival points. On Jiang Yi's data panel, his survival points were displayed as 0. The announcement he heard upon arriving at the apartment also mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. These points could be redeemed for all that players desired in the apocalyptic apartment after passing the novice assessment. The phrase all that appeared quite extraordinary, reflecting the precious nature of both survival points and survival stones. The previous announcement had led many to instinctively believe that survival points could only be obtained through the exchange of survival stones. Yet, Yong Wenchao's implication was evidently not about trading survival stones for survival points. Jiang Yi, not foolish, quickly grasped this notion. He regarded Yong Wenchao with a cautious gaze, suddenly uttering 2 words, murder. A flicker of surprise crossed Yong Wenchao's eyes, but soon he raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed, it is murder. With that, he let out an enigmatic chuckle, adding, the novice players nowadays are akin to sheltered lambs. They are far too easy to slay. With each kill, one can earn 1 survival point. Would you not agree that this method of acquiring survival points is rather simple? Yong Wenchao spoke with a remarkably relaxed tone. However, Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, not due to Yong Wenchao's demeanor, but because of the very premise. Indeed, the majority of the current novice players were, in truth, mere lambs. However, the harshness of the environment will inevitably compel them to grow. As time passes, The premise that killing can yield survival points will likely incite certain players to commit acts of murder without justification. While it may appear as senseless violence, it is, in truth, driven by the pursuit of survival points, resulting in indiscriminate killings. Jiang Yi is unaware of the extent to which his classmates will evolve over the course of 10 days. Nonetheless, the announcement regarding seasoned players suggests they may be far more ruthless than he anticipates. Moreover, regarding the deaths of Fan Yuhang and Qin Yuan, Jiang Yi suddenly glances at Yang Wenchao as a thought crosses his mind. He hesitantly inquires, "Did you also kill Fan Yuhang and Qin Yuan?" Yet Yang Wenchao offers no response. Instead, he simply smiles joyfully and remarks nonchalantly, "Regardless of what others think, I genuinely enjoy this apocalyptic apartment game. The thought of those I despise realizing their own ineptitude and crying out in despair brings me great joy. And you, Jiang Yi." Upon uttering this, he suddenly adopts a serious expression, causing Jiang Yi to hold his breath, his heart racing slowly. Yang Wenchao then continues, "You are merely slightly stronger than the person I loathe most. As for my gratitude, it ends here. Should fate bring us together again, you will still meet your demise at my hands. Best of luck." With that, Yang Wenchao swiftly moves beside him, lightly pressing on his rigid shoulder, and casually brushes past him. Almost immediately, he vanishes, darting towards the 3rd floor. Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming tension as he gazed towards the 3rd floor of the staircase, only to find that Yang Wenchao's figure had vanished. He could not afford to relax, for Yang Wenchao exuded an aura of formidable strength and an unsettling intensity. Jiang Yi recalled a tale he had once heard. A warrior, in the act of annihilating an entire clan, stumbled upon a young child amidst the carnage. The warrior, possessing a flicker of conscience, set down his weapon, murmured a prayer of compassion, and gently wiped the blood from the child's face. He then addressed the child, stating that heaven bestows mercy upon the innocent, and granted him a reprieve, but cautioned that should they meet again, he would show no mercy. Just as the audience believed the child had narrowly escaped his fate, the warrior unexpectedly re-entered, smiled at the child, and reiterated his earlier vow of ruthlessness. In a swift flash, the child was no more. Now, Jiang Yi harbored a fear that Yang Wenchao might resemble that merciless warrior, proclaiming a debt of gratitude while simultaneously preparing for a ruthless encounter upon their next meeting. Consequently, he hurriedly ascended several flights of stairs, emerging from the stairwell on the 8th floor. Only after he confirmed that Yang Wenchao had not returned did he lean against the wall, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Meanwhile, his weaker counterpart, burdened by anxiety over a potential encounter with Yang Wenchao, dared not traverse the staircase. Instead, he opted to unbox the parcels he had received in the bustling lobby of the 1st floor. With scarcely a moment to inspect the contents, he swiftly slipped into the elevator, drawing the attention of several onlookers in the crowded lobby. Soon, the chat group erupted in discussion. "Goodness, I just witnessed a bald uncle collecting a work badge at the Courier service station, and after accepting an order and retrieving a parcel, he astonishingly tore it open himself." A bald uncle? However, out of the 80 members in our list, all are familiar classmates. Thus, this bald uncle cannot possibly be a player, right? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Perhaps he is merely a resident of the apartment who fortuitously accepted his own delivery, hence signing for it and opening it on the spot. Lucian interjected, "That doesn't seem plausible. Based on my deductions, non-player residents in this apartment appear to be confined to their own rooms. Therefore, the ones capable of accepting courier tasks must be players. But all the players are our classmates, and there is no bald uncle among them. Could it be that the experienced players mentioned in the announcement have infiltrated the apartment beforehand? Or is it possible that, aside from the new and veteran players, there exists a hidden 3rd faction? Surely it cannot be that complicated. Could it be that one of our classmates is merely disguised? Since we can all conjure fireballs with our bare hands, it is entirely reasonable for someone to possess a disguise tool that alters appearance." Just as the classmates were fervently speculating about Jiang Ye's disguise as a bald man, another sensational piece of news ignited the chat group. Zhi Yuping exclaimed, "Help! Yang Wenchao has robbed my parcel." However, this message lingered in the chat group for scarcely a second before vanishing abruptly. Had it not been for the multitude of classmates currently monitoring the chat, it is likely that no one would have even noticed. Soon, some students reported, "I can't believe it. I just saw a message vanish into thin air. Is it just my imagination? It's not an illusion. I saw it too. A message just disappeared, but I couldn't quite catch what it said." Suyuan remarked, "I clearly saw it. It was Zhu Yuping from Class 1. He claimed he was being robbed of his package by Yang Wenchao." What? Does that mean Yang Wenchao is stealing Zhu Yuping's package? But how did that message disappear? Damn. In the member list, Zhu Yuping is offline too. No way. Is this for real? Does this mean Zhu Yuping has been killed by Yang Wenchao? What a scoundrel Yang Wenchao is. First, he stole money in the first year, and now he is not only robbing classmates' packages, but also committing murder. Wait, I suddenly have this suspicion. Could it be that Kai Daming, who died during the errand run, also fell victim to Yong Wa? What? How could such a vile person exist among our classmates? Yu Ziyu interjected, I must inform everyone that when Zhu Yuping registered with me, his data panel displayed a B-grade talent, and he possessed C-grade skills. Among our mutual aid group members, he would rank within the top 10. Upon hearing this, the chat group, which had previously been vehemently condemning Yong Wa, fell into an immediate silence, until Lucian suddenly remarked, according to Zhu Yuping's last words. He stated that Yong Wa was robbing his package. So, I wonder, could it be that Yong Wa has grown stronger by robbing packages? And do you all recall that bald individual who opened his package? Chapter 15. Some individuals are not to be provoked. Upon hearing this, many students began to connect the dots. Wait, are you suggesting that within those parcels lie items that could enhance our strength? So that bald figure was indeed one of our classmates in disguise? He wasn't merely opening his own delivery. Rather, he was engaging in a form of self-theft? Damn. Who is that bald fellow? Having stumbled upon such significant information, why has he not come forward to share it? No. Even if stealing packages could bolster one's abilities, one still cannot escape the consequences of the compensation. One would not survive past midnight. Ding Dang owes over 8,000 and is utterly incapable of repaying it. Thus, Yong Wa must be robbing others' packages, evading any need for compensation himself. But how could that bald figure dare to do such a thing? He was tampering with the deliveries he was responsible for. Perhaps he intended to enhance his strength first before earning money to repay his debts? That is an extraordinarily audacious gamble. Should we then also imitate that bald individual? Open our parcels to strengthen our abilities, and then find ways to diligently repay our debts? Isn't that too perilous? The money we earn through hard labor today barely suffices for rent. There is no way we could possibly have enough to compensate for any packages. Just as the students engaged in fervent discussion and remained undecided, Gao Chang suddenly interjected in the group. The actions of that bald individual are exceedingly reckless. I do not recommend that anyone follow his example. Regarding Yong Wa, I believe his actions have transgressed the most fundamental boundaries of humanity and pose a grave threat to the safety of his fellow students. With Gao Chang's impassioned speech, the other students were instantly stirred, eagerly voicing their outrage. Indeed, Yong Wa has gone too far. Stealing someone else's package is one thing, but murder is utterly unacceptable. I believe we should seek vengeance for Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping. Absolutely. It's possible that Fan Yuhang and Chan Yuan were also his victims. I suggest we deal with Yong Wa first. Otherwise, others won't be able to deliver packages in peace. Yes, this matter must be handled with utmost seriousness. To serve as a warning to others, Yong Wa must be eliminated to deter any potential imitators. Wang Lingling, could you please speak up as well? Jiang Yi watched the messages in the chat group, feeling a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that his classmates would so boldly address the topic of murder so soon. Clearly, their adaptation to the new environment exceeded Jiang Yi's expectations. Moreover, there appeared to be no voices of dissent among the students from both classes in defense of Yong Wa. However, just as he entertained this thought, he noticed a message defending Yong Wa. The speaker was none other than Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling stated, regarding whether Yong Wa truly committed murder. We have yet to conduct a thorough investigation. I urge everyone to remain calm and refrain from inciting emotions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt somewhat taken aback. However, Wang Lingling quickly continued, Yong Wa, I am willing to offer you an opportunity to defend yourself. You may wish to explain why Zhu Yuping perished immediately after alleging that you had stolen his package. Moreover, do the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang have any connection to you? Yang Wenchao. This statement undoubtedly afforded Yang Wenchao a measure of respect. Jiang Yi speculated that Wang Lingling was not merely indulging in navet, but genuinely aimed to protect Yang Wenchao. It appeared she harbored doubts regarding his capabilities. Her request for all members of the assistance group to exhibit their player panels clearly indicated her apprehension about individuals who may possess greater strength yet choose to conceal it. She sought to comprehend the situation of all her peers. This girl exhibited a remarkably cautious disposition. At this moment, her words served as a subtle probe into Yang Wenchao's capabilities. Should he choose to defend himself weakly, it would suggest his prowess was inferior to hers, thereby enhancing her confidence in dealing with him. Conversely, if he displayed a dominant attitude, entirely disregarding the hostility from his classmates, it might imply that he held them in utter contempt. In that case, his strength would indeed warrant Wang Lingling's wariness. As Jiang Yi pondered this, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Wang Lingling's character was excessively prudent. Could it be that the data panel she previously revealed in the chat group was her true capability? What if she possessed a talent surpassing the S rank, yet intentionally concealed part of her strength? Given her cautious nature, this possibility was certainly plausible. Moreover, what is displayed in the chat group is merely text, and text can be fabricated. This thought struck Jiang Yi, and he instantly felt that some of the individuals among these 80 students were indeed not to be underestimated. Wang Lingling, Yang Wenqiao, Gao Chang. And what of those other classmates who remain inconspicuous? Might there be hidden experts among them as well? The urgency to grow stronger intensified within Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Yang Wenqiao had not responded to Wang Lingling's mention at all. However, another student quickly remarked, "Wow, I just saw Yang Wenqiao heading to the battle room. His speed is astonishing. It's as if he leaves behind an afterimage while walking. He resembles a character from a martial arts novel, executing lightness skill. I noticed he was wearing what appeared to be equipment. He seems entirely different from how he was at school. He looks like a formidable martial arts master. Indeed, his aura even surpasses that of Chang Gu and Ling Jia. The key point is, he actually managed to enter the battle room? Does that mean his initial assigned apartment is also on the 20th floor or higher? I recall Jiang Yi also resides on the 20th floor, with a rent exceeding 120,000. No wonder Yang Wenqiao has gone to such extremes as to commit murder. He must be unable to afford the rent, leading him to indiscriminately kill. This is revenge against society. If he truly resorts to robbing other students' packages, he might just be able to afford that exorbitant rent and survive today. Not only could he survive today, but his strength may also significantly increase. Perhaps his initial talent is quite remarkable. Why is it that despite residing on the same 20th floor, Jiang Yi appears to be utterly ineffectual? Relying on our mutual aid group, while Yang Wenqiao exudes such audacity, emerging as a solitary powerhouse, I perceive that Yang Wenqiao harbors the potential to evolve into a formidable figure, whereas Jiang Yi resembles a mere expendable character destined to perish within mere episodes. Isn't it true that Yang Wenqiao has committed acts of violence? Can that truly be deemed courageous? Regardless of his shortcomings, Jiang Yi has never resorted to wanton murder. Indeed, you are correct. Jiang Yi is a decent individual, unremarkable and ordinary, yet such individuals are likely to struggle to survive beyond today. Conversely, Yang Wenqiao is decisive and possesses formidable strength. It is my belief that individuals of his caliber are the ones who can continuously grow stronger and endure. I assert that our perspectives ought to undergo a transformation. We should learn from Yang Wenqiao. Moreover, it is plausible that when the veteran players arrive, Yang Wenqiao will be our principal force in combating them. What has caused this sudden shift in your sentiments? Just moments ago, you advocated for a stringent response towards Yang Wenqiao, yet now you speak of emulating him? This change is prompted by my first-hand observation of Yang Wenqiao's extraordinary capabilities from the first floor. I assure you, it is no exaggeration. Had you witnessed him in action, you would abandon any foolish notions of reprimanding him, instead feeling a deep sense of reverence and an urge to align with him. Indeed, my perception of Yang Wenqiao transformed the instant I caught a glimpse of him heading towards the battle room from the first floor. I advise those contemplating measures against Yang Wenqiao to tread carefully in their words. One must be aware that calamity often arises from careless words. There are certain individuals one should not provoke. Who could I possibly fear? The Black Society? I refuse to believe that if I utter a few words about Yang Wenqiao in the group, he would suddenly appear to eliminate me. Humph. While he may not be able to harm you now, opportunities to exact revenge will surely arise in the future, but I am a member of the mutual aid group, protected by Ling Jia and Chang Gu. Ling Jia should not let her compassion cloud her judgment. A life for a life, and Yang Wenqiao deserves to die. Only then can we, the other students, maintain our unity, as certain individuals in the group express their thoughts. The number of students brave enough to suggest dealing with Yang Wenqiao diminished by a staggering 90. Clearly, fear of potential retribution from Yang Wenqiao silenced them. Jiang Yi observed the chat messages, increasingly grasping the transformation within Yang Wenqiao. In this apocalyptic survival apartment, the doctrine of the strong prevailing over the weak was evident. Moral teachings became insignificant when confronted with formidable power. Many students recognized this reality, perhaps driven by instinct. They subconsciously adhered to this survival mode of the fittest. Meanwhile, in the battle chamber, Yang Wenqiao watched as his former classmates, who once looked down upon him, now trembled in fear of his vengeance, hesitant to voice their opinions. Some even altered their demeanor upon realizing his strength. A complex mixture of exhilaration and irony welled up within him, akin to years of pent-up frustration finally finding release. Yet, simultaneously, another form of discontent began to brew within him. He understood that it stemmed from his disdain for the grotesque aspects of human nature. It was this very loathing that fueled his burgeoning desire for violence. To his surprise, he did not expect that Jiang Yi had also been assigned an apartment on the 20th floor or higher. No wonder that young man was so despondent as to tear apart the package he was responsible for delivering. It turned out he could not afford the rent and had given up entirely. However, there was a high probability that Jiang Ye's initial apartment contained a bronze treasure chest. It was uncertain whether that young man had discovered it. Yang Wenchao paid little heed to the information regarding Jiang Yi residing on the 20th floor and shifted his focus away from the chat channel. After paying 1,000 game coins, he commenced the opponent matching in battle mode. It was at this moment that another significant message erupted in the chat channel. Ding ding, classmates. I have found salvation. I am burdened with over 8,000 in compensation debt, and Jiang Yi, you too shall be saved. I have discovered a method to rapidly acquire a large quantity of game coins. Chapter 16. The administrator's loan. This news instantly captured the attention of his classmates, who eagerly inquired what Ding Dang had uncovered. At that moment, Jiang Yi had just returned to his apartment. While his first avatar had taken the elevator back to the first floor, the avatar spotted Ding Dang, who was exuberantly standing by the front desk, next to the apartment administrator. Meanwhile, Ding Dang's messages continued to flood the group chat. Do you all remember the initial announcement that stated the apartment administrator could impose additional rules? Just now, feeling utterly despondent, I mustered the courage to ask the administrator if there was any way out of my massive debt. To my astonishment, the administrator actually pointed me towards a solution, a loan. Not only am I able to secure a loan, but everyone else has the opportunity as well. The apartment manager has just made it clear that he can provide various loan amounts to all students. However, it is required that the applicant be present in person, and repayments will incur interest. Now, are there any students interested in obtaining a loan? You can head to the first floor to inquire about your loan limits directly with the manager. Everyone can initially take out loans for consumption and personal development, and once their earning capacity increases, they can repay the loans. Upon hearing this news, all the students were astounded. They had not anticipated that this apartment offered not only housing, employment, and diverse modern lifestyles, but also a lending manager. However, the students were not naive. The common perception is that loans are not inherently beneficial, while it is presented appealingly as a means to enhance earning potential before diligently repaying. The manager is not a philanthropist. Even terminating a lease incurs a significant penalty, and the loan process is likely to be far from straightforward. As the students eagerly inquired about the loan details, Ding Dang engaged in a thorough discussion with the manager. Soon, his expression of excitement transformed into disappointment and anger. At that moment, Jiang Ye's first avatar happened to pass by. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Ding Dang's eyes lit up, and he called out, "Hurry, Jiang Yi, come here." Without regard for Jiang Ye's wishes, he pulled him over and addressed the manager. "Manager, take a look at him. If he becomes my guarantor, what amount of loan could I apply for?" At this remark, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow deeply. The middle-aged administrator, resembling a stern uncle, surveyed Jiang Yi with an impassive expression and cold features. After a brief examination, he stated flatly, "If he consents to be the guarantor, your loan limit can be raised to 50,000. Gasp. Ding Dang's eyes widened in disbelief at such a staggering amount. He turned to Jiang Yi as if he had discovered a treasure, even swallowing hard before directly addressing him. "Jiang Yi, please be my guarantor. The 50,000 loan will ultimately be my responsibility to repay, and it will not concern you as the guarantor." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes internally, unable to suppress his thoughts. How could this possibly be without consequence? If being a guarantor bore no relation to the matter at hand, why would such a role even exist? Thus, ignoring Ding Dang, he turned directly to the administrator and inquired, "May I ask what responsibilities a guarantor must bear?" The administrator, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "It is quite simple. If, within the agreed repayment period, the borrower fails to repay on time, or in the unfortunate event of the borrower's demise, the guarantor shall assume the debt." As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Ding Dang hurriedly interjected, "The administrator just told me that if the borrower does not repay on time, they will be erased. So, to avoid being erased, I will certainly repay on time. You need not worry about this, Jiang Yi." His fervent assurance elicited a silent chuckle from Jiang Yi, who found the situation rather amusing. The intent of the administrator was quite evident. He harbored concerns that the individual might not survive until the repayment date, thus seeking a guarantor as a means of securing his own interests. This fellow seemed oblivious to the gravity of his potential demise, steadfastly convinced of his ability to fulfill the repayment. What could possibly fuel such misplaced confidence? Nevertheless, Jiang Yi refrained from confronting him directly. He turned once more to the apartment administrator, inquiring, "Is it mandatory to have a guarantor for this type of loan?" The administrator shook his head, responding, "No, it is not a requirement. However, the presence or absence of a guarantor significantly influences the loan amount, repayment period, and interest rates." He continued, "For instance, the student Ding Ding, without a guarantor, would only qualify for a loan of 50 and must repay it within the day." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's expression soured instantly. He stiffly turned to Jiang Yi, attempting to explain, "It is precisely because of this stark discrepancy in treatment that I hoped you would act as my guarantor." Jiang Yi chose to disregard him and directed another question at the administrator. "If I were to apply for a loan without a guarantor, what would the amount be?" The administrator replied succinctly, 50,000. Those two simple words seemed to freeze the atmosphere in the room. Ding Ding stared incredulously at Jiang Yi for a considerable time before abruptly glancing back at the administrator, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Why can he secure 50,000 while I am limited to merely 50? The administrator maintained his stoic demeanor, responding flatly, "Different individuals qualify for different amounts. I have my own criteria for judgment." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding appeared profoundly disheartened. His face flushed with humiliation, and he stubbornly inquired, "Then how much can he borrow if I act as his guarantor?" The administrator responded coldly, 50,000. This indifferent reply deepened Ding Ding's sense of humiliation. It dawned on him that the administrator harbored no belief in his ability to repay the loan. The reason for granting him a limit of 50,000 was merely to prepare for the time when he would be unable to repay, leaving Jiang Yi, the guarantor, to shoulder the burden. This administrator had far too little regard for others. Had he not heard the saying, 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River, do not look down upon the youth in poverty? Since the administrator held him in such disdain, he was determined to prove him wrong. He would grow stronger. He would earn 50,000 or even 100,000 to slap this administrator's face. At that moment, filled with fervor, Ding Ding addressed the administrator with an assertive and resolute demeanor. "All right. Very well. Jiang Yi will be my guarantor. I will take this 50,000. This declaration was directed at the administrator with an unwavering tone, clearly disregarding Jiang Yi's own wishes. Jiang Yi was genuinely exasperated. Although the current residents of the apartment were classmates, they belonged to different classes. He was from class 1, while Ding Ding was from class 2. They were hardly acquainted, having exchanged not a single word before being drawn into this apocalyptic scenario. How could this fellow presume to demand such a favor with such audacity? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi responded to the administrator, "No, I never said I would be his guarantor." Upon hearing these words, Ding Ding's already humiliated expression became even more rigid. He glared at Jiang Yi, his tone less than pleasant. "What do you mean? You look down upon me as if I am incapable of repaying that 50,000. Do you not?" Jiang Yi was tempted to respond with sheer audacity. "Indeed, I hold you in contempt." However, he was reluctant to engage with such a dim-witted individual, so he opted for a more diplomatic approach. "Of course not. I merely believe that instead of seeking me as your guarantor, it would be far more prudent to approach Wang Lingling from your own class. Not only are you more familiar with her, but crucially, if she were to act as your guarantor, the amount you could apply for would undoubtedly be greater." This reasoning momentarily swayed Ding Ding. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of wit. What status or standing does Wang Lingling possess that would compel her to act as his guarantor? He could almost foresee that should he approach her for such a favor, she would likely decline outright, offering no justification whatsoever. He would be left in utter embarrassment, fleeing the scene with his tail between his legs, unable to pursue her further. However, he would not voice such thoughts openly. Instead, he swiftly asserted, "Sister Ling is preoccupied with dealing with Yang Wenchao's matters. How could she possibly spare the time to act as my guarantor? Besides, I only intend to borrow 50,000, and you happen to be here, making you the most suitable guarantor for my needs. This arrangement not only saves time, but also yields an exceptionally favorable outcome. What could be more advantageous?" Ding Ding spoke with conviction, and Jiang Yi began to perceive the truth. This fellow was not lacking intelligence. Rather, he was simply one who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Realizing this, Jiang Yi felt utterly disinclined to uphold any semblance of camaraderie. He immediately turned cold, his expression indifferent as he stated, "I apologize for my earlier deception. I truly look down upon you and firmly believe you are unworthy of the 50,000. To even utter a potentially offensive remark to the administrator. If I were the apartment manager, you would not even possess a credit of 50 with me." Chapter 17. The Death of Yang Wenchao. Such words were quite harsh. Ding Ding's complexion fluctuated from red to pale, his frustration palpable as he seemed ready to engage in a brawl. However, what struck him more profoundly was the administrator's icy remark. The 50 credit was merely a moment ago. Now, he possesses not even a credit of 50 with me. What a profound humiliation. This was nothing short of an egregious affront. Ding Ding's face flushed once more, his head nearly steaming with rage. Yet, in the midst of such turmoil, he suddenly realized that not only did Jiang Yi disdain him, but why had the administrator also rescinded his 50 credits? The underlying implication was clear. Had he offended Jiang Yi, thereby increasing his likelihood of demise? Was this not a subtle suggestion that Jiang Yi might even contemplate his murder? Ding Ding stared incredulously at Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi appeared to be a rather simple and taciturn individual. Yet, at that moment, he witnessed Jiang Yi inquiring of the administrator. May I ask if the apartment has established regulations concerning illegal activities such as murder and arson? For instance, if I were to commit murder right before your eyes, what penalties would I face? Upon hearing this, Ding Dang's face drained of color, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The administrator remained expressionless, coldly stating, "The unspoken rules of the apartment are for you to discover on your own. However, I can assure you that should you choose to commit murder in my presence, I shall impose no repercussions, even among you. Those who have taken a life and come to me for assistance will not be treated differently." Upon hearing this, Ding Dang's pupils quivered in shock. He instinctively recoiled and swiftly sent a message in the chat group, pleading, "Help. Is anyone on the first floor able to rescue me? Jiang Yi is a psychopath. He intends to kill me." This revelation naturally sparked a flurry of discussions in the chat. What? Jiang Yi? Is that the one who initially resided on the 20th floor? Ding Dang, what have you done to drive Jiang Yi to madness? Jiang Yi lives on the 20th floor. Unlike Yong Wa, he lacks the capability to survive today. It is not unexpected for him to lash out in madness. I recall Jiang Yi possesses a C-grade talent. It is unlikely that a mere mortal can save him. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, Jiang Yi took the initiative to clarify in the group. Earlier, Ding Dang sought my assistance as a guarantor for his loan, which I categorically rejected, leading him to misunderstand the situation. Ding Dang replied pointedly, "Misunderstand what? You specifically inquired with the administrator whether you could kill someone in front of him. How do you explain that?" Jiang Yi responded, "I merely discovered through the lending matter that communicating with the administrator was not as perilous as I had previously imagined, hence I sought additional information. The recent string of murders among our classmates prompted my inquiry into the rules surrounding such heinous acts." Jiang Yi's explanation was both reasonable and compelling. If he truly intended to harm Ding Dang, why would he take the time to engage him in conversation and offer such elaborate explanations? Consequently, most classmates perceived this situation as a misunderstanding. However, Ding Dang persisted, adamantly proclaiming in the group chat, "Do not be deceived by Jiang Yi. He is not as innocent as he appears. Just moments ago, when he refused to be my guarantor, he mocked me, claiming I do not deserve to live. He further insisted he is merely feigning innocence. If I were to perish, it would undoubtedly be at Jiang Yi's hands. Ling Jia, you must avenge me, Wang Lingling." After posting these messages, Ding Dang's gaze toward Jiang Yi grew defiant, as if to say, "If you dare lay a finger on me, Wang Lingling will surely exact her vengeance." Jiang Yi found Ding Dang's obstinacy amusing. "You speak so decisively. Are you not concerned that someone with ill intent might take the opportunity to kill you and frame me?" Ding Dang's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his bravado, stating, "We are all classmates. Not everyone is as twisted as you and Yong Wa. As long as I know you wouldn't dare to kill me, that is sufficient." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Yu Ziyu, who was responsible for registering members of the mutual aid group, approaching. Ding Dang dashed to Yu Ziyu's side, exclaiming, "At last you've come. Did Ling Jia send you to protect me?" Yu Ziyu, inspired by Jiang Yi's remarks, contemplated seeking the administrator for further information. However, since Ding Dang has expressed his thoughts, he naturally felt compelled to mediate, stating, "All right, I've noticed your concerns in the chat group. We are all classmates. So let's communicate respectfully and refrain from unnecessary quarrels. Firstly, Ding Dang, whether Jiang Yi chooses to be your guarantor is entirely his prerogative. You should harbor no ill feelings regarding this matter. Secondly, Jiang Yi, as we are all peers, even if you are unwilling to act as a guarantor, there is no need for disparaging remarks towards your fellow classmates. Moreover, residing on the 20th floor with exorbitant rent, how can you lack a sense of urgency? Do you truly intend to rely solely on your classmates for assistance while contributing nothing yourself? Yong Wa also lives on the 20th floor and faces the same steep rent. Yet he exudes an aura of strength. Just his silhouette alone inspires confidence that he can meet his obligations. It is time for you to engage in some self-reflection. How can there be such a disparity despite sharing the same living conditions? Previously, Yu Ziyu displayed a particularly amicable demeanor towards Lu Xun. Yet now he seems to have adopted an air of authority, speaking with an authoritative tone as if wielding actual power. Ding Dang, observing that Yu Ziyu addressed him only once while he had spoken multiple times to Jiang Yi, could not help but look at Jiang Yi with a smirk of schadenfreude. However, the expression of glee on his face suddenly transformed into shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Yu Ziyu immediately turned to him, his tone tinged with impatience. "What is it now?" Ding Dang gasped, "Quick, look at the chat group. Something has happened. It seems Yong Wa is dead." Upon hearing this, both Yu Ziyu and Jiang Yi swiftly opened the chat group. Indeed, I witnessed the classmates who previously mentioned seeing Yong Wa now expressing their astonishment. "Oh my. Help. A monster. How can there be a monster in the battle room?" It's not a monster from the battle room. It seems to have come from another battle arena. It appears to be hunting Yong Wa. That's true. We are clearly nearby, yet the monster only targets Yong Wa, ignoring us. Goodness. Yong Wa is truly formidable. That creature. With its seemingly impenetrable shell, he actually managed to break through its defenses. Soon, other classmates inquired, what kind of monster is it? Is it in the battle room on the first floor? What does it look like? I have yet to see a monster. Xiao Likuan replied, it resembles a gigantic cockroach. I have no idea where it sprang from. It seems capable of altering its size. Wang Chong added, its antennae can extend and retract. And it has now ensnared Yong Wa. Wait, what? Yong Wa's body has been cleaved in two. My heavens, it's so gruesome. My eyes, exclaimed the other students. Is this for real? Cleaved in two. Does that mean Yong Wa is dead? Xiao Likuan affirmed, absolutely dead. As Jiang Yi and Yu Ziyu glanced at the chat group, they happened upon that shocking message about Yong Wa's demise. Jiang Yi found it difficult to believe that such a powerful individual as Yong Wa could have fallen to the clutches of a mere cockroach. Chapter 18. The Secret of Resurrection. The question remains, why would the cockroach actively attack Yong Wa? Jiang Yi, still in shock and confusion, noticed another message in the group. This doesn't make sense. You claim that Yong Wa has perished, yet his name remains on the roster, unchanged. Xiao Likuan exclaimed, is this true? What is happening? Could it be that the Yong Wa we perceive is not the genuine one? Might this be akin to Wang Lingling's ability, a form of duplication? Just as the students sensed something amiss, the chat group erupted with a message from Wang Chong. Oh my goodness, is this for real? The Yong Wa who just died, he has miraculously revived. Following this revelation, Xiao Likuan, equally astonished, could hardly articulate his thoughts. I can't believe it. His entire body was severed in two, and yet, he is alive. Could it be that Yang Wenxiao is some sort of reincarnated being or a formidable figure possessing another's body? How extraordinary is he? Wang Cheng interjected, incredible, truly astonishing. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. A deceased individual, resurrected. Were it not for the palpable shock conveyed through their messages, the other students would have found it difficult to accept. Yet, the gravity of their statements left no room for jest. Consequently, inquiries began to flood the chat. Is this true? Did you both witness Yang Wenxiao's resurrection with your own eyes? What exactly transpired during his revival? Did the severed body return intact? What about the cockroach that attacked Yang Wenxiao? Did it continue its assault? At this moment, the chat group was inundated with rapid-fire messages, clearly indicating that nearly all the students were engrossed in the incident concerning Yang Wenxiao's attack. At the scene of the incident, 2 students took a considerable amount of time before they finally responded in the group chat. Wow, the resurrected Yang Wenxiao has dealt with that cockroach. The massive cockroach that perished left no trace, dissipating into a beam of white light. Once the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest emerged. Moreover, a golden glow radiated from Yang Wenxiao. At this moment, Wang Lingling interjected, that golden glow must indicate that Yang Wenxiao has leveled up to level 1. Ding Ding exclaimed. So, does that mean Yang Wenxiao was capable of battling the cockroach monster even at level 0? Lucian remarked, there are 3 pertinent questions we must investigate. First, why is Yang Wenxiao so formidable? Second, why did the cockroach monster choose to attack Yang Wenxiao? Third, how did Yang Wenxiao manage to resurrect? Sui Yuan added, if this survival game in the apartment truly allows for resurrection, it would be monumental news for us. Bai Ruowan speculated, resurrection must require certain conditions to be met, right? I believe this crucial information should be shared by Yang Wenxiao with his classmates. Almost all the students were captivated by the notion of resurrection, eager to pry the secret of revival from Yang Wenxiao's lips. In the face of such fervent enthusiasm, Lucian quickly analyzed, everyone, let us remain calm. The conditions for resurrection are certainly not easily fulfilled. This Yang Wenxiao is truly extraordinary. Perhaps he possesses a talent surpassing that of Sister Ling, and his resurrection ability may indeed be his unique gift. Yet, for us other students, replicating his resurrection prowess seems a daunting task. Despite this, many classmates remain unwilling to concede, persistently questioning him in the group chat and fervently tagging Yang Wenxiao. It appears that he was either exasperated by the incessant inquiries or simply decided to respond, as he suddenly spoke up in the chat. All right. Considering my recent upgrade and good spirits, I shall answer the questions you seek. First question, why do the cockroach monsters specifically target me? To be honest, I am not entirely sure. However, I suspect there are 2 possible reasons. First, I have taken a life. Second, I may have pilfered a valuable parcel from Kai Daming, which could very well belong to the cockroach monsters. Thus, for those classmates who have also looted or tampered with others' packages, be wary of potential retribution from the rightful owners. Upon reading this, Jiang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that Yang Wenchao's words were directed at him, as he too had opened someone else's package. This implied that at any moment, he could find himself in peril. Jiang Ye's body and mind tensed with vigilance, fearing that a monstrous threat might suddenly emerge and deliver a fatal blow. In the group chat, Yang Wenchao continued, "Second question, why am I stronger than you? Haha. Does my strength need justification? If a reason must be provided, it would simply be that I possess the audacity to kill both men and monsters. The third question, how did I come back to life?" Upon the release of this news, nearly all the players in the apartment held their breath, eagerly awaiting Yang Wenchao to unveil the secret of his resurrection. Fortunately, Yang Wenchao did not keep them in suspense for long. He promptly declared, "It's quite simple. For I possess survival points. According to my analysis, one survival point equates to a single opportunity for resurrection. Naturally, you may be wondering, how did I acquire survival points? In the spirit of camaraderie, I shall share this with you. The method to obtain survival points is rather straightforward. It involves taking lives. I claimed 2 survival points by eliminating Chun Yuan and Fan Yuhang. By slaying Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping, I secured another 2 survival points. This means I now have 4 chances to revive. All right, I have addressed all your inquiries. For those who are wise, refrain from tagging me further, or else I will ensure that those who tag me vanish from the apartment." Such a statement radiates an aura of dominance. Yet, at this moment, all the students' attention is fixated on the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzz with the revelation, as if they have been forcibly ushered into a new realm of understanding. To kill is to gain survival points, and survival points are tantamount to resurrection tokens. Is this not compelling them to commit murder? At this rate, how many of the 80 students will ultimately succeed in passing the novice assessment? In this moment, some students are elated while others are filled with trepidation. The fortunate ones rejoice at the simplicity of acquiring resurrection tokens. All it requires is the act of taking a life. The prevailing sentiment is one of apprehension. Some classmates have foreseen the chaos that will ensue following Yang Wenchao's revelation, wondering how many will perish inexplicably. Regardless of whether one feels joy or dread at this moment, the seeds of violence have been sown in the hearts of nearly all students. Moreover, some have already begun to contemplate murder. After all, the allure of resurrection is overwhelmingly potent. Even Jiang Yi cannot resist its pull. However, at this juncture, Jiang Yi harbors significant doubts regarding Yang Wenchao's claims. Is it truly possible that he resurrected solely through survival points? His assertions lack substantiation, and it is entirely plausible that he is fabricating his story. It is conceivable that he employed other means to achieve resurrection and deliberately concocted this narrative to incite his classmates into a frenzy of self-destruction over survival points and chances of revival. Given Yang Wenchao's twisted nature, the likelihood of such a scenario cannot be dismissed lightly. Just as Jiang Yi is deep in thought, a sudden chill courses from his feet to the crown of his head. Instinct for survival compels him to swiftly raise his hand, seizing the wrist of an assailant brandishing a knife. The hand connected to the wrist clutches a short blade approximately 10 centimeters in length. Ding ding. Baring his teeth in a savage grimace, seems to channel all his strength as he thrusts the knife forcefully towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's grip on the wrist is equally formidable, his face reddening from the exertion. Amidst their struggle, the bystander, Yuziyu, stands momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly realizes that it was Yang Wenchao's words that provoked Ding Ding. Thus, he seeks to eliminate Jiang Yi, driven by the desire for survival points and the opportunity for resurrection. Originally, the two were already embroiled in a dispute, and at that moment, a surprise attack presented itself as the opportune moment. Not to mention Ding Ding, even Yuziyu sought to seize a chance for revival. However, the thought of taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, what if, during the mediation of a conflict, he inadvertently caused the death of another? This scenario would seem reasonable, and others would likely refrain from voicing their objections. From this perspective, the individual mistakenly killed by Yuziyu should have been Ding Ding, as he was the one who initiated the aggression and therefore more deserving of retribution. Nonetheless, Yuziyu harbored other considerations. Jiang Yi was destined to perish, an inevitability he could not escape today. Conversely, Ding Ding might still possess some potential for the future. In terms of value, sacrificing Jiang Yi seemed the more advantageous choice. Moreover, at that moment, Ding Ding's blade was poised directly at Jiang Yi. Yuziyu approached under the pretense of mediating, ostensibly to separate the two, while covertly guiding that blade towards Jiang Yi, a maneuver that would be simpler to execute. In the blink of an eye, Yuziyu reached a conclusion. He immediately assumed an imposing and wrathful demeanor, directing an indignant shout at Ding Ding. Ding Ding, what are you doing? Release Jiang Yi at once. As he spoke, he lunged to seize the knife from Ding Ding's grasp, prepared for the possibility of an accidental killing. Chapter 19. The first kill Yuziyu's intervention did not alleviate Jiang Ye's anxiety. On the contrary, it heightened his tension. In truth, this doppelganger possessed greater strength than Ding Dang. However, Ding Dang had struck first, leaving Jiang Yi to hastily defend himself. Bending his legs and arching his upper body backward. This is evidently not an appropriate posture for exerting force. Consequently, his resistance is considerably more strenuous than Ding Dang's. If this deadlock persists, he might manage to fend off Ding Dang, but it will require time. The sudden intervention of Yuziyu instills in him a profound sense of unease. He is uncertain whether Yuziyu genuinely intends to assist him or harbors ulterior motives. He cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. Decisive action must be taken. Thus, before Yuziyu can reach out to seize the knife, Jiang Yi unleashes a fierce shout. However, it is not aimed at urging Ding Dang to release his grip, but rather invoking the golden light technique. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light shoots directly towards Ding Dang's fierce visage. Jiang Yi aims for his forehead, but his aim falters, and the golden light pierces through Ding Dang's cheek, instantly creating a blood hole the size of a grain of rice. He screams in agony. Yet, Jiang Yi's actions are not yet complete. Seizing the opportunity while Ding Dang is momentarily weakened, he swiftly reverses the short blade and thrusts it back at Ding Dang. But that is not the end. He draws forth his own poisoned blood dagger and plunges it fiercely into Ding Dang's body. With a sickening squelch, the dark blade is instantly soaked in viscous crimson. As it is Jiang Ye's first act of murder, it is far from a clean, swift execution. Instead, he thrusts repeatedly, his hand trembling violently around the hilt. Though Yuziyu harbors murderous intent, he has never witnessed such a scene. He stands paralyzed for a moment before regaining his senses, exclaiming to Jiang Yi in alarm, "Stop! Jiang Yi, you must stop. Ding Dang is going to be killed by you. Ding, you have killed a level 0 player. Congratulations. You have gained 1 survival point." Jiang Yi is jolted back to reality by this notification. With a clatter, his hand weakened, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. Yet, almost instantaneously, he retrieved the poisoned blade, his gaze vigilant and wary as he regarded Yuzufish. Observing his demeanor, Yuzufish dared not advance any further. The notion of mistakenly killing Jiang Yi swiftly dissipated within him. After all, in a direct confrontation, he held no confidence in his ability to eliminate Jiang Yi. Moreover, Jiang Yi had acquired a survival point, granting him a chance at resurrection. Even if he were to slay him, it was likely that he would resurrect like Yong Wa, potentially turning the tide with a counterattack. Yuzufish now not only refrained from harming Jiang Yi, but also felt a twinge of fear towards him. He retreated a few steps before exclaiming, "What? Do you still wish to kill me as well?" At that moment, within the chat group, someone made a startling discovery. Oh no. The member list has decreased again. Ding Dang from class 2 has died. Is that true? So, Ding Dang's claim that Jiang Yi intended to kill him was genuine? He only just learned the secret of resurrection, and Jiang Yi has already killed Ding Dang. Could it be that someone else killed Ding Dang and framed Jiang Yi? I don't think Jiang Yi is the type to initiate a murder. As the group buzzed with speculation, Jiang Yi maintained his focus on Yuzufish while responding. Just now, after Yong Wa revealed the secret of resurrection, Ding Dang suddenly ambushed me. I acted in self-defense and ended up killing him in the process. This can also be corroborated by Yuzufish, who was present at the scene. Yuzufish, of course, had also seen Jiang Ye's message. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, I was present at the scene." It was undoubtedly Ding Dang who launched a surprise attack on Jiang Yi. Upon hearing this, a brief silence enveloped the group. However, it wasn't long before some classmates expressed their disbelief. But surely, self-defense shouldn't result in death, right? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Jiang Yi, can you assert that when you killed Ding Dang in self-defense, you weren't contemplating the opportunity to resurrect through murder? Clearly, the students were deeply concerned about the concept of survival points. As the conversation progressed, it shifted back to this topic. Lucian interjected with a question. Jiang Yi, did you truly acquire survival points? And did you receive any indications that these points could be used for resurrection? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi replied, I did indeed receive a notification of 1 survival point, but I am uncertain whether it can be utilized for resurrection. In fact, I had intended to mention prior to Ding Dang's ambush that Yong Wenchao's words might not be truthful. He could very well be attempting to incite us into mutual slaughter by claiming that the survival points obtained from killing can be used for resurrection. As soon as these words were spoken, top students like Wang Lingling, Lucian, and Su Yuan experienced a moment of clarity and found Jiang Ye's reasoning quite compelling. The notion of resurrection could hardly be that straightforward. It was entirely plausible that it was merely a fabrication by Yong Wenchao. However, not everyone possessed the intellect of high achievers. The majority of students, intoxicated by the mere idea of resurrection, sarcastically remarked, now that you've secured a survival point, You feign innocence and insist that survival points cannot be used for resurrection. The remarks made were utterly absurd. Was there truly any difference between telling a billionaire that he has no interest in wealth? You have already reaped the benefits while leaving us to endure the harsh winds of adversity. Is this not akin to the suggestion that experts should be compensated for their labor? It is quite simple to ascertain whether survival points can indeed facilitate resurrection. Merely eliminate Jiang Yi and observe whether he can return to life. Jiang Yi was astounded by such statements. Clearly, his classmates had not exhibited such behavior before. It was evident that the information divulged by Yong Wa had ignited a fervor within them, causing their discourse to grow increasingly acrimonious. Ironically, at this moment, the previously arrogant Yong Wa, who had insisted that others refrain from mentioning him, specifically tagged Jiang Yi in the group chat. "Ah, you accuse me of fabricating information to deceive? Have you considered the repercussions of provoking me? Jiang Yi, given that you have already tampered with the express delivery and acquired survival points, it is only a matter of time before a creature emerges from the shadows to claim your life, rather than succumbing to a monster. Why not offer me your head instead? What say you, Jiang Yi? Would you care to grant me this favor?" Jiang Yi. Evidently, Yong Wa was reveling in the chaos. The other classmates, witnessing his audacity, chimed in. "What? Jiang Yi has tampered with express deliveries? Does that not mean he too will be pursued by monsters? Even if he evades the monsters, he cannot afford the rent and would not survive the day anyway." Thus, Yong Wa's assertions hold merit. Rather than allowing Jiang Yi to be slain by a monster, it would be better to transform him into our opportunity for resurrection. As the public opinion overwhelmingly swayed, Wang Lingling boldly interjected, "Everyone, please remain calm. Today, you may kill Jiang Yi in pursuit of this so-called chance at resurrection, yet tomorrow, others may employ the same rationale to take your lives." She urged her peers to empathize. "Consider, if such a fate befell you, would you wish to be the condemned? Do not be misled into believing that murder will grant you a chance at revival. Instead, you must remain vigilant that you might become a mere instrument for another's resurrection. Thus, we must not initiate this cycle. Whether Jiang Yi will be slain by the monster remains uncertain. However, we must never justify his death for this reason. This applies not only to Jiang Yi, but to all members of our mutual aid group." Upon her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the group for a moment. Eventually, a few girls began to respond, affirming, "Ling Jia is right. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If we treat Jiang Yi this way today, we may find ourselves facing a similar fate tomorrow." Agreed. We are human beings, superior creatures. We cannot devolve into beasts, forsaking our humanity. I support Ling Jia. It is a privilege for all of us in the mutual aid group to have someone as formidable as her watching over us. In an instant, Wang Lingling was met with an outpouring of support, her reputation soaring once more. However, despite the vocal affirmations, the true sentiments of her classmates remained shrouded in ambiguity. Jiang Yi, sensing the tide had turned in his favor, breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly bid farewell to the wandering fish, citing his fear of being pursued by monsters. Simultaneously, this imminent threat of being hunted compelled him to swiftly accept a cleaning task on the 20th floor, after which he took the elevator back to his apartment. However, he did not immediately commence his cleaning duties. Instead, he first returned to his residence on the 20th floor. Inside the apartment, Jiang Yi's true form and his doppelganger exchanged a handshake. The solitary point of survival possessed by the doppelganger seamlessly transferred to Jiang Yi's true form. In that instant, Jiang Yi received a notification. "Would you like to consume 1 point of survival to create a new doppelganger? Yes, no." Chapter 20. The second doppelganger indeed. Points of survival can also be utilized to create doppelgangers. As Jiang Yi absorbed the notification, a fleeting spark of euphoria ignited in his eyes. A new doppelganger signifies an additional labor force. This would undoubtedly enhance his earning potential. More importantly, the new doppelganger would also possess unique talents. Just as Jiang Yi was on the verge of instinctively selecting, yes, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to pause before making a decision. He instructed his first doppelganger to retrieve the life assistant, Little Ice, and place it on the coffee table in the living room. Upon the table rested a miniature lantern, no larger than a pinky finger. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary pendant. However, in reality, it was a parcel Jiang Yi had recently unwrapped while in his bald-headed guise. Astonishingly, this seemingly trivial trinket had incurred a compensation fee of 188,000. Upon receiving this notification, Jiang Yi was utterly taken aback. This exorbitant compensation far exceeded his daily rent. He nearly stuffed the mini lantern back, contemplating ways to redistribute it. However, he was acutely aware that the higher the compensation, the more precious the parcel itself was. At that moment, he instructed Xiao Bing to employ a probing technique on the miniature lantern's adornment. Soon, the information about the lantern materialized on Xiaobing's display, Lucky Lantern, when activated. Lasts for 1 hour, slightly enhances lucky attributes. What? Just these two simple lines, and 188,000 is gone? But, lucky attributes? Is this a hidden characteristic that is not displayed on the data panel? If all players possess hidden lucky attributes, Jiang Yu seriously suspected that Yang Wenchao was the possessor of exceedingly high luck. Moreover, Wang Lingling and Gao Chang were likely quite fortunate as well. As for Jiang Ye's luck, it was difficult to determine. On one hand, he was the only one who experienced a failed awakening. On the other hand, he subsequently awakened an extraordinary X-level talent. Thus, perhaps there exists a fine line between extreme luck and extreme misfortune. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss. However, the thought that lucky attributes might influence initial talents suddenly widened his eyes. If he were to activate the Lucky Lantern while creating a new avatar, would that new avatar not possess a greater probability of inheriting a more formidable initial talent? If he could indeed obtain an avatar endowed with an SSS-level talent, then even if it cost 188 million, it would be worth every penny. Yet, with this consideration, Jiang Yu found himself wavering. The effect of the Lucky Lantern takes effect within an hour of activation. If it could provide more survival points and facilitate the creation of multiple clones in a short span of time, then the potential of the Lucky Lantern would be truly maximized. Currently, generating only one clone within that hour seems somewhat wasteful. However, refraining from creating clones in order to enhance the lucky effect is, of course, an even greater waste. Thus, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yi activated the Lucky Lantern. The miniature lantern indeed radiated a spectrum of colors. At that moment, he selected yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have generated a clone. A flash of white light passed, and indeed, another version of himself appeared in his vision. Yet, at that instant, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue that enveloped his entire being. He hurriedly reclined on the sofa, vaguely surmising that it must be due to his insufficient energy attribute, rendering him unable to effortlessly control 3 bodies simultaneously. This indicated that the attributes of his original self were of paramount importance. He faced a choice: either enhance his attributes to gain the ability to control more clones, or merge the clones, thereby strengthening his original self while also reducing their numbers. Therefore, his focus must remain on his original self. By the stroke of midnight in the game, he should contemplate the merging of clones to bolster his core self. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yu promptly checked the data panel of his second clone. Upon doing so, a dazzling light momentarily flickered in his weary eyes. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical fitness 5, 2, energy 5, 2, combat power 46, survival points 0, talent, diligence is rewarded S. Effect: your dedicated practice will surely yield results. Skills: absolute focus A. Combat posture A. Absolute focus A. Immersing oneself wholeheartedly in a single task for 1 minute, leading to a temporary enhancement based on concentration, attributes, and comprehension. Combat posture A. Upon entering combat posture, physical attributes receive a brief boost. Upon exiting, combat awareness is elevated to a certain degree. What a remarkable talent! An S-level endowment. Moreover, he has mastered 2 A-level skills, both capable of momentarily enhancing attributes. Indeed, the skill of absolute focus can even augment comprehension. This indicates that Jiang Ye's investment in the training facility will yield dividends far exceeding those of his peers. Additionally, the skill of combat posture will facilitate his growth at an accelerated pace. Furthermore, his clone's attributes have surpassed 5, with combat power reaching an impressive 46 points. This is only slightly inferior to Gao Chang's 48 points. However, Gao Chang possesses formidable lightning element skills, while this clone's development evidently leans towards melee combat. For now, it may still be unable to best Gao Chang. But fear not, for Jiang Ye's potential for growth will undoubtedly surpass all others. Of course, this hinges on his ability to truly evolve. The effect of the lucky colorful light lasts a full hour. Reluctant to waste it, Jiang Yi has instructed clone number 1, who is about to undertake cleaning duties, to wear the colorful light closely. Concerned about the possibility of the first doppelganger being ambushed by a monster, he entrusted the disguise mask to the second doppelganger, who would follow the first one invisibly. After a moment of hesitation, he also allocated the venomous dagger to the second doppelganger. The self-destructing assistant, Xiaobing, remained with the first doppelganger, with everything arranged meticulously. The first doppelganger ventured forth in plain sight, while the second doppelganger lurked in the shadows as they departed from apartment 2025. As for the original self, fatigued in both body and mind, he reclined on the sofa of the apartment. The cleaning order assigned to the first doppelganger targeted apartment 2064, necessitating movement in the opposite direction of the red light elevator. From a distance, the light in that direction appeared distinctly dimmer, emanating an aura of concealed peril. Yong Wa did not allow himself to be swept away by the prowess of the second doppelganger. Instead, he proceeded with slow, cautious steps, under the dim light. The first doppelganger meticulously discerned the room numbers, while the second doppelganger vigilantly observed the surrounding changes. Upon nearing apartment 2048, the first doppelganger felt no particular sensation, yet the second doppelganger sharply sensed a chill. Instantly, both doppelgangers tensed their nerves. At that very moment, a hissing anomaly erupted in the dark corridor, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind. The first doppelganger tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, only to suddenly feel a cold, slick sensation around his wrist. Startled, he swiftly shook his hand, his gaze catching a glimpse of a dark shape darting from his wrist. It appeared to be a slender creature reminiscent of a venomous snake. Its pitch-black form blended seamlessly into the dim environment, rendering it seemingly invisible in an instant. Yong Wa faintly sensed that his entire right hand was beginning to stiffen and tingle, even experiencing an overwhelming weakness that rendered him unable to grasp the kitchen knife firmly. Lacking combat experience, he found himself in a state of panic as he could not detect the elusive creature launching a sneak attack on him. Fortunately, his second clone still possessed some strength. Without hesitation, he activated the skills, absolute focus, and combat posture. In an instant, the second clone entered a state of complete oblivion. The dim corridor seemed to freeze in time. Thus, in this seemingly suspended moment, every subtle movement became exceedingly pronounced. A peculiar sound pierced the air, a gust of wind. The second clone's eyes snapped open, sharp and fierce. Raising his hand, he swung the knife, producing a cutting sound. Hiss, hiss. The sound now resembled a scream. A venomous serpent, its tongue flicking, suddenly expelled a foul-smelling slime from its maw. Yong Wa's two clones narrowly evaded the attack. The second clone dared not pause for even a moment. Maintaining his oblivious stance, he once again directed the poisoned blade toward the elongated creature. Due to the dim lighting, he could not confirm whether it was indeed a serpent. Yet, adhering to the principle of striking a snake at its vulnerable point, he aimed his knife at the creature's midsection. With a decisive thrust, he struck. Hiss, hiss. Yong Wa had previously shown signs of trembling while dispatching Ding, but this time, the dagger aimed at the elongated creature exhibited a newfound decisiveness and ferocity. Following the final sharp hiss, a flash of white light ensued. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Yong Wa's mind. Successfully killed a level 1 shadowless ring snake. Earn 10 energy points. Ding. Your level has been elevated to level 1. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Your energy has also increased by 1 point. Simultaneously, the dissipating white light revealed the shape of a black iron chest. Chapter 21. The Peculiar Cleaning Job Goodness. Not only did this surge elevate my level, but it also yielded a black iron chest. Yong Wa's first avatar swiftly picked up the chest, while the second avatar promptly surveyed the data panel. Yong Wa, level 1, 0 100 stamina, 6, 2 energy, 6, 2 combat power, 54 survival points, 0 talent. Heaven rewards diligence, S skills, absolute focus, A combat posture, A indeed. My stamina and energy attributes have each enhanced by 1 point. My combat power has remarkably surged to 54. With such prowess, I shall undoubtedly rank among the elite within the entire apartment cohort. Moreover, according to the notification, the foe I recently vanquished was a level 1 creature, the shadowless ring snake. As a level 0, I managed to slay a level 1 monster. It can only be said that an S-class talent is undeniably formidable. Yong Wa speculated that Yang Wenchao's talent must also be at least S-class, if not exceeding it. Of course, it is possible he possesses other opportunities as well. Yong Wa quickly composed himself and proceeded to open the newly acquired black iron chest. Inside, he discovered a silvery white ring. As per tradition, Assistant Xiao Bing was responsible for the investigation. Spatial ring, level 1. Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space. Living beings cannot be stored. Goodness. A spatial ring. Though not the item Jiang Yu most eagerly anticipated for enhancing his prowess, this object nonetheless afforded him greater mobility. In this light, Bai Ruowan's spatial pocket seemed less precious. However, the spatial ring was susceptible to theft, whereas Bai Ruowan's spatial realm was not only impervious to plunder, but also presumably more expansive. Jiang Ye's modest 1 cubic meter of space could only accommodate a few scattered items. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the initial phase. He swiftly adorned his first avatar with the spatial ring, stowing away the kitchen knife and Xiao Bing within. Although the right hand of the first avatar remained somewhat stiff and feeble, a few gentle rubs alleviated the discomfort. Thus, While massaging the wrist that had been tainted by the wooing ring snake, he proceeded with heightened caution towards apartment 2064. Unbeknownst to him, in the dim light, as he gradually moved away, the door of apartment 2048 suddenly swung open. A shadow flitted past the doorway, and just as swiftly, the door closed silently behind it. Upon reaching apartment 2064, Yong Wa encountered no further perils. Having resolved to embark on the cleaning endeavor, he found no reason for hesitation. Just as he was about to knock, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yong Wa for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward: Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. Good heavens! Yong Wa has already ascended to level 2. That was astonishingly swift. Jiang Yi hastily opened the chat group and discovered that Xiao Likuan was sharing the news. Xiao Likuan remarked, Yang Wenchao has not been ambushed by the monster again. He must have been engaged in combat with players from other apartments. Soon, a classmate responded. So battling in the combat chamber can also enhance one's level? It seems that Yang Wenchao's prowess is remarkable. He must have triumphed over players from other apartments to level up. Thus, Yang Wenchao is likely the strongest among us now? Damn. I wish to visit the combat chamber to experience the world and interact with players from other apartments. But alas, only those residing on the 20th floor or above are permitted. I feel that if Zhang Yi hopes to survive today, he should also venture into the combat chamber to face players from other apartments. Otherwise, relying solely on menial work will never suffice to cover the exorbitant rent. Alas, some yearn to battle with players from other apartments yet lack the opportunity, while others have the chance but are too timid to engage. Such is the nature of this world, much like how wealth perpetually flows to those who already possess it. Indeed, it is a lamentable reality. However, having someone as formidable as Yang Wenchao in our apartment is a stroke of fortune. Jiang Yi discerned that many classmates still harbored animosity toward him, subtly mocking him both overtly and covertly. He chose to disregard their sentiments, but found himself increasingly eager to utilize the combat chamber. If his second avatar were to engage in battle, the odds of victory seemed quite favorable. Contemplating this, his first avatar knocked on the door of apartment 2064. Strangely, at the very moment the first avatar rapped upon the door, Jiang Ye's original self, situated in apartment 2025, inexplicably heard the sound of knocking as well. Startled, he turned abruptly toward the door. What in the world? Is this some sort of haunting? Surely, apartment 2064 cannot possibly be the same as his own 2025. Or could it be that when a door is knocked upon in one apartment, all rooms on the same floor resonate with the sound? Jiang Yi felt uncertain. Yet the eerie knocking sent chills down his spine. Just then, the door to apartment 2064 creaked open silently, though no one was visible to have opened it. In an instant, his first clone tensed up, a shiver running down his back. However, he soon realized that it was not that no one had opened the door. Rather, it was a living assistant robot, identical to Xiao Bing, that had come to greet him. Its diminutive stature made it nearly unnoticeable. Just as Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief, he heard the assistant's cold, mechanical voice. Are you the cleaning staff with employee number 007? Please present your identification badge. This particular assistant robot seemed to have undergone personalized settings. Its voice lacked the soft and endearing tone of Xiao Bing, instead adopting a businesslike demeanor reminiscent of a professional woman. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Yi instinctively thought of his mathematics teacher, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. He dared not delay and promptly presented his identification badge. After verifying the badge, the small robot led him into the apartment. As it glided across the floor, it continued in the same official tone. The owner is not at home. Your cleaning duties will be supervised by me. Jiang Yi felt an increasing sense of relief. No one was present. He harbored a slight social anxiety and was concerned about the potential dangers posed by the apartment's residents. However, as his gaze swept across the living room, he sensed that something was amiss. The apartment appeared immaculate and tidy, seemingly devoid of the need for cleaning. At that moment, the diminutive robot spoke up. The master places great importance on hygiene, hence the home is exceptionally clean. Your task, however, is to locate the 10,086 strands of hair that the master has shed. Subsequently, you are to wash, dry, and meticulously apply care oil to each individual strand before organizing and storing them away. Only then will your task be deemed complete. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar nature of the assignment. Nevertheless, despite its oddity, the task did not seem overly daunting, and the domestic assistant robot appeared rather accommodating. He thus inquired, "May I ask if you possess specialized tools for locating hair?" The information he received from the cleaning service station indicated that the tools required for cleaning were to be provided by the clients and did not necessitate personal provision. However, The robot's response was unequivocal. The master's hair is exceptionally precious, and it is absolutely impermissible to employ cleaning tools such as vacuums or floor scrubbers. You must rely on your eyes to locate the strands and use your hands to collect them. Exercise utmost caution, for even a single hair must not be harmed. Should any strand meet with misfortune, the robot's display adopted a fearful expression before continuing. The master would be exceedingly furious, and your fate would be dire indeed. Very dire. Exasperated, Jiang Yi swallowed hard and asked, "Is it still possible for me to cancel this cleaning task?" "Yes, it is possible." Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, only to hear the robot continue. "You need to settle a compensation of 12,000. What the hell? His entire salary for this job was only 6,000. Yet the compensation demanded was 12,000. Why not just resort to robbery? Jiang Yi had already accrued a staggering debt of 350,000, though it is said that a multitude of debts does not crush one. He certainly could not afford to completely give up. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and asked, "May I inquire where your master's hair is distributed?" "It is scattered throughout the entire apartment, but the bathroom should contain the most." Jiang Yi sighed. "Then let us head to the bathroom first." As the first clone diligently began its cleaning duties, the second clone, donning a disguise and remaining cloaked, did not enter apartment 2064. It lingered at the entrance for a moment, ensuring that the first clone was not in immediate danger, before deciding to check the battle room on the first floor. However, just as the second clone took a few steps towards the elevator, a shadow suddenly obstructed its path. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Shadow. The shadow appeared as if conjured from thin air, without any prior warning. At that moment, the second clone was still cloaked, instantly alert. It braced itself, yet was uncertain whether this shadow could indeed perceive its hidden form. Then, a deep and resonant voice emerged from the shadow. "Are you in need of money?" "What? In need of money?" Jiang Yi remained uncertain, hesitating to speak. The shadow, noticing his silence, seemed to grow impatient, bluntly stating, "That little trick of invisibility won't fool anyone. May I inquire once more, are you in need of money? I can assist you in swiftly amassing considerable wealth, far more rapidly and effortlessly than through your current cleaning job." How enticing. A quick and simple means to earn money. This sounds remarkably like a scam, doesn't it? Jiang Yi instinctively harbored doubts. However, uncertain of the shadow's true nature, he refrained from outright rejection. Instead, he inquired in a low voice, "What exactly do you propose I do to earn this quick money?" "Quite simple." The shadow, seemingly a being enveloped in a black cloak, made a gesture, and a jade token was tossed in Jiang Yi's direction. He caught the token and examined it while listening to the shadow's explanation. "Wear this, and the survival points you acquire from killing will be stored within this jade pendant. Afterward, return to the 20th floor to find me. I shall purchase this jade token from you at the rate of 100,000 for each survival point. For instance, if you gather 5 survival points, you could exchange this token for 500,000. The revelation took Jiang Yi by surprise. He currently owed a staggering 350,000, and it was evident that he could never repay it through mere labor. Following the shadow's proposed transaction, he would only need to eliminate 4 individuals. Not only could he settle his debts, but also have a little extra money to spare. This proposition was indeed enticing. Jiang Yi seriously suspected that Yang Wenchao's relentless killings, surpassing even those of his peers, might be the result of a similar deal with the shadow. Yet, Jiang Yi's circumstances were distinctly different from those of Yang Wenchao. His survival points allow him to directly generate avatars. Calculating it this way, trading 1 survival point for 100,000 is undoubtedly not worthwhile. Moreover, he speculated that the true value of survival points and survival stones should far exceed 100,000. The shadow, on the surface, seemed to be cooperating with him in a transaction. In reality, it was taking advantage of him. From this perspective, the shadow likely could not obtain survival points through murder. Thus, it resorted to collaborating with players in this manner. Jiang Yi pondered for a long time. He was not a person who indiscriminately killed innocents, nor would he likely seek out others to kill solely for the sake of survival points. However, if he could not repay the enormous debt of 350,000, then this transaction with the shadow might indeed present a way out. Consequently, he did not outright refuse the shadow, but instead inquired, "If I simply carry this jade token with me, will all the survival points earned from killing be absorbed by it?" The shadow discerned Jiang Yi's underlying meaning and nodded, explaining, "If you wish to acquire survival points for yourself, simply leave the jade token in your apartment or place it in spatial equipment. However, I must caution you that the survival points you acquire cannot be utilized within this apartment. If you cannot escape this apartment alive, then the survival points you possess will hold no significance." Clearly, this was an attempt to persuade Jiang Yi to store his survival points within the jade token and exchange them for money with the shadow. Jiang Yi remained silent. After accepting the jade token, he addressed the shadow. I will consider this seriously. As he spoke, the shadow that had just blocked his path seemed to vanish into thin air. Jiang Yi cast his gaze around, but the dim light obscured his vision. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly made his way towards the elevator bathed in red light. Disguising himself with a mask that rendered him bald, he descended to the first floor. Upon reaching the lobby, he noticed several classmates gathered at the front desk, seemingly preparing to request loans from the administrator. The appearance of Jiang Ye's bald persona instantly sparked discussions among the students. However, he remained focused and proceeded directly towards the direction of the battle room. The classmates began to murmur, "Is that bald figure one of our classmates in disguise, or a resident of the apartment?" I recall that Li Wenjie from Class 1 possesses a skill for detection. Perhaps she could discern the truth. Has she gone up the stairs to run errands? I wonder when she will return. Once she does, we should have her check the battle room. She might unveil the true identity of the bald man. But what if he truly is a resident? Would employing a detection skill provoke him to lash out violently? Surely not. Even if he were to go on a rampage. Yang Wenchao is still in the battle room. He wouldn't just stand by and watch, would he? Let's be realistic. He would be grateful if he could avoid adding to the chaos. Perhaps it is best to leave the bald man's identity alone. Whether he is a classmate or an apartment resident, I feel it would be wise for us to keep a low profile and avoid provoking others. Sigh. If only I were as powerful as Yang Wenchao. This time, I have taken out a loan with the intention of utilizing the features of the training room. In hopes of enhancing my physical fitness and vitality, I am preparing to see if I can grasp any skills. The discussions among a few classmates did not concern Jiang Yi. As he stepped into the battle room, he was greeted by a series of machines resembling ATMs. There were 2 rows, each containing 10 devices, totaling 20 combat apparatuses. Among them, the machine on the left side near the entrance was illuminated by a green light, indicating that Yang Wenchao was currently engaged with it. The remaining 19 devices stood idle. Additionally, beside Yang Wenchao's machine, 2 students were stationed, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang, who had previously been sharing updates about Yang Wenchao in the group chat. Upon noticing the bald-headed Jiang Yi, their expressions shifted to one of vigilance. However, Jiang Yi approached them with confidence and cast a glance at Yang Wenchao's device. This brief observation revealed to him the reason for Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang's presence. The enclosed device, akin to an ATM, featured a display screen the size of an A4 sheet. On this screen, Yang Wenchao's combat footage was being broadcasted. The scene depicted a ring the size of a basketball court. Yang Wenchao was engaged in a match against a nimble young woman, presumably a player from another dormitory, appearing to be in her early 20s and resembling a university student. Yet, she seemed to possess athletic prowess or martial arts training, as she held her ground against Yang Wenchao remarkably well. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yi felt a tinge of surprise. He had expected that, given Yang Wenchao's strength, he would dominate the battle room effortlessly. At present, it appears that the formidable warriors from other apartments are not to be underestimated. Fortunately, the outcomes in the battle chamber pertain solely to financial gain or loss, rather than matters of life and death. Even in defeat, one merely incurs a monetary loss, without the peril of actual demise. Thus, this battle chamber essentially functions as a form of virtual gaming. Jiang Yi observed for a while. As Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang noted his lack of interference, their previously tense demeanor gradually relaxed, redirecting their focus back to Yang Wenchao's struggle in combat. Witnessing Yang Wenchao gradually falter, Wang Chang could not help but express his regret. It seems Yang Wenchao has wagered a staggering 100,000, doesn't he? If he loses, it would be akin to losing everything he has worked for. Xiao Liquan nodded in agreement. There's no way around it. This opponent is simply too formidable. This girl likely possesses at least an S-level talent. Moreover, I sense that Yang Wenchao's matched opponent is directly related to the amount he wagered. In this time frame, a competitor capable of wagering 100,000 is undoubtedly exceptional. Wang Chang lamented. Damn it, I can't even spare 100. Yet Yang Wenchao can risk 10,000 at a time. The disparity between people is truly infuriating. Xiao Liquan further reflected. If it is indeed the case that individuals from across the globe have transcended into these various apartments, then those at the pinnacle of the pyramid may very well surpass both Yang Wenchao and this girl. After all, with such a vast population, it is inevitable that extraordinary luck will yield individuals beyond our wildest imaginations. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang could not stifle his astonishment. Extraordinary luck. Could it be that they possess SSS-level talent? Sigh. I truly wish my parents were of SSS-level talent. That way, when I reunite with them, I would instantly become a wealthy heir. Xiao Liquan was left speechless upon hearing this, but upon further reflection, if his parents indeed grew to become top-tier powerhouses and they could live to reunite, then he could certainly enjoy the perks of being a rich second generation, couldn't he? It is quite delightful to ponder. However, just as the two indulged in this line of thought, a new notification suddenly echoed in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 individuals have ascended to level 1, automatically activating the apartment ranking board. Chapter 23. Apartment ranking board. No. 1008 newbie apartment ranking board. First place, Yong Wa, level 2. Second place, Wang Lingling, level 1. Third place, Zhang Jitian, level 1. Fourth place, Gao Chang, level 1. Fifth place, Ku Zhengfei, level 1. Sixth place, Lucian, level 1. Seventh place, Jiang Yi, level 1. Eighth place, Su Yuan, level 1. The entire ranking board occupied a space beyond the data panel and chat group, serving as the third player function. It was starkly desolate, displaying only 8 players. With its emergence, the chat group was instantly ablaze with excitement. No way. Really? 8 people have already reached level 1. Gao Chang is so formidable, yet he ranks only 4th. This ranking board must list players of the same level according to their upgrade times, right? Zhang Jintian and Ku Jingfei, without making any ostentatious displays, surprisingly ascended to level 1, despite not joining any mutual aid groups. The most astonishing revelation, however, was that Jiang Yi had also reached level 1. Could it be that he leveled up while defeating Ding Ding? Yuziu remarked, it is unlikely that Jiang Yi leveled up during the confrontation with Ding Ding, as it is said that when one levels up, a golden light shines, which did not occur at that moment. So, Jiang Yi must have been pursued by a monster afterward? Remarkably, he survived and ascended to level 1. In light of this, one might speculate that the monsters are not particularly formidable. Not formidable, my foot. I recall Yong Wa mentioning that Jiang Yi had previously opened packages. He must possess powerful items extracted from those deliveries, enabling him to turn the tables on the monster and achieve level 1. Damn. I wish to steal packages as well. I advise against such impulsiveness. The act of stealing packages is purely a gamble. The likelihood of obtaining something valuable is uncertain, but the penalties are undoubtedly exorbitantly high. Yet, I still feel envious. Those who have reached level 1 not only possess greater strength but also gain a place on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, we, the level 0s, are utterly insignificant. It feels as though we are akin to cannon fodder in a novel, unworthy even of names. Indeed, I yearn to level up as well. Much like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it seems that working to pay rent is merely the most basic survival requirement, whereas leveling up and gaining strength represents a higher aspiration we should pursue. By the way, could those who have reached level 1 share their leveling experiences? Perhaps the rest of us could glean insights to replicate their success? Thus, a vigorous discussion unfolded in the group regarding the topic of leveling up. Among the 8 students, none shared their upgraded experiences. At that moment, the screen of device number 1 in the battle room abruptly displayed the word fail. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang were jolted back to reality from their chat group, staring in astonishment at the screen. What? Yong Wa actually lost? 100,000. Just like that, it's gone. I remember that the rent for a day on the 20th floor is merely 120,000. This is truly exorbitant beyond measure. I can only imagine that Yong Wa, having lost 100,000, must be in a foul mood. Perhaps we should withdraw to avoid being caught in the crossfire of his wrath? Then, let us retreat. Quickly, let us hurry. With that, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chang hastily exited the battle room. Jiang Yi, upon seeing the fail on the screen, also felt a pang of anxiety and followed suit. Leaving the battle room, he still wished to utilize the battle room to contend against other formidable opponents from different apartments. However, accessing the battle room required funds, and at present, he was laden with debts. Thus, after departing from the battle room, Jiang Yi made his way to the front desk where the apartment administrator was stationed. A few students still lingered around, visibly tense and hesitant to engage him in conversation. Jiang Yi paid them no mind and directly inquired of the administrator, "May I ask how much loan credit I have?" Previously, his first avatar had inquired and was informed of a loan limit of 50,000. Now, it was the second avatar. The administrator, expressionless, glanced at him and replied succinctly, 300,000. The revelation of this figure left the surrounding students utterly astounded and speechless. As they cast their gaze upon Jiang Yi, it was as if they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, they began to suspect that this bald individual was merely a disguise of one of their classmates. What astonished them further was the revelation that this enigmatic classmate had managed to secure a loan amounting to 300,000 for ordinary students like themselves. Obtaining a few hundred in loans was already cause for celebration. Those who could acquire a loan exceeding 1,000 were exceedingly rare, and those who could surpass 10,000 were, in their experience, non-existent. Yet, here was this bald figure, effortlessly securing a loan of 300,000. How utterly absurd. Being aware of the loan process, they understood that each individual's loan limit was determined by their potential assessed by the administrators. The greater a student's developmental potential, the higher their loan cap would be. This implied that the mysterious classmate disguised as a bald man was indeed exceptional. Could it be that he was Zhang Jintian or Ku Jingfei, who were both low-key yet formidable on the rankings? A few classmates began to speculate about Jiang Ye's identity. However, after inquiring about the loan interest, Jiang Yi ultimately applied for a modest loan of 500, promising to repay 600 before midnight. Just as he was about to head to the combat room with his loan approval, he noticed that the chat group had suddenly become lively. The commotion was sparked by a classmate extolling the prowess of their new player apartment, noting that within such a short span, there were already 8 level 1 players. While other classmates continued to optimistically praise the ranking elites, Yang Wenxiao, who had just lost a significant sum of money, abruptly doused their enthusiasm with a cold remark. You're all getting carried away over just a handful of level 1 players? How ignorant one can be. I reside in our apartment, presumably the most formidable presence here. Yet, the players I encounter in the battle chamber are nothing short of a constellation of skilled warriors. Countless individuals possess strength comparable to mine, and many surpass it. If you continue to maintain such optimism without a hint of urgency, you may indeed become cannon fodder. Unable to even pass the novice apartment's assessment, were such sentiments expressed by an ordinary classmate, they might evoke disdain and ridicule. However, when voiced by Yang Wenxiao, a palpable pressure enveloped the room. Just as the classmates transitioned from optimism to pessimism, Yang Wenxiao interjected, through the battles in the chamber. I have discerned that with sufficient strength, earning money becomes remarkably simple. A single match could yield winnings of 80 or even 100,000. Of course, this is contingent upon your victory. Just recently, I lost a staggering 100,000 in a single confrontation. Upon hearing this, the entire class was left in utter shock. Their rent for 10 days did not amount to 100,000, yet Yang Wenxiao lost that sum in one battle. This is absurd. The disparity is far too vast. Indeed, regardless of the environment, does the pinnacle of the pyramid always remain far removed from the common folk? As the students grappled with their astonishment, Yang Wenxiao continued. 100,000 is merely a number. Having lost, I shall recover as my strength increases. Therefore, I wish to organize a group of classmates to explore the depths of the third-floor corridor in hopes of achieving team-based advancement. At this proclamation, the entire class erupted with enthusiasm. Well, forming a team to level up? What a splendid idea. I've long desired to elevate my rank. And we have a master to guide us in this endeavor. It's simply exhilarating. Damn, Brother Chao is incredible. Who would dare speak ill of him now? I, Su Kai-Xian, will be the first to confront them. Brother Chao is amazing. I shall immediately set aside my current tasks to seek you out for a team. Evidently, with the release of the level rankings, the students' desire to advance has reached unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Yang Wenxiao's suggestion to form a team, they were all aflame with excitement, feeling they could finally cling to a golden opportunity. However, Yang Wenxiao promptly followed up in the group chat, stating, exploring the depths of the corridor, even in a team, will inevitably carry risks. What I require are those who can confront danger and combat foes, not merely those looking to cling to success or hinder progress. Thus, students with a combat power below 20 need not apply. For those with combat power exceeding 20, who wish to level up swiftly, gather at the third-floor elevator within 10 minutes. This decisive proclamation elicited varied reactions among the students. Many, whose combat power was far below 20, lamented, feeling their earlier excitement had been in vain. Conversely, those with combat power exceeding 20 were indeed a rarity. They regarded Yang Wenxiao's proposal with a degree of hesitation. While the desire to level up was strong, they were acutely aware of his previous lethal actions. His conduct was notoriously unpredictable and violent. What if, upon forming a team, he turned against his allies? Yet, teaming up with the formidable Yang Wenxiao would significantly mitigate the risks of exploring the corridor's depths. This balance of advantages and disadvantages became their point of internal conflict. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi also found himself embroiled in similar ambivalence. Should one first form a team to level up and enhance their skills before engaging in combat? Or should they directly partake in battles to earn rewards while observing their peers as they explore the depths of the corridor? In Chapter 24, The God of War Rankings, Stubborn Bronze. Jiang Yi hesitated for but a brief moment before resolutely making his way toward the battle room with the recently borrowed sum of 500. After all, he currently embodied the persona of a bald uncle. Joining a crowded team for leveling would undoubtedly lead to a barrage of inquiries. Even if he shed his disguise and attempted to team up as Jiang Yi, it would still be inappropriate. Previously, he had showcased his data panel with the first avatar. which clearly indicated that his talent was of C grade, specifically gold element affinity. Should he be compelled to display his data panel during team formation? Revealing instead an S-grade talent of heaven rewards the diligent, it would surely provoke unnecessary complications. Thus, it was prudent to avoid the throngs and first familiarize himself with the battle room. Simultaneously, as the second avatar returned to the battle room, the first avatar residing in apartment 2064 finally cleared away all the hair from the first bathroom, over 1,000 strands. The damp, long hairs evoked a distinctly uncomfortable sensation within him. Following the assistant's guidance, he stored the multitude of hairs in a vessel reminiscent of a water tank. He then proceeded to the master bedroom's bathroom. It was at this moment that Yong Wa was pleasantly surprised to discover a bronze treasure chest prominently displayed on the bay window. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the bronze chest was starkly out of place in the otherwise clean and tidy ambience of the apartment. Yong Wa's eyes sparkled with a sudden bold idea as he strode purposefully toward the bay window. Simultaneously explaining to the life assistant robot, he said, "Shall I begin cleaning by the bay window in the master bedroom?" The life assistant robot had no objections, responding, "As you wish, just ensure that all 10,086 strands of hair are retrieved intact." Yong Wa nodded and approached the bay window, promptly pressing down on the bronze chest. At that moment, his body was rigid, his mood tense, yet he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Should this also be cleaned?" The life assistant robot paused, asking, "What do you mean?" "Underneath the blanket by the bay window?" It continued, "Hair from the owner typically doesn't fall beneath the blanket, but if it gives you unease, you may check." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in Yong Wa's eyes, for this implied the life assistant robot seemed unable to perceive the bronze chest. It remained uncertain whether it was solely the robot that could not see it or if all non-player residents in the apartment were similarly oblivious. Without hesitation, Yong Wa promptly stored the chest within his space. Afterwards, he continued to clean up the hair as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the second avatar in the battle room sensed the first avatar's gains and felt elated. He chose to enter the battle room's second machine and could not help but muse that this battle room housed only 20 battle devices. He pondered that should he ever possess 20 avatars, he could monopolize all 20 battle machines single-handedly. The thought was rather delightful. However, with the novice period lasting a mere 10 days, it seemed unlikely that he could simultaneously control 20 avatars. Yong Wa composed himself and directed his attention towards the battle machine number 2. This device, reminiscent of an ATM, provided an experience akin to withdrawing cash from a machine. Upon entering, the door automatically sealed shut, ensuring a commendable level of privacy. Simultaneously, a voice verified his identity as a resident of the 20th floor and promptly deducted a fee of 100 yuan for using the battle machine. As Yong Wa settled into his seat, it seemed he inadvertently activated some mechanism. A technologically advanced headgear enveloped his head. In an instant, he felt a sense of disorientation, as if he were drifting into a dream, and found himself in an entirely new realm. The space was vast, resembling the lobby of an apartment building. Everywhere he looked, there were individuals of all ages and genders, presumably players of the apocalyptic apartment game. Above each player's head hovered a dark title, Nameless Black Iron. Moreover, the most densely populated area of the lobby was situated to the north. Behind the throng of people loomed a colossal electronic screen displaying the warrior rankings. First, Zhu Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Second, Zhang Wenhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Third, Sha Bo, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fourth, Li Junqi, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fifth, Wang Chengjin, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Sixth, Ku Peng, Stubborn Bronze, 92-3. The entire leaderboard was dominated by players labeled as Stubborn Bronze, while those Yong Wa observed in the lobby were uniformly designated as Nameless Black Iron. It is evident that the unnamed Black Iron rank is of a lower caliber than the Stubborn Bronze. Those who ascend to the God of War rankings are undoubtedly the Armée de la Armée among players, residing at the pinnacle of the competitive pyramid. The God of War rankings encapsulate 100 illustrious names. The title of Stubborn Bronze, accompanied by a percentage, likely denotes the victory rate in battles. Yong Wa scrutinized the rankings from beginning to end, only to find that Yang Wenchao's name was conspicuously absent. This implies that even the formidable Yang Wenchao, residing in their apartment, has yet to qualify for the God of War rankings. No wonder he lamented in the group chat about the plethora of strong contenders from other apartments. One can only imagine the extraordinary prowess possessed by those who have made it onto the God of War rankings. As Yong Wa pondered these thoughts, a similarly bald man beside him suddenly struck up a conversation. "Hey there, just arrived at the battle room? Are you here simply to explore? Or do you have someone in mind to challenge?" Yong Wa hesitated for a moment but did not dismiss the man's approach. Instead, he inquired directly, I'm primarily here to broaden my horizons. My strength is rather insufficient for any serious combat. By the way, how does one engage in battles here? It's quite simple. The man's enthusiasm grew upon hearing Jiang Ye's admission of weakness. This entire battle room is essentially a virtual space that connects numerous apartments. Much like the games we used to play, the layout of this space is quite similar to that of the apartments, divided into several levels. New players automatically enter the lobby on the first floor, where they can view the God of War rankings and pay homage to those top-tier warriors we can barely comprehend. On the second floor, one can engage in competitive matchmaking. With a bit more expenditure, it is also possible to observe the battles of others. As for the third floor, one must attain the title of Stubborn Bronze to gain access. Therefore, we, the nameless novices, are temporarily restricted to the first and second floors. Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the hall. No wonder all the players here are of the nameless black iron rank. This first floor hall must be filled with newcomers like myself, who have only just begun using the battle arena, right? The bald man's eyes flickered with a sly thought. Of course, it's not only newcomers. There are also seasoned players who are adept at taking advantage of the inexperienced. However, he certainly would not divulge this to Jiang Yi. Instead, he cheerfully nodded and said, "Indeed, that's about right." He then tried to reassure Jiang Yi, saying, "Brother, you mentioned that you feel too weak to challenge others, but in reality, most newcomers in this first floor hall lack significant strength as well. After all, those who can enter the battle arena at this stage are merely fortunate enough to be assigned to apartments on the 20th floor or higher. Many of them possess awakened talents of D or E rank. Those who awaken a C rank talent are already considered quite formidable. Given this situation, our chances of winning against fellow newcomers are quite high. Moreover, the battle arena operates in a virtual environment. It's akin to playing a game. Even if one were to lose, it would only result in a monetary loss with no risk to one's life." As he spoke, the bald man leaned in, deliberately lowering his voice. "I arrived a tad earlier and gathered some information about the newcomers. If you wish to engage in a battle, I can introduce you to a weaker opponent for a trial." Chapter 25, Brother, Guide Me. The bald fellow presented himself as a warm-hearted, affable individual. However, Jiang Yi was no fool. His school had conducted seminars on fraud prevention, making it impossible for him to believe the bald man's fabrications. Nevertheless, he did not outright decline but instead inquired with genuine curiosity, "Is the battle room system not based on random matching, but rather allows participants to select their opponents?" The bald man responded with a smile, "Indeed, the battle room features both a matching mode and a challenge mode. In the matching mode, although it is described as random, the opponents you face are generally of similar strength. In this scenario, the odds of winning are essentially 50-50, resulting in neither substantial gains nor losses, and those with poor luck may even incur losses. Conversely, in challenge mode, one can opt for opponents weaker than oneself, thus increasing the probability of winning. However, Jiang Yi found this reasoning flawed. If everyone is challenging the weaker players, wouldn't they quickly face bankruptcy and be disinclined to return to the battle room? The bald man shook his head with a smile. Not at all. The battle room maintains fairness. In challenge mode, both parties must consent to the battle. A weaker player can fully refuse a challenge initiated by a stronger opponent. However, we newcomers initially bear the title of Unknown Black Iron, signifying our insignificance. At first glance, one cannot discern the strengths or weaknesses of our abilities. Thus, in the challenge mode, it is quite plausible for a disparity in strength to arise between the two competitors. For the stronger party, this scenario is akin to a fortunate windfall. My intention is to assist you in seizing such opportunities. The opponent is a young lady, lacking in skill, with a simple disposition, rendering her particularly susceptible to deception. I feigned weakness to challenge her, achieving victory with ease. Were it not for her awareness of her inability to defeat me, she would undoubtedly reject my challenge outright, and I would not have considered introducing her to others." The bald man's reasoning, to some extent, holds a semblance of logic. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi intentionally adopted an expression of an honest person grappling with a guilty conscience, stating, "But the young lady has not provoked me. Would it not be inappropriate for me to take advantage of her in such a proactive manner?" Upon hearing this, the bald man appeared momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Jiang Yi for an extended period, his expression seemingly betraying a hint of doubt. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, deliberately fixing an incredulous gaze upon Jiang Yi. "No, my friend, you are being far too naive. When you were first transported to the apartment, did you not hear the prompt announcing Apocalypse Apartment? This is indeed the end of days. Are you truly considering adhering to moral standards and playing the role of a saint? The crux of the matter is that if you do not take the initiative to outmaneuver others, they will surely take the initiative to outmaneuver you. Moreover, I believe that in the context of an apocalypse, our moral standards ought to be somewhat relaxed. when viewed through a lens of questionable ethics. One might argue that this is not merely a case of deceit, but rather an opportunity for enlightenment. After all, the battle arena does not result in fatal consequences. By ensnaring others, one could be seen as imparting a valuable lesson. From a different perspective, this could even be regarded as a virtuous deed. Of course, if your conscience truly weighs heavily upon you, I would not impose any expectations. Let us consider this a casual conversation and perhaps forge a friendship. However, since you have ventured into the battle arena, it signifies that you reside on a floor above the 20th, and your daily rent likely exceeds 100,000. I wonder if I shall have the pleasure of encountering you again tomorrow. Speaking of which, both of us being bald seems to be a peculiar twist of fate. Alas. The tone of lament in the bald man's voice suggests that Jiang Yi might have succumbed to the pressures of unpaid rent. Deep down, Jiang Yi understands that this individual is intentionally provoking him with talk of rent, akin to many fraud cases where the pretense of profit is merely a guise for deception. It is highly probable that the bald man and the girl he mentioned are accomplices, perhaps believing him to be of lesser strength, thus conspiring to swindle him. As Jiang Yi contemplates this, he finds himself in a state of inner conflict. According to the bald man's assertions, opponents in random matches would possess comparable strength. Therefore, without absolute prowess or hidden advantages, it is indeed challenging to profit from random matches. Thus, to achieve consistent earnings in the battle arena, the challenge mode appears to be a more prudent option. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that opponents can refuse challenges. The crux of the matter for all players seeking an advantageous position is how to present oneself as a weak contender, enticing others to accept the challenge. However, individuals like the bald man, who conspire to deceive others, are likely not in short supply. Should he not directly expose the bald man and subsequently join his fraudulent gang? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the God of War rankings. Continuing to inquire of the bald man, according to your explanation of these two modes, how can the formidable warriors on the God of War rankings boast a flawless victory rate? Given their strength, the weaker opponents would undoubtedly refrain from challenging them. And the adversaries they are randomly matched with must also possess considerable prowess. In such circumstances, achieving a perfect victory rate seems quite improbable, does it not? The answer to this question is, in fact, quite simple. The bald man had just mentioned that the matching system pairs players based on their combat power. The combat power value displayed on a player's data panel is derived from an evaluation of the player's attributes, talents, and skills, excluding any items they possess. This implies that two individuals with identical combat power values could still be drastically mismatched if one possesses powerful equipment, thereby overwhelming the other. This conclusion can be readily drawn after observing a few battles. This is the reason why the formidable warriors on the God of War rankings can maintain a perfect victory rate. However, it is entirely understandable that Jiang Yi, being new to the battle arena, remains unaware of this. The bald man, of course, is privy to this secret but chooses not to divulge it. Instead, he deceitfully remarks, well, it could be that those strong individuals possess unique advantages. For instance, if they have specifically trained in martial arts, they can maintain a winning streak even against opponents of comparable combat power. It is entirely normal for ordinary people like us to be unable to fathom the world of top-tier warriors. Normal? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and began to form some conjectures regarding the reasons behind the consecutive victories of the strong. In fact, after these musings, he turned his gaze towards the bald man and suddenly conceived a bold idea. One might wonder, in this hall, teeming with novices, how did this bald fellow discern that he was the one to exploit? Was it because of his seemingly honest demeanor? Or was it mere chance? Probably neither. With a flicker of inspiration, Jiang Yi approached the bald man and said, "Brother, I've given it some thought, and indeed, conscience cannot be eaten like a meal. If I don't earn some money soon, I won't even be able to pay today's rent. Brother, please take me under your wing. I will surely remember your kindness." The bald man had long awaited such a statement, and he quietly chuckled to himself while maintaining an amiable facade, eagerly responding, "Oh, it's not a matter of mentorship. There's no need for such formality. I simply believe that having more friends opens up more paths. However," he continued, "but firstly, you must inform me of your combat prowess, so I can ascertain whether you truly stand a chance against that girl." Jiang Yi nodded and, embodying the essence of his simple and honest appearance, replied candidly, "No problem. My talent is a C-grade affinity for gold elements, with a physical capability of 1, 2, stamina of 2, 4, and combat power of 5. 5. I also possess a skill called Golden Light Technique." His words flowed effortlessly, lacking any semblance of deceit. The bald man's heart leapt with joy, and he exclaimed, "No kidding, my friend, with those abilities, you can already be considered a formidable contender within the entire battle arena." You have just claimed that your abilities are lacking and that you fear engaging in battle. Is this not excessively cautious? Jiang Yi, wearing a perplexed expression, continued earnestly, am I truly strong? I am uncertain. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a reclusive individual, not only devoid of physical exercise, but also having never harmed even a chicken. This combat power of 5, when put to the test, might be significantly diminished. Perhaps only half of its potential might be realized. Upon hearing this, the bald man felt a sense of relief. After all, a combat power of 5 would indeed pose some pressure if exploited fully. The fact that this fellow could not harness his capabilities was fortuitous for him. He then reassured Jiang Yi, fear not. Even if you only utilize half of your 5 combat power, victory is still assured. Come, I shall lead you to that sweet, naive girl. However, you must approach her yourself, for I have previously deceived her. If she sees us together, she will undoubtedly refuse your challenge. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. Simultaneously, as the bald man guided Jiang Yi towards the second floor, he sent a private message to his accomplice, another novice ensnared, with a combat power of 5. Appears to lack cunning. Likely a case of playing the fool to catch the wise. His companion, noted as Li Ran, promptly replied, what items does he possess? A player from the 20th floor should have an initial bronze chest. This bald man, named Su Jingyao, swiftly responded to Li Ran. Ah, much like me. A fellow unfortunate soul, the bronze chest yielded a disguise mask. Thus, he, like me, presents as a balding uncle, yet his true identity remains ambiguous. Neither distinctly male nor female. Chapter 26. Unconventional Approaches. However, I suspect he is merely a youthful girl, naive enough to question whether deceiving others could be deemed immoral. Su Jingyao casually remarked. But to my surprise, Li Ran responded with a hint of uncertainty. As a sheltered young lady, do you think it might be rather unkind of us to deceive her? Su Jingyao promptly replied, Sister Ran, think it through. The world has changed. Moreover, since she has agreed to challenge you, it indicates her intention to engage in deception herself. Should she ultimately lose money, it is her own greed that has led her to this fate. Besides, it's merely a competition room. No real harm will come of it. Sister Ran, you are tasked with the role of feigning innocence, but do not truly embody that naivety at a crucial moment. At this point, Li Ran fell silent. After Su Jingyao, embodying the bald persona, led Jiang Yi up the stairs to the second floor. She gestured towards a direction from the stairwell's safety door. Do you see that girl over there in the white school uniform? Soon, you should approach her and inquire if she is willing to accept the challenge. She will undoubtedly ask about your combat strength. Do not speak the truth. Merely claim a power level of 1 point something or 2 point something, without any skills acquired. She will surely be deceived and accept your challenge. By the way, that student girl seems to live in an apartment with her family, and her parents have provided her with quite a sum of money. Brother, when you challenge her, feel free to raise the stakes. A wager of 1 or 2,000 should not pose a problem. Jiang Yi, with a look of trepidation, exclaimed. But I don't have 1 or 2,000. She had only 500 in total, which she had borrowed from the apartment manager. After paying 100 for the battle room fee, she was left with just 400. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao felt increasingly reassured. After all, the mere loan limit of 500 indicated that even the apartment manager did not hold high hopes for him. Yet, after all that effort, she had only earned 400. Nevertheless, 400 was still a decent amount, especially considering the unpredictability of random matchmaking, which could easily lead to losses. She comforted Jiang Yi a few more times before urging him to seek out Li Ran. The hall on the second floor was notably larger than that on the first. It resembled a cinema, filled with a myriad of seats. When players settled into their seats, an operational panel would automatically materialize in their minds. This panel displayed the entire map of both the second and first floors, with each player marked by a red dot. It was then that Jiang Yi realized. In challenge mode, he did not need to physically encounter his opponent. Instead, he could directly challenge the red dot on the map within his mind. Additionally, players had the option to observe ongoing battles, although this required an extra fee. Observing a match in the Black Iron Battle Room cost 100, while the fee for the Bronze Battle Room soared to 1,000. Naturally, whether the battle footage would be made public depended on the mutual consent of both combatants. Only if both opted for public viewing could others spectate. Otherwise, if either party disagreed, no one else would be able to watch. Furthermore, players who ascended to the God of War leaderboard had the privilege of setting their own spectator fee standards. The fees generated from spectators will see 10 directed to the victors of the battle. In other words, if there are 100 individuals observing a match in the Black Iron Duel Chamber, the winning side could potentially earn as much as 1,000 solely from the spectators' contributions. Additionally, viewers have the option to offer tips, of which merely 50 will reach the recipient. However, during the novice apartment phase, players are likely not affluent, resulting in a minimal number willing to spend on watching and tipping. Therefore, it is probable that the dueling chambers of most ordinary individuals will not attract spectators. Conversely, the arenas of formidable champions on the God of War leaderboard or those of internet celebrities with a substantial fanbase can indeed monetize their audience. Upon ascending to the second floor, Yong Wa did not hasten directly to the girl indicated by the bald man, since his intention was to deceive. It was prudent to act with subtlety and avoid appearing overly focused. He first found an empty seat, diligently studying the control panel in his mind. After familiarizing himself sufficiently, he then surveyed the expansive hall on the second floor. After feigning a casual inspection, he finally approached the girl in the school uniform that the bald man had pointed out. At this moment, Li Ran sent a message to Su Jingyao. Are you certain that this bald man is a naive little girl? His pretense in seeking out a challenge does not resemble someone who has been directly guided by you to approach me. Su Jingyao, concealed in the stairwell, also perceived that Jiang Ye's demeanor did not align with that of an innocent and unsophisticated individual. After a brief hesitation, she replied, perhaps he indeed possesses a remarkable talent for deception? Rest assured, Sister Ran need not worry. His loan limit is merely 500. And what he can muster now is only 400. Upon reading these words, Li Ran felt a slight sense of relief. She noticed the bald man approaching her and pretended to be engrossed in studying the control panel. When the bald man took a seat beside her and initiated conversation, he asked, classmate, which school do you attend? Li Ran feigned innocence, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhang Yi and obediently nodded. Yes, uncle. Is there something you need? Zhang Yi casually fabricated a tale. My son is about your age, also a high school student. He isn't in the same novice apartment as I am, and I'm quite concerned about his well-being. This portrayal crafted him into a figure of paternal affection, akin to a mountain of fatherly love. Li Ran was momentarily stunned once more, pondering whether this bald uncle had abandoned his disguise, his true form being that of a bald man. Nevertheless, even if his bronze treasure chest yielded different items, it was unlikely he would prove to be her adversary. Continuing her act of a dutiful girl, she offered comforting words. Uncle, do not fret too much. It seems that the initial players in the novice apartment are all from a specific demographic. They may belong to the same class, perhaps reside in the same neighborhood, or even be on the same bus. Your son should be in the same novice apartment as his classmates, looking out for one another, and surely he will be fine. Sigh. Zhang Yi exhaled deeply, feeling melancholic. I hope he isn't as unfortunate as I am. Assigned to the 20th floor, I can barely afford the rent. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to reunite with my son. Upon hearing this, Li Ran felt a twinge of empathy. However, she quickly admonished herself. Pitying the weak may lead to your own downfall. What this uncle says may not be the truth. Even if it is, it's merely his misfortune. He cannot blame others. She had previously encountered a notion in her little green book. When you sympathize with others, you may bear their misfortunes. Thus, the most detrimental trait for a girl aspiring to be a strong heroine is to be overly soft-hearted and sympathetic. Yet, maintaining her facade of compassion, she approached Zhang Yi, saying, Uncle, how about you challenge me? My parents and I live in the same apartment, and with the apartment manager's loan, I can surely manage the rent. I wish to help you as much as I can. Zhang Yi appeared slightly embarrassed. Is that really appropriate? Don't worry. It's just a challenge. Although I may be weak, perhaps I might just win against you. Li Ran smiled sweetly, adopting a teasing tone to warm the unfamiliar bald uncle. In that moment, she resembled an innocent and kind-hearted little angel, rendering Zhang Yi quite bashful. He simply disregarded the conventional approach, suddenly taking the liberty to say, All right, little sister, I shall speak the truth. Chapter 27, The Mighty Barbie. In fact, there exists a nefarious, bald, burly man who claimed that your abilities are remarkably poor and easily deceived, which is precisely why I sought you out. However, I now believe that a kind-hearted girl like you should not fall prey to deceit. Therefore, let us leave it be. I cannot bring myself to take advantage of you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi appeared visibly relieved, exhaling slowly. Yet, this was utterly confounding for Li Ran. In this day and age, how could there truly be such an honest man? It made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, she realized that this uncle, in his naivety, would likely be duped by other genuine villains in the future, regardless of whether she tricked him today. Thus, she felt compelled to assist him, to enlighten him about the harsh realities of life and the treachery of human nature. Only then would he be safeguarded from future deceit. Yes, that was it. She was aiding the uncle. Her benevolence was boundless. Contemplating this, Li Ran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a look of profound sincerity, She gazed at Jiang Yi and resolutely declared, "Uncle, you are truly a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded. I must assist you. Challenge me, uncle. I am willingly allowing myself to be deceived by you." "Oh no, uncle, you have not deceived me. I am wholeheartedly eager to help you. Please do not refuse me. Think of your son. With my assistance, the likelihood of reuniting with your son is significantly heightened." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi immediately sensed that this young woman was undoubtedly setting a trap for him. Perhaps she was even feeling a sense of self-righteousness, believing she was teaching him a lesson about the treachery of human nature. Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly, but feigned hesitation on the surface before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Well, since you are so determined to assist me, I shall no longer refuse." With that, he swiftly initiated a challenge to this young woman through the interface in his mind. His entire fortune amounted to a mere 400, thus he set the wager at the same sum. Once Li Ran chose to accept the challenge, both their consciousnesses plunged into a deeper state. In an instant of distraction, Jiang Yi found himself standing on an arena the size of a basketball court. Surrounding the arena were rows of empty seats, indicating that no spectators were present. However, within the combat chamber of Jiang Yi's apartment, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang were stationed outside the combat machine designated as number 2, under Yang Wenchao's arrangement. They could observe Jiang Yi's battle through the display screen of the combat machine, free of charge. Having participated in several matches, Yang Wenchao was quite well versed in the nuances of the game, while other students were still speculating. He had already concluded that the bald individual was merely a disguise created by someone using a mask. Moreover, such a mask could only be obtained from a bronze treasure chest. These bronze chests typically appeared in apartments on the 20th floor or higher. Among the known residents of the 20th floor, only he and Jiang Yi were present. Thus, he instinctively presumed that the bald figure was indeed Jiang Yi's disguise. Upon reflection, a discrepancy arises. According to information disclosed within the chat group, the bald individual was present on the first floor, while Jiang Yi was clandestinely dismantling a package in the stairwell. Furthermore, Yang Wenchao himself serves as an alibi witness to this fact. Thus, it is highly plausible that within their novice apartment, there exists another player on the 20th floor. Could it be the discreet Zhang Jintian or Ku Jingfei, who remain unremarkable on the leaderboard? Or perhaps another classmate who has yet to attain level 1? Yang Wenchao is uncertain. However, he is confident that players assigned to levels above 20, despite the elevated rent, encounter greater opportunities. Such players either perish within the first day or experience rapid growth. If he encounters that bald individual again tomorrow, it will signify that the latter indeed possesses the potential to evolve into a formidable force. Of course, Jiang Yi shares this potential as well. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Yi, Yang Wenchao finds himself more intrigued by the enigmatic bald figure. Consequently, he has assigned Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang to monitor the combat situation of the bald player in the battle room. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao, adhering to his earlier plan, stationed himself at the third floor's red light elevator exit, awaiting classmates to form a team for leveling up. Regrettably, Zhang Jintian and Ku Jingfei, who are ranked on the leaderboard, have yet to join. However, Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, Lu Shun, and Su Yuewan have arrived. These 4 esteemed players from the leaderboard came together, forming a mutual aid group centered around Wang Lingling. Additionally, 7 level 0 players, all members of the mutual aid group, also joined. Although the initiative for this leveling up endeavor originated from Yang Wenchao, during the actual team formation, he remains the sole individual not affiliated with the mutual aid group. Moreover, bolstered by their sheer numbers and the presence of 4 formidable first-tier warriors, these assembled players exhibited little apprehension towards Yang Wenchao. Even when Wang Lingling engaged him in conversation, she subtly sought to uncover his secrets, including the source of his formidable strength and the mystery surrounding his resurrection. However, Yang Wenchao, with his eccentric demeanor, deliberately spoke in a disjointed manner, clearly fabricating information to distract and dismiss Wang Lingling's inquiries. Gao Chong, known for his volatile temperament, nearly confronted Yang Wenchao over this, but fortunately, Wang Lingling intervened to prevent any escalation. Ultimately, the group successfully formed a team for advancement, venturing deeper into the corridor. Meanwhile, other players toiled away, earning their keep while envying the upgrading team in their chat group, closely monitoring the leaderboard to see if they would level up. At the same time, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong reveled in their association with Yang Wenchao, feeling exhilarated at having allied themselves with such a powerful figure. Indeed, in their eyes, serving Yang Wenchao was akin to securing a powerful patron. Thus, the two diligently stationed themselves outside the number 2 battle machine, where Jiang Yi was located. As the screen outside the battle machine flickered to life, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The battle was finally commencing. This must be the bald one's inaugural match in the battle chamber, yet his opponent appeared to be a delicate young lady. If he were to triumph, it would hardly be an impressive victory, revealing little of his true prowess. However, one could not be so certain. This seemingly frail girl might possess formidable strength beneath her gentle exterior. Had they forgotten that Yong Wa had once suffered a defeat at the hands of a female opponent, losing a staggering 10,000? Wang Chong nodded, reflecting, indeed, one cannot judge strength solely based on gender or appearance. Our apartment's Wang Lingling is the perfect example. Xiao Liquan interjected, besides Wang Lingling, there's also Su Yubuan. Among the 8 of us on the leaderboard, 2 are women. Just as they spoke, the countdown, 3, 2, 1, flashed on the battle screen. Simultaneously, in the virtual arena, Jiang Yi heard the same countdown echoing in his mind. Accompanied by the countdown, he cheerfully addressed the girl opposite him. Little sister, just stand still. Uncle will be quick. All right, big uncle, Li Ran replied, nodding while flashing a peculiar smile reminiscent of Si Nua from the movie Detective Chinatown. This scene left Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why does this feel a bit off? On the arena, Li Ran thought to herself, this uncle is remarkably oblivious. Even after my strange smile, he remains unaware of the oddity. How naive. She felt a pang of sympathy for the earnest uncle. However, as the countdown reached 1, her petite form surged towards Jiang Yi like a sword unsheathed. What speed? Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong exclaimed in unison. One cannot judge by appearances. This girl is incredibly fast. Speed and strength must correlate with physical prowess. Her attributes must be quite high. Yet, she still cannot surpass Yang Wenqiao. In a matter of moments, Li Ran had dashed to Jiang Ye's side. Simultaneously, her skin transformed into a hard, resplendent gold. Wang Chong gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what on earth is this? A golden Barbie? Chapter 28. I wish to see your true countenance, Xiao Liquan, possessing an innate gift for comprehension, quickly deduced. This must be a type of golden skill. In this state, even that bald man would struggle to breach her defenses. Yet, it was not merely her defense that had intensified, her strength had surged as well. The screen displayed the young woman launching a punch at the bald adversary, the air around her crackling with ferocious energy. Even through the screen, one could almost sense the overwhelming metallic force, capable of shattering all in its path. Wang Chong couldn't help but exclaim once more, in this day and age, one truly cannot judge a woman by her appearance. She may seem delicate, yet possesses such ferocity. Xiao Liquan further conjectured, her golden skill embodies both offense and defense. It must be at least a B grade. Wang Chong was taken aback. Does that imply her innate talent must be S grade? Xiao Liquan shook his head. It's hard to say. What if she, like Lucian, possesses extraordinarily high comprehension? With such acuity, a B-grade talent could very well master B-grade skills. Wang Chong gasped in astonishment. If she truly has high comprehension, she might possess more than one skill. In mere moments, their rapid exchange of thoughts culminated as they witnessed the bald man on screen, astonishingly evading the fierce girl's punch. His speed seemed to surpass hers. With a swift motion, he firmly seized the wrist of the girl as she attempted to strike him. Without the slightest hesitation, he twisted her wrist and executed a seamless shoulder throw. The resounding thud echoed as her back collided forcefully with the ground. This scene left Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong utterly astounded. Is it not enough that women exhibit such violence these days? Why are men so devoid of tenderness? Witnessing the shoulder throw, both strong men winced in sympathy. However, given the girl's golden defensive aura, she likely sustained minimal harm. Yet her expression was a blend of pain and disbelief, particularly as she lay on the ground gazing up at the bald man, her eyes wide with shock as if she had encountered a ghost. In the next moment, that ghostly astonishment froze on her face. After the shoulder throw, the bald man displayed no hesitation. He swiftly drew a black dagger and, with a single stroke, sliced through her throat. The wound was deep, blood gushing forth. Following this, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong stared in wide-eyed disbelief as the screen displayed the word win. Soon after, the screen dimmed. The two remained transfixed, grappling with the reality of what they had just witnessed, incredulously questioning, could it be? Is this truly the end? Surely, the girl's golden defensive aura was formidable. How could the bald man have breached her defenses? Or perhaps, the throat is a critical target, leading to her swift demise? No, it must be the dagger. It must possess the same potent attributes as the Super Brother's wristband. The attributes of this bald man are likely far superior to that of the young lady. Hiss. Thus, this bald fellow possesses considerable strength. Could he be the understated Zhang Jitian or Ku Zhangfei? Or perhaps another prominent figure? Wait. Quick. Look at the leaderboard. Just now, another player has ascended the ranks. On the leaderboard, a new line boldly appears, stating, Rank 9, Lu Shun, Level 1. Is it Lu Shun from Class 1? Could it possibly be him? This individual seems to be a sports prodigy and rarely speaks in the group. Damn, it feels like those with true prowess are silently amassing wealth while we, the mere cannon fodder, seek validation through incessant chatter in the group. Damn, comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. I have resolved to adopt a more composed demeanor and refrain from frivolous banter in the group. Meanwhile, in the virtual combat arena, on the second floor hall, at adjacent seats, Li Ran's expression stiffened. Her bright, watery eyes suddenly glared at the bald uncle beside her. The swift movement of her head caused her bangs to arc, seemingly embodying her fury. How could she not be angry? This uncle is utterly shameless. Even at this moment, he maintains a facade of earnestness, cheerfully thanking her. Thank you, little sister, for generously gifting me 400. You truly are a kind soul, and good people are sure to be rewarded. Such a novice tone, such identical words. Li Ran nearly spat blood in exasperation. At this point, she found no reason to continue feigning innocence. Her gaze towards Jiang Yi was now filled solely with resentment and a hint of trepidation. Moments later, she coldly speculated. If I am not mistaken, you do not possess a son of my age, nor are you the bald uncle you portray. The image of that bald uncle is merely a facade. What is your true identity? Are you male or female? How old are you this year? Jiang Yi smiled. What is the matter? Are you seeking revenge on me? Your bald companion is also wearing a disguise, isn't he? Initially, I was curious why. Amidst the throng in the lobby, she had fixated on me. I thought it was simply because we both shared the same baldness. However, it dawned on me that it was indeed because of our baldness. She must have realized that the item I procured from the treasure chest in my apartment was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is a supplementary tool, offering minimal attributes. Thus, compared to the other players on the 20th floor, my capabilities are undoubtedly inferior. Hence, she approached me first, am I correct? Li Ran wore a cold expression, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, she uttered, is it truly your first time entering the battle room? Jiang Yi replied, of course it is. Moreover, my claim of a 500 loan is genuine. You may find it hard to believe, but I am also in debt to the apartment for 350,000. Whether I can survive today is quite uncertain. I am truly impoverished. Would you, dear sister, consider extending a little kindness and assist me further? Go to hell with your kindness. Li Ran, upon hearing terms like dear sister and kindness, felt as though the other party was intentionally mocking her. How infuriating. She gritted her teeth and speculated, if I am not mistaken, you must be a young man, a social elite who has been working for several years? Of course. Jiang Yi would not respond to inquiries regarding his identity. He continued to display an honest and simple smile. If you are not inclined to show kindness, I shall have to earn my own living. Li Ran remained clenched with frustration, but suddenly called out to him. Wait. I can share with you some strategies for quickly making money. Jiang Yi turned around. At that moment, he stood beside the seat while Li Ran sat down, naturally creating a stark contrast of dominance between them. With this posture, he smiled at Li Ran, saying, quick money? That sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? Are you perhaps a scammer? Li Ran's face flushed with anger, her indignation rising. I have already faced the consequences of my actions. How could I possibly deceive you again? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. So what are you suggesting? I want to see your true self without the facade. That is impossible. With that, Jiang Yi did not grant her the opportunity to continue her pursuit and simply left the seat. Chapter 29. The first battle of random matching, leaving Li Ran seething in place, her anger flaring to the point of wanting to lash out. Before long, Su Jingyao shed her bald disguise and approached with her true appearance. How is it, Sister Ran? Did you manage to secure 400? Initially, her tone was enthusiastic. But as she spoke, she sensed something was amiss with Li Ran's mood. Her lively tone diminished, replaced by incredulous probing. No way. Sister Ran, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Or have you softened your heart? Li Ran gritted her teeth, stating, neither did I make an error, nor did I show any weakness. It is just the two of us who have been ensnared by that bald man. He is merely masquerading as a fool while preying on us, and he has long since discerned our alliance. He turned the tables and ensnared me instead. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, how is that possible? Is he even stronger than you? Li Ran pressed her lips together, hesitating to admit that she had nearly been defeated in an instant. She merely nodded. His attributes nearly annihilate mine. Moreover, in addition to his disguise, he possesses a bronze-level artifact. Su Jingyao gasped, feeling utterly incredulous. How could she be so unfortunate? Randomly targeting someone, and yet encountering a formidable opponent masquerading as a fool? Is this not a case of reverse fortune? A sense of unease washed over her as she asked, what shall we do? Will that formidable figure bear a grudge against us and seek retribution? Li Ran remained silent, her heart brimming with indignation as she thought, She lost 400. Why should that scoundrel seek revenge on her? If retribution is to be dealt, it ought to be her doing. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her frustrations. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she solemnly addressed Su Jingyao. I no longer wish to engage in challenge mode. Su Jingyao was taken aback and hurriedly urged. Do not say that, Ran. It was merely a single misstep. We cannot allow one setback to deter us. This mode is the quickest and most reliable way to earn money. Otherwise, whether through random matchmaking or challenges, we risk losing our entire fortune in an instant. Please reconsider. Ran. However, Li Ran shook her head resolutely, stating, there is no need for consideration. I have contemplated this thoroughly. The recent battle with that scoundrel made her acutely aware of her deficient combat awareness. During the confrontation with that individual, she had barely unleashed her full potential. She resolved to engage in random matchmaking against players of similar strength, aiming to enhance her capabilities before contemplating financial gains. After all, with such a substantial loan limit, she could certainly manage her rent. Su Jingyao was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Sister? Are you serious? Li Ran chose not to respond verbally. Instead, she demonstrated her resolve through action. She immediately accessed the operational panel in her mind and selected the random matchmaking combat mode. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi found a secluded seat and decided to experiment with the random matchmaking mode as well. He vaguely surmised that, under the random matchmaking system, both parties would possess comparable strength. However, strength is not entirely synonymous with capability. His combat power remained unchanged whether he wielded the poison blade blood dagger or not. This implies that external items such as equipment do not augment the strength reflected on the data panel. Therefore, the random matchmaking mode is not entirely equitable. Players who possess a significant array of equipment are likely to achieve a higher success rate in random matches. Moreover, combat awareness appears to influence a player's true prowess. Two individuals with identical combat power of 20 points may exhibit vastly different performances. One, having never engaged in combat, may only realize a fraction of their potential, while another, trained rigorously or being inherently a soldier or assassin, could harness their full capabilities. Thus, the prowess they exhibit is naturally superior to that of ordinary individuals with the same combat capabilities. The undefeated record of the top 5 on the War God rankings elucidates this phenomenon. They either possess formidable items that allow them to dominate others or have developed exceptional combat instincts prior to the apocalypse. It is even conceivable that they embody both attributes. After all, in such an environment, survival hinges not on influence or connections, but rather on sheer combat prowess. Those adept in battle are evidently more likely to acquire powerful items, creating a virtuous cycle. Fortunately, within the realm of random matchmaking, Jiang Yi also enjoys a certain advantage. Previously, he believed that his skills, absolute focus, and combat posture paled in comparison to the destructive power of elemental skills wielded by others. However, his confrontation with a female student illuminated the fact that his two skills are by no means inferior to elemental abilities. Both skills enable him to temporarily enhance his attributes during combat. In the recent battle, Jiang Yi personally experienced the benefits of attribute superiority. The female student likely possessed more than one gold-tier skill and perhaps had items obtained from a bronze chest, yet she was eliminated before she could even utilize them. The reason is straightforward. Under the influence of absolute focus and combat posture, Jiang Yi's attributes overwhelmingly surpass those of the female student. In the face of absolute attributes, all tactics appear trivial and ornate. Furthermore, the effects of combat posture will enhance Jiang Yi's combat instincts after each battle, implying that he will grow stronger with each confrontation. Becoming a formidable warrior is merely a matter of time. In such circumstances, perhaps engaging in random matchmaking with players of equivalent strength is the most expedient path to growth. Additionally, equipped with the dual formidable items of the camouflage mask and the poison blade dagger, and with his combat awareness continuously enhancing, he believes that his probability of victory in random matches remains quite high. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. With this thought, Jiang Yi directly selected random matchmaking on the operational panel within his mind. The stakes in random matchmaking are confined to a specified range. For instance, if he opts to wager 800, he might be matched against a player with a similar strength but a wager of 100,900. When the matchmaking concludes, the final wager is determined by the side with the lower stake. If his opponent bets 200, then the ultimate wager for the match would be 200. Conversely, if his opponent wagers 900, then the final wager would be capped at his own stake of 800. This mechanism allows one to make an initial assessment of the opponent based on the final wager right from the outset of the battle. After all, players who stake higher amounts typically possess greater confidence in their abilities. Furthermore, Players within the 100,900 betting range are likely to be weaker than those in the 100,090,000 range. Of course, this is not an absolute rule, but merely serves as a preliminary gauge. Zhang Yi staked 800 because that was all he had at his disposal. He initially presumed that the final wager would be lower than 800. However, to his surprise, the final wager upon completion of the matchmaking was precisely 800. This indicates that his opponent either wagered 800 or 900. Was it a deliberate decision to avoid wagering 1,000 and thus entering the next betting range? It seems that there is some strength. Zhang Yi felt a surge of caution in his heart. In a fleeting moment of awareness, he found himself back in the familiar arena space. Opposite him stood a delivery rider clad in a striking yellow uniform. The moment the rider caught sight of him, he bluntly remarked, "Disguise mask?" These 4 words sent a chill through Zhang Yi's heart. The tone of his voice suggested he was no novice. He must have fought more than just a handful of battles. Zhang Yi chose not to respond. Meanwhile, the countdown in his mind, 3, 2, 1, came to an end. Almost at the very instant the countdown concluded, the young man in the conspicuous yellow uniform suddenly vanished from the arena space. Wang Chang was taken aback. What happened? Where did he go? Xiao Likuan, relying on his innate insight, swiftly deduced. It's a spatial ability. This delivery boy must have awakened a spatial talent. Much like Bai Ruowan. Moreover, the spatial skill he had mastered was offensive in nature, far superior to Bai Ruowan's. His words were already quick. Yet before he could even finish speaking, they witnessed the yellow figure instantaneously dart from one end of the basketball court-sized arena to the other. To be precise, he had flashed right behind the bald-headed man. Simultaneously, he wielded a massive axe, bringing it down towards the bald man's head with unerring precision. At that moment, Xiao Likuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, this fellow does not possess the skill of spatial blade that disregards defenses. Otherwise, the bald man would undoubtedly face certain death. Although he possessed formidable spatial abilities, the massive axe was evidently ill-suited for him. As he spoke, he indeed witnessed the powerful bald-headed man narrowly dodge the attack from behind by merely tilting his head. At that moment, Xiao Likuan suddenly sensed something amiss. He and Wang Chang had observed several of Yang Wenchao's battles and had also watched 2 of the bald man's duels. They had discerned that almost every combatant did not enter the fray unarmed. Each possessed some form of equipment or item. Initially, Xiao Likuan surmised that these strong individuals had made purchases at the upscale mall in their apartment complex, acquiring their gear through expenditure. However, he now firmly believed that this assumption might be erroneous, for the delivery man's skills were clearly more compatible with lighter weapons, emphasizing speed in achieving victory. Yet, he was burdened with a colossal axe. Was it because this delivery man was too foolish to grasp even the most basic of concepts? Chapter 30. A Life for a Life No. Suddenly, Xiao Likuan recalled that a classmate had previously discovered a black iron treasure chest in their apartment. However, among many classmates, only a select few had stumbled upon such a treasure. Now, after witnessing so many battles, Xiao Likuan increasingly pondered whether there were indeed treasure chests hidden in every apartment above the 20th floor. It was even conceivable that they might contain bronze chests, a tier above the black iron variety. Hiss. If this were true, players residing above the 20th floor, despite the high rent, would enjoy superior benefits. Initially, Xiao Likuan had thought that most of those players would likely not survive the day. Yet now, he found himself feeling a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, he pondered whether there were treasure chests in the apartment of Zhang Yi, who was initially on the 20th floor. Had he overlooked the treasure chests? Or had he discovered them, but chosen to remain silent? With this thought, Xiao Likuan began to feel that Ding Dang's death might not have been entirely unjust. Zhang Yi, who started on the 20th floor, possessed a C-grade talent, had dismantled parcels, and opened treasure chests, even rising to level 1. His strength had already placed him among the elite of his 2 classes. However, Yiziu had also revealed that Jiang Ye's loan limit was only 50,000. Surviving through today still posed a significant challenge for him. Contemplating this, Xiao Likuan's mind began to race. If Zhang Yi were unable to survive the night, what would become of his treasure chest items? As these thoughts occupied his mind, the confrontation on the screen between the bald man and the delivery rider had reached a stalemate. It was evident that the bald man possessed high attributes, consistently evading the delivery rider's mighty axe. Conversely, the rider's teleportation ability prevented the bald man from landing any blows. The exchange was relentless, yet neither could strike the other. However, this impasse could not persist indefinitely. Throughout the battle, both parties would inevitably expend energy and stamina, and their skills could not be continuously unleashed. At that moment in the arena, Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. His abilities, absolute focus, and battle posture were both time-limited and had prolonged cooldowns. Essentially, he could only utilize each skill once per battle. If he could not conclude the fight swiftly, the temporary enhancement of his attributes would quickly diminish, and his combat awareness would be severely compromised. At that moment, it seemed highly probable that the delivery man would be defeated by his opponent. Simultaneously, the delivery man felt a sense of urgency within. Utilizing his skill, Flash, would also deplete his energy. Moreover, the weight of the massive axe would significantly drain his stamina. Should he fail to resolve the conflict swiftly, it would equally disadvantage him. The anxiety and eagerness in both their hearts were palpable, even to Xiao Liquan, who observed from behind the screen. For a brief moment, he could not discern who would ultimately prevail in this encounter. He believed both combatants could perceive their opponent's predicament. Just then, the bald man made a critical error. When the delivery man's giant axe swung down upon him once more, the bald man's evasive maneuver was evidently less agile than before. The left side of his shoulder was struck by the axe, resulting in a deep wound. As the heavy weapon became lodged within his bone, this sight, indeed, elicited a look of astonishment from the delivery man. However, in the next instant, as he prepared to capitalize on his advantage, his smile faltered. Despite appearing visibly fatigued and sluggish from the axe's strike, the bald man, who was now wounded and pale, exhibited an agility that surpassed any previous moment. He completely disregarded the pain in his left shoulder, even choosing to exacerbate his injury by twisting to create a larger wound, swiftly pivoting to slash at the delivery man's throat with a dagger in his right hand. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Liquan realized that the bald man had exchanged his severe injury for a chance to strike the delivery man. If the delivery man reacted promptly and evaded this attack, the gravely injured bald man would surely face defeat. However, if the delivery man fails to react promptly and is swiftly dispatched by the formidable bald adversary wielding a dagger, then the former will meet his demise, resulting in an immediate victory for the latter. This is a perilous gamble, where life is wagered for injury. Xiao Liquan held his breath, his eyes fixed in rapt attention, not daring to blink. Ultimately, the outcome revealed that the delivery man lacked significant combat awareness. He did not evade the lethal strike. Consequently, the joy of landing a blow froze upon his visage. His pupils widened momentarily before gradually dimming as his throat was slit. The bald assailant proved to be exceptionally powerful, as he nearly severed the delivery man's head with his dagger. Fortunately, the horrific scene did not linger for long. As the screen displayed the word win, Wang Chang was once again left in a state of astonishment, eventually exclaiming in shock, "Is this bald man truly our peer? He seems as if he has undergone rigorous training. Do you know if any of our 80 classmates from both classes have practiced martial arts?" Xiao Liquan pondered for a moment. Perhaps Lu Shun? He seems to have trained in Taekwondo. Wang Chang, filled with envy, replied, "Damn. I too wished to practice Taekwondo or karate in my childhood, but my family's circumstances were modest, and my parents wanted me to focus solely on my studies. Now, it seems that academic excellence is of little consequence. Mastery in combat is the true path." Xiao Liquan cast a glance at him. Unable to suppress his inner critique, the crux of the matter is that your academic performance isn't particularly impressive either. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yi returned to his seat in the second-floor hall of the virtual space, he instinctively clutched his left shoulder. Although the battle was virtual, the pain penetrated to his very bones, feeling all too real. Had it not been for the battle stance that allowed him to maintain absolute composure, he might have faltered due to the pain, consequently allowing his opponent to evade that lethal strike. Indeed, it was an exhilarating moment. He increasingly recognized the significance of combat awareness. However, he found himself in a quandary. With a current total of 1,600, should he continue to match within the 100,900 betting range to further hone his battle instincts, or should he boldly challenge the 1,000,9,000 betting range? As he wrestled with this dilemma, a familiar announcement notification echoed in his mind. Player Zhao Yudi has issued an announcement in the battle room. "Hello everyone. I am Zhao Yudi, the actress who portrayed the female lead in Domineering Master, 3 Lifetimes of Entanglement. I will engage in a random match in 5 minutes. Those wishing to observe my combat can search for battle room number 151 after 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. Yudi is immensely grateful." Aside from the initial system prompt, the remainder of the announcement was indeed the voice of the celebrity Zhao Yudi. Jiang Yi was taken aback. How could a player release such an announcement? Around him, others were murmuring in disbelief. Is this the real Zhao Yudi? No way. I'm a fan of hers. But I've only ever seen her on television, never had the chance to meet her in person. No way. Is she planning to leverage her star power to amass a large audience? With 100 spectators, she could potentially earn $1,000. What a joke. Given Zhao Yudi's fame, a mere 100 spectators is an underestimate of her appeal. I wager at least 1,000. I estimate it could be even more. After all, she specifically issued an announcement. Those who heard the announcement, even if they are not her fans, might have a certain inclination to witness her battle. Therefore, I speculate that the audience count could potentially exceed 10,000. Exceeding 10,000 seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Currently, during this novice phase, there shouldn't be so many willing to spend 100 just to observe. Am I the only one curious about how Zhao Yudi made that announcement? It's quite simple. Really, if one achieves 3 or 5 consecutive victories in random matchmaking, a small reward is granted. This ability to issue announcements must be Zhao Yudi's reward for her consecutive wins. Hiss, does that imply Zhao Yudi's strength is formidable? Of course. If she weren't strong, how could she dare to invite spectators? After all, only 10% of the fees generated by the audience ultimately go to the victor of that match. If she were to lose, it would mean she is effectively dressing her opponent in finery. The audience's fees would entirely benefit her adversary. Goodness. With that said, I am tempted to become Zhao Yudi's opponent in that match. Oh, come on. If Zhao Yudi is so audacious, her combat prowess must be exceptional. Moreover, it is highly probable that she possesses more than one powerful item. Who knows? She might even have the potential to ascend to the ranks of the battle gods. Goodness. She truly deserves to be my goddess. In the entertainment industry, she was a breath of fresh air, and now, in the apocalyptic apartment, she has become a formidable force. Come on. Where is the fresh air in the entertainment industry? Some players began to discuss Zhao Yudi directly. Zhang Yi became aware of the discussions around him. Realizing that a streak of consecutive victories in random matchmaking would yield random rewards. Thus, he pondered whether Yong Wa's ascension to level 2 was a result of such a winning streak. Surely, when he triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, there must have been an accompanying reward. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi was inclined to continue playing within the betting range of 100,900, believing that his chances of achieving consecutive victories would be heightened. With a wager of 900, he embarked on a new round of random matchmaking. He paid little heed to Zhao Yudi's match, yet the entire second-floor hall was abuzz with players who were intently observing, including Li Rand, who had just concluded a match and could not help but feel envious upon hearing the announcement. In this day and age, being a celebrity seemed immensely rewarding. Even on the brink of apocalypse, one could still profit handsomely from the star effect. Su Jingyao also considered this to be profoundly unfair. She could not resist the urge to express her bitterness, hoping that Zhao Yudi would face a formidable opponent and lose the match, thereby turning the audience fees generated from the announcement into a gift for her adversary. Li Rand glanced around at the players seated nearby. Reflecting, I suspect that many share your sentiments. Indeed, some might even aspire to defeat Zhao Yudi 5 minutes from now and reap a substantial bounty. Su Jingyao's eyes lit up at this thought. If you, Sister Ran, could match against Zhao Yudi and emerge victorious, we could amass a fortune. Such immense profits would far exceed any dishonest gains we could contrive. However, Li Ran shook her head and said, given my strength, the probability of defeating an opponent of equal capability is already quite low. How much more daunting is it to face Zhao Yudi? She has made an announcement stating that she has achieved at least 3 consecutive victories. Moreover, she boldly invites everyone to observe, demonstrating her unwavering confidence in her abilities. Such an individual, even if her strength is merely comparable to mine, I would undoubtedly be unable to triumph over her. Sighing softly, Su Jingyao listened intently. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi easily secured victory in his second randomly matched battle. Unfortunately, because his opponent had only staked 100, he only earned a similar amount. Fortunately, the skill, combat posture, ensured that he reaped rewards after each battle. The more he fought, the more he appreciated the formidable nature of the talent known as Heaven Rewards Diligence. He began to seriously suspect that this talent might be the pinnacle among S-level abilities. The growth it afforded him was exceedingly apparent, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. At the next stroke of midnight, Zhang Yi would likely merge this crucial avatar into his main body to further enhance its development. With these thoughts in mind, he made slight adjustments and promptly embarked on a new round of random matchmaking. Chapter 31. 2 new players on the other side. The first avatar sat in room 2064. Zhang Yi had initially believed that the task of finding hair would pose some challenges. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the entire process unfolded seamlessly. After meticulously searching every room in the apartment, he successfully gathered 10,086 strands of hair, all intact. Yet, these hairs were indeed somewhat peculiar. Generally speaking, the hair of an average person varies in length. Moreover, the thickness of the roots and the tips differ significantly. Yet, the hair he meticulously arranged not only displayed uniform thickness, but astonishingly, each of the 10,086 strands was of identical length. As they lay perfectly aligned, Jiang Yi experienced an inexplicable sense of dread. Just as he was about to conquer his fear and inquire with the domestic assistant robot about the next steps regarding the hair, he was suddenly startled by an unusual noise emanating from the direction of the living room. He turned to look and found that the enormous television screen in the living room had inexplicably powered on. To his astonishment, the entire scene displayed a woman in a white dress with long hair emerging from the television. It was a quintessential trope from horror films. Yet, Jiang Yi found himself inexplicably entranced. During this moment of rapt attention, he observed that the image of the woman emerging from the television possessed an eerie quality, as if it were part of an endless loop. In the initial scene, the woman had emerged from the television. Then, as the scene shifted, it revealed that the world outside the television was merely a continuation of the storyline. Thus, the woman continued to emerge from the television each time she did. The narrative persisted. She kept emerging, again and again, until Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat numbed by the spectacle, suddenly experienced a jolt of realization. It seemed that this latest iteration of the woman emerging from the television was slightly different. Wait a moment. What is happening? How is it that this enormous television has shattered? This woman in white, she has emerged from the television. Jiang Yi stood as if ensnared by a spell, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, the figure of Sadako remained bent at a precise 120 degrees, her long, straight black hair obscuring her face. From this angle, she should have been unable to perceive Jiang Yi or the surrounding environment. Yet, she advanced a few steps with practiced ease, her fingers resembling those of a zombie, clawing at the air as if attempting to penetrate the very fabric of this television realm. Jiang Yi held his breath, not daring to make a sound, convinced that this spectral entity would eventually find a way to escape and vanish as if she had never existed. However, after an extended period of this peculiar activity, she abruptly halted. Gradually, she straightened her body, her hair cascading dramatically behind her, revealing a visage adorned with a white facial mask. Only her almond-shaped eyes, elongated at the corners, were visible. As her gaze swept across the apartment, she emitted a soft, piercing voice. "You have returned." Jiang Yi remained frozen in place until he heard the domestic assistant robot address this enigmatic lady in white as mistress. Ignoring the robot, she turned her attention to Jiang Yi and inquired, "Are you the cleaning service?" Jiang Yi stiffly nodded in affirmation. The lady in white further questioned, "How has my hair been managed?" At this moment, Jiang Yi found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, the domestic assistant robot interjected, "All strands have been located and soaked in water." It was then that the lady in white noticed the hair within the glass tank. She seemed to cast a glance and immediately assess the quantity of hair, complimenting Jiang Yi with a simple, "Not bad." Then, she continued to instruct, "Next, apply the hair oil and dry it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief. However, unexpectedly, the woman in white suddenly looked up at the ceiling and remarked, just in time for dawn, "The sun is splendid today. Take it to the rooftop for sun drying." "What? The rooftop? Sunlight?" A foreboding sensation surged within Jiang Yi. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I ask where the rooftop is?" "Of course, it's the apartment's rooftop." "Don't you know?" The woman in white replied as if it were the most natural thing. Jiang Yi felt a jolt in his heart. He hesitated and attempted to negotiate. "But according to the apartment rules, when I take the elevator, I can only ascend to the 20th floor. And I lack the qualification to reach the rooftop." Yet, the woman in white responded nonchalantly, "That's all right. No need to take the elevator. I can take you directly to the rooftop." Jiang Yi paused, his mind racing with expletives. Why must it be the rooftop? Who could possibly be up there? The key issue was that he had previously unboxed a parcel and stepping out of the apartment room could lead to a potential monster chase. But then again, danger coexists with opportunity. If he were the first to ascend to a rooftop that other players could not access, perhaps he could reap some rewards? Of course, without the clone ability, Jiang Yi would never take such a risk. Moreover, it seemed that the request made by the woman in white left him with little room for refusal. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "May I return to make some preparations before we ascend to the top floor?" The woman in white, adorned with a white mask, exhibited little discernible emotion on her face. Nevertheless, her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness and authority. Jiang Yi anticipated a refusal, yet to his surprise, after a brief contemplation, she acquiesced. "I can grant you 10 minutes. Should you exceed this time, I shall leave you a negative review. Of course, if you fail to return altogether, this cleaning job will be rendered moot. You will not only forfeit payment, but also incur a penalty fee." Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. "I will return within 10 minutes. With their agreement settled, his first avatar departed from apartment 2064. Concerned that the short distance through the corridor might expose him to pursuit by a creature, He swiftly exited the apartment. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a bronze chest from his spatial ring and opened it on the spot. With the lucky colorful lantern still in his possession, this opening might yield delightful surprises. However, upon unveiling the bronze chest, he found only a blank piece of white paper. It was indeed a pristine sheet, devoid of any patterns or text, and its surface possessed a silky, oily texture. Jiang Yi did not feel disheartened. He promptly summoned his life assistant robot, Xiao Bing. After casting a detection spell, the screen of Xiao Bing displayed the information of the white paper. Skill scroll, bronze level. Upon tearing it open, there is a high probability of comprehending a skill not exceeding one's innate talent level, with a small chance of gaining nothing at all. Goodness! A scroll for skill comprehension. This is indeed a valuable item. Regardless of the circumstances, equipment and items are merely external possessions. Attributes, talents, and skills are undeniably one's own. Although the information displayed on the data panel may enhance one's combat power, it does not confer an advantage in randomly matched battles. However, the combat arena in the game Doomsday Apartment constitutes only a fraction of the experience. The true enhancement of one's abilities is the key to survival in this apocalyptic setting. Hence, Jiang Yi felt quite content with the skill scroll. He contemplated seizing the opportunity presented by the lucky lantern to directly comprehend the skill. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that this skill scroll would be more effective for players with higher talent levels, as the skills learned would not exceed one's talent tier. Therefore, utilizing it on a C-tier talent clone would be far less advantageous than applying it to his X-tier main body. Who knows, he might even unlock an SSS-tier skill. However, a more thorough consideration led him to conclude that it was unlikely to achieve an SSS-tier skill. The skill description, while not explicitly stating so, clearly indicated bronze level, which is difficult to overlook. If one could indeed comprehend an SSS-tier skill from a bronze level, what would become of the future silver and gold levels? Hence, the skill learned from this scroll is unlikely to be of a high tier. As Jiang Yi continued towards apartment 2025, he held the scroll while glancing at the chat group. It was at that moment he discovered the chat was ablaze with activity. This time, the commotion had nothing to do with the enigmatic bald man or the team leveling up with Yang Wenxiao. The issue arose on the leaderboard. What the heck? Brothers, look at the leaderboard. Two individuals have suddenly dropped in at first and second place, pushing Yang Wenxiao down to third. Wow, I see it too. Two level 3 players. What is going on? How is it that someone has quietly ascended to level 3? Indeed, previously, players who advanced to levels 1 and 2 triggered announcements. Why have these two level 3 players descended without any upgrade notification? Is it possible to conceal upgrade announcements? No, wait. Don't you find it peculiar that the names of these two level 3 individuals are rather unfamiliar? Are there any students named Huang Qi or Su Xiangming in our first or second class? I must admit, I have no recollection of these two classmates. Does anyone among you recognize them? Oh my goodness. Brothers, a significant discovery. Quickly, look at the members list. The members list, which previously displayed 80 individuals, has now astonishingly increased to 82. Jiang Yi was equally taken aback upon seeing this. Indeed, the list has transformed from 80 to 82 members. The group chat erupted in a frenzy. Does this not imply that these two level 3 players have suddenly appeared in our apartment? Could they possibly be classmates from another section of our school? But how could they suddenly arrive at our apartment if they are from another class? Might they be the so-called veteran players? However, the announcement indicated that veteran players were supposed to enter on the 8th day. This is merely the first day. How could they have breached the rules to allow veteran players in? I have often pondered why, despite all of us engaging in this survival challenge in our apartment simultaneously, there exists a distinction between veteran and new players. Thus, seasoned players must have been among the earliest to enter the apartment survival scenario, correct? Is it that individuals from around the globe are introduced to the apartment in batches, resulting in varied entry times? Or perhaps there exists a distinction between beta testers and regular players, with the term veteran players referring specifically to the former? Alternatively, could it be that beyond our own world, other human realms exist? Might these veteran players actually originate from those other worlds, having entered the apartment survival scenario ahead of us? I cannot help but feel that Yang Wenxiao resembles a veteran player. Could he perhaps possess some insights? Yet, it is not necessarily true that only the strong qualify as veteran players. It is possible that they simply possess extraordinary talent, enabling them to adapt to such environments with remarkable ease. As for Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming, since they are listed among the members, they should be able to contribute to our discussion, correct? Would you two care to share your thoughts? Huang Qi Yu Xiangming, however, regardless of how the classmates reached out to them, these two newly arrived players remained silent in the group. Such a situation incited a sense of panic among the classmates. After all, there is a saying, those not of my kind must have different hearts. although everyone is human and holds no grievances against one another. The juxtaposition of familiar classmates against the backdrop of these two enigmatic newcomers breeds an instinctive fear and hostility in Yong Wa's heart. The emergence of these two new players also stirred a hint of unease. Fortunately, on his journey back to apartment 2025, he encountered no unforeseen incidents. However, on the other side, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during the battle of the second avatar. The opponent in the third match, randomly paired, was a youth clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask. His entire appearance was shrouded, making it impossible to discern his gender. Yong Wa only inferred he was male because, at the onset of the duel, this robed youth nonchalantly engaged him in a tug-of-war, displaying no urgency to conclude the fight, and even initiated a conversation. "This must be a random match for your 3 or 5 consecutive victories," he remarked. Yong Wa was taken aback, realizing the accuracy of this statement. Nevertheless, he dared not relax during the match, choosing not to respond. Naturally, he refrained from employing his skills of absolute focus and combat stance for the time being. The black-robed figure, not exerting his full strength, maintained an air of ease while simultaneously explaining, "In this battle room, there exists a hidden setting known as victory block. This means that when a player is on the verge of achieving 3 or 5 consecutive victories and thus eligible for rewards, they will encounter formidable opponents like myself, who are specifically designated to halt such winning streaks. You might also consider me as an experienced player. I can unequivocally inform you that in a straightforward match, you are destined to lose this one." Upon hearing this, Yong Wa's heart sank. Could it be? This so-called victory block mechanism is akin to the underhanded practices of a casino, designed to prevent players from receiving their winning rewards? Why then? Would they even establish a reward for consecutive victories? Is it merely for show? No, this mechanism merely heightens the difficulty of achieving consecutive wins. In such challenging circumstances, those who can still attain winning streaks are truly the formidable ones. Yong Wa once assumed that, with his capabilities, achieving 3 consecutive victories would be a simple feat. However, it has become apparent that such a speculative mindset was utterly misguided. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, yet he maintained an outward composure, revealing no sign of trepidation. After a few rounds of probing exchanges, he resolutely addressed the figure in the black robe. "The conversation we are having must surely not be born from mere boredom. Seeking companionship, am I correct?" The cloaked figure appeared to chuckle lightly, responding with approval. "Among the new players I have encountered, your skill and mindset are notably commendable." Chapter 32, The Survival Token Skill and Mindset Commendable? Yong Wa was uncertain about his skill, yet he was indeed confident in his mental fortitude. After all, he had his clones as a safety net. Each clone served as a form of insurance. Furthermore, the combat arena posed no real danger to life. Winning streaks were merely that, victories not worth his internal strife. With this thought in mind, he further steadied his resolve and calmly inquired of the figure in black. "You stated earlier that, under normal circumstances, facing you would guarantee my defeat. Implicitly, does that suggest the existence of abnormal conditions?" "Precisely." The figure in black chuckled once more. "In fact, I can assert that over 80 of the players currently enjoying consecutive victories in this combat arena likely attained them through irregular means. This includes many whose combat prowess is inferior to yours, including those you regard as champions of the war god rankings. Most of them have achieved their winning streaks through unorthodox methods." Upon hearing this, Yong Wa felt another jolt of astonishment. In other words, those who genuinely secured victories through skill alone were exceedingly few? Even the so-called champions of the war god rankings were not exempt from this? Thus, those who achieve consecutive victories through legitimate means are the true paragons among novice players. Are they not? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard the voice of the figure in the black robe take on a more serious tone. "Unconventional methods are not privileges bestowed upon everyone. Now, I pose this question to you. Have you encountered a mysterious shadow on a floor above 20 in an apartment building?" Upon hearing this, Yong Wa's eyes flickered with intrigue. The figure in black seemed to have gleaned the answer merely from his expression. The severity of his tone softened slightly as he chuckled. "It appears I was not mistaken. You, my young friend, have been fortunate." "Fortunate?" If encountering a shadow qualifies as good fortune, it must be the effect brought about by the lucky lantern. Yong Wa realized. Yet, the enigmatic shadow had bestowed upon him something else. As he pondered this, the figure in black continued. "Since you have witnessed this strange shadow, you must have received a survival jade token, correct?" Yong Wa nodded. "Is that the token that automatically stores survival points after a kill?" The figure in black smiled. "Precisely, that is the survival jade token." At this revelation, Yong Wa became increasingly convinced that the so-called unconventional methods employed by the figure in black referred to match fixing. The figure had deliberately allowed him to win this crucial third consecutive victory. However, to achieve this, he would have to compensate the figure with something in return. Ultimately, this was a transaction. The notion of consecutive victories had become a commodity with a clear price tag. Reflecting on this, Yong Wa felt an immense sense of relief. At the moment when the enigmatic shadow presented him with the jade token, he nearly declined, deeming the exchange of one survival point for a mere 100,000 to be unworthy. In retrospect, he was grateful that he had not turned it down. However, upon further contemplation, Yong Wa harbored a vague suspicion that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Was it truly plausible that the peculiar shadow bestowed upon him an item that would guarantee consecutive victories without any hidden costs? Drawing from his previous experience of being pursued by monsters after tampering with a parcel, he had become more astute. He directly inquired of the figure cloaked in black, "What exactly is this enigmatic shadow? If I relinquish the survival jade token to you, shall I face retaliation from the shadow?" To his query, the black-cloaked figure merely chuckled lightly, stating, "What I seek is not the survival jade token." At that moment, Yong Wa realized he had misinterpreted the situation. The figure did not desire the token itself, but rather the survival points contained within it, which could be utilized for exchanges. Thus, it became evident that survival points were indeed precious. The initial game announcement had hinted at their value. The mysterious shadow had given him the survival jade token precisely to acquire survival points. Moreover, this seasoned player, who was willing to assist him in rigging the game, also sought survival points. Curiosity piqued, Yong Wa mused, just how valuable are survival points? It is said that they can be exchanged for anything one desires. Yet, as novice players, we can only enhance our strength through chests and parcels in the novice apartment. I can hardly fathom how formidable one could become by utilizing survival points to acquire items that bolster one's power. The figure in the black robe seemed to perceive great potential in him, and thus patiently elucidated, "You have misunderstood. The true utility of survival points does not lie in exchanging them for powerful items, but rather in survival. Indeed, survival points are synonymous with existence. Without them, you cannot possibly endure. And I mean that in the most literal sense. The reason your current novice apartment is termed novice is that its survival mode is exceedingly simplistic. It could even be said to provide a protective buffer for beginners. Once you conquer the novice apartment and arrive at the true doomsday apartment, you will naturally comprehend the essence of doomsday. Firstly, the rent for the doomsday apartment must be paid in survival points. Failure to pay means certain death. Furthermore, at midnight each day, a fixed deduction of one survival point is made from each individual. During holidays, or when the doomsday apartment announces special events, additional survival points will be deducted. If your survival points fall into the negative, you will be annihilated. Therefore, survival points are tantamount to life. Without them, you cannot survive. As for exchanging survival points for powerful items, that is a pursuit reserved for the elite among seasoned players, not something novices should even contemplate. Upon hearing this, Yong Wa finally understood why a single survival point could generate a clone. It turned out that survival points were indeed so precious. However, he soon realized that if every individual were to lose one survival point at midnight each day, the question arose, would it suffice for only the main body to incur the deduction, or would each clone also be subjected to the same fate? Should each clone be liable for a deduction, it would compel him to merge certain unnecessary duplicates. Nevertheless, contemplating such matters felt rather distant at this moment. All he needed to grasp was the undeniable preciousness of survival points. After a brief period of reflection, Yong Wa directly inquired, "So, how many survival points do you intend to sell for this 3-game winning streak?" At this juncture, the figure in the black robe chuckled softly. Though it was merely a sound, it emanated an inexplicable air of eeriness. He introduced with an exceptionally formal tone, "As I previously mentioned, the sale of winning streaks is exceedingly common within the battle arena and has established a considerable commercial framework." With that, he gestured towards the black mask adorning his face. "As you can see, this black mask serves as the emblem of our organization." He pointed to the right eye of the mask, where a diagonal shape was discernible. The purpose of this introduction was to convey that our organization is vast and well-developed, having tailored various packages to cater to different clientele. For instance, purchasing a 3-game winning streak incurs one price. Opting for a 5-game package, which includes the 3-game streak, carries a different cost, while acquiring a 10-game package, encompassing both the 3 and 5-game streaks, presents yet another price point. In essence, as long as you can afford the survival points, our services will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Furthermore, we possess specialized contractual tools to ensure that neither party defaults. Goodness. Yong Wa initially believed he was merely engaging in a simple random match for the third time. To his astonishment, he encountered not an adversary, but a merchant. He had previously assumed that such a mechanism for consecutive victories was generated by the matchmaking system. However, it now appeared that it could very well be a vast organization of seasoned players, deliberately obstructing newcomers' winning streaks, while simultaneously providing favorable conditions for those willing to pay. Ostensibly, they were selling victories, yet in reality, they were the ones inflating the probability of consecutive wins, operating as a unified group. This is utterly brazen, seizing others' achievements only to sell them back. Is this not the epitome of capitalist greed? At this juncture, Jiang Yi resolved not to utilize survival points for purchasing consecutive victories. Nevertheless, he inquired, could you elaborate on the pricing for purchasing 3 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, and the package deal? The figure in the black robe replied with utmost seriousness. It is quite simple. Purchasing 3 consecutive wins costs 3 survival points. Purchasing 5 consecutive wins costs 5 survival points, whereas the package for both 3 and 5 consecutive wins only requires 4 survival points. This left Jiang Yi bewildered. How could the combined price for 2 matches be cheaper than purchasing them individually? The figure in the black robe seemed to perceive his confusion and elucidated. The package operates as follows. For instance, if you purchase during your 3 consecutive wins, we will manage your 3 and 5 consecutive wins. We can deliver the 3 consecutive wins immediately. However, for the 5 consecutive wins, you must complete the 4th match yourself before we match you. However, if you were to falter in your 4th match, the onus would rest upon you, and we shall no longer provide the 5 consecutive victories as promised. In essence, the reason for the reduced pricing of the package lies in the inherent risks that must be borne by the customer. It dawned upon Jiang Yi. It equates to the fact that some individuals who purchased the 2-match package only truly benefited from the rewards of the 3 consecutive victories. Nevertheless, regardless of the perspective one adopts, the package undeniably offers a far more advantageous deal compared to individual purchases, akin to the irresistible allure of discounts offered by various establishments for membership cards. Jiang Yi found himself contemplating that, should he decide to procure consecutive victories, he would likely opt for the package. However, upon further reflection, the price appears decidedly unworthy. Setting aside the notion of utilizing survival points to generate clones, consider that in his dealings with the enigmatic shadow, 1 survival point could be exchanged for a staggering 100,000. The 3 points for 3 consecutive victories translate to 300,000. This sum vastly eclipses the rewards offered by the battle chamber for achieving 3 consecutive victories. Hence, the cost of these consecutive victories is exorbitantly high. It is simply not worth it. Yet, he had yet to voice his disdain for the price. The figure in the black robe seemed to perceive his thoughts. Continuing to extol, what you must comprehend is that the 3 consecutive victories symbolize not merely the rewards bestowed by the battle chamber. More crucially, they form the very foundation upon which 5 and 10 consecutive victories are built. Without this foundation, you shall inevitably descend into the realm of mediocrity. Even the war god rankings shall be forever beyond your reach. You must understand that there exists an energy field surrounding every individual. Once you deflate, your energy dissipates, and losing this battle may signify a lifetime of defeat. Conversely, if you resolutely determine to triumph in this endeavor, you might just gamble on a lifetime of brilliance. How remarkable! Such eloquence? Could this dark-cloaked figure be a gold medal salesperson from their organization? Chapter 33. Fusion of Avatars. His words genuinely led Jiang Yi to ponder that if he were to lose this round, he would resemble a deflated balloon, destined to tread a path of mediocrity for the rest of his life, ultimately becoming an inconspicuous individual among the masses. Crucially, he had encountered the concept of an invincible path in several fantasy novels, wherein the protagonist never tasted defeat throughout their life. Only by reaching the pinnacle could one claim true fulfillment. Initially, he deemed this streak of victories inconsequential. However, upon hearing the gold medal salesperson's remarks, he instantaneously felt that this battle was one he could not afford to lose. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi addressed the figure in black. But what if my survival token currently lacks any survival points? The black-cloaked figure, unfazed, explained, you need not worry about this. I can apply for a pay later option for you. In other words, you can secure victories first and repay the owed survival points within a specified time frame. However, due to the precarious nature of survival for players in the apartment, the risk of pay later falls upon the seller. Hence, the buyer must pay a higher price to compensate for the risks undertaken by the seller. Jiang Yi quickly grasped the situation and inquired directly. What is the price for more? It seemed to be approximately double the original cost. Good heavens, just about double? Initially, a 3-game winning streak required the expenditure of merely 3 survival points, but with the pay later option, one would need to pay 6 points. This was nothing short of usury. Moreover, the figure in the black robe continued to elucidate, due to the exceedingly high mortality rate in the apartment survival game. The repayment period for the pay later option is typically required within 24 hours. Our automatic deduction occurs at midnight in the game. If, at the time of our deduction, the survival points in the customer's survival token are insufficient to cover the repayment, there remains an additional 24 hours for overdue repayment. However, late repayment incurs an additional penalty fee. Should the survival points still fall short during the overdue repayment period, according to our contractual stipulations, the debtor will be directly obliterated by the contract rules. The obliteration of a player results in a loss of 1 survival point, which serves as a guaranteed compensation for our organization. Furthermore, when you normally eliminate a player, you also earn 1 survival point. I trust you are aware of this. The figure in black spoke with nonchalance, while Jiang Yi suddenly became acutely aware of the true horror of this apartment survival game. Every life was a walking survival point. If, according to the previous enigmatic Shadows valuation, 1 survival point could be exchanged for 100,000, then Jiang Yi would hardly resort to indiscriminate slaughter for a mere 100,000. Yet once he incurs a debt of survival points, when the pressure of that debt is poised to extinguish him, he may very well resort to killing indiscriminately to secure his own existence. He would do this, and so would others. Some might even act with greater ruthlessness. This is the essence of human nature, the pursuit of benefit while evading harm, where the demise of a companion poses no threat to the self. According to the words of the figure in the black cloak, over 80 of the victorious contenders in the combat arena have acquired their winning streaks through purchase. This implies that those who boast a string of victories have either committed murder to immediately settle their debts for survival points, or are deeply indebted and driven to kill in order to repay what they owe. In the perilous realm of the apocalypse, the true danger does not stem from unknown monsters or unpaid rents, but rather from the human heart. It arises from man slaying man. The expression on Jiang Ye's face suggested that the figure in the black cloak had discerned something within him. With a soft chuckle, the black-cloaked figure continued in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, your contemplations are not misguided. Did not the initial announcement of the novice apartment foretell events after 8 or 10 days? Yet in reality, many apartments need not await the 10th day for self-destruction. They often meet their demise around the 5th day. Do you suppose that the arrival of seasoned players signifies a massacre of the new ones? In truth, there is no need to wait for the veterans to descend. Those incapable of adapting to the harshness of survival in the apocalypse will inevitably become mere fodder for the stronger, consumed for their survival points. This revelation struck Jiang Yi with profound astonishment. He had indeed envisioned the confrontation between new and veteran players in his mind. However, according to the words of the cloaked figure, it was highly probable that when veteran players descended, very few individuals would remain in the novice apartment. In such a scenario, the clash between the two factions caused a shiver to run down Jiang Ye's spine. He could not help but inquire further to the cloaked figure. So, do you know the survival probability of novice players after the assessment concludes? Yet, the cloaked figure merely smiled and refrained from answering. Instead, he shifted the topic and continued his promotional pitch. In truth, the survival points we sell as a commodity from our consecutive victories are hardly significant. Among the new players I am aware of, several formidable newcomers can readily present over a dozen or even 20 survival points. Moreover, there is one champion among the War God rankings whose accumulated survival points have already surpassed 3 digits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was taken aback once more. Surpassing 3 digits in survival points equated to having eliminated over 100 opponents, did it not? But wait, he hurriedly questioned. Isn't the initial number of players in a novice apartment only 80? How can survival points exceed 3 digits? It's quite simple, the figure replied. One can harvest from other novice apartments. Each novice apartment's top floor contains a teleportation passage to other apartments. Generally, as long as one finds the opportunity to reach the top floor and pays 1 survival point, they can teleport to another novice apartment. Therefore, some novice apartments have already fallen before the arrival of the veteran players. Jiang Yi was increasingly astonished, and in an instant, he comprehended how the 2 new players had arrived at his apartment. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it seemed that these newcomers harbored ill intentions. His heart raced with fervor. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe maintained a nonchalant demeanor. I've shared ample information for free. Would you care for a 10-game winning streak package? To speak candidly, players of mediocre skill would never qualify for the pay after use 10-game winning streak package. However, I hold great faith in you, and thus, I am willing to allocate a coveted spot as a top-tier sales representative for you. Therefore, you surely won't let me down with 10 consecutive victories, will you? This statement was delivered as if he genuinely believed Jiang Yi was a chosen one destined for triumph. Yet, Jiang Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a sales tactic, likely employed with other customers as well. Even the initial praise about Jiang Yi's mindset and prowess could very well have been another stratagem of persuasion. In that moment, Jiang Yi refrained from providing an immediate response, adopting a fade of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, as the second avatar and the top-tier sales representative engaged in their verbal exchange, the first avatar returned to apartment 2025, clutching a skill scroll obtained from a bronze treasure chest, with the lucky lantern still active for a few more moments. The original Jiang Yi tore open the bronze-level skill scroll. His two avatars possessed innate skills, yet the original, endowed with the X-level talent of infinite duplication, surprisingly lacked any skills. It remained uncertain whether this talent for infinite duplication could enable him to comprehend skills, should an improbable event truly be triggered. Resulting in naught but loss, it would indeed be a significant setback. Jiang Yi held his breath, an inexplicable tension enveloping him. In that fleeting moment when the white paper was torn asunder, it transformed into a brilliant flash of light, swiftly merging with his being. Instantly, Jiang Yi felt as though he had indulged in several restorative slumbers. His fatigue vanished, replaced by an invigorating vitality. His mind became exceptionally clear, as if invisible tendrils of consciousness were reaching out, grasping at something elusive. As this extraordinary sensation subsided, he quickly turned his gaze toward the data panel. Name, Jiang Yi. Level, 0. Physical strength, 0. 8. Vitality, 1. 2. Combat power, 1. 8. Survival points, 0. Talent, infinite clones, X. Skill, clone fusion, D. Can designate up to 3 clones for targeted fusion. All attributes, talents, skills, etc. of up to 2 clones can be comprehensively merged into the designated main clone for a duration of 3 minutes. Gasp, what is this? Clone fusion. Wait. According to the description of this clone fusion skill, the merging is not permanent. Rather, it lasts for merely 3 minutes. Jiang Yi's mind raced with the thought. If he were to choose the second clone, currently engaged in battle, as the main clone for clone fusion, is there a possibility of defeating the cloaked figure within those 3 minutes? Chapter 34. The youth does not abide by martial ethics regardless of the hope that lingered. He felt compelled to attempt it. On Jiang Yi's side, there was scarcely a moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, it appeared that the second clone had finally reached a decision. He appeared resolute in his decision to purchase consecutive victories, yet simultaneously felt a twinge of guilt. Abruptly, he turned to the figure in the black robe and remarked, "Before I entered the battle chamber, I noticed that the external screen of the battle machine automatically displays the player's combat processes. Thus, isn't it possible that our transaction for consecutive victories could be discovered by other players in the same apartment?" The figure in the black robe chuckled. "You need not worry about that. I disabled the spectator function as soon as this match officially commenced. Therefore, not only will there be no onlookers inadvertently entering this room, but the external screen of your battle machine will also not showcase this match." "I see. So, does this mean that those who witnessed Yang Wenxiao's matches, such as Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, likely did not see his 3 consecutive victories? And when Jiang Yi observed Yang Wenxiao losing to a female player, was that his failure after a 4-game winning streak? Perhaps it was after a 5-game win streak. I wonder if Yang Wenxiao has indeed purchased consecutive victories." As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Jiang Yi, in his original form within the apartment, glanced at the latest messages in the chat group. What the hell? How is it that within such a brief span of time, 2 members have logged off? Who could it be this time? Surely it's a classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenxiao? I always said he was a killer. We should not have collaborated with him simply because of his formidable prowess. No, they are not classmates who teamed up with Yang Wenxiao. It's Lu Shun, who ranks 9th on the leaderboard, and He Weiwei from class 2. What? If He Weiwei has perished, that would be one thing. But how could Lu Shun, who is only level 1, also be dead? Could it be that he was slain by monsters while leveling up alone? As we engage in monster hunting and leveling up, it is indeed prudent to form teams, is it not? However, just when the classmates presumed that Lu Shun had met an unfortunate demise during the process of battling monsters, a sudden message from the esteemed leaderboard player, Ku Jingfei, emerged in the group chat. Until this moment, he had remained silent. But his inaugural message bore an urgent tone. Lu Shun was not slain by a monster's counterattack. Rather, he was swiftly eliminated by an unfamiliar formidable adversary. It is highly likely that this foe is one of the 2 newly arrived players. Even I am currently being pursued by this powerful entity. Yet, as soon as this message was dispatched, it inexplicably vanished into thin air, akin to previous instances where players' messages were erased following their demise. The classmates in the group swiftly realized that Ku Zhangfei's name had disappeared from the leaderboard. In the member list, his name had also dimmed. This implied that this enigmatic figure, revered by his peers as a mysterious powerhouse, had been eliminated the very moment he sent his message. Instantly, the chat group plunged into an eerie silence as a chilling atmosphere silently permeated the space. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's second avatar suddenly inquired of the figure in the black robe. You previously mentioned a contractual item that could secure our transaction, correct? Upon hearing this question, the black-robed figure understood instantly another deal was accomplished. He was indeed worthy of being a top-tier salesman within the Duyue organization. At the same time, he scoffed internally, harboring disdain for Jiang Yi. As a top salesman, his usual tactic involved deliberately adopting a strong persona while simultaneously elevating the target customer with flattering remarks about their capabilities and potential. Such a novice player, capable of achieving a triple victory, often resembles a self-important frog at the bottom of a well, blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world beyond. Despite their ignorance of the greater expanse, they remain convinced of their own superiority. This vanity fuels an insatiable desire to secure a third consecutive win, which may ultimately lead them to the extent of taking out loans to achieve it. At this moment, in the mind of the figure cloaked in black, Jiang Yi epitomizes this arrogant frog, while the cloaked figure internally mocks Jiang Yi, preparing to explain the contract process. Jiang Yi is preoccupied with examining the data panel following the avatar fusion. Upon inspection, his confidence surges immensely. Jiang Yi, level 1, physical ability, 7, 4, energetic level, 8, 6, combat power, 72, survival points, 0, talent, diligence rewarded, S, gold element affinity, C, skills, absolute focus, A, combat posture, A, golden light technique, D, indeed. Although there exist 3 iterations of Jiang Yi, the primary entity does not belong to the avatars and thus cannot undergo avatar fusion. Consequently, only the first and second avatars merged. The attributes of the 2 avatars were indeed summed, talents and skills also compounded. However, the combat power did not result from a mere addition. The combat power of the first avatar is 5, while that of the second stands at 54. If added directly, the total should be less than 60. Yet, the combat power of the fused avatar reaches an impressive 72 points, perfectly illustrating that 11 can indeed exceed 2. Jiang Yi concedes that the cloaked figure possesses formidable strength. However, according to the matching mechanism, his combat power should be approximately 54 points, comparable to Jiang Ye's second clone. Even with fluctuations, it should not deviate significantly. After the fusion of Jiang Ye's clone, his combat power surpassed that of the black robe by a staggering 20 points. Of course, the seasoned player's combat experience and formidable tools may compensate for this 20-point disparity. However, Jiang Yi was resolved to abandon the principles of martial ethics. Just as the black robe was detailing the contract process to him, Jiang Yi appeared to listen intently, feigning a determination to spend money for consecutive victories. Yet, at that very moment, a flash of golden light suddenly swept past him. Almost simultaneously, a cold, metallic sensation grazed his throat, and blood began to gush forth from the wound. The black robe, possessing immense combat experience, swiftly retreated in a heartbeat. While clutching his throat in disbelief, he cast a stunned glance at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, too, was taken aback. He recalled how, with the lackluster strength of his first clone, he had effortlessly eliminated Ding Dang with a single golden light technique, and how his second clone could have similarly dispatched Li Ran with a swift cut. Yet now, despite being momentarily obstructed by a mask, he had witnessed the golden light penetrate the black robe's forehead. Moreover, the poison blade had indeed sliced through the black robe's throat, blood oozing forth. Astonishingly, this adversary was still capable of such swift action. Jiang Yi had only 3 minutes of fusion time and dared not relax for an instant. With the combined enhancement of absolute focus and combat stance, he charged once more toward the black robe. However, logically speaking, under equal combat power, the black robe's panel attributes should have been inferior to his own, yet his speed was evidently swifter. It dawned on Jiang Yi that this black-clad figure was likely adorned in a complete set of equipment. On his feet, he wore pointed black shoes with sharply angled tips. Draped over his form was a finely crafted black robe. His hands were encased in black gloves, and his face was obscured by a solid black mask. Such a standardized uniform might very well constitute a complete set. Anyone with even a modicum of gaming experience understands that the potency of a full ensemble far surpasses that of disparate pieces of gear. No wonder. Despite Jiang Ye's superior combat prowess, utilizing both the golden light technique and the poison blade blood dagger for a dual ambush, this black figure remained unscathed. Indeed, it appeared he had not even sustained serious injury. The black-clad figure retreated rapidly, raising a hand to his neck. As the gloved hand withdrew from the gushing wound, it miraculously sealed itself in an instant. However, while external injuries healed swiftly, the poison blade blood dagger was laced with venom, coupled with the golden light penetrating his brow. The black figure's condition was far from optimal. His mind felt clouded, and his body slightly rigid, lacking the agility of his peak form. As he hastily withdrew, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Yi. Due to the injury to his throat, his voice emerged hoarse and fragmented, akin to a damaged tape. Kid, do you comprehend what this entire ensemble signifies? It embodies not just myself, but a vast organization standing behind me, even if you manage to triumph through ambush. From this moment forth, every crucial victory you achieve will be met with retaliation. From this moment forth, the possibility of your consecutive victories has been irrevocably extinguished. I must admit, I misjudged you. Unexpectedly, you possess a modicum of strength, yet among all the newcomers I have encountered, you lack any semblance of intelligence. Chapter 35, Consecutive Victory Reward. Privilege card. The tone of the figure in the black robe was one of condescending criticism, devoid of any pretense of disdain. As if Jiang Yi had committed an egregious folly. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi felt a surge of exhilaration within. Initially, witnessing the black-robed figure deftly evade crucial strikes, he had assumed the opponent to be absurdly formidable, leading him to believe that his chances of consecutive victories were utterly dashed. Yet, at this moment, upon hearing the black-robed figure's declaration, he instantly recognized that although the opponent appeared unaffected by the assaults, he was, in fact, nearing his limit. With this realization, Jiang Yi would certainly not be swayed by such words. Seizing the moment, he resolved to exploit this vulnerability. Like a blade, he surged towards the retreating figure in the black robe. In a flash, a beam of golden light shot forth, mercilessly aimed at the black-robed figure. Simultaneously, he noticed his ebony poison blade, the blood dagger. Wait, what? His poison blade had flown from his grasp. No. Jiang Yi observed the layer of golden light enveloping the dark dagger and instantly understood that it had not escaped his hold. Rather, it could be manipulated with effortless precision, as if an extension of his own body. This was a newfound skill acquired through the enlightenment bestowed by absolute focus. In the heat of battle, there was no time to scrutinize the data panel, but this did not hinder him from deftly wielding the poison blade. The figure in the black robe was unaware that this was a newly acquired skill that Jiang Yi had comprehended amidst battle. Yet, he remained profoundly astonished. For Jiang Yi's condition was transparent to him. This young man possessed merely two pieces of equipment. One was a disguise mask, transforming him into a bald figure. The other, a venomous dagger, the effects of which the black-robed man understood all too well. However, when excluding these two items, the young man's base combat power, according to the matchmaking system, should be around 55 at most, and it could not exceed 60. Yet, the power he displayed at this moment was not merely under 60. It likely surpassed 70. This was utterly inconceivable. Was there an error in the matchmaking mechanism? Or had this young man concealed some hidden items that had escaped his notice? Perhaps he was one of those extraordinary prodigies, a rare gem among millions. Generally speaking, combat power and actual ability are two distinct concepts. For instance, if a person's combat power is rated at 100, their capability is typically equivalent. If their true power reaches 80, one could assert that they can exert 80 of their combat power. Conversely, if their strength attains 100, they can unleash their full potential of 100. Players who can fully manifest their combat power are quite rare, often referred to as ultimate flow experts. Beyond the ultimate flow, there exists an exceptional phenomenon. Individuals with a combat power of merely 100 who, in their bare state, can exceed that threshold in actual strength. Such a completely anomalous existence is designated as a limit-breaking prodigy. Of course, ultimate flow experts are already exceedingly scarce. The legendary figure who transcends limits exists only in myth. Even the seasoned player in the black robe had merely heard whispers of such tales, never having witnessed one firsthand. Yet at this moment, he could not help but doubt whether the audacious young man before him might indeed be a rare prodigy of limit-breaking prowess. How else could one explain his combat strength? Approximately 55, and his subpar equipment, yet he displayed the ability to counterattack with such ferocity? The black robe was struck with astonishment, eager to engage in further conversation with Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi was determined to conclude the matter swiftly due to the impending 3-minute limit of clone fusion. The poison blade danced effortlessly from his hand, targeting the black-robed man's vulnerabilities with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the black robe's evasive maneuvers were growing increasingly rigid. Jiang Yi realized that the effects of his earlier ambush were now manifesting, compelling him to press his advantage. Yet in the next heartbeat, the elusive black robe seemed to vanish, leaving behind only an empty garment, pierced by the short dagger. The figure within the robe had completely disappeared. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted, and his nerves tightened instantaneously. Fortunately, under the influence of absolute focus, his attention was acutely sharpened. In the blink of an eye, the poison dagger, originally positioned over 2 meters ahead of him, spun back with a swift motion. A glimmer of cold light streaked past him. A shadow materialized, and blood splattered. Jiang Yi reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting and seizing the spinning dagger, aiming once more at the throat of the now-revealed black-robed figure. The blade's brilliance was both fierce and swift, akin to the rush of a tempest. The black-robed man's pupils trembled, their clarity fading in the next instant. Within 3 breaths, his form dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed within Jiang Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations on your victory in this battle, earning a wager of 100. With the second prompt, 3 cards materialized before Jiang Yi. Still somewhat dazed, he took heavy breaths, taking a moment to regain his composure. He had won. Astonishingly, he had triumphed over an experienced player. But upon reflection, it made sense. His battle power exceeded that of his opponent by approximately 20 points. Coupled with an underhanded ambush, he had decisively suppressed the black-robed player's state. It was only natural that he would emerge victorious. Suppressing his elation, Jiang Yi swiftly directed his attention to the 3 cards before him. Each card was the size of a playing card, entirely black, revealing no discernible differences. He could only randomly select one from the trio as the reward for his 3 consecutive victories. Since it was a matter of chance, Jiang Yi pointed to the 3rd card. Upon confirming his choice, the 3 cards flipped over in succession. The first card revealed itself as Announcement Card. You may publish one announcement in the battle area you occupy. The announcement made earlier by Zhao Yudi must have utilized the announcement card. The second card turned over, displaying Upgrade Card. If your level is below 10, you will automatically advance by 1 level. If your level exceeds 10, this card is rendered ineffective. Good heavens! An automatic level increase. It seemed that Yong Wa, who was the first to reach level 2, had likely drawn the Upgrade Card as his reward for consecutive victories. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Yi revealed the 3rd card he had chosen, which displayed the following. Privilege Card. Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, the player may designate an opponent from those of equal strength for battle. Privilege 2. In the designated battle, the stakes for both parties will no longer be compatible with lower bets. Initially, Jiang Yi struggled to comprehend the utility of this privilege and assumed the card was of little worth. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if wielded astutely, the card could yield significant financial rewards. Privilege 1 is quite straightforward. Normally, random matchmaking is entirely arbitrary. Yet, with the use of this privilege card, he could actively select an opponent from those who meet the necessary criteria. If this were the sole privilege, the card would hold limited value, as the matchmaking system still requires that both combatants possess comparable strengths. He would still be selecting an opponent within this matchmaking framework. However, with the addition of Privilege 2, the card becomes exceedingly advantageous. The notion of stakes being incompatible with lower bets implies that in a scenario where one stakes 100 and the other stakes 900, the final bet is determined by the lesser amount, which would be 100, when the stakes are no longer compatible. Jiang Yi could stake 100 while choosing an opponent who bets 10, 0, 0, 0. If he wins, he gains 10, 0, 0, 0. If he loses, he forfeits only 100. This is the true purpose of the privilege card. Typically, when he bets 100, winning would yield merely 100. Yet, by utilizing the privilege card, he can leverage a modest bet to gain a substantial reward, risking 100 to potentially win 10, 0, 0, 0, or even 100, 0, 0, 0. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must adeptly select his opponent and decisively triumph in battle. As Jiang Yi pondered, the privilege card he had chosen automatically fell into his grasp. Shortly thereafter, he returned from the arena space to his original seat. At this moment, the effects of clone fusion were nearing their conclusion. Jiang Yi could not help but feel a sense of awe at the formidable skills corresponding to his X-class talent. The clone fusion skill, merely rated D-class, produced effects that far surpassed those of other D-class abilities, such as the Golden Light technique. The power augmentation from clone fusion was already impressively potent. More crucially, employing the skill within the combat arena felt akin to cheating, given that the matchmaking mechanism was designed to pair opponents of roughly equal strength. Where victories hinged on equipment and combat awareness, he could simply activate clone fusion after the match commenced. This resulted in an immediate surge in power, allowing him to overwhelm his opponent effortlessly. In many novels Jiang Yi had read, protagonists often relished the thrill of challenging those above their level, triumphing against the odds. While he once found such narratives exhilarating, he now questioned the appeal of overcoming the strong with the weak. Instead, he found true satisfaction in the exhilaration of overpowering the weak with overwhelming strength, employing a dimensional advantage. The best part was not only the thrill but also the assurance it provided. Henceforth, when faced with formidable adversaries, he would possess a powerful trump card. Even when weaker clones ventured forth independently, they would have a safeguard to rely upon. Overall, Jiang Yi was immensely satisfied with the D-class talent of clone fusion. He even believed that this skill surpassed the A-class abilities of absolute focus and combat stance in its prowess. Just as he reveled in this joy, he suddenly heard a notification sound echoing in his mind. Chapter 36, VIP Player. Crossing the Abyss, player Xing Xiu announces in the battle room, evidently. This announcement was issued by a player utilizing an announcement card. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Yi initially paid it little mind. However, he soon realized that the voice following the announcement belonged to the enigmatic figure in the black robe. Bald Kid at seat number A065525. You are currently basking in the rewards and joys of a 3-game winning streak, are you not? I specifically issued this announcement to remind you of one thing. The words I spoke on the battlefield were not mere threats. Rather, you shall indeed pay a price for your foolish actions. Soon, you will come to understand. My power exceeds your wildest imagination. Embrace the experience. The voice from the announcement, draped in arrogance and condescension, was brazen in its critique and mockery. Simultaneously, the players in the battle room began to murmur about this perplexing announcement. Isn't this player Xing Xiu a bit extravagant? To waste an announcement card just to berate another player? And what does he mean by my power exceeds your imagination? Has he succumbed to delusions of grandeur? Who does he think he is? Humph. He appears to be nothing more than a conceited loser. Unable to accept his defeat and desperately trying to maintain an air of superiority. Indeed, listening to that announcement was quite amusing. Many reacted to this baffling proclamation with scorn. Yet the derision did not linger for long. In the minds of the players in the battle room, a new announcement resonated. Emergency announcement from the battle room. VIP player Do E is linking 1 million battle machines to this combat zone. The connection of 1 million battle machines will be completed within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this combat zone. This announcement left the players in the battle room utterly bewildered. Some were stunned, unable to comprehend the implications, and asked in confusion, What? What does this mean? However, there were those with quick wits who immediately realized, wait a minute. Does this mean that our combat zone will be inundated with 1 million veteran players? This would significantly increase the likelihood of encountering seasoned players during random matches or challenges. Encountering veteran players? What a joke. I can hardly compete against players of the same power level in random matches. Facing veteran players is simply an impossible feat. Indeed, the influx of 1 million veteran players will drastically diminish our chances of winning in random matchups. Who is this Dewey? Why is he doing this? What level of player qualifies as a VIP? This is outrageous. Directly dropping in 1 million veteran players. I sense that this VIP player holds immense authority. Wait, do you remember the announcement made by that fellow, Xing Xiu, before this one? He mentioned something about making a bald kid pay the price. Thus, the sudden influx of 1 million veteran players is indeed related to Xing Xiu. So, it turns out he is neither a mere pretender nor a delusional youth. He is genuinely formidable. Damn. This is not merely about making some bald kid pay the price, but rather it has caused our entire battle zone to suffer. Damn it all. Which audacious bald fellow has provoked such an impressive figure? In an instant, the derision previously directed at Xing Xiu transformed into lamentation and indignation directed towards the bald youth. They felt that the dire predicament facing their battleground was entirely the fault of that bald individual who had angered a significant personage. Meanwhile, the bald youth himself, Jiang Yi, who was being vehemently condemned by the players in the battle room, had already swiftly changed his seat during Xing Xiu's announcement. It was during this seat change that he suddenly realized a crucial issue. Spectators could simply search for the seat number to observe the battles of the players seated there. The randomly matched combatants would only be aware of their opponent's seat number and not any additional information. Previously, Zhao Yudi had announced her seat number, 151, to attract spectators to her match, allowing her fans to observe her battle through this method. At that time, Jiang Yi was not well acquainted with the battle room's dynamics, so he did not perceive any issues. However, now he noticed that the seat numbers he saw in the second-floor hall were predominantly in the format of XXXXXXX. So, why was Zhao Yudi's seat number 151? Could it be that Zhao Yudi is the stubborn bronze, which led her to the third floor? And coincidentally, the seating arrangement on the third floor consists of 3-digit numbers? This is indeed a possibility. However, Jiang Yi began to wonder if, apart from the visible seats in the second-floor hall, there might exist some private seating as well. He even contemplated the notion that if the battle machines in the ground-floor combat room of the apartment could be likened to computers in an internet CAF, might there be individuals who, akin to owning personal computers, possess their own private battle machines? In fact, he was quite right. Room 985 in the novice apartment, room 2008. At this moment, Zhao Yudi found herself within a battle machine in her apartment room. Of course, this battle machine was not one that came with her apartment. Rather, it was one she had acquired by stealthily dismantling a delivery. By utilizing this private battle machine, she could claim her own personal seat number in the virtual combat zone. The seats scattered throughout the second-floor hall were available for any player to occupy freely. However, once vacated, those seats could easily be taken by others. By employing a private battle machine, she enjoyed the privilege of an exclusive seat, ensuring that even in her absence, her designated seat would remain unoccupied. Hence, this exclusive seat bears resemblance to a streaming room number, remaining valid for an extended period. This, indeed, was the true motive behind Zhao Yudi's announcement inviting spectators. Although her announcement merely stated a desire for viewers to observe her battle, in reality, she aspired for her exclusive seat number to be known to all spectators, akin to a streaming room number. Thus, every subsequent battle would attract an audience, much like a popular live stream. Once her seat number gained notoriety, every victory she achieved would generate substantial audience revenue. Under this model, her earnings could rival those of established stars, making a daily income of millions not merely a dream. However, while the plan appeared splendid, the sudden announcement of the influx of seasoned players shattered her aspirations for stardom and wealth. The prerequisite for ensuring audience profits was her ability to win battles, and the arrival of these veteran players would inevitably diminish her chances of victory. Furthermore, the streams of these seasoned players could potentially overshadow her own. Contemplating this, Zhao Yudi harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the malevolent figure responsible for invoking such formidable opponents. Nevertheless, regaining her composure, she resolved to capitalize on opportunities and earn as much as possible before the veteran players fully descended upon her realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, having changed his seat, distinctly sensed the hostile gazes directed towards his bald persona. Yet, due to the mask's design, which rendered him bald, surrounding players could not ascertain that he was the troublemaker in question. Jiang Yi remained composed, though a sense of perplexity lingered in his mind. Logically, that Xingxiu should only possess a combat power of around 55. What warranted such audacity as to summon the so-called Du Yi and the sudden influx of 100,000 players into his battle zone? Wasn't this merely an underhanded ambush? Did it truly necessitate such a commotion? He pondered whether there were additional motives lurking behind this spectacle. Recalling that when he had last attacked the figure in the black robe, the individual had seemed poised to utter something, yet he had not afforded them the opportunity. Reflecting upon it now, what might the figure in the black robe have wished to convey? Jiang Yi found himself perplexed and chose to relinquish the thought. His current dilemma revolved around the privilege card. Should it be utilized after the arrival of the veteran players, or within the 10 minutes preceding their descent? In Chapter 37, The Tattooed Youth, he shifted his seat and noticed a significant alteration in the discussions surrounding him. In my opinion, there is no need for such panic. The integration of 1 million battle machines merely signifies that 1 million seasoned players could potentially log into our battleground. It does not imply that all 1 million will log in simultaneously. For instance, in my apartment, there are 20 battle machines in the arena, yet currently, only I am utilizing one. Thus, this situation may not necessarily exert a profound impact on our battleground. The VIP player, Du Yi, along with the one who made the public announcement, Xingxiu, were evidently in league together. Their primary target seems to be the bald adversary who provoked them. Therefore, the veteran players logging into our battleground likely have their sights set on the bald individual as well. Such sentiments are evidently laced with self-reassurance. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi absorbed them. Indeed, within this battleground, achieving a series of crucial victories yields random rewards. The rewards he is aware of include the announcement card, upgrade card, and privilege card. Yet, there may exist other cards with special purposes that he remains oblivious to. The organization selling the winning streaks must possess immense wealth. Akin to a conglomerate in the real world, an imposing behemoth. Such an existence, seeking to contend with a mere ordinary individual devoid of any background. Surely, there are countless strategies at their disposal. Thus, originally, Jiang Yi had contemplated waiting for the seasoned players to descend upon the battlefield before utilizing the privilege card, hoping to accrue even greater rewards. However, he now believes it prudent to withdraw from the combat chamber upon the arrival of these veteran players, in order to avoid drawing attention. Yet, should he refrain from using the combat chamber for an extended period, his earning potential would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Therefore, it would be most advantageous to exploit this privilege card effectively, allowing him to amass a substantial fortune before the veterans make their entrance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yi activated the spectator function on the control panel. Upon accessing the spectator feature, the interface resembled that of a food delivery application. At the very top lay the search functionality, designed for locating specific seating numbers for observation. The majority of the page, however, displayed various combat arenas, accompanied by a small numeral in the lower right corner indicating the current number of spectators for each arena. The arenas were initially presented in default order, meaning they were showcased randomly. Naturally, certain established arenas may attract greater traffic and thus appear prominently within this default arrangement. One wonders if the arenas appearing at the forefront of this default order have indeed purchased traffic using a traffic card. In addition to the default order, players could also opt for sorting by number of spectators, combat power, or titles, among other criteria. Since Jiang Yi aimed to utilize the privilege card for a substantial gain, and given his inability to ascertain the betting amounts of his targeted opponents, it was only natural that he would focus his efforts on the spectator fees. If the match utilizing the privilege card were to attract a substantial audience, victory would yield him a considerable sum in spectator fees. Thus, he opted to sort by the number of onlookers, preparing to dedicate some time to his research. Meanwhile, the first doppelganger, Jiang Yi, after concluding the fusion process, hastily departed from room 2025 and made his way towards room 2064. After all, the woman in white had only allotted him 10 minutes. He needed to return to continue his cleaning duties. The corridor between rooms 2025 and 2064 was not an overly extensive distance. He had traversed it twice already. Yet, he remained vigilant, tightly gripping a kitchen knife. The new skill acquired during the battle with the black screen only appeared on the data panel of the first doppelganger following the fusion's conclusion. Golden Cicada Shedding Shell, D. By firmly gripping a metallic weapon for 1 minute, he can manipulate it without holding it for 3 minutes, within a 5-meter radius. A rather ordinary D-level skill. The efficacy of this skill would likely depend significantly on the attributes of the metallic weapon. This further led Jiang Yi to realize that the strength of skills is indeed closely tied to one's innate talent. If he were to obtain skill scrolls in the future, it would be far more advantageous to assign them to doppelgangers with higher-level talents. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his gaze remained vigilant. As the first doppelganger, Jiang Yi passed room 2060, he suddenly sensed a lethal threat. Instantly, his entire body tensed, and the palm gripping the knife began to perspire. His body instinctively pressed against the corridor wall as his eyes darted left and right. At that moment, a boisterous male voice resonated from the shadows to his right. "You must be Jiang Yi, residing on the 20th floor." Accompanying this voice was a slender young man emerging from the dim corridor. The youth sported a buzz cut, and a tattoo adorned his forehead, seemingly intended to conceal some scar. His appearance was unmistakably that of a societal delinquent, clearly not one of their apartment's residents. He was undoubtedly one of the level 3 players who had come from another building. Huang Qi or Yu Xiangming, Lu Shun and Ku Zhenfei, both listed on the leaderboard, had met their demise at the hands of these two, and in an instant, no less. What caused Jiang Ye's anxiety to spike was the tattooed youth, who, after casting a cold glance in his direction, suddenly furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "How peculiar. Is it possible that your novice apartment houses 2 individuals named Jiang Yi? Is there another Jiang Yi, the one who ranks level 1 on the leaderboard?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. He feigned a facade of nervousness and chose not to respond. The tattooed youth continued to approach, slowly dissecting the situation. "Or do you possess the ability to prevent others from probing your data panel?" "No, that can't be right. Such a capability shouldn't manifest in this manner. Could it be a disguise of the data panel? Does such a unique ability even exist?" Seemingly perplexed, the tattooed youth's demeanor turned abruptly stern as he stated, "Come on, my friend, just confess. Why does your data panel indicate a level of 0, while the Jiang Yi on the leaderboard is marked as level 1? At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly realized that this individual possessed the ability to probe others' data panels. How outrageous. Fortunately, what he managed to uncover was merely the data panel of the first clone. Otherwise, if the data panel of Jiang Ye's true self had been exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. An X-level talent would certainly cause a sensation. This thought led Jiang Yi to conclude that it would be prudent for his true self to remain in the shadows and avoid unnecessary exposure. He could leave everything to the clones to manage. However, even in this not-so-dire scenario, he was still at risk of having his secrets revealed. He was genuinely at a loss as to how to explain the discrepancy between being ranked level 1 while his data panel displayed level 0. But why should he even have to provide an explanation? This person was not his classmate, and had even harmed his classmates before. Tension coursed through Jiang Ye's body as he pressed his back against the corridor wall, outwardly resembling a level 0 player gripped by fear. Internally, he contemplated merging with the second clone to swiftly eliminate this tattooed youth. Yes, it would be ideal to accomplish a one-hit knockout. After all, this youth could see his data panel. If he merged with the clone, his panel would change. And if the youth noticed anything amiss and divulged it in their chat group, it would spell disaster. Chapter 38. ending this apartment, but did he truly possess the strength to eliminate this tattooed youth in an instant? After all, this individual had the audacity to operate across apartments, indicating that his strength was formidable. Moreover, it seemed he had a companion. It remained uncertain whether the two were acting separately or if the companion lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Jiang Yi did not possess absolute certainty in his ability to eliminate him in one swift move. Caught in a dilemma between waiting for the right moment and taking the initiative, Jiang Yi listened as the tattooed youth casually remarked, "Relax, my friend. With my abilities, I could have eliminated you long ago, and you wouldn't have even had a chance to react." Such bravado was quite audacious. Jiang Yi felt indifferent inwardly, yet maintained an outward facade of tension and unease. As the tattooed youth toyed with a small knife in his hand, he continued nonchalantly, "My name is Huang Qi, and I am not from the same apartment as you Xiangming. So why are we working together? It's quite simple. We share a common goal to grow stronger, to achieve unprecedented power at the fastest pace possible. Now, let me ask you, what do you think is the quickest way to become powerful?" Jiang Yi found it difficult to discern the youth's true intentions but cooperatively blurted out, "Killing." "Bingo!" exclaimed the tattooed youth, his delight palpable as he uttered a phrase in English and snapped his fingers, only to quickly amend, "What I meant to say is the supercharged version of killing, mass slaughter. Of course, in our case, it should be called slaughtering the apartment." At this juncture, the tattooed youth offered a sinister smile, his forehead tattoos shifting to render him akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His subsequent words were chillingly devoid of humanity. "In my apartment, aside from myself, there are no surviving players left. Next, Yu Xiangming's apartment is the second. Currently, the apartment you inhabit is the third one. Jiang Yi, is it? You are quite fortunate. Although your abilities are rather average, you have been assigned to the 20th floor from the outset. This has become your reason for survival. You have the option to follow in Yu Xiangming's footsteps and become my subordinate. I will guide you, one apartment after another, to harvest survival points. Such a pace of growth is undoubtedly far swifter than working or engaging in battles. I shall establish a formidable organization, and those who follow me will become its elders. Naturally, I do not tolerate idleness. To follow me, one must also pay a price. For instance, at this stage, my rule is that after each apartment expedition, my followers must surrender 10 survival points to main. However, as long as you eliminate enough individuals, any excess beyond 10 can be utilized for your own development. Once the number of my organization exceeds 8 members, I shall make further amendments and establish more detailed organizational rules. Oh, by the way, after all this talk, you must possess the survival jade token, right?" The tattooed youth raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining casual and relaxed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was profoundly shaken. He had initially believed that the two new players who arrived at their apartment were merely ordinary level 3 stronglings who accidentally discovered the method of apartment transportation. To his astonishment, they had wiped out all the players from 2 apartments. Jiang Yi suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting recklessly. Otherwise, the survival points acquired by this fellow, who has claimed the lives of over 100, suggest that his strength is not something he can easily wield. Not to mention the idea of effortlessly eliminating others. He probably cannot even contend with this tattooed youth. Realizing this, Jiang Yi felt a genuine sense of trepidation. He stiffly responded, "I have the survival jade token." The tattooed youth chuckled, "That simplifies matters." He continued, "In no more than 2 hours, we shall conclude this apartment, and then we will proceed to the next." The tone of this individual was chilling and arrogant, showing utter disregard for human life. At this moment, Jiang Yi dared not entertain thoughts of easy kills any longer. He still wore an anxious expression and said, "I was preparing to do cleaning work in room 2064. However, before he could finish his delaying tactic, the tattooed youth scoffed, "What kind of international joke are you trying to pull? You can earn 100,000 just by taking a life. And you come to me with talk of cleaning jobs? Humph." The tattooed youth toyed with the knife in his hand, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Now I ask you, are you going to continue your cleaning duties? Or will you join me in killing?" Jiang Yi's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely exclaimed, "Killing." His words were almost a shout, as if he had made a firm decision to become a brutal, cold-blooded demon, mercilessly taking lives like the tattooed youth. The tattooed youth seemed quite pleased with his response and remarked, "At least you know how to be sensible. Now, allow me to pose a few inquiries. First, regarding Yong Wa on the 20th floor, are you acquainted with his capabilities? Second, the mysterious bald man mentioned in the chat group is also presumably residing on the 20th floor. Do you possess any knowledge of his background and strength? Third, I must revisit an earlier question. Why is your panel level indicated as level 0, while the leaderboard reflects level 1? Upon hearing the first 2 questions, Jiang Yeguang realized that this individual likely intended to recruit both Yong Wa and the mysterious bald man into his organization. Alternatively, if their power exceeded his control, they might be dealt with as a priority. Jiang Yi refrained from inquiring further and responded in turn. Yong Wa is indeed formidable. Pausing momentarily, he continued, during his previous battle against a monster, he seemingly employed a revival ability. Subsequently, he mentioned in the group that it was the survival point that enabled his revival. I harbor significant doubts regarding his assertion. Do you, esteemed one, know if survival points can be utilized for revival? Upon hearing this, the tattooed youth's expression grew markedly grave. Revival? Survival points do not inherently possess the capacity for revival. Therefore, Yong Wa's revival ability must stem from his innate talent. He then inquired, can you roughly ascertain the level of his talent? Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment and cautiously speculated. In our apartment, there is an individual named Wang Lingling with an S-level talent, and it appears that Yong Wa's strength surpasses that of Wang Lingling. However, it remains uncertain whether his talent surpasses even the S-level. After all, Wang Lingling does not reside on the 20th floor, while Yong Wa does, giving Yong Wa a distinct advantage. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he inquired, since you can access my data panel, surely you can also view Yong Wa's, correct? Huang Qi shot him an exasperated glance and replied impatiently. I can only examine the data panels of players who are 3 levels below me. Yong Wa is currently at level 3, so I cannot probe his information. So that was it. It was merely Jiang Yi's insufficient level that allowed this fellow to access his data panel. Yet, Jiang Yi suspected that beyond being unable to access Yong Wa's data panel, this tattooed youth likely preferred to avoid direct confrontation with Yong Wa. He probably feared that Yong Wa's formidable strength might lead to an unexpected downfall. Thus, this individual displayed a remarkable degree of caution. Just as Jiang Yi was about to respond to his second question, he suddenly noticed the tattooed youth's expression shift dramatically. Chapter 39. Is this a bug in the game? Jiang Yi's countenance also changed abruptly. He too had witnessed the chat group erupt with startling news. Good heavens. New player Yu Xiangming has vanished from the level rankings. His name in the member list has also dimmed. What the hell? Who did this? Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lu Shen. It was Yang Wenxiao. What? Yang Wenxiao has defeated Yu Xiangming at a higher level? Are you blind, my friend? Your brother has already leveled up to 3. What? He's only at level 3? Even so, to defeat someone of such stature across apartments at level 3 is incredibly impressive. Moreover, these 2 inter-apartment players are clearly up to no good. Yang Wenxiao's actions against them are undoubtedly a righteous endeavor on behalf of the community. I wholeheartedly support it. I concur. These 2 inter-apartment players are utterly despicable. If it weren't for Yang Wenxiao, who knows how many classmates would have perished? Wang Chong remarked. I have long asserted that our apartment desperately needs a formidable figure like Yang Wenxiao. It's astonishing that some even suggested eliminating him. I cannot fathom what goes on in the minds of such individuals. Xiao Likuan added, when will Brother Chao take care of that Huang Qi as well? I sense that these 2 inter-apartment players are solely intent on wreaking havoc in our residence. Agreed. Brother Chao, please swiftly deal with Huang Qi. Otherwise, I fear for my safety while delivering parcels. Brother Chao is magnificent. Brother Chao is remarkable. Brother Chao, you are my idol. At that moment, the chat group was filled with praises for Yang Wenxiao. It was as if, by vanquishing Yu Xiangming, he had ascended to the status of an apartment hero. Meanwhile, those who previously condemned Yang Wenxiao's actions remained silent, perhaps having undergone a change of heart or, more likely, intimidated by his prowess. Simultaneously, those fervently extolling Yang Wenxiao naturally hoped he would also eliminate Huang Qi. Meanwhile, Huang Qi, observing the chat from a distance, wore a grim expression. His eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint of murderous intent. This jubilant swarm of ants, how utterly irritating. I find myself preferring to witness these worthless beings pleading for mercy in their final moments. As he spoke, he coldly lifted his gaze towards Jiang Yi. And you? Jiang Yi pressed her lips together, her eyes resolute as she declared, I too wish to become strong. Humph. To grow stronger, one must be ruthless. Huang Qi remarked with a hint of profundity, what is your relationship with that Yang Wenxiao? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, revealing almost no concealment. Before arriving at this apocalyptic apartment, my relationship with my classmates was rather average. However, there was an instance when I spoke up for Yang Wenxiao, and after arriving at this apartment, he had an opportunity to kill me. Yet, he spared me, claiming that we were even. Ah, I see. Huang Qi appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes darting thoughtfully. He then inquired further, so, strictly speaking, you are not well acquainted with Yang Wenxiao, nor with the other classmates? Jiang Yi nodded, sensing that Huang Qi's words were laying the groundwork for something. Indeed, upon receiving her affirmation, Huang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. a glimmer of intrigue flickering beneath the surface. He then resumed a relaxed demeanor, continuing, "Very well. Now, please respond to the 3 questions I posed earlier." Zhang Yi nodded and replied in one breath. "Regarding the mysterious bald man, I am not well informed, but since he can access the battle room, the initial apartment must be on the 20th floor. Moreover, my classmates believe he is likely Zhang Jitian from the ranking list. As for why my panel level differs from the ranking level..." Zhang Yi paused, daring to meet Huang Qi's gaze. At that moment, her expression was no longer marked by anxiety or timidity. Rather, it exuded a remarkable tranquility. "It is quite simple. I have merely concealed a portion of my strength." The tone is frank yet laden with significance. Huang Qi squinted his eyes and chuckled softly. "Concealed strength? Huh, indeed. Now, show me your true power." Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment before voluntarily revealing his data panel. Zhang Yi. Level 1. Physical strength. 7. 4. Energetic level. 8. 6. Combat power. 75. Survival points. 0. Talent. Diligence is rewarded. S. Gold element affinity. C. Skills. Absolute focus. A. Combat stance. A. Golden light technique. D. Cicada shed its shell. D. Indeed. At this moment, Zhang Yi employed the technique of body duplication once more, yet he had no intention of attacking Huang Qi. Upon observing his panel, Huang Qi was visibly taken aback. As he regarded Zhang Yi, a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. Dual talents. No wonder you chose to conceal. You truly are clever, playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger, are you? Zhang Yi offered no reply but instead assumed a position of dominance, stating, "I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier suggestion of systematically eliminating one apartment at a time. However, if you expect me to surrender 10 survival points for each apartment, you ought to demonstrate something in return." At this juncture, he had entirely shed his earlier anxious demeanor, exuding the aura of a formidable individual. This notable transformation elicited another chuckle from Huang Qi. "Ah, now that your strength is unveiled, you speak with much more confidence. However, your true strength, in my eyes, remains insufficient." With that, Huang Qi proactively revealed his data panel. Yet, inexplicably, he displayed only 3 items. Huang Qi. Level 3. Combat power. 88. As he showcased this, he waved his hand, and suddenly, a 2-meter-tall bronze dressing mirror materialized before him. He continued to address Zhang Yi, stating, "Having such combat power at level 1 is indeed quite impressive. However, your bare combat power pales in comparison to mine. Do you truly believe that your equipment can rival someone like me, who has already defeated 2 apartment players?" Zhang Yi, understanding the situation, promptly responded, "No problem. I will pay 10 survival points for an apartment." Huang Qi was quite pleased with his attitude and beckoned him closer, saying, "Come here and present your data panel in front of this mirror." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. Huang Qi shot him an exasperated glance, asserting, "I have already stated that eliminating you would be a trivial matter. There's no need for any deceit." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi complied and stood before the mirror, displaying his panel. Huang Qi added, "For 30 seconds." Zhang Yi remained silent. Yet, after 30 seconds, he discovered that the reflection in the mirror had begun to move on its own. After a short while, that mirrored version of himself stepped out of the mirror. Furthermore, the data panel displayed was identical to his own. What on earth? What kind of item is this? It's astonishing. It has replicated him directly? Huang Qi leisurely remarked, "Next, you may continue your cleaning duties. The task of probing Yang Wenchao can be entrusted to this mirror replica." His tone was remarkably relaxed, seemingly pleased and smug about Zhang Ye's astonishment. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ye's shock was not solely due to the fact that the mirror could create a replica identical to himself. It was, in fact, heightened by the realization that the entity residing in room 2025 could sense his D-grade skill, replica fusion, could also be utilized on this mirror avatar created by Huang Qi. What on earth? So, does this count as a glitch in the system? If he were to merge this mirror replica with the first avatar right now, what would transpire? Chapter 40. The replica reflection, the replica fusion skill, of course, comes with a cooldown period. Nevertheless, its cooldown mechanism operates as follows. For instance, merging avatars A and B into C results in only A and B entering cooldown. This implies that when Zhang Yi possesses merely 2 avatars, he can briefly achieve the fusion of the first avatar with the second, and vice versa, allowing for a total of 2 fusions. However, he had already exhausted both opportunities, rendering the skill entirely inactive. Yet, when this mirror avatar emerged, the skill, previously in cooldown, suddenly became available again. It indicated that he could indeed merge with this mirror avatar. What in the world? Zhang Yi was utterly dumbfounded as he gazed at the mirror replica. Huang Qiza erupted into hearty laughter. Is it truly so astonishing merely to have a mirror doppelganger? As he caressed the antique, textured dressing mirror, he elaborated with a sense of pride. The high-end mall, in the novice apartment, indeed allows one to exchange game currency for various items. Yet, to be frank, those items are rather pedestrian. They are accessible to any novice player with sufficient game currency, common fare, if you will. However, this doppelganger replication mirror is an entirely different matter. It was not purchased with game currency from the high-end mall. During my exchange of survival points for game currency with the Shadow, he noticed that my survival points exceeded 100 and bestowed upon me a special privilege, the ability to directly exchange survival points for items from his inventory. This doppelganger replication mirror was acquired from the Shadow as a survival point item. It even possesses a unique quality. As he recounted these details, Huang Qiza's pride was palpable. After all, not everyone is granted such favor from the Shadow. At this stage, the number of novice players possessing survival point items is likely exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi listened, unable to suppress the swallow in his throat. In his gaze, the doppelganger replication mirror had already become an object of desire. Ahem. No, I mustn't appear so overtly eager. Jiang Yi quickly restrained his emotions, adopting a demeanor of measured envy. He feigned a sudden lapse in judgment and inquired of Huang Qiza, does this doppelganger, crafted in my likeness, obey my commands? Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Then he regarded the speaker with a look of incredulity. Are you referring to Peach? The item I exchanged over 100 survival points for, how could its created doppelganger heed your commands? Even if the mightiest deity were to arrive, the doppelganger it manifests would still be bound to my will. However, there is a somewhat trivial aspect to this item. It necessitates that the replicated individual stands before a mirror, showcasing their data panel for 30 seconds. Thus, it is inherently incapable of contravening another's wishes to directly replicate a formidable adversary. Yet, as I progress to level 100, as long as I am sufficiently powerful, the doppelganger I create will also grow stronger. In the future, when my organization flourishes and I encounter individuals with robust bear stats, I will consider prioritizing their replication to serve as formidable allies. He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yi and remarked, your bear stats are quite commendable. You were among the first to follow me, so rest assured, I shall focus on nurturing your potential. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly and glanced at the mirror doppelganger, inquiring, this doppelganger must have a time limit, right? Will it suddenly vanish mid-use? That is not for you to worry about. Survival point items are far more formidable than you can imagine. Huang Qi replied, his impatience growing evident. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling his desire to cease wasting time with Jiang Yi. He then promptly issued a command to the mirror doppelganger, instructing it to join Yang Wenchao's team under the pretext of leveling up, with the intent to seize an opportunity to test Yang Wenchao's prowess. Jiang Yi understood that his actions were not solely intended to test Yang Wenchao, but also to sever his escape routes. It was akin to the initial steps depicted in certain noir films, where one is compelled to commit murder to be drawn into the underworld, thereby obliterating their social standing and leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Should this mirrored doppelganger of Jiang Yi engage in nefarious deeds among his peers, becoming a pariah despised by all, he would find himself with no recourse, compelled to join Huang Qi in a relentless path of annihilation against their fellow students, embarking on a journey of indiscriminate slaughter. To put it plainly, Huang Qi harbored little trust in Jiang Yi. Rather, he placed his faith in the very doppelganger he had conjured. However, just as Huang Qi was briefing the mirror image on various task details, that very doppelganger inexplicably vanished into thin air. What on earth was happening? Huang Qi stood frozen, as if confronted by a ghost. Meanwhile, the actual Jiang Yi, having successfully executed the doppelganger fusion glitch, promptly examined his new data panel. After all, he was uncertain whether this identical fusion would yield a cumulative enhancement of attributes, talents, and skills. If the fusion merely occurred without any alteration to the data panel, he would need to tread carefully. Fortunately, his inspection of the data panel revealed an immense surprise. Jiang Yi, level 1, physical strength, 14, 8, energy, 17, 2, combat power, 208, survival points, 0, talent, diligence rewarded, S, gold element affinity, B, skills, absolute focus, S, combat stance, S, golden light technique, B, golden cicada shedding shell, C. What astonishing news! His combat power has soared past 200, and he has directly acquired 2 S-level skills. The originally D-level golden light technique has also been elevated to B-level. This is simply staggering. Jiang Yi felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, he resolved firmly that today, even the mightiest would not deter him. This avatar replication mirror bears the name Jiang, not Huang. Thus, driven by his formidable combat prowess and an intense desire for the avatar replication mirror, Jiang Yi hesitated not a moment longer and began to stack his buffs. Absolute focus. Combat stance. Golden light technique. Golden cicada shedding shell. A swifter beam of golden light, gleaming with an even sharper dark glimmer, shot straight toward Huang Qi's brow. Simultaneously, an ordinary kitchen knife cleaved through the air in Huang Qi's direction. Jiang Yi did not remain idle either. He clenched his fists and surged forward. After all, even the protagonists in novels dare to fight above their level when their combat power is weaker. With his 208 combat power facing Huang Qi's 88. It was a complete domination, if he were to be defeated. However, to Jiang Yi's astonishment, as Huang Qi's incredulous gaze widened, a jade pendant around his neck shimmered, and a faint green energy shield suddenly materialized before him. With a resounding clang, the kitchen knife was thwarted by the shield. Even as the blade was sharpened and fell to the ground, Huang Qi did not revel in his triumph. For within his shattered gaze, he beheld the piercing golden light that effortlessly pierced his shield, driving deep into his vulnerable brow. A sharp pain lanced through his mind. But this was not the end. Jiang Yi's unarmed strike similarly shattered his defenses, as if a colossal force propelled the fist mercilessly into his chest. Speed, power, all were utterly overwhelming. Blood seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and brow, and within his fractured pupils lay an expression of disbelief and shock. How could this be? Was this truly the might demonstrated by a combat power of 75? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet why? Why was this Jiang Yi so formidable? Why had the doppelganger he created suddenly vanished? Huang Qi, until his last breath, could not fathom the answers. He fell, burdened with unfulfilled aspirations and a deep-seated resentment. Chapter 41. The Third Doppelganger. Almost instantaneously after Huang Qi's demise, the apartment chat group erupted in fervent discussion. What the hell? Huang Qi has vanished from the leaderboard. No way. We just suggested that Super Brother eliminate Huang Qi, and he actually did it. Of course. Do you not realize who Super Brother is? He need only exert a fraction of his power, and regardless of the apartment overlord, they would be dispatched in an instant. Damn. Super Brother is magnificent. Super Brother is incredible. From this moment forth, I declare you my god, and I shall be your dog. Xiao Likuan. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable prowess of Chao Ge. It is astonishing that even the formidable figures from other apartments are no match for him. Wang Chang. Indeed. It is worth noting that previously, both Lu Shun and Ku Zhangfei stood utterly defenseless against the titans from other apartments, being swiftly eliminated. Chao Ji's speed in dispatching these adversaries is likely equally instantaneous. So, it seems that Yang Wenchao's strength in our apartment has reached an unparalleled apex, has it not? I surmise that not only is he the unrivaled champion within our apartment, but he must also rank among the elite in all novice apartments. Absolutely. Having a powerhouse like Chao Gu among us is indeed a privilege for our novice apartment. The entire group was resounding with admiration for Yang Wenchao. As for those who harbored disdain for him, fearing he might indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, in the face of Yang Wenchao's overwhelming strength, they were rendered mute. Meanwhile, in the depths of the corridor on the third floor, Wang Lingling's support group could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Yang Wenchao had only recently departed from the team, and Huang Qi has already perished. Is this pace not excessively rapid? Was it truly Yang Wenchao who killed Huang Qi? Who else could it be? Huang Qi was a cross-apartment titan capable of eliminating Ku Zhengfei in an instant. Surely, it could not have been some insignificant figure who brought about his demise? Indeed. Lucian nodded slightly and swiftly speculated. Based on Yang Wenchao's swiftness in taking down Huang Qi, I suspect he had deliberately concealed his true strength while teaming up with us to battle monsters. Wang Lingling nodded in agreement. His talent and comprehension are likely superior to mine. Moreover, his initial allocation to the 20th floor, along with the privileges he enjoys, has undoubtedly accelerated his growth more swiftly than mine. Gao Chong furrowed his brow and swiftly suggested, "Why don't we hasten our efforts to earn money and rent an apartment on the 20th floor?" He added, lowering his voice deliberately, "Given Yang Wenchao's personality, I truly cannot trust him to dominate our apartment alone. After all, he has already killed 4 of our classmates. If he continues his murderous spree, none among us would be capable of stopping him." Lu Xun glanced around cautiously and echoed in a hushed tone, "Brother Chong is right. While Yang Wenchao is undeniably powerful, he is akin to a ticking time bomb." Seeing their shared apprehension towards Yang Wenchao, Wang Lingling seamlessly continued, "The only force that can currently restrain Yang Wenchao is perhaps our mutual aid group. However, to be frank, considering Yang Wenchao's ability to eliminate Huang Qi in an instant, even if all members of our group were to unite, we would likely still fall short against him. Therefore, I have an idea. We could consolidate the manpower of our entire mutual aid group to nurture a new resident for the 20th floor. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Lu Shun, Gao Chong, and other strong members of the mutual aid group flickered. They immediately grasped Wang Lingling's implication. She was suggesting the cultivation of a powerful ally to confront Yong Wa. Yet, the underlying message was unmistakable. She intended to rally the entire mutual aid group's resources to support her, Wang Lingling. What an outrageous notion. Even though Gao Chong and Lu Shun are members of the mutual aid group, they harbor their own ulterior motives, particularly as they are both male. Deep down, they are rather reluctant to see a girl like Wang Lingling at the helm of the group. Indeed, Wang Lingling's insinuations were quite evident. Yet the boys in the team chose not to respond. Only Su Yuan, another female, followed Wang Lingling's lead and suggested, "I believe we could allow the mutual aid group to pool their loans, and after covering each member's rent, perhaps the excess funds could enable Lingjie to reside in the 20th floor apartment." She hesitated, seemingly mindful of their camaraderie, unwilling to utter anything too heartless. Lucian, picking up on her thread, remarked, "Speaking of the 20th floor, that enigmatic bald man also resides there. I wonder about his capabilities. Could we potentially recruit him into our mutual aid group?" Observing the attitudes of Lu Shun and Gao Chong, Wang Lingling realized that these boys did not respect her authority. While feeling helpless, she ceased to consider supporting a powerful ally. She lamented her own inadequacy. If only she possessed absolute strength like Yong Wa. Then the entire mutual aid group would be under her dominion. In that case, Gao Chong and Lu Shun would no longer dare to treat her with such disdain. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of power. Meanwhile, as the mutual aid group's monster hunting team harbored their own schemes, Yang Wenchao had just exited the red light elevator, staring blankly at the chat group. What? He had not even located Huang Qi yet, and he was already dead. Who was responsible? Surely it couldn't have been some random passerby who casually disposed of him, could it? Were the cross-apartment powerhouses truly that inept? He still contemplated the prospect of killing Huang Qi and suddenly becoming immensely wealthy. However, he was thwarted by another player who claimed the kill. No. Given his novice status in the apartment, it should have been impossible for anyone but him to slay Huang Qi. So, could it be that the fellow had inadvertently met his demise, wandering into the depths of the corridor only to be slain by a monster? Were cross-apartment players truly this foolish? Yang Wenchao found himself perplexed, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. As for the misunderstanding in the chat group, his usual demeanor was rather aloof, and he had no intention of clarifying at that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, the one who had truly vanquished Huang Qi, was busy collecting the spoils, the spatial watch, jade pendant, bracelet, and knife that Huang Qi had dropped. He swiftly stowed these items, along with the replication mirror, into Huang Qi's spatial watch. Then, like a thief, he dashed towards room 2025. With combat power exceeding 200, his speed was remarkable. It wasn't until he returned to room 2025 and slammed the door shut that pure elation erupted within him. Wealth beyond measure. This counterattack against Huang Qi had indeed made him rich. It was no wonder the saying goes, killing people and setting fires earns golden belts. Slaying the affluent is truly lucrative, not to mention the survival points and the replication mirror, which were top-tier resources he desperately sought. In addition, there were various pieces of equipment. Jiang Yi promptly summoned Xiao Bing and began to use identification techniques on each item. Heart Protector, Stamina 4, generates a shield automatically when attacked, Physical Defense 50, Magical Defense 50. Ghost Ring Blade, Stamina 4, can be thrown within a 10-meter range and returns to hand. Upon striking a target, has a certain probability of causing a stun effect. Lucky Bracelet, Energy 1, slightly enhances luck attribute. Duration, 38 minutes, can be recharged. What a marvel. Yet another item to enhance luck attributes. Moreover, this bracelet surpasses the Lucky Lantern as it can be reused. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi donned the bracelet on his wrist. Immediately afterward, he transferred one survival point obtained from defeating Huang Qi to his main body. Then, he swiftly utilized that survival point to generate a new clone. Ding. Congratulations on creating a clone. However, the creation of this new clone rendered Jiang Yi's main body utterly feeble. A wave of dull pain surged through his mind, and he found himself devoid of any strength. In that instant, he realized that his main body's attributes were far too weak. 3 clones were already the limit. If he wished to create additional clones, he must hasten to improve his main body's attributes. He hurriedly directed the clones to lift his incapacitated main body onto the bed, barely managing to inspect the data panel of the 3rd clone. Upon doing so, another wave of astonishment washed over him. Yang Yi, level 0, physical ability 5, 8, energy 7, 2, combat power 58, survival points 0, talent, ice element affinity S, skills, ice domain S, ice fog assault A. Extreme Cold Ice Blade. B. Initially comprehending 3 skills with an S-level talent clone. Among these 3 initial skills, there exists an S-level domain skill. Moreover, both Ice Fog Assault and Extreme Cold Ice Blade are formidable offensive techniques. Particularly, the A-level Ice Fog Assault can bypass defenses and infiltrate the lungs through one's breath. Despite being an ice-based skill, it rivals biochemical weapons, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. It can be said that among Yong Wa's 3 clones, the newly formed clone number 3 possesses the greatest strength. Of course, clone number 2 also holds immense potential, though it requires some time to develop. However, there is no time to relish in joy. Clones 1 and 2 have urgent tasks. Clone 1 must return to complete its cleaning duties within 10 minutes. Clone 2's privilege card must be utilized before the arrival of veteran players in the battle zone. Yong Wa, unable to examine the other items in his Huang Chi space watch, refocused his attention on the clone replication mirror. He pondered whether this clone replication mirror could still exploit a glitch. For one of his clones, fusion can only occur once within a short time frame. Yet, clones emerging from the replication mirror ought to be considered entirely new, correct? Therefore, could he use the mirrored clone to circumvent the cooldown of clone fusion? Could he, perhaps, utilize the avatar created through the fusion of mirror duplicates to replicate a new mirror duplicate? Yong Wa attempted this, and indeed, it resulted in failure. A brief examination revealed that the conditions for duplicating the mirror are such that only one mirror duplicate can exist at any given moment. Even if he were to fuse that mirror duplicate onto another avatar, it would still count as the existence of a single mirror duplicate, thus preventing further replication. To restore the duplication mirror to a usable state, the existing mirror duplicate must first be eliminated. According to this principle, even with the use of the avatar fusion skill, the mirror duplicate can only merge once, and the possibility of exploiting a bug for multiple fusions is inherently impossible. However, the cooldown of the avatar fusion skill can be circumvented by utilizing the mirror duplicate. Each newly created mirror duplicate is considered a completely new avatar and can be merged with others without any cooldown. This means that Yong Wa now possesses a mirror duplicate that can disregard cooldowns and repeatedly merge with other avatars. Consequently, the value of his avatar fusion skill has skyrocketed. At that moment, the first avatar, having exited the fusion state, promptly set out again to continue its cleaning duties in room 2064. With newfound confidence, he was increasingly eager to explore the top floor of the apartment. Meanwhile, the mirror duplicate, also released from the fusion state, was directly eliminated by Yong Wa. Subsequently, he utilized the third avatar in the duplication mirror to create another mirror duplicate capable of further fusion. Meanwhile, the second avatar in the battle room, ahead of the veteran players descending into the arena, activated a privilege card. Ding. You possess a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. Yes. Please select your opponent from the list of available challengers. Accompanied by this prompt, a lengthy list appeared before him, displaying only the seat numbers of eligible opponents, devoid of any additional information. However, Yong Wa had already gleaned the identities of those affluent players through the observation feature. At this moment, he could simply filter by seat number. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Yudi's seat, number 151, was indeed included in his matching list. After comparing it with the seat numbers of other wealthy players, Yong Wa swiftly made his choice. Designate seat number 151 as the matching target. Ding. Privilege card successfully used. Match completed. With this notification, Yong Wa found himself in the familiar arena space. Yet, unlike before, this time the stands were filled with numerous spectators. Even more startling was the sight of Su Jingyao, who had previously wronged him, now seated among the audience. Her eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly messaged Li Ran. Ran. The bald guy who tricked us has actually matched with Zhao Yudi. According to the spectators' speculations regarding Zhao Yudi's combat power, this means that the despicable bald man possesses a combat strength exceeding 50 points. Fuming, with a battle prowess exceeding 50, he dares to take advantage of us two fragile women. How shameless. Chapter 42. Annihilating Zhao Yudi. Oh my. As Su Jingyao was engrossed in sending messages to vent her frustrations, she suddenly noticed that Li Ran had also made her way to the audience. Conveniently seated right next to her, she exclaimed in surprise and then turned to Li Ran with a look of disbelief. Wait, Ranjia. Didn't you say you didn't want to waste your time and money on spectating? What made you suddenly decide to watch Zhao Yudi's match? Her curiosity momentarily piqued. She quickly realized, oh, I get it. You want to witness Zhao Yudi deliver a severe lesson to that shameless bald man, avenging us, right? You need not worry. With Zhao Yudi's prowess, she will undoubtedly crush that bald opponent with ease. I overheard the audience discussing that Zhao Yudi had already achieved 5 consecutive victories when she made her announcement. Subsequently, in front of the spectators, she secured 6, 7, and 8 consecutive wins. This match marks her 9th victory. Facing the bald man will be a walk in the park for her. Moreover, I've heard many spectators speculate that with her luxurious equipment and exceptional combat awareness, Zhao Yudi has likely become an invincible force against opponents of equal strength. Su Jingyao's tone was imbued with admiration and envy for Zhao Yudi. At the same time, she seemed utterly convinced that this match would undoubtedly culminate in Zhao Yudi's triumph with her 9th consecutive victory. Li Ran, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the bald man in the arena. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly pursed her lips and exclaimed with astonishing words, "Could he be the enigmatic bald one who has drawn 1,000,000 battle machines into the fray for VIP players?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Li Ran as if she had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the spectators around them, having overheard the comment, cast incredulous glances in her direction. Soon, the entire audience began to engage in animated discussions on the topic. Could this bald figure be the same one who attracted a multitude of veteran players to our battle zone? Someone speculated. Surely not. He appears to possess no formidable equipment whatsoever. Besides, for this bald player to match with Zhao Yudi, he must have only around 50 combat power. The mysterious bald one who has caught the attention of the big shots, I wager his power must exceed 100. Perhaps he is even a formidable figure on the War God leaderboard. Let us hope this bald one is not the same as that one. Otherwise, it would be a pity for Zhao Yudi to fall after a 9-game winning streak. Surely not. Zhao Yudi is just on a lucky streak. It's impossible for her to narrowly lose after 9 consecutive victories. As the audience buzzed with speculation, on the stage, Zhao Yudi caught sight of the bald figure, Jiang Yi, and felt a sudden jolt in her heart. However, she quickly reassured herself, believing that her luck could not possibly be that unfortunate. Moreover, anyone capable of attracting the attention of powerful individuals must possess combat power exceeding 100. There was no way he could be matched against her. Thus, this battle should pose no issue. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, who was oblivious to the audience's thoughts, he surveyed the crowd, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. These spectators represented potential wealth. At the same time, he noticed that in previous matches without an audience, the countdown to combat would simply commence after 3 seconds. However, in this instance, whether due to the presence of a substantial audience or Zhao Yudi's unique seat number, there was an unexpected preparation time of 2 minutes before the battle officially began. This interval proved fortuitous, as spectators gradually filtered into the arena during this period. Meanwhile, in the battle room of the number 1008 novice apartment, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong stared at the screen of the number 2 battle machine, utterly astonished. Wang Chong, wide-eyed, stammered, This, how does this woman resemble Zhao Yudi so much? Xiao Likuan swallowed hard and exclaimed, "What do you mean resembles? This is unequivocally Zhao Yudi herself." Wang Chong's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy as he exclaimed, "What? Who is this bald man? His luck is absurdly good to encounter a star like Zhao Yudi. Moreover, it is my first time seeing Zhao Yudi dressed like this. In a black vest and fitted pants, her figure is simply breathtaking." Xiao Likuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a star is a star. Her beauty and physique are undeniably flawless, and her striking demeanor, it captivates me entirely. Damn, even if this bald man loses the match, he is undoubtedly a winner in life. I wonder which novice apartment Zhao Yudi is in. The players sharing the apartment with her are truly fortunate. I have a feeling Zhao Yudi appears quite formidable. The bald contender appears to be on the verge of defeat, amidst the envious murmurs of onlookers. And under the watchful gaze of the audience, the 2-minute preparation time swiftly comes to an end. The stage is set for Zhao Yudi's remarkable battle, marking the commencement of her 9th consecutive victory. As the countdown to the official start concludes, Zhao Yudi, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, darts forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages on the arena. These phantoms linger in the air, seemingly as real as her true form, filling every corner of the battleground. From the spectator's perspective, it appears as though the entire arena is teeming with Zhao Yudi's likenesses, making it nearly impossible to discern which one is the genuine Zhao Yudi. This is the first time Li Ran has witnessed Zhao Yudi's battle, and she is utterly astonished by the spectacle. Beside her, Su Jingyao promptly explains, this must be one of the abilities granted by Zhao Yudi's attire. Although these numerous duplicates lack offensive power, distinguishing the true Zhao Yudi among them is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it seems she can fluidly transition between these manifestations, showcasing remarkable agility. There is also the fact that she possesses. Just as Su Jingyao is about to elaborate on Zhao Yudi's additional abilities, a sudden chill envelopes the arena. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of Zhao Yudi figures are all rendered sluggish by the frost. Shortly thereafter, every last one of the duplicates collapses, none escaping the fate. This unexpected turn of events leaves the audience utterly dumbfounded. Most are still grappling with the unfolding scene when they hear a familiar notification echoing from above the arena. Ding. Congratulations to the competitor seated at G791049 for their victory in this match. Immediately thereafter, both combatants vanished from the arena, leaving the audience area engulfed in an eerie silence. The atmosphere grew strange, with no one daring to speak for an extended period. Until a chorus of exclamations erupted, the spectators finally unleashed a torrent of discussions. What? Zhao Yudi was eliminated in an instant. And not in the sense of being found out, but rather, all her avatars were obliterated in one fell swoop. How could this be? What gives? With such a wide-ranging area of effect skill, how could it possibly possess such outrageous power? Exactly. Their combat strength should be comparable, so how could that area attack be so devastating? This defies logic. The instantaneous defeat of Zhao Yudi by that freezing effect was undoubtedly not a mere skill. It must be a powerful item. Skills of comparable strength to Zhao Yudi could not reach such heights. Indeed, it could only be a formidable item, one exchanged with survival points. Goodness, Zhao Yudi has had an exceptionally unfortunate turn of events. After striving for a 9-game winning streak, to have it abruptly ended like this? So, this bald fellow, could he possibly be the one who provoked the VIP big shot? I can't believe it. I fervently support the veteran players parachuting into our battle zone to eliminate this bald man and avenge Zhao Yudi. Exactly. Having her 9-game winning streak cut short. This bald man is truly heinous. As Zhao Yudi's fans seethed with indignation, they could hardly contain their desire to see Jiang Yu meet a terrible fate. Su Jingyao and Li Ran stared blankly at the now desolate arena, appearing utterly dazed. Particularly Li Ran, whose gaze lingered on the spot where the bald man had just stood, unable to regain her composure, until Su Jingyao, with great difficulty, swallowed hard and gently prodded her arm. Sister, I just suddenly realized. Perhaps we were not merely deceived, but rather teased. Chapter 43, The Quest for the Survival Stone. Wasn't this just a form of mockery? How could such a formidable warrior possibly possess merely a lone limit of 500? With his prowess, he could have easily seized victory in the battle arena. Yet, he deliberately played along with their performance, winning by only 400. This was plainly a brazen jest. What was more aggravating was his fade of being a simple and honest fellow. Truly infuriating. Su Jingyao's face flushed with anger as she lamented. However, this guy is indeed ruthless. Zhao Yudi had a winning streak of 9, and just like that, it has been severed. To attain a 10-game winning streak again, she must start from scratch. And with the arrival of seasoned players shortly, the challenge for a 10-game streak will only escalate. This bald man truly knows how to offend people. Li Ran, stirred back to reality by Su Jingyao's poke, did not respond to her complaints. After a moment of silence, she uttered, I am truly, terribly weak. With that, she departed from the spectator area. Meanwhile, in the 985th newbie apartment, room 2008, Zhao Yudi returned to her designated seat after her defeat, her beautiful features marred by a pallor of frustration. Her 9-game winning streak had been abruptly interrupted. It is truly regrettable. The bald-headed opponent possesses an overwhelming prowess that utterly eclipses her own. Had the defeat not been so swift, she might have engaged in negotiations, perhaps discussing the exchange of game currency or survival points. She would have been willing to consider such offers, provided it meant preserving her streak of 9 consecutive victories. Alas, the rapidity of her defeat left no room for such discussions. The more she reflects upon this incident, the more frustrated she becomes. For Zhao Yudi had purchased a package for 10 consecutive victories. This loss not only necessitates starting her winning streak anew, but also renders her unable to enjoy the benefits of the victory package. She had initially aimed to secure 9 consecutive wins before the seasoned players made their grand entrance. Yet, the opponents she faced in this sequence were astonishingly formidable, perhaps even more so than the veteran players. She suspects that even players of equal strength might not achieve such a decisive victory over her. Had she anticipated this outcome, she would have preferred to match up only after the arrival of the seasoned competitors. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Zhao Yudi seethed with indignation. Suddenly, she vanished from her designated seat in box 151. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall, a tall figure clad in form-fitting black attire materialized beside seat G791049. However, at that moment, the G791049 seat was left vacant, with no sign of the bald-headed opponent in sight. That infernal bald head, how swiftly he has fled. Zhao Yudi, unable to locate him, became increasingly enraged. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who had already exited the virtual combat space, paid no heed to the aftermath of the battle. Upon emerging from the combat pod in his apartment, he was met with the astonished expressions of Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang. The two individuals, only regaining their composure after he emerged from the battle simulator, stumbled back in shock. Wang Chang, seemingly dazed from the tumult, stared at him and uttered in a bewildered tone, "Dude, you're incredible." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he stiffened in fear and retreated a few steps further. Yong Wa cast a cursory glance at the pair before dismissing them entirely and exiting the combat room. Although one could gain survival points through the act of killing, the notion of murder was far from trivial. It was not akin to a game or a novel where death merely represented data or mere avatars. It was the irrevocable extinguishment of a life. Raised in a time of peace, Yong Wa found it unfathomable to engage in indiscriminate slaughter against familiar classmates without just cause. Perhaps, in a different setting, faced with complete strangers, he might find himself capable of striking down foes with the same decisiveness as one would in a game. Yet, he remained uncertain. For now, his true self could scarcely endure the burden of further avatars, and thus he refrained from hastily resorting to violence for survival points. Meanwhile, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong watched the bald figure depart the combat room, releasing a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Likuan, still shaken, remarked, "Thank goodness that bald guy is likely one of our classmates. Otherwise, had he chosen to attack us, we would have had no means of resistance whatsoever." Wang Chong, equally rattled, began to fantasize, "If only that bald guy were Luo Rui. I share the closest bond with him. If he ascends, I could ride his coattails." Xiao Likuan could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You truly have a vivid imagination. It's either thoughts of your parents taking off or your close friends soaring high. If he were indeed the kind of friend who would elevate you, would he need to conceal his identity from you? I surmise that this bald fellow had a rather ordinary relationship with us in the past. He harbored no grudges. Hence he did not take the initiative to eliminate us. Yet he was not particularly close, which is why he also chose to ignore us. Moving forward, we ought to exercise caution when speaking in the group. Should we utter something unseemly and offend an influential figure, our camaraderie as classmates may prove utterly futile." Wang Chong nodded vigorously. "I have noticed the same. The number of classmates contributing to the discussion in the group is dwindling, and those who do are increasingly circumspect. It appears that fear has gripped everyone. As for the incident where this bald man swiftly dispatched Zhao Yudi, perhaps we should refrain from discussing it in the group. If we inadvertently provoke this powerful individual, we could find ourselves in dire straits." Xiao Likuan had initially intended to mention the matter in the group to prevent any classmate from provoking the bald man. However, he ultimately concurred with Wang Chong's perspective. If any classmate were to provoke him, it would be solely their own folly. He resolved to mind his own business and ensure he did not offend those of greater strength. Consequently, the tale of Yong Wa's exploits in the battle room did not circulate within the chat group. When he approached the apartment manager regarding the loan, he discovered that the classmates were engaged in discussions about meals. When they were transported to the novice apartment, it was precisely midnight in the game, and by that time, the sun had already risen. Many students are engaged in menial tasks, resulting in significant physical exhaustion, now feeling both weary and drowsy. Some of them meandered through the low-end shopping mall in search of a meal. However, they soon discovered that while entertainment expenses in the mall were relatively affordable, food prices were conspicuously steep. In the group chat, students began to voice their frustrations regarding dining expenses. Goodness. A bowl of congee costs 10 yuan. A small dish of vegetables is 20 for vegetarian and 40 for meat. This is outright highway robbery. They dare to charge 10 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. I've been to tourist spots that don't gouge like this. Based on my usual spending habits, a single meal would cost me over 1,000 yuan. And that's under the condition that I exercise considerable restraint. Damn it. After paying rent with the meager earnings I've made, I can't even afford a meal. Are we here to be beasts of burden in this apartment? Really? You've already paid your rent? I've been hustling all morning. And not only can I not afford a meal, but I can barely manage my rent. Is there any other way to solve the food issue? I used to ask my parents for money without a second thought, spending over 1,000 yuan on a meal. But now, after toiling for a measly dozen yuan per order, I can't bear to spend it. Didn't Lingxia and Chong go to the 3rd floor to hunt monsters? I wonder if the meat from those monster corpses is edible? If so, we might save a bit of money. However, Lucian quickly responded, there's no way around it. Once those monsters were vanquished, they vanished without a trace, leaving no monster meat to consume. Could the deity of the road devise some alternative solutions? I am utterly famished. If my parents were to discover my plight, they would surely be heartbroken. Lucian interjected, enough with the incessant mention of parents. There are no loving guardians to coddle us here. Moreover, to speak rather bluntly, our parents are in other apartments, and their situation may not be any better than ours. Following Lucian's remarks, an uneasy silence settled over the group, enveloping them in a palpable gloom. It was a girl's voice that ultimately shattered the stillness. Wang Rui inquired, by the way, do any of you know how those two players managed to cross the apartments? I yearn to reunite with my family so much. After this revelation, the group fell silent once again. Left with no choice, Wang Rui continued more straightforwardly, Yang Wenchao, do you know how to cross apartments? Once the message was sent, another girl quickly cautioned, Wang Rui, are you out of your mind? Yang Wenchao has previously warned us not to tag him again. Wang Rui responded, I apologize, I forgot. It was not my intention. I simply longed to be reunited with my parents. It was evident that Wang Rui had begun to weep as she sent her message. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly somber. To everyone's surprise, Yang Wenchao, who seldom spoke, replied to Wang Rui, where are you? I will escort you to reunite with your parents. This statement sent shockwaves through the group. Did Yang Wenchao truly know how to traverse the apartments? Moreover, he was able to accurately guide Wang Rui to the apartment where her parents resided. However, it seemed that Yang Wenchao indeed exhibited an aura of omnipotence. Many classmates did not ponder further on this. The girl named Wang Rui was especially overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, thank you so much, Yang Wenchao. You are truly a good person. We have misunderstood you in the past. She then added, I am currently at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. Yang Wenchao promptly responded, okay, I will be there shortly. His accommodating demeanor was rather disconcerting to the other classmates. Before long, other girls expressed their desires to reunite with their families and tentatively inquired if Yang Wenchao could assist them as well. To their surprise, he maintained a gentlemanly and friendly disposition, asking each of them their locations and promising to guide them to their families. Many female classmates were overwhelmed with joy, sharing their locations with Yang Wenchao. Meanwhile, numerous male classmates envied him, believing that his friendly attitude towards the girls must be driven by ulterior motives, perhaps leading to unexpected romantic favors. However, it was not long before the girls' elation and the boys' envy morphed into sheer terror. Tragically, Wang Rui met her demise shortly thereafter. Following that, the second girl who had informed Yang Wenchao of her location also perished. The consecutive deaths of these two girls instilled fear in the remaining female classmates who had sought Yang Wenchao's help to reunite with their families, prompting them to hastily retract their request in the group chat. No, I no longer wish to reunite with my family. Please do not harm me. Lingjia, please save me, Wang Lingling. I am so terrified. I want to go home. Why must I endure such a horrifying ordeal? Who will come to my rescue? Help me. Lu Shun, save me. I have harbored a secret affection for you for 3 years. Woe is me. Bai Ruowan exclaimed. What should we do? Lingjia, Changgu, please think of a way to manage Yang Wenchao. A dark and terrifying atmosphere once again enveloped the group. Jiang Yi observed quietly, choosing not to engage, feeling somewhat hungry himself. He settled his debts and ordered a meal of 4 dishes and a soup from a low-end marketplace, indulging in his feast. Meanwhile, his first doppelganger followed the woman in white from room 2064 to the top floor, while the third doppelganger remained in room 2025. Continuing to sort through the tools obtained from the slain Huang Qi, he had no intention of involving himself in the disputes among his classmates. Before long, Wang Lingling stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Students who just revealed Yang Wenchao's location should quickly take the elevator to the 1st floor for assembly. Other members of the mutual aid group, please gather on the 1st floor as well. After a busy morning, we are all somewhat acquainted with the circumstances of the apartment and need to address our dining issues. Therefore, I would like to utilize this mealtime to strategize the future development of our mutual aid group. Let us strive to alter our challenging situation through unity and cooperation. Wang Lingling's words instantly reassured those frightened girls who had been intimidated by Yang Wenchao, as if they had found a beacon of hope. They dared not voice any doubts and hurried to the 1st floor to convene. Other students, who felt that personal advancement was daunting and also faced dining challenges, hesitated momentarily before joining the assembly on the 1st floor. At that moment, Wang Lingling suddenly directed a message to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, how much have you earned? Have you discovered any survival stones during your activities on the 20th floor? Jiang Yi did not feign ignorance and casually replied, I am currently on the 20th floor, and I have yet to complete my cleaning duties, so I haven't found any survival stones at this moment. Wang Lingling did not hold high expectations for him, yet she felt compelled to remind him, none of the other students have found any leads on the survival stones. Hence, I suspect that they are likely located in the apartments above the 20th floor. If you wish to preserve your life, the probability is that you will have to exchange the survival stones for money. Therefore, while you are working on the 20th floor, it would be prudent to keep an eye out for survival stones as it pertains to your own rent. Jiang Yi. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi responded, all right. I will be vigilant. Observing the exchange between Wang Lingling and Jiang Yi, other students quickly began to analyze the situation. Previously, we thought that survival stones should be used for survival, as exchanging them for money seemed unwise. However, now nearly 10 students have already perished. Thus, the 80 survival stones allocated to our apartment must surely be in surplus. It appears that our initial decision to exchange survival stones for money may indeed prove to be a wise one. Just as many students were focusing their attention on the survival stones, a message suddenly appeared in the group chat. Actually, I have found a survival stone. Upon hearing this, the entire group chat fell into an abrupt silence. Even Jiang Yi could not help but glance over. For survival stones are not merely a means to acquire money, they are the key to surviving and successfully navigating the novice apartment. Chapter 44. Sunbathing on the rooftop, it was evident that the mindset of Jiang Yi and his fellow classmates had undergone a transformation. Upon arriving at the apartment and discovering that the rent exceeded 120,000, Jiang Yi immediately contemplated exchanging survival stones for money. Conversely, his classmates regarded survival stones as essential tools for navigating the novice apartment. The absence of even one symbolized a significant loss in their journey. Thus, such crucial items should only be relinquished in dire circumstances. However, after a period of arduous labor, Jiang Yi had managed to earn some money through the battle chamber, leading him to abandon the idea of trading survival stones for cash. Instead, he yearned to acquire a survival stone to ensure his passage through the novice apartment. In stark contrast, his classmates began to rationalize that since many had already perished, there must be a surplus of survival stones. Their relentless toil yielded meager earnings, barely enough to cover rent and meals. They concluded that it would be wiser to exchange survival stones for money early on to enhance their living conditions. Suddenly, when someone announced the discovery of a survival stone, the previously quiet group chat erupted with excitement. Is it true? You found a survival stone? Young Xiaoman, where exactly did you find the survival stone? Please elaborate on the process. Young Xiaoman, what does a survival stone look like? Let us all gather on the first floor of the mutual assistance group later to have a look. Young Xiaoman indeed. The student who claimed to have found the survival stone was named Young Xiaoman. However, Jiang Yi had no recollection of this individual. As expected, some classmates inquired, is this Young Xiaoman one of our students? Why'd I have no recollection whatsoever? Could it be that she, like those two new players, has recently transferred from another apartment? However, this remark was swiftly countered by a student from Class 2. Come on, students from Class 1. Don't be ridiculous. Young Xiaoman is from our Class 2. She has just transferred here for less than a month, so she isn't familiar with many classmates. Some students from Class 2, who also failed to remember Young Xiaoman, suddenly recalled, oh, now that you mention it, I do remember we have such a classmate. A girl who is as slow as a sloth, not very tall, yet she sits in the last row. I remember too, but somehow I feel, has Young Xiaoman really found the survival stone? Yuziya remarked, it seems that Young Xiaoman has not joined the mutual aid group. Her information is absent from my member registration book. Is that true? This makes me increasingly suspicious about whether Young Xiaoman has genuinely found the survival stone. Could it be that she is aware of her lack of presence and is deliberately trying to attract attention in this manner? Certain boys, known for their bluntness, openly expressed their doubts about Young Xiaoman in the group chat. Of course, they might also have intended to provoke her into revealing more information regarding the survival stone. Nevertheless, after her statement about having found the survival stone, Young Xiaoman remained silent for quite some time amidst the ongoing debate in the group. As her classmates observed this, their suspicion grew that she might indeed be attempting to garner attention. However, the controversy did not linger for too long. To everyone's surprise, Wang Lingling took the initiative to express, I have interacted with Young Xiaoman. She is not the type of girl to fabricate stories merely for the sake of garnering attention. Therefore, I firmly believe that she has indeed discovered the survival stone. With Wang Lingling's endorsement, the skeptical classmates fell silent. Subsequently, Wang Lingling tagged Young Xiaoman, asking, Xiaoman, do you have any reservations? Rest assured, we will not pressure you to surrender the survival stone you have found on your own. She continued, I understand that your time at this school has been brief, and you may not yet feel familiar with your classmates, which makes trusting others difficult. But would you trust me? Young Xiaoman. She further urged, if you are willing to place your trust in me, please join the support group. I will protect you. Young Xiaoman. If you truly prefer not to join the support group, would you be willing to share some information regarding your discovery of the survival stone? She inquired. Or perhaps you could leave me a signal, and I will come to find you? Young Xiaoman. One must admit, as a girl, Wang Lingling demonstrated a reliability in comforting another girl that surpassed that of a group of men. Merely reading the text in the chat group, one could almost feel her gentleness and patience towards Young Xiaoman. At this moment, the other students refrained from interjecting, allowing Wang Lingling to take the lead. Jiang Yi also watched with anticipation, hoping that Young Xiaoman would ultimately reveal the details of her discovery of the survival stone. However, under Wang Lingling's gentle persuasion, Young Xiaoman did not disclose the information directly, but rather responded with a rational tone. In fact, I initially did not intend to speak about finding the survival stone. However, Within the apartment, the number of fatalities among our 80 novice players has nearly exceeded 10. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to remind everyone that if we genuinely wish to maximize our chances of discovering survival stones within our dwelling, it would be prudent to refrain from indiscriminately taking lives. For if my conjecture holds true, each of us who remains alive corresponds to an opportunity to uncover a survival stone. The difficulty in locating the survival stones associated with those who have perished is exceedingly high. In other words, with each player that falls, the probability of finding their corresponding survival stone diminishes significantly. Yang Xiaoman's words concluded here, and a profound silence enveloped the chat group for a considerable duration. It was evident to the discerning that her remarks were directed at Yong Wa, for he was the one among them most notorious for his indiscriminate killings. Presently, nearly 80% of the death toll could be attributed to his actions. Just recently, he had slain several girls yearning to reunite with their families. Yet, when viewed from this perspective, the students began to harbor further suspicions regarding Yang Xiaoman's intentions. Perhaps she had not truly discovered any survival stones and was merely using the notion of them as a cautionary tale to dissuade Yang Wa from further acts of unwarranted violence. However, as Jiang Yi observed the group chat, he found himself increasingly inclined to believe that Yang Xiaoman was not fabricating her claims. Her choice of terminology when referring to her peers leaned more towards players rather than classmates, suggesting her lack of emotional ties due to her brief time at the school. Moreover, her statements exhibited a coherent logic. A logical girl, if indeed she were to deceive, must consider the possibility that Yang Wa is privy to the true nature of the survival stones. Among her peers, Yang Wa has exhibited a strength and understanding that surpasses that of others. If Yang Xiaoman were truly to lie, could she be so confident that the fabrications of her imagination would elude Yang Wa's discernment? Thus, it is highly probable that she has spoken truthfully. According to her assertions, it implies that each player corresponds to a specific survival stone, thereby increasing the likelihood of a player locating their designated stone. However, should a player meet their demise, the challenge of uncovering their corresponding survival stone would intensify. Contemplating this perspective leads one to ponder, where might the survival stones be concealed? Jiang Ye's immediate thought was the apartment. More precisely, the initial apartment rooms assigned to each individual. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that the 80 students should have thoroughly searched their respective initial apartments at the outset, Jiang Yi included. None of the students, including him, have discovered any survival stones. Therefore, could it be that the stones are not hidden within the apartments, but rather linked to each student's identity information? Or perhaps there exists some hidden mechanism within the apartment rooms. As Jiang Yi pondered these questions, the other students in the group chat were engaged in sporadic discussions. There were doubts, speculations, and calls for Yang Xiaoman to divulge further information. However, even with Wang Lingling's patient encouragement, Yang Xiaoman refrained from contributing any more remarks in the group. Gradually, the students began to gather on the first floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's avatar, clutching a large tank filled with 10,086 strands of hair, accompanied the woman in white to the top floor of the apartment. He returned to apartment 2064, undoubtedly exceeding the 10-minute mark. According to the woman in white, this would warrant a negative review. However, receiving a poor rating was certainly preferable to having his order cancelled outright, which would incur a penalty fee. Moreover, the so-called negative review seemed merely a tactic of intimidation. When the avatar of Jiang Yi reappeared in 2064, the facial mask worn by the woman in white was absent, replaced by a languid white bathrobe that suggested she had taken a quick shower during those 10 minutes. Despite the robe being dry, a layer of damp humidity seemed to cling to her. Her long, straight black hair, reminiscent of Sadako, was now wrapped securely in a towel. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's tardiness, she cast him a sidelong glance, her gaze sharp as a blade. Nonetheless, the woman in white refrained from further commentary and instructed Jiang Yi to bring along his hair care toolkit and the water tank for styling as they ascended to the top floor. This was not via the radiant elevator, but rather through the enormous television that had facilitated her sudden appearance in this apartment. When Jiang Yi returned, the previously shattered screen of the television was now flawlessly intact. As the woman in white guided him towards the top floor, she pressed her hand against the screen and instructed him to affix his janitor's badge there as well. To be honest, Jiang Yi felt quite anxious at that moment. After all, he had witnessed Sadako emerge from a television with his own eyes. Fortunately, it was merely an avatar with a sea-level talent. Summoning his courage, he adhered the badge to the screen. Immediately thereafter, it felt as though he were being drawn into the television by an unseen force. In a fleeting moment, his gaze fell upon a row of barren, leafless trees, stark and desolate, draped in pristine white sheets. Some of these immaculate linens bore ominous stains of crimson. The trees exuded an aura of lifelessness, reminiscent of a haunting specter. This bizarre tableau appeared as if it had been plucked from the depths of a horror film. Yet, the woman in white remained eerily composed, guiding him through the multitude of withered trees before selecting a sheet unmarred by blood. With a deft motion, she pressed it down, prompting Jiang Yi to affix the janitor's badge once more. He felt a surge of audacity amid such a chilling and foreboding atmosphere. He had even committed to memory the specific tree and sheet chosen by the woman in white. Subsequently, he silently complied, adhering the badge in place. Then, once more, an inexplicable force enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying ambience dissipated, replaced by radiant, blinding sunlight that compelled him to instinctively squint. Within the confines of the apartment, whether in the brightly lit lobby on the ground floor, the dimly lit corridors, or the pitch-black elevator illuminated by a crimson glow, sunlight had been a rarity. Although Jiang Yi had not resided in this apartment for long, the sudden embrace of sunlight bestowed upon him a sensation of revival. Even his original form, weakened from the exertion of controlling 3 avatars and sprawled upon the bed in apartment 2025, was now enveloped by an inexplicable comfort. Were it not for the water tank cradled in his arms, meant for storing hair, he would have yearned to stretch languidly beneath the sun. The woman in white had struck him as ghostly and ominous, yet, at this moment, bathed in sunlight, she appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. She held the towel that wrapped her hair atop her head, tilting it back to exclaim, "Such splendid sunlight is truly a rarity. My little strands of hair. You are fortunate today." The term little strands of hair was rather peculiar, sending shivers down Jiang Yi's spine. The woman in white then pointed at him and instructed, "In this outer circle, apply hair oil to my 10,086 strands of hair and lay them out one by one under the sun. Your task will then be complete." At that moment, Jiang Yi squinted, struggling to acclimate to the sunlight as he surveyed the so-called rooftop. The space was quite expansive, and he found himself in what appeared to be the outer circle as described by the woman in white. This outer circle resembled a colossal square corridor, adorned with an impressive marble floor and abundant sunlight streaming in. In the center, surrounded by this square corridor, lay what could perhaps be termed the inner circle. The ground of the inner circle was black, its material unknown. Scattered throughout the square inner circle were several half-height black workstations. Some of these workstations appeared to have owners, cluttered with various tools or strewn with unfamiliar objects left to dry. Others were pristine, showing no signs of use. Jiang Yi pondered whether the means of transferring items from the rooftop to other apartments, as revealed by Huang Qi, involved these workstations. He felt a curiosity to explore one that bore no marks of usage. However, it seemed that the woman in white intended for him to remain within the confines of the marble-floored outer circle. With no other option, Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment before deciding to complete the cleaning task at hand. Simultaneously, as the first avatar applied hair oil under the sun, the third avatar, residing in room 2025, began to explore the television in his apartment. Given the precious nature of the third avatar, he transformed it into a less valuable mirror avatar, allowing it to prod and press at the enormous screen in the living room. Jiang Yi pondered whether the television in his apartment concealed any secrets, perhaps serving as the key to discovering the survival stone. However, despite the incessant poking and pressing, the television remained utterly unresponsive. He then recalled the work ID badge. Yet, the badge left in the apartment belonged to his primary self. The newly generated third avatar had yet to acquire its own ID badge. He dared not engage in risky endeavors with his primary self, especially considering it was in a state of complete paralysis. At that moment, the second avatar finished its meal and prepared to head to the high-end shopping mall, contemplating the possibility of purchasing fruits that could enhance attributes, thereby boosting those of his primary self. However, just as the bald second avatar approached the mall, he was intercepted by a figure clad in a black windbreaker. "Wait, classmate." Chapter 45, The Gamer. The black windbreaker, and that familiar voice. It was Yang Wenchao. Jiang Yi turned around and, indeed, saw Yang Wenchao swiftly approaching from the direction of the mall entrance. To describe his movement as walking would be an understatement. He moved with such speed that his legs were scarcely visible. Like a ray of light, he instantaneously traversed from point A to point B, and then from point B to point C, arriving before Jiang Yi in mere moments. This peculiar manner of walking, Jiang Yi was somewhat taken aback and cast a glance at his legs. He noticed that he was wearing black cloth shoes, of a style reminiscent of ancient times. In any case, they clashed entirely with his black tactical jacket. Thus, it seemed likely that the shoes were some kind of equipment, perhaps even a bronze grade. Jiang Yi pondered this, while simultaneously remaining on guard, ready to merge with his clone to confront Yang Wenchao once more. However, this time, Yang Wenchao appeared to harbor no hostility towards him, merely stating in a nonchalant tone, "Are you heading to the upscale mall? Shall we go together?" To be honest, Jiang Yi was reluctant to accompany Yang Wenchao. Although, after merging with his clone, his combat prowess should surpass that of Yang Wenchao, the merging had a time limit, and it was best utilized at the very last moment before battle. Moreover, power was one thing, The actual circumstances did not merely hinge on a comparison of strength. In novels and films, protagonists often triumph over stronger foes against all odds, do they not? What if Yong Wa had some trick up his sleeve? And Jiang Yi was caught off guard, leading to a disastrous turn of events? Even if Yong Wa had no intention of employing any underhanded tactics. The complete lack of trust between them made the prospect of wandering through a mall nerve-wracking. Thus, deep down, Jiang Yi was disinclined to accompany Yong Wa. Previously, when he lacked strength, he had no choice. But now that he had gained power, he was about to decline outright. Unexpectedly, Yong Wa suddenly fixed him with a meaningful glance, took a half-step closer, and whispered, "You are not a player of Doomsday Apartment, are you?" "What? Not a player of Doomsday Apartment?" Jiang Yi was initially taken aback, believing that Yong Wa had misunderstood his identity. He judged that he was not one of the 80 novice players in the new player apartment. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, confronted by Yong Wa's meaningful gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense that, perhaps Yong Wa's words conveyed a different implication. What other meanings could that statement hold? The Apocalypse apartment and the players. Although their experiences in this novice apartment bore a striking resemblance to a game, including the initial prompts that labeled them as novice players, the term offline was frequently used when a classmate met their demise. However, the students seldom referred to their interactions as gaming. Discussions about players typically revolved around novice or veteran players, rarely employing the term game players. Coupled with Yong Wa's profound gaze, a startling notion suddenly emerged in Jiang Yi's mind. Game. Could it be that before their collective journey into this realm, someone had already played a game inspired by this apocalypse apartment? Is that why Yong Wa exhibited such prescience, maturing at a pace surpassing that of ordinary individuals? And what of the first to discover the survival stone, Yang Xiaoman? Was she also a game player? Her prior references to classmates as players in the group chat rather than classmates, was it because she too had played a game titled Apocalypse Apartment? Uncertain of the validity of his thoughts, Jiang Yi glanced at Yong Wa, who met his gaze with a calm smile. Then, he reiterated his earlier inquiry. Shall we head to the high-end mall together? Goodness, he had been waiting for him. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Thus, the two of them made their way towards the upscale shopping mall. The low-end mall, akin to a large marketplace, was accessible to all players, while the high-end mall boasted a designated entrance exclusive to residents of the 20th floor and above. Upon entry, a security gate was in place to verify identities. As they passed through the detection gate, it emitted a normal beep, directly deducting an entrance fee of 1,000. From a distance, some classmates spotted the duo entering the high-end mall and immediately expressed their envy and jealousy in the group chat. Yong Wa and that enigmatic bald man have entered the high-end mall together. High-end mall? Didn't they say you have to pay a 1,000 entrance fee? How could they afford that? Damn. 1,000 is enough for me to have 10 meals at the low-end mall. Well, you must be eating too lavishly. I could manage 20 meals with that. Truly. It's infuriating how wealth disparity can be. The rich indulge in extravagant feasts and squander money without a second thought, while those without money toil endlessly just to make ends meet, unable to afford rent or even a meal. Damn, if it weren't for coming to this wretched place, I would have been wealthy too. I used to spend 3,000 to 5,000 on a single meal, and that was considered modest. And what about now? How much do you spend on a meal? I just bought a bowl of plain porridge and still found it too expensive. You're truly making me weep. This is by far the most severe case of consumption downgrade I've witnessed this year QQ. But speaking of which, that battle room must be quite profitable, right? Yong Wa and that bald man do not seem to be employed, yet they appear quite affluent. Their wealth must surely stem from victories in the battle chamber, right? However, I recall hearing from Xiao Likuan and Wang Cheng that in his final match, Yong Wa lost all the money he had earned. How is it that he is wealthy again now? Could it be that he amassed his fortune by battling monsters in the depths of the third floor corridor? That seems unlikely, as Ling Jie and Changgu have stated that defeating monsters only leads to leveling up, not financial gain. I figured it out. It must be the bounty from eliminating those two cross-apartment overlords. Surely, they were quite wealthy, and upon slaying them, Yong Wa acquired their riches. But from where did those cross-apartment overlords amass such wealth? By robbing, of course. Isn't that how it works in reality? The fortunes of the wealthy often derive from the toil of the hardworking. The discussion regarding the disparity of wealth was approaching its conclusion when Wang Cheng interjected. I have serious suspicions that those residing on the 20th floor and above possess alternative means of generating income. Having observed the battle chamber for quite some time alongside Xiao Likuan, we have noted that the individuals there seem to exhibit considerable affluence. This is clearly abnormal. They must have additional methods of earning money. The other students, intrigued, began to inquire eagerly, what could those methods be? I am quite desperate for money. Damn. I once thought living on the 20th floor, with exorbitant rent, was unfortunate. Yet now, it seems the 20th floor is teeming with prominent figures. Thus, finding a way to reside on the 20th floor seems to be the true essence of engaging with the novice apartment experience, does it not? I harbor serious doubts, believing that only by residing on the 20th floor can we genuinely consider ourselves apartment dwellers, unlocking the doors to a new realm. Where is Jiang Yi? Did he not also inhabit the 20th floor? Why does he not possess the strength and wealth akin to Yong Wa and the bald fellow? Alas, Jiang Yi has taken up a cleaning job. What a waste of the splendid resources that come with initially living on the 20th floor. Had I started my journey there, I would have undoubtedly risen to prominence like Yong Wa and the bald man. Indeed, it is evident that despite sharing the same lofty residence, Jiang Yi has clearly fallen behind. By the way, do you recall the initial announcement stating that the apartment provides services for lease termination and subletting? I ponder whether Jiang Yi's apartment on the 20th floor could be sublet to another tenant. Quite right. After all, Jiang Yi originally intended to terminate his lease. Subletting should save him a considerable sum compared to simply vacating. Many of our classmates, who previously believed Jiang Yi would be doomed to financial ruin due to his inability to pay rent on the 20th floor, have now witnessed the splendor of two initial 20th floor elites. They have begun to perceive living on the 20th floor not as a burden of exorbitant rent, but as a mark of honor and the key to empowerment. Consequently, numerous classmates have started to propose that Jiang Yi sublet his apartment to a true elite. After all, he was already contemplating lease termination. The penalty for breaking the lease is greater than that of subletting, and now that someone is willing to take over Jiang Yi's lavish dwelling, it indeed aids him by saving the difference between the costs of lease termination and subletting. Including Wang Lingling, there were others who harbored similar thoughts. They planned to discuss the matter directly with Jiang Yi when he returned to the mutual assistance group after finishing his tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who had entered the upscale mall alongside Yang Wenchao, was acutely aware of the conversations among his classmates in the group chat. He did not dwell on their words, but rather maintained a vigilant eye on Yang Wenchao while surveying the upscale mall. This establishment appeared significantly smaller in size compared to the low-end mall. Yet its decor exuded an unmistakable air of opulence. Within the radiant glass display cases, a diverse array of props was showcased. Additionally, there was a row of display cases dedicated to treasure chests, indicating that players could either purchase props directly or buy treasure chests to obtain props. The allure of purchasing treasure chests lay in the possibility of acquiring more valuable items for a lesser expenditure, although it also carried the risk of receiving items that did not meet one's desires, thus introducing an element of chance to the transaction. As Jiang Yi continued to survey his surroundings, he observed Yang Wenchao striding purposefully towards a display stand located directly to the north of the upscale mall. After a moment's consideration, he decided to follow. However, upon reaching the northern display case, he found it devoid of any merchandise. Instead, to the right, there was an operational console. Yang Wenchao approached this console and commenced his activities. After observing for a brief moment, Jiang Yi quickly discerned that this display stand served as a venue for players to engage in cross-apartment trading. Yang Wenchao nodded, operating the console with casual indifference as he remarked, "The props showcased for sale in the mall are generally priced significantly higher, offering poor value for money. Conversely, when players wish to part with their items, they typically sell them at a price lower than that of the mall. However, despite its affordability, the transactions among players resemble those on platforms like Xianyu or Zhuanzhuan, primarily consisting of second-hand goods." Jiang Yi held no disdain for pre-owned items. Saving a sum of money was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, some of the discarded items he possessed could be exchanged through player trading for monetary gain. This trading feature was evidently popular among players. At this moment, Yang Wenchao was engaged in the act of listing unwanted items in the player trading area. Observing his adept maneuvers, Jiang Yi contemplated inquiring about matters concerning the gaming community. Yet, he had yet to formulate his questions when Yang Wenchao suddenly interjected. "You must be Yang Xiaoman, right?" "What?" Jiang Yi momentarily froze. Yang Wenchao continued, seemingly to himself, "It appears not. You are Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Yang Wenchao remarked again, "It seems that is also incorrect. So, who exactly are you?" The disguise mask he wore should provide a more practical stealth effect than mere camouflage, yet he opted for the latter instead of invisibility. Was there a compelling reason for maintaining a non-hidden identity? Initially, Jiang Yi regarded the calm demeanor of this individual who was probing him, and thought he might genuinely discern something through others' reactions. However, it turned out he was merely posturing. Jiang Yi, confident in his own abilities, was unfazed by the probing. Just as he was about to turn the tables and inquire about Yang Wenchao's knowledge of the gaming community, Yang Wenchao preempted him, continuing his inquiry. "I heard from Xiao Likuan and the others that you utilized an ice-based area attack skill to annihilate Zhao Yudi. Such prowess. Surely there is no need to conceal one's identity?" Furthermore, he paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. And the complexity in his gaze towards Jiang Yi was palpable. Your 3 consecutive victories, they could not possibly have been achieved solely by your own merit, could they? Jiang Yi was on the verge of admitting that he had purchased his winning streak. However, he had yet to craft a convincing lie. Yang Wenchao, with piercing insight, remarked, the consecutive victory rewards granted by the battle room may appear to be random, as players draw from 3 cards to receive their prizes. Yet, this is not the case. Generally speaking, if one has purchased their victories, they are likely to receive only the lowly announcement card, which holds little value. However, if I am not mistaken, the match against Zhao Yudi must have utilized a privilege card. Typically, only those who have earned their victories through skill are awarded privilege cards. Ah, what a revelation. Such hidden mechanics exist? Jiang Yi was completely unaware. Yet, he suddenly pondered, the upgrade card must also be a high-tier card, right? Did you also achieve your winning streak through your own efforts? His wording implicitly acknowledged that he had indeed won through skill. A slight gravity returned to Yang Wenchao's expression, and his gaze towards Jiang Yi grew increasingly wary. Simultaneously, he shook his head. The upgrade card is indeed considered a high-tier card, yet I too purchased my victories. Is this not contradictory? Was it not stated that purchased victories yield only low-tier cards? Jiang Yi had yet to inquire further. Yang Wenchao took the initiative to explain. Just as in the case of match fixing, some individuals exhibit blatant signs, making their deceit immediately apparent. Yet, there are those who can masquerade their trickery so convincingly that it appears authentic. I purchased a series of victories, but with specific stipulations requiring my counterpart to collaborate with me to make the act seem sufficiently realistic, thereby creating the illusion of my prowess. Hence, through sheer performance, I deceived the victory reward mechanism into believing that my triumphs were a result of skill. Remarkable. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? According to Yong Wa, it seems that merchants selling victories should be aware of such practices. However, unscrupulous vendors would not voluntarily disclose this concealed information to their customers. Only someone like Yong Wa, who possesses such insight, could genuinely procure a worthwhile deal. This further underscores that, at this moment, Jiang Yu seamlessly followed Yang Wenchao's narrative. Before you entered the battle room, you had already eliminated 4 competitors, earning 4 survival points. This coincidentally matches the price of the 5 victory package. Therefore, prior to entering the battle room, you were already cognizant of the circumstances and aware that purchasing victories was an option, even knowing the package price. Because you are what shall we say, a gamer? Chapter 46, The Hidden Owner of the Apartment. Jiang Ye's interrogative phrasing was delivered in a declarative tone. After all, Yang Wenchao's demeanor was indeed extraordinary. In comparison to the absurdities of reincarnation or possession, having played a similar game seemed far more plausible. If this line of reasoning holds true, then it is likely that Yang Wenchao is not the sole player of that game. In the battle room, those stubborn bronze players on the God of War rankings are likely to be seasoned gamers, with a wealth of information at their disposal. Their progress naturally outpaces that of the average individual. In contrast, Yang Wenchao does not appear to be exceptionally skilled among those who have played the game. After all, Jiang Yi witnessed firsthand Yang Wenchao's defeat in a match, where he lost a staggering 100,000. This leads one to wonder, could the female opponent in that match also be a gamer? Lost in thought, Yang Wenchao displayed no intention of concealing anything. In fact, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Yi and candidly stated, I indeed spent 4 survival points to purchase a 5-game winning streak package, which I have successfully completed. This implies that his loss occurred while attempting to extend his 5-game streak to a 10-game streak. As Jiang Yi pondered this, Yang Wenchao seemed to anticipate his thoughts and added, however, my winning streak was not interrupted by that loss of 100,000. What? He lost the match, yet his winning streak remained intact? What could be the reasoning behind this? The random reward I received from achieving 5 consecutive victories was a waiver card. The effect of the waiver card allows one to nullify a record of a single defeat. For instance, if one loses after 9 consecutive victories, the waiver card can be used to erase that loss, thus maintaining the count as 9 consecutive victories. Wow, such a card exists? Jiang Yi mused, immediately speculating. This waiver card must be considered a high-end card, right? Yang Wenchao nodded, acknowledging that the rewards in the battle room for consecutive victories increase with the number of wins. For players who have already amassed a noteworthy winning streak, the pain of losing even a single match and interrupting that streak is undoubtedly profound. Thus, the exemption card, which can prevent such interruptions, is exceedingly rare and valuable. In fact, in certain respects, it is even more precious than the privilege card. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. He was not particularly concerned about his current 3-game winning streak. However, should he reach a remarkable 99 consecutive victories only to have that streak abruptly halted, it would indeed be quite disheartening. Therefore, the value of the exemption card escalates tremendously for those who excel in achieving consecutive wins, especially as they progress further. If the opportunity arises, Jiang Yi would certainly desire to obtain an exemption card as a safeguard. That said, he pondered whether the rewards from the battle room could be traded among players. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course." He then gestured to the console, tapping a few commands before pointing to the display. "Look, through the player trading feature in the high-end mall, various cards obtained from the battle room can indeed be traded." Jiang Yi turned his gaze to the display and was met with a list showcasing the availability of various cards for sale. Among them, the announcement card was the most common and least expensive, yet it still commanded a price exceeding 100,000. The upgrade card, on the other hand, typically started at around 300,000. The privilege cards were quite rare, with only 3 listed, one priced at 600,000, another at 800,000, and the last at a staggering 1,000,000. This is absolutely outrageous. It feels like an insatiable demand. However, upon reflection, among ordinary players, relying solely on labor, they naturally find life to be a struggle, unable to afford rent or even meals. Yet for those players above level 20, a single kill can yield 100,000. Such a premise leads to rampant inflation in their economy. If one were to propose to players below level 20, like Wang Lingling, to pay 300,000 for a direct level up, she would undoubtedly refuse. She would rather grind through battles to level up than spend 300,000 on an upgrade card. But for players above level 20, a mere 300,000 equates to just 3 lives. It is far less risky to casually eliminate 3 unskilled individuals than to face the dangers of monster hunting. Hence, for these players, an upgrade card priced at 300,000 seems rather reasonable. This scenario allows Jiang Yi to once again perceive the disparities of the world. It echoes the reality before arriving at the Doomsday apartment, where some toil tirelessly, barely earning 100 or 2, while others bask in luxury, with tax evasion amounts that others could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. Indeed, such an absurd gap between the rich and the poor exists everywhere. Jiang Yi mused, while Yang Wenchao suddenly glanced at the price of the privilege card, curiously inquiring, "How much did you earn from your battle with Zhao Yudi?" If we consider the price of the privilege card, anything below 600,000 would be a loss. Jiang Yi remained silent, his emotions rather convoluted. Was it truly a loss if he earned less than 600,000? Initially, after his battle with Zhao Yudi and witnessing the money he had garnered, he felt elated. However, upon hearing Yang Wenchao's remark, he suddenly realized. It seemed he had indeed suffered a loss. After all, in that match, he had not made 600,000. He initially believed that the bulk of the earnings from his confrontation with Zhao Yudi would stem from the audience fees, given her substantial following. Yet, to his astonishment, the final tally revealed that the audience fees amounted to merely over 60,000. This indicated that there were only slightly more than 6,000 spectators present. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhao Yudi's wager had reached a staggering 500,000. Consequently, he ultimately earned 560,000 from that bout. This windfall not only enabled him to settle his immense debts, but also provided him with surplus funds to indulge in the high-end marketplace. Yet now, as he gazed upon the price of the privilege card, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he had indeed incurred a loss. However, he had opted to employ the privilege card to evade the seasoned players who might drop in unexpectedly. Had he postponed the use of the privilege card until a time when more players were present in the battle room, he could have matched against stronger opponents with higher combat prowess, potentially earning even more. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have used the privilege card to challenge Zhao Yudi, but would have sold it in the trading area instead. Alas, foresight was a luxury he did not possess. If Zhao Yudi were to become aware of Jiang Yi's thoughts at this moment, she would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, particularly if one were to ascertain that this individual, driven solely by a desire for monetary gain, utilized a privilege card to match with her, leading to the abrupt cessation of her 9-game winning streak. Zhao Yudi might very well feel a profound sense of despair. After all, such a precious privilege card could have been employed for far better purposes. Yet it was misused against me. Moreover, the audacity to believe that one could profit immensely at my expense is staggering. Not to mention, the fact that this misuse resulted in the end of my 9 consecutive victories is nothing short of a travesty. Squandering a valuable resource while simultaneously wreaking havoc upon an innocent bystander. How utterly infuriating. Fortunately, Zhao Yudi remains oblivious to this situation. Yang Wenchao, on the other hand, has begun to piece together the scenario, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Zhao Yudi. However, there is little that can be done. After all, as a novice player, her lack of understanding renders her susceptible to such dubious tactics. He pondered for a moment before taking the time to clarify for Jiang Yi. To be candid, The privilege card is not intended for such frivolous use. Its exorbitant market value among players primarily stems from its ability to facilitate winning streaks. Key victories, such as 3, 5, or 10 consecutive wins, can often be obstructed by seasoned players. Among novice players, there are certainly individuals who may deliberately engage in similar tactics, using the privilege card to interrupt opponents' 8 or 9-game winning streaks, subsequently pressuring them to spend money to reclaim their momentum. Players who have achieved an 8 or 9-game streak are typically not financially constrained, even if they are. They are often willing to pay a hefty price to preserve their winning streak. For instance, regarding your confrontation with Casualties, if you had demonstrated your prowess in defeating her and subsequently negotiated, I believe she would have been willing to pay a higher price to secure her winning streak, perhaps even a few million, which she might begrudgingly accept. Remarkable. A few million. Just a short while ago, Yong Wa was fretting over a debt of 350,000. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has the capacity to earn a few million. Indeed, with sufficient strength, generating wealth becomes a trivial matter. However, Yong Wa pondered, if I intentionally concede to her, wouldn't my own winning streak be interrupted? Yang Wenchao nodded. Precisely. Hence the optimal destination for the privilege card would be the trading zone, selling it to organizations that specialize in maintaining winning streaks. Within those organizations, they cultivate individuals who are indifferent to win rates. It seems there is indeed a world of intrigue wherever there are people. Veteran players have established various organizations, while newcomers are also contemplating the formation of factions. Jiang Yi then inquired, in the game you play, are there also individuals who have formed such organizations? Yang Wenchao nodded. Yes. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly chuckled with a sense of relief. Speaking of which, my motivation for playing that game was primarily to profit from those organizations. Although you have not experienced Doomsday Apartment, you must have sensed its inequities through your time in the Novice Apartment, right? That game is inherently quite unfair. The distinction between pay-to-win players and casual gamers is akin to participating in two entirely different games. As the conversation shifted to gaming, Jiang Ye's spirits soared instantly. He was eager to uncover the nature of this game and any hidden information of which he was unaware. However, Yang Wenchao deliberately kept him in suspense, refraining from revealing any game-related details, and instead, he stated his purpose. You should realize that I am no benevolent philanthropist. Therefore, if you wish to learn about the game, you must be prepared to offer something in return. Jiang Yi grasped his implication. After a moment of contemplation, he incisively remarked, you approached me first. Thus, you intend to broker a deal using the information you possess. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, responding, rather than a transaction, it is more aptly described as a collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinary mode and the pay-to-win mode of this game offer two distinct experiences. I seek to partner with you to navigate the Novice Apartment using the pay-to-win mode. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the proposal. It seemed that Yang Wenchao had recognized his capabilities. Nonetheless, emulating Yang Wenchao's demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and countered, are you suggesting that without the game information you provide, I would be incapable of completing the pay-to-win mode on my own? His tone exuded a sense of pride, reflecting Jiang Ye's confidence in his abilities. However, Yang Wenchao gave a cryptic smile, pausing before inquiring, do you know how to traverse between apartments? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and replied directly, there is a teleportation device on the top floor of the apartment. This information was relayed to him by the figure in the black robe encountered during his 3 consecutive victories. Yang Wenchao, unfazed, continued with a smile. Do you know the conditions for activating the teleportation device? Jiang Yi answered straightforwardly, one must pay 1 survival point. However, this time, Yang Wenchao shook his head. No. The survival point paid is merely the teleportation fee. For a player to traverse between apartments, there exists a more crucial condition, gaining the favor of the apartment's mysterious owner. The apartment's owner. It sounded as if they wielded control over the entire establishment. Yet, Jiang Yi had not even become acquainted with the apartment administrator. The notion of a hidden owner was entirely new to him. However, could the shadow he encountered on the 20th floor while obtaining the survival token possibly be the apartment's owner? That seemed unlikely. A figure of such stature should not be so secretive, right? Thus, how could he, having never even met this owner, hope to earn their favor? As Jiang Yi pondered, he suddenly thought of Huang Qi. Since Huang Qi had successfully navigated between apartments, did that mean he had gained the owner's favor? Then there was Yu Xiaoming. But what traits did they possess that would attract the owner's attention? Abruptly, Jiang Yi turned to Yang Wenchao and speculated. Could it be that annihilating all players in the apartment would earn the owner's favor? At this, Yang Wenchao was taken aback. Did you just guess that? Or have you obtained some information? I merely guessed, Jiang Yi replied. Jiang Yi spoke without a hint of embarrassment, his eyes wide open as he uttered what could be deemed as nonsensical. Yet, it was not entirely unfounded. He had gleaned this insight from Huang Qi's words, relying on mere conjecture. At that moment, Yang Wenchao observed his expression, which revealed a tangle of emotions. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well. Since you have deduced this much, I shall share further information with you. Within the novice apartment, there exist three significant entities, which may be referred to as the three formidable bosses. The first is the apartment manager, who operates overtly. The second is the shadowy figure in the corridor, accessible only to tenants residing on the 20th floor and above, who dispenses survival tokens. The third is the apartment owner, who will only reveal themselves upon the eradication of all players within the apartment. As you have surmised, in order to initiate cross-apartment actions, one must eliminate all apartment players, encounter the apartment owner, and obtain their consent for cross-apartment endeavors." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a sudden weight descend upon him. He had initially believed that reaching the top floor would grant him the opportunity to engage in cross-apartment actions, only to be informed that such actions necessitated the annihilation of all other players. No, Jiang Yi pondered momentarily before abruptly turning to Yang Wenchao. "Since you dare to disclose this information, you must be aware that there are alternative methods for cross-apartment actions apart from exterminating all the apartment players to meet the owner. Correct? Otherwise, do you not fear that I might act upon your words and eliminate all of my classmates?" Chapter 47. Once again witnessing the operations of a VIP player. Naturally, all my classmates include Yang Wenchao. This individual must not be so overly confident as to believe that, under the guise of being merely a gamer, Jiang Yi would refrain from taking his life. Thus, his willingness to divulge such information naturally indicates he possesses a contingency plan. Yang Wenchao had no intention of concealing the truth and, at this juncture, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, generally speaking, to traverse between apartments, one must resort to eliminating the players within the premises. However, our apartment situation is somewhat unique. As he paused, seemingly to gauge whether Jiang Yi could discern the peculiarities of their apartment, Jiang Yi recalled a distinctive item within Huang Qi's spatial watch and offered a knowing smile. Conjecturing, the uniqueness lies in the fact that two cross-apartment players have already arrived in our apartment. They possess items that allow them to transcend the authority of the apartment's owner? Remarkably, he had guessed correctly. Yang Wenchao's gaze toward Jiang Yi grew increasingly astonished and complex, tinged with a hint of apprehension. He pressed his lips together and nodded. Indeed, Yu Xiaoming and Huang Qi possess cross-apartment items obtained from their respective apartment owners. Moreover, such items can be utilized by other players as well. Yang Wenchao's words concluded here. But the implications were clear. The chat group tacitly acknowledged that he had slain the two cross-apartment players. Thus, his underlying message was that he had two cross-apartment items at his disposal. Yet, Jiang Yi understood in his heart that this individual only possessed the cross-apartment item acquired from the defeat of Yu Xiaoming, while the item belonging to Huang Qi remained in Jiang Yi's possession. However, Yang Wenchao was evidently unaware that Huang Qi had been slain by Jiang Yi. After all, the timing of Huang Qi's demise coincided with the confrontation in the battle room. Thus, Yang Wenchao sought to fabricate the illusion that he possessed two cross-apartment items, using this as leverage in negotiations with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment but chose not to expose him, instead following his lead and raising an eyebrow, saying, "Since you are using the cross-apartment items as a bargaining chip, does this imply that your so-called pay-to-win model must be realized through cross-apartment means?" Yang Wenchao nodded, contemplating briefly before elaborating. To put it more plainly, the pay-to-win model for clearing the novice apartment essentially involves eliminating the apartment administrator before the apartment self-destructs. However, it is evident that the administrator's prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary player. In fact, he possesses the authority to obliterate players. Therefore, defeating the administrator requires meeting exceedingly stringent conditions. The sheer strength aspect necessitates the use of survival point items. These survival point items are those acquired by exchanging survival points. Such items are significantly more powerful than those obtainable from the premium mall. Yet, to trigger the exchange for survival point items, the survival points within the survival jade token must exceed 100. And in a novice apartment, even if you eliminate both new and veteran players, amassing 100 survival points is an impossibility. After all, with 100 individuals, one cannot sacrifice oneself. Thus, it equates to the necessity of traversing between apartments to eliminate a sufficient number of people for the redemption of survival point items. The information revealed by Yang Wenchao coincides perfectly with what Huang Qi had shared. However, in comparison to the survival point items, Jiang Yi is more concerned about the implication that the apartment administrator possesses the authority to obliterate players. Such authority must surely require specific items to counteract, right? Indeed. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly elevated, and stated emphatically, I can unequivocally inform you that the specific items needed to counter this obliteration privilege cannot be obtained through any amount of survival points exchanged for shadows. This crucial information serves as a vital bargaining chip in our collaboration. Very well, this information is indeed of paramount importance. Moreover, Yang Wenchao's willingness to divulge so much demonstrates considerable sincerity. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi declared directly, "Go ahead, tell me how you intend to collaborate." Yang Wenchao's eyes darted momentarily before he inexplicably blurted out, "You must be a girl, right?" "What?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Yang Wenchao appeared self-assured, analyzing with an air of certainty. "You reside on the 20th floor, fully aware that one survival point can be exchanged for 100,000. Yet you have never taken a life. Furthermore, when facing a goddess like Zhao Yudi, you showed no mercy whatsoever. Thus, I deduce that you are a formidable woman, much like Wang Lingling. Additionally, you seem to value camaraderie among classmates, unwilling to strike against acquaintances without cause. Goodness, this is quite astonishing." Jiang Yi felt a sense of peculiarity upon Yang Wenchao's unwavering assertion that he was a girl. However, recalling the confidence with which this fellow had previously denied being Jiang Yi, he found some solace. Yang Wenchao, despite his seemingly robust self-assurance, possessed an ordinary judgment when it came to discerning others. His confidence, while striking, was ultimately superficial. Jiang Yi, intent on concealing his identity, chose not to elaborate. Instead, quietly observing as Yang Wenchao continued to speak with unyielding assurance, "I understand your reluctance to act against classmates without cause. However, you should find it considerably easier to eliminate a stranger across the apartment complex, wouldn't you?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, adopting a tacit agreement. Noticing his lack of dissent, Yang Wenchao proceeded, "Thus, our first step in collaboration entails my provision of an inter-apartment tool, along with instructions on its usage. In return, you must accumulate over 500 survival points within 3 days using your survival token. Subsequently, we shall reconvene in this apartment, at which point I shall disclose the next phase of our collaboration." The initial step of cooperation, as articulated by Yang Wenchao, appeared to demand that Jiang Yi earn 500 survival points within 3 days. In reality, it imposed minimal substantive restrictions on Jiang Yi, absent a formal contract. He had essentially gifted Jiang Yi an inter-apartment tool. Moreover, Jiang Yi was acutely aware that Yang Wenchao possessed but a single inter-apartment tool. With this sole item bestowed upon Jiang Yi, how would he manage to traverse the apartment complex, eliminating all classmates to gain the favor of the apartment owner? Viewed from this angle, Yang Wenchao's so-called cooperation may merely be a facade. His true intention could well be to lure the tiger from its den, drawing away Jiang Yi, a potential threat, from this apartment to ensure his continued dominance as the absolute powerhouse here. After Jiang Yi's departure, Yang Wenchao may very well have further plans. His presence here is undoubtedly a nuisance. However, it is also plausible that the scheme to draw the tiger away is genuine, and the cooperation is authentic as well. After successfully isolating Jiang Yi from the apartment, Yang Wenchao would secure a 3-day opportunity for independent development. When they reconvene in the apartment according to the cooperation plan 3 days later, the situation may no longer favor Jiang Yi. After all, Yang Wenchao possesses more information and his methods are notably ruthless. Thus, he should possess the confidence to surpass Jiang Yi's strength within that 3-day period. At that juncture, when they embark on the so-called next phase of cooperation, he would emerge as the one wielding greater influence. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yi contemplated Yang Wenchao's various motives, eager to extract more game information from him. Yet unexpectedly, a notification echoed in his mind. Emergency announcement from the novice apartment. VIP player Yu Yueme is merging this apartment with novice apartment 1010. The fusion of the 2 novice apartments will be completed in 10 minutes. The rules for the apartment fusion are as follows. Chapter 48. Apartment Fusion 1. The apartment chat group and the apartment level rankings will undergo a standard fusion. The apartment administrators will undergo an optimization and selection process. Within 10 minutes, a competition among the administrators will take place. Should an administrator emerge victorious within this time frame, they shall be elevated to the role of the integrated apartment administrator. Conversely, if no administrator prevails within 10 minutes, candidates will be selected based primarily on the number of players in the apartment ranking, with the total number of apartment players serving as a secondary criterion for appointing the integrated apartment administrator. Following the optimization, the newly merged apartment will be named after the original apartment number of the appointed administrator. During the room integration process, if 2 players occupy the same room number, an optimization selection will occur. The 2 co-tenant players will engage in a competition within 10 minutes, should there be no decisive outcome. The player with the higher combat power will be deemed the victor. The winner will retain the right to occupy the room, while the loser will forfeit this right. Any rent already paid by the loser will not be refunded, and if rent has not been paid, they must compensate for the lease termination penalty. For further details, please consult the newly appointed apartment administrator post-integration. Upon the announcement of this policy, students were left in utter disbelief, and the chat group erupted in chaos. What is this? What on earth is a VIP player? Why are we suddenly merging apartments? These regulations regarding room integration are excessively harsh. Why should the rent already paid by the loser not be refunded, and why must they bear the costs of lease termination? Indeed, should not the losses incurred by players due to this integration be the apartment's responsibility? Absolutely. In my previous gaming experiences, whenever a server malfunction occurred, it was customary for the game to compensate the players. Now, with the sudden amalgamation of apartments, not only is there no compensation for the players, but those who share room numbers must also incur additional costs. This seems exceedingly unjust. If this were a standard game, I would readily provide a poor review and file a complaint in one fell swoop. However, considering the vast number of floors and rooms in a single apartment, the likelihood of overlapping room numbers should be relatively low, correct? Even if the chances are minimal, I cannot shake the feeling that the merging of apartments is inherently unfavorable. Reflect for a moment. Previously, Yong Wa was our classmate, yet he would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Now, the apartments we are merging with are likely to be inhabited by unfamiliar faces, potentially including those with a checkered past. Under such circumstances, I sense a heightened risk of conflicts and potential casualties. I too believe that the merging of apartments bodes ill. What intentions could the VIP player responsible for this operation possibly have? Moreover, how did she acquire the ability to merge apartments? Is it merely because she is a VIP player, granting her greater authority? Will we ever have the opportunity to ascend to VIP status ourselves? Perhaps we ought not to entertain such distant dreams. Being able to navigate this novice apartment is already quite the achievement. I suspect that among us, only someone of Yong Wa's caliber stands a chance of becoming a VIP player. Even Wang Lingling seems to fall short. By the way, could this merging of apartments have any correlation with Yong Wa? After all, the chat group is public. Now, the students are well aware of Yong Wa's extraordinary abilities. Whenever his name is mentioned, their tone becomes somewhat cautious. Following this wave of discussion, the group fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, someone finally replied, "Didn't the announcement clarify? The apartment integration is a maneuver by VIP players. Why are you all trying to shift the blame onto Brother Chow?" This sentiment arises from Yong Wa's remarkable performance and the students' limited understanding of his circumstances, leaving them to speculate wildly. Many now suspect that Yong Wa might be a reborn individual or possess an SSS-level talent. Some even believe he is the destined protagonist, with an unlimited future ahead of him. Numerous students dream of clinging to his coattails. Jiang Yi, having personally interacted with the enigmatic Yong Wa, sought to dispel the myths surrounding him. He briefly scanned the group chat, realizing there was little of substance, and planned to seize the opportunity to inquire about VIP players and the apartment integration. However, while he remained comfortably settled in the Haiyan Mall, a situation unfolded on the rooftop, where his number one doppelganger basked in the sunlight, leisurely drying her hair following the announcement of the apartment integration. To be precise, the one causing the stir was the woman in white. She seemed to revel in the sunshine, while Jiang Yi was attending to his hair on the rooftop. The woman in white had set up a lounge chair, donned sunglasses, and was blissfully sunbathing in the outer area of the rooftop. In such a state, those who were aware of her presence knew she was on the rooftop terrace, while those unaware might think she was lounging on a sun-kissed beach. Jiang Yi was apprehensive that the woman might unexpectedly say, "Come here, handsome, I'll pay you extra for a special service." Of course, such inappropriate scenarios did not unfold in the sunlight. However, they did manifest following the announcement of the apartment merger. The woman in white's expression abruptly changed. Her previous tranquility, lounging in a chair under the sun, transformed into fury and terror. After a moment of hesitation, she seemingly suppressed her emotions and sprang to her feet. Jiang Yi, seated nearby and tending to his hair, felt a surge of tension at her sudden movement. His hands, applying hair oil, trembled slightly. Consequently, the woman in white, incensed by his trembling, exclaimed, "Why are you shaking? You've wasted a precious drop of my hair oil." Her inexplicable outburst was clearly a misdirected fury. Jiang Yi remained silent, contemplating the notion that the apartment merger seemed to exert a certain influence over these NPC-like residents. One might wonder, what would transpire when the players' rooms collided with those of the apartment's NPC inhabitants after the merger? Before he could ponder further, the enraged woman in white suddenly lunged. With a swift motion of her arms, Jiang Yi's unfinished hair strands appeared to come alive, surging toward her outstretched limbs. At that moment, each strand appeared significantly thicker, writhing toward the woman like two black water serpents. The serpent, ultimately, slithered from the arms of the woman in white, ascending to her head, and displacing the towel that had once enveloped her hair. Beneath that towel, her long, lustrous black hair appeared to writhe like living black serpents, hissing ominously as they coiled atop her head. Even under the bright sunlight, this bizarre spectacle and the accompanying sounds sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Yi felt a sudden numbness wash over him as he prepared himself to choose between merging with his clone or relinquishing the sea-level talent of his first clone. Chapter 49. I Save Myself Hiss. Whoosh. When one of the black serpents shot forth from the woman's head and ensnared Jiang Yi's neck with a fierce grip, he braced himself for the inevitable abandonment of his first clone. Yet, the slender, slick serpent merely coiled around his throat without tightening its hold any further. Meanwhile, the emotionally unhinged woman in white had transformed into the woman in black. Her white robe fell away, and her once black hair morphed into a flowing black cloak, billowing in the absence of wind atop the rooftop, creating an eerie rustling sound. This contrast between the two, one white and one black, immediately reminded Jiang Yi of the characters Lan Longkue and Hong Longkue from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. One was gentle and serene, while the other was impulsive and violent. It was evident that this woman in black embodied the latter's more aggressive tendencies. Her gaze sharpened, brimming with fury as it swept over Jiang Yi, leaving behind a chilling proclamation: "Pray that I survive. Otherwise, you shall accompany me to the grave." With that, she vanished in an instant. The black water snake remained coiled around Jiang Yi's neck, leaving him rigid with trepidation, too fearful to raise a hand to touch it. While cursing under his breath, he suddenly realized that the amalgamation of the apartment might pose catastrophic risks to the NPC inhabitants. The woman in white, now clad in black, might very well perish in this merging of the apartments. As he pondered this, he noticed that fellow students in the chat group were mentioning similar occurrences. Wang Hengyi exclaimed, "What the hell? After the apartment merger, those NPC residents have suddenly become extremely irritable." He continued, "I delivered packages all day, and the NPC residents were generally quite amicable. Most of them would gladly give me a 5-star rating, which even elevated my courier badge to level 3. He lamented. But just now, after the apartment merger, when I typically asked a resident for a 5-star review, that individual erupted in anger and berated me, even going so far as to give me a 1-star rating on the spot. He expressed his frustration. "This is the first negative review I've ever received. I have no idea how many positive ratings it will take to make up for this." Wang Hengyi was the type of relentless scholar who thrived on an overwhelming volume of study, as teachers would say. A prodigious talent akin to those from the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Since entering the apartment, this academic had not spoken a word. His inaugural comment sparked a wave of astonished reactions from his peers. "What the heck? Honey's courier badge has already reached level 3. How on earth did he manage that?" Another chimed in, "Damn. The academic prodigy remains unparalleled, even in a new environment. If the comprehension of initial skills is indeed correlated with intelligence, then Ishin should possess formidable initial skills akin to Lucian, shouldn't he?" However, that is not necessarily the case. Lucian, despite rarely studying and spending his days gaming, consistently aces his mathematics exams. In contrast, Ishin is more of a diligent type. His intelligence may not match that of Lucian. What use is high intelligence if Lucian's talent is merely rated as sea level? It's possible that Wang Hengyi possesses even greater potential. If he truly had superior talent, why has he not ascended the ranking list yet? In my opinion, reaching level 3 with a work badge is hardly impressive. It merely signifies being a higher tier laborer. In the realm of apartment survival, the only path to success lies in leveling up and becoming stronger. Working merely leads to a dead end. How absurd. No future in working? Are your rent payments covered by Ling Jie or Changgu? Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao has never worked a day in his life and still shines brightly, effortlessly surpassing all previous academic elites. At this point, a nonsensical argument erupted again. Some students clung to their original mindset, believing that even in a new environment, the academically inclined would always outshine their peers. Others contended that in apartment survival, innate talent and strength were paramount, regardless of how illustrious a scholar once was. If their current abilities falter, they too would fall from grace and become an ordinary individual. Ironically, the matter Wang Hengyi raised about the NPC residents in the apartment becoming irritable garnered little discussion. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and decided to contribute to the conversation in the group. "The NPC residents in the apartment have indeed grown irritable. I am currently trapped on the top floor of the apartment by the resident I am serving." With this revelation, the group's attention was swiftly redirected. Even Wang Lingling responded to him with a question. "The top floor of the apartment? How did you get up there?" Jiang Yi, intending to create a commoner persona with his clone, did not conceal anything and replied directly, "The apartment's cleaning staff requested that I dry my hair, so they took me to the top floor." Subsequently, Wang Lingling inquired about further details regarding the top floor, and Jiang Yi, without reservation, shared his observations. He also conveyed his predicament of being trapped on the top floor, subtly seeking assistance from his classmates. However, the others were devoid of any constructive suggestions, advising him instead to rely on his own fortune while hoping that the woman in white would survive and subsequently release him. Wang Lingling, utilizing the information provided by Jiang Yi and Wang Hengyi, speculated on the changes that might befall the apartment's NPC residents during the fusion process. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she tagged Yong Wa. Yong Wa, do you know what challenges those apartment NPC residents might face during the fusion? Yong Wa. However, Yong Wa completely ignored her. At that moment, Jiang Yi, who was with Yong Wa, posed a question similar to Wang Lingling's. Yet, Yong Wa shook his head and said, to be honest, I am aware of the apartment fusion phenomenon, but I have not personally experienced it, so I cannot ascertain how those NPC residents will fare. However, once the apartment is fully integrated, we could inquire with the administrator. Jiang Yi remained uncertain whether Yang Wenxiao was genuinely uninformed or deliberately withholding information. He did not pursue the matter further, merely speculating. According to Jiang Yi, the woman in white did not directly kill him but rather trapped him. Moreover, within the group, there have been no reports of classmates being slain by the NPC residents. Does this imply that those NPC residents are incapable of killing players? Yang Wenxiao nodded and ventured. That seems to be the case. Under normal circumstances, NPC residents cannot proactively kill players. However, during the apartment integration phase, when their own lives are at stake, they naturally become indifferent to the fate of the players. The implication from the woman in white is clear. Should she perish, Jiang Yi would accompany her in death. At this point, Yang Wenxiao couldn't help but frown again, remarking, Jiang Yi is indeed audacious. He does not appear to be a gamer yet dares to ascend to the top floor. This was Jiang Yi's first experience discussing himself with others under a guise, a rather peculiar sensation. Yet, he was resolute in not relinquishing his first avatar. So he cautiously probed Yang Wenxiao. Is Jiang Yi's fate reliant solely on the life or death of that woman in white? You previously mentioned that our initial collaboration would involve assisting me in traversing the apartments while also revealing the method to reach the top floor. If I were to ascend, would there be hope for rescuing Jiang Yi? Yang Wenxiao was initially taken aback, exclaiming, You wish to save Jiang Yi? However, upon reflection, he realized that this bald man had never taken a life and seemed genuinely concerned about the bonds of friendship. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised, the black water serpent ensnaring Jiang Yi must be a unique artifact. It is an inanimate object, yet possesses a certain sentience, likely acting upon directives. Once the woman in white perishes, it will strangle Jiang Yi. At this juncture, Yang Wenxiao paused thoughtfully, and then, with a sudden glimmer in his eyes and an elevated tone, declared, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to save Jiang Yi, but if fortune favors us, we may indeed be able to subdue that black water serpent. Subdue the black water serpent? Jiang Yi was taken aback, about to inquire further. However, Yang Wenxiao spoke rapidly, urging, If you have truly made up your mind, there is no time for extensive explanations. We must act immediately. It is a race against time, for we are running out of it. The one Jiang Yi seeks to rescue is not merely an ordinary classmate, but his very own doppelganger. Thus, without hesitation, he resolved, Very well, just tell me what to do. This decisive and brisk judgment led Yang Wenxiao to seriously contemplate whether the girl behind the bald head might be harboring a hidden affection for Jiang Yi. After all, one cannot deny that Jiang Yi possesses a certain charm. It seems quite natural for someone attractive to have a secret admirer. Yang Wenxiao dismissed further thoughts and swiftly resumed his actions, deftly navigating the various display cases in the high-end mall. Simultaneously, he called out to Jiang Yi, The artifact we need will likely cost around 300,000. The endeavor to rescue Jiang Yi and capture the black water serpent may not necessarily yield success. Are you prepared to embrace this risk? 300,000. Jiang Yi possesses merely over 560,000, and this expenditure would deplete more than half of his resources. Moreover, based on the exchange ratio for survival points, 300,000 equates to 3 survival points, sufficient for him to generate 3 additional avatars. Should he abandon this pursuit? If the first avatar perishes, must it be accepted? The avatars created anew using survival points might even possess talents superior to that of the first. However, Jiang Yi soon realized that this was not the correct line of reasoning. Indeed, 1 survival point can be exchanged for 100,000, but 100,000 cannot procure survival points. As seasoned players accumulate survival points through consecutive victories, new players leverage privilege cards to achieve the same, acquiring game currency instead. According to Yang Wenxiao, during Jiang Yi's match against Zhao Yudi, he could have amassed several million game currency from her. Furthermore, purchasing survival points for 10 consecutive victories costs merely 10 points. Thus, It seems that the charge for 9 consecutive victories is indeed more exorbitant than that for 10. Yet, this is not the accurate calculation. No amount of game currency can rival the value of survival points. In fact, to veteran players, game currency may hold no worth at all. It is solely survival points that possess true significance. Hence, from this perspective, Yong Wa felt less burdened by the prospect of 300,000. Ultimately, the avatars hold greater importance. Thus, he resolutely declared, "I can bear the risk of 300,000. Very well." Yong Wa continued his search among the various display cases, while Yong Wa seized the opportunity to explore the player trading feature via the control panel. His primary objective upon entering the upscale mall was to procure attribute fruits. These attribute fruits possess the ability to directly enhance one's attributes, thereby enabling his main body to sustain a greater number of avatars. However, after a thorough search, he discovered that there were no attribute fruits available for sale in the player trading area. Consequently, he turned to Yong Wa and inquired, "Do you know where attribute fruits can be purchased in this upscale mall?" "Attribute fruits?" Yong Wa replied, somewhat surprised. After all, while both belonged to the bronze tier, the attributes enhanced by attribute fruits were not as potent as those conferred by bronze-grade equipment. Moreover, the combat power augmented by attribute fruits would be prominently displayed on the data panel. Once the combat power on the panel increased, it was highly likely that match players would be considerably stronger. Additionally, the price of attribute fruits, even at the same bronze level, was significantly higher than that of equipment items. Thus, many players would prefer to acquire bronze-grade gear rather than consider attribute fruits. This, of course, applied primarily to ordinary players. Gamers like Yong Wa, however, were acutely aware of the merits of attribute fruits, as they represented the sole survival point items that could be exchanged with in-game currency. Naturally, the attribute fruits available for purchase with game currency were limited to lower tiers. Yet, this bald man, who clearly did not appear to be a seasoned player, should not have been familiar with the survival point exchange list. His decisive nature only deepened Yong Wa's wariness towards this enigmatic figure. Nevertheless, Yong Wa promptly directed him. The attribute fruits can be found at the display stand in the northeast direction. Thus, Yong Wa hurriedly made his way toward the northeastern display stand. Indeed, he soon spotted stamina fruits and energy fruits within an exquisitely crafted display cabinet. The quantity was, in fact, quite limited. The levels are merely black iron, bronze, and silver. To Yong Wa's astonishment, the prices for these items are exorbitant. A single black iron attribute fruit costs a staggering 10,000. The price for a bronze-level fruit escalates to an astonishing 100,000. As for the silver level, it reaches an astounding price of 5 million for just one. This is utterly outrageous. However, at this moment, Yong Wa has already located the items he sought and began to urge him on. Thus, with a resolute bite of his teeth, Yong Wa purchased one each of the bronze-level stamina and energy fruits, and 2 of the black iron level, spending a total of 240,000 in one go. Subsequently, Yong Wa's selection of 2 additional items swiftly depleted another 300,000. In an instant, the substantial sum of 560,000 was reduced to a mere 20,000. As Yong Wa hurriedly followed Yong Wa out of the upscale mall, he couldn't help but inquire, what exactly is the purpose of the 300,000 for a single herb and a vial of water? As they rushed down the stairwell, Yong Wa replied casually, "You'll find out when we deal with that black water snake. Right now, there's no time for explanations. If the woman in white survives, we still have ample time. But if she perishes, she likely succumbed during the apartment's fusion. Therefore, time is of the essence. This is exceedingly urgent. For at this moment, over 8 minutes have elapsed since the fusion announcement. This means they have barely over a minute left. Is there even enough time to accomplish this?" Initially, they believed they had more than a minute to spare. As a result, the moment the two entered the stairwell, a notification resonated in their minds. Apartment fusion complete. Indeed, the prior announcement had indicated that the fusion would be completed within 10 minutes, rather than precisely at the 10-minute mark. Thus, completing it a minute early still fell within the stipulated time frame. Yong Wa promptly realized his misunderstanding regarding this verbal conundrum, and his expression darkened. However, he quickly took the initiative to speak in the group chat. "Yong Wa, are you still alive?" Yong Wa. Chapter 50. The arrogant Class 9 students. Am I still alive? I'm right in front of you. Furthermore, even if Yong Wa's primary avatar had perished, he could not admit to his demise. After all, any player's death would be evident in the member list of the chat group. If it was merely the avatar that had died, the member list should not indicate being offline. Thus, even in the event of his avatar's death, He had to devise a means to conceal it to avoid exposing himself in the chat. Fortunately, his primary avatar located on the top floor had not met its end. He promptly responded to Yong Wa. "I'm still alive, Yong Wa." Yong Wa replied, "All right, stay put on the top floor. I will come to rescue you." Upon hearing this, many classmates felt that Jiang Yi was doomed. After all, previously, Yang Wenxiao had taken it upon himself to assist Wang Rui in reuniting with her parents, only to end up killing her instead. Now, he claimed he would go to the top floor to save Jiang Yi. Could this truly be a rescue? However, due to Yang Wenxiao's formidable strength, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, what if he grew displeased and decided to eliminate those classmates who had spoken against him in the group chat? However, at this moment, the apartment fusion was completed. The chat group had undergone a transformation. The member list now displayed 108-162. Soon after, another voice emerged from a fellow apartment player. "Zhou Qiong, Jiang Yi, Yang Wenxiao? Are you referring to Jiang Yi and Yang Wenxiao from Class 1, Grade 3 at Mingli High School? Ranzi, what the heck? Lucian, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chang. Aren't they all familiar classmates? Xin Hang. Oh my. This apartment 1008 seems to be filled with our high school mates. Even my goddess Suduwan is here. Xing Man, damn it. Why is Wang Rui's name grayed out? Who did this? Who killed Wang Rui? Before long." The students from apartment 1008 also reacted. "What the heck? This merged apartment 1010 is completely filled with classmates from our school. This is fantastic. It's Teacher Zhou. We have hope. Could it be that because the number 1008 is so close to 1010, when we crossed apartments, we were more likely to encounter nearby acquaintances? Xing Man. Ranzi, aren't they all from Class 9? I originally thought we would have to face strangers from society after the apartment fusion. But it turns out we still have classmates. And even a teacher. What the hell? Didn't you see the member list? Our apartment initially had 70 people, but after merging, the number is 108. This implies that within the 1010 apartment, only 38 individuals survived during the integration, while 80 others perished, more than half. How could so many die? Aren't they all classmates? Surely they wouldn't resort to mutual slaughter? Could it be that they fell victim during the monster hunting level-ups? As the residents of apartment 1008 expressed their shock over the survival count in apartment 1010, a quick response emerged from that very apartment. Shou Qiong remarked, "It's not a matter of leveling up by defeating monsters. It truly is a case of classmates turning against one another. I never expected that you in apartment 1008 would still have 70 survivors." However, beneath this response, another comment swiftly appeared. Xing Man retorted, "Teacher Zhou, you continue to be so loquacious. It seems you are entirely devoid of gratitude for my leniency towards you." Upon hearing this, the students in apartment 1008 were left utterly dumbfounded. Shou Qiong was the language teacher for both Class 1 and Class 9. Many students from Class 1 immediately voiced their astonishment in the group chat. "Is that so? Teacher Zhou was merely expressing herself. Are you threatening her?" Xing Man, indeed. Your words are exceedingly harsh. Is this the appropriate demeanor of a student towards a teacher? Xing Man, what on earth transpired in apartment 1010 that the atmosphere feels so peculiar? Xing Man, I believe I have heard that name before. Isn't he the notorious troublemaker from Class 9? I have the impression that the majority of students in Class 9 are delinquents and underachievers. Do they even have anyone in their class ranking within the top 10 of the grade? In the midst of the numerous examinations faced by the third-year students, it appeared that their class consistently occupied the last position. Whispers circulated in apartment 1008 regarding Class 9's predicament. Meanwhile, the relatively quiet apartment 1010 suddenly erupted with comments. Xin Hang remarked, "How amusing. This bunch of exemplary students from Classes 1 and 2 must have lost their minds from all the studying." Ranzi added, "Indeed. Their expressions while speaking are utterly naive and comical. They dare to openly discuss the underachievers of Class 9? Do Heming chimed in, "Huh? Good students. Perhaps you should first check the ranking list to see where we, the so-called underachievers, stand?" Xin Hang continued, "It's truly laughable. These good students clearly have no grasp of reality. I nearly died laughing at their earlier comments about how wonderful it is to be a teacher." Ranzi exclaimed, "It's hard to believe these are high school students. One might mistake them for elementary school children." Tang Xin quipped, "What can we say? Good students are like this. They must heed their teachers." Xing Man then declared, "I've memorized the names of those students from Class 1 who spoke earlier. And let me remind you, when you are out battling monsters or working, be cautious. You might not even realize how you met your end." Xing Man's statement was brimming with arrogance and a palpable sense of threat. Simultaneously, the students speaking from apartment 1010 seemed to number only a few, all of whom were followers of Xing Man. Xin Hang remarked, "Students from Classes 1 and 2, have you not yet realized? In apartment 1010, it is only we few who possess the right to speak. Those who do not align with our brother Xing are either hiding in the apartment, awaiting their demise, or have already met their end. Now, have you grasped the situation, chicks from classes 1 and 2? Ranzi added, if you remain confused, allow me to clarify further. This group appears to be a public chat channel. However, from this moment forward, only brother Xing and we, his loyal followers, shall have the privilege to voice our thoughts. Should anyone dare to chatter aimlessly, they must be prepared to face dire consequences. Xing Man interjected, all right, the message is now clear. The group has indeed grown considerably quieter. Now, we demand to know from you in apartment 1008, who is responsible for Wang Rui's death. Do not attempt to tell me she perished while leveling up. Given her timid nature, it is astonishing enough that she could even leave her room. The notion of her venturing into the depths of the corridor to fight monsters is utterly implausible. So who is it that killed her? An eerie silence enveloped the group, as the students from apartment 1008 felt the mounting pressure from the rankings. Ranking of newbie apartment No. 1010, first, Xingman, level 5, second, Ranzi, level 4, third, Xian Hang, level 3, fourth, Tang Xian, level 3, fifth, Do Heping, level 3, sixth, Yong Wa, level 3, seventh, Yinzhua, level 3. Following the merger of the two newbie apartments, the establishment was promptly renamed apartment number 1010. Notably, the majority of the top rankings are occupied by students from class 9 of apartment number 1010. To the astonishment of all, Yang Wenchao, the strongest from apartment number 1008, found himself relegated to the 6th position. Furthermore, Wang Lingling, the second strongest of their apartment, had slipped beyond the top 10. The disparity is staggering. If previously Class 1 was likened to an elite rocket class while Class 9 was merely average, the roles have now been utterly reversed within this survival apartment. Once struggling students have risen to become formidable contenders on the leaderboard, while many of the previously high-achieving students are performing mediocrity, with some failing to even reach level 1. This profound gap has delivered a striking blow to the diligent students of apartment number 1008. Coupled with the audacious remarks from Xing Man and others, it is no wonder they hesitate to engage in idle chatter within the group, fearing repercussions. As a result, when Xing Man posed a question, no one dared to respond. Consequently, he directly called upon individuals to answer. Yang Wenchao Jiang Yi, you too, respond immediately to my inquiry. How did Wang Rui meet her demise? He must have noted the conversation between Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi during the initial fusion of the apartments. Once again, Yang Wenchao stands as the sole Tier 3 powerhouse of apartment 1008. At this moment, he specifically calls upon them to respond, seeking to further establish his absolute authority. However, both Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi remain oblivious to the situation in the group chat. After all, according to Yang Wenchao, the urgency of rescuing Jiang Yi is paramount. They must act without delay. Upon confirming that Jiang Yi is alive, he retrieves a poster-like sticker from the stairwell. After affixing it to the wall, he presses his hand against it. Jiang Yi observes, sensing that the poster resembles some sort of teleportation device akin to the television in the home of the woman in white. Indeed, they are propelled directly to the rooftop without traversing the eerie, wooded space in between. Upon reaching the rooftop, they find Jiang Yi ensnared by a black water snake around his neck. As Yang Wenchao rushes towards him, he speaks rapidly to the bald version of Jiang Yi. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the woman in white has survived the amalgamation with the apartment. Thus, as she stated, she is likely to come and release Jiang Yi. At this moment, if we attempt to forcibly subdue her black water snake, we may provoke her ire. However, we possess inter-apartment devices that will allow us to flee with the subdued black water snake to another apartment. In the brief exchange, he reaches Jiang Ye's first avatar and focuses intently on the black water snake coiling around Jiang Ye's neck. The bald Jiang Yi follows closely, furrowing his brow and asking, if we escape to another apartment, what will happen to Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao, with an air of calmness, remarked, did I not mention this earlier? These NPC residents typically refrain from harming players unless their lives are in jeopardy. Moreover, it was we who seized the black snake, not Jiang Yi. Therefore, Jiang Yi will merely receive a poor evaluation or fail to obtain the cleaning fee. In any case, it is not a significant issue. As he spoke, he gently held the grass-shaped item purchased from the high-end mall and fed it to the black water snake. Though he appeared composed, there was a noticeable tremor in his hands. It was only when he observed the black water snake flicking its tongue and moving towards the grass that he gradually exhaled in relief, albeit still displaying signs of tension. He remained vigilant, watching the black snake intently while handing a dark diamond-shaped chip to the bald version of Jiang Yi. This chip served as a cross-apartment item. At the control panel over there, the chip could be activated. Subsequently, by paying 1 survival point, one could initiate a transfer to another apartment within the same region. Transferring to apartments in more distant areas would require additional survival points, which was unnecessary. Of course, accepting this chip implied an implicit agreement to the collaboration we discussed earlier. It was evident that Yong Wa was resolutely intent on transferring the mysterious bald man away. This operation appeared to assist the bald man in acquiring a special item. Yet in reality, it aimed to provoke the white-clad woman, thereby providing him with a new justification for cross-apartment relocation. Furthermore, it created a sense of urgency, compelling the bald man to act without ample contemplation. However, Jiang Yi had already made up his mind long ago. He intended to arrange for a doppelganger to traverse the apartments. At this moment, confronted by Yong Wa's machinations, he naturally chose to play along. He took the diamond-shaped chip that Yang had handed him, yet frowned and said, "But what should I do if I have no survival points?" Yong Wa appeared speechless. Yet he held no suspicions. After all, aside from Huang Qi, they had practically deduced who was responsible for the deaths in their apartment through their group discussions. This bald man had indeed never taken a life. However, from the chat, Yong Wa quickly recalled that Jiang Yi had, in fact, killed Ding Ding. So, while he guided the black water snake, which had consumed the small grass, into the test tube, he assertively addressed Jiang Yi. "You must have at least one survival point in your survival jade card, right? We specifically came to save your life. It would be unreasonable for you not to part with that survival point." This is quite the irony, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Are you truly here to save me? You are clearly here to collect the black water snake and to orchestrate the bald man's departure. However, at present, he was portraying the role of an ordinary tenant on the 20th floor, thus he refrained from directly criticizing Yong Wa. Just then, the black water snake, guided to consume the small grass, appeared dazed as it was led into a small glass vial resembling the one used by the woman in white for collecting her hair. The vial contained a transparent liquid akin to that in the tank she had utilized. Once the black water snake entered, it swiftly transformed back into strands of hair. Having freed himself from the constricting black water snake around his neck, Jiang Yi felt considerably more at ease. He directly explained to Yong Wa, "But I had not acquired the survival jade card when I killed Ding Ding. Thus, within my survival token, there exists no survival points. If you doubt it, take a look." With that, he produced the survival token, revealing a prominent 0. Yong Wa felt somewhat helpless. After all, only the survival points stored within the token could be traded, while those displayed on the data panel were untouchable. Nevertheless, Yong Wa's gaze hardened. "Fine. If there are no survival points, then you shall serve as a substitute." Chapter 51. Crossing Apartments, Pursued by the Woman in White. "How dare you kill me in my presence? Do you truly disregard my record of instantly defeating Xiao Yudi?" Jiang Yi said nothing as he merged with a clone, his bald-headed strength surging dramatically. Another icy domain was unleashed, causing Yong Wa's speed to plummet instantaneously. Alongside Yong Wa, the two unfamiliar classmates who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop also found their movement severely hindered. What? Unfamiliar classmates? Wait a minute. Yong Wa's fierce gaze seemed to be directed towards the unknown classmates who had parachuted in. Jiang Yi, quick to adapt, promptly shifted the icy domain's range towards the direction where the two unfamiliar classmates had emerged, instantly appearing to collaborate with Yong Wa. At the same time, he seized a moment to glance at the chat group. Upon doing so, he realized the chat group, now populated by more individuals following the apartment merger, was even quieter than before. The chat interface displayed messages solely from students of the other merged apartment. "Xingman, Yong Wa, Jiang Yi, you too. Answer my question immediately. How did Wang Rui die?" "Xingman, so, you choose to ignore me? Do you still think it's remarkable to ascend to the top floor? I've heard you're planning to go up there to rescue Jiang Yi. No problem. I'll ensure that both you and that Jiang Yu meet your demise on the rooftop." Following this, there was a profound silence in the group chat. Even those classmates who had previously referred to Yong Wa with such familiarity fell silent. Jiang Yu scrolled further up the chat interface and soon realized that the individuals emerging from this apartment fusion were actually their high school classmates. However, it appeared that the comrades from Class 9 did not share the same camaraderie as those from Classes 1 and 2. Out of 80 students, only 38 remained following the merging of the apartments. Nonetheless, it was evident from the dialogue in the chat that not all members of Class 9 were ruthless killers. Rather, a few, led by Xingman, exhibited a rather domineering demeanor. The 42 fatalities from another apartment were likely attributed to their actions. This group of merciless classmates displayed an audacious attitude in the chat, issuing various threats and taunts towards the students of Classes 1 and 2. Ultimately, they set their sights on Jiang Yi and Yong Wa. It seemed that Xingman, noticing Yong Wa's strength in their apartment, intended to make an example of him. Furthermore, during the apartment fusion, The conversation between Yang Wenxiao and Jiang Yi had inadvertently revealed their intentions regarding the top floor. Therefore, among the two classmates who suddenly appeared on the rooftop, one was indeed Xing Man. Jiang Yi hastily glanced at the leaderboard once more. No wonder those classmates from Class 9 were so arrogant. They had nearly monopolized the top 10 positions on the leaderboard. The most astonishing aspect is that Xing Man has already ascended to level 5. Undoubtedly, he stands as the mightiest among the residents of apartment 1010. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi's vigilance heightened instantly. Swift as the wind, he darted away, striking the forehead of a frozen classmate with a decisive slap. In the next moment, a chilling mist surged forth, swiftly infiltrating the unfortunate fellow's lungs. Simultaneously, he remained on guard, prepared to merge his third clone should this strike prove insufficient. At that juncture, the fusion of the third clone's reflection with itself would amplify his prowess once more, surpassing the 200 combat power he wielded when vanquishing Huang Qi. Defeating the level 5 Xing Man should pose no challenge. However, this was merely Jiang Yi's mental conjecture. The reality unfolded quite differently. He did not even require the assistance of his third clone. That icy assault instantly obliterated the classmate he had pinned down. Meanwhile, another student, ensnared within the realm of solidified ice, also succumbed to immediate frostbite. The look of terror etched upon his face formed slowly, akin to a scene from a horror film in slow motion. Yet, in this state of extreme cold, with his body rendered rigid and cognition dulled, he managed to send a plea for help in the chat group. Tang Xian, Xingge, save me. This single utterance brought Jiang Yi to the realization that among these two unfamiliar classmates, there seemed to be no sign of Xing Man. That fellow was lurking, having sent his subordinates in his stead. Nonetheless, his subordinates were all at level 3. In contrast, Yang Wenxiao and Jiang Yi were merely a level 3 and a level 1, respectively. Logically, 2 level 3 subordinates should suffice to handle the situation. Yet, at this moment, Yang Wenxiao found himself trapped in the icy domain, his body frozen, and both thought and action rendered sluggish. He was experiencing firsthand the formidable prowess of this enigmatic bald figure. Were it not for his resurrection ability and the safety net of being a game player, he surmised that the bald man would not hesitate to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be gripped by the terror of death at this very moment. What in the world? This was a combat strength that matched Zhao Yudi's, exceeding 50. Yang Wenxiao harbored grave doubts, believing it to be a power surpassing 100. Furthermore, this ability was undeniably a highly advanced domain skill. Domain skills, at the very least, are classified as A-level. Moreover, A-level domain skills are exceedingly rare. Typically, domain abilities are categorized as S-level. As for S-level skills, it is known within their apartment that both Wang Lingling and Gao Chang possess S-level talent. Yet, they have failed to comprehend S-level skills. Yang Wenxiao was acutely aware that S-level skills are not easily grasped, let alone domain skills. Generally, one must utilize skill scrolls to comprehend them. Additionally, the probability of understanding domain skills significantly increases only after reaching level 10. But this bald man, what level is he? And yet he possesses a domain skill? Damn. Such luck. Such enlightenment. Such strength. He ought to hastily vacate this apartment and cease to be an eyesore. In his heart, Yang Wenxiao vehemently berated the bald man. Simultaneously, he felt a profound relief for choosing to lure the tiger away from its mountain rather than confronting the bald man directly. He also harbored some doubts. Would his strength surpass that of this bald figure in 3 days? And he couldn't help but wonder, what was it about Jiang Yi that captivated this love-struck girl? Yang Wenxiao is quite impressive, with well-defined features and formidable strength. He embodies the qualities that many young women are naturally drawn to admiration for the strong and exceptional. However, an unexpected scene soon unfolded that left him utterly speechless. The bald individual, upon realizing that another classmate was neither Xing Man nor particularly skilled, beckoned Jiang Yi over with a wave. This head and survival point are yours, he declared, revealing that he was merely playing a double act. Jiang Yi, not being a professional actor, was uncertain about his own performance. He feigned confusion, glanced at the bald man, then cautiously approached, refraining from saying much before dispatching the unfamiliar classmate. Only then did the bald man retract the icy domain he had conjured. With one hand, he grasped a diamond-shaped crystal, and with the other, he drew Yang Wenxiao's black water snake test tube closer. At the same time, his gaze flickered, seizing the spatial ring from Jiang Yi's hand. After placing several attribute fruits purchased from the high-end mall into the spatial ring, he returned it to Jiang Yi. Yang Wenxiao, observing the scene, was utterly astounded. This was beyond mere infatuation. It was akin to a romantic affliction. When Jiang Yi received back the spatial ring, he continued to feign a humble and perplexed demeanor. The bald man then solemnly addressed Yang Wenxiao, stating, Jiang Yi is my close friend, and he has saved my life. If I return to the apartment in 3 days and do not see him, then our collaboration may not be feasible. Yang Wenchao listened, increasingly exasperated. So, to facilitate this partnership, I must also safeguard your little lover, right? However, he had no intentions of pursuing any collaboration anyway. 3 days hence. The scales of strength and weakness remain uncertain. At this moment, Yang Wenchao pondered if, after 3 days, his prowess were to utterly eclipse that of the bald man. Would it not be exhilarating to mercilessly slay Zhang Yi in the bald man's presence? As he indulged in this reverie, a sudden chill enveloped him. However, this frost was distinct from the icy domain of the bald man. This was not the cold of ice abilities, but rather, the ominous chill of dark powers. A chilling wind swept through ominously. Yang Wenchao's expression shifted. In the next moment, he indeed witnessed the once sunlit sky atop the building now shrouded in shadow. In an instant, a series of sinister winds erupted. The bald man reacted swiftly, darting towards the control panel in the inner circle of the top floor. As he approached, he noticed a diamond-shaped indentation on the panel. He promptly inserted the diamond crystal, and the control panel sprang to life. The screen displayed a myriad of functions. However, Jiang Yi had no time to explore. He immediately located the most conspicuous option for inter-apartment travel. The apartment he could access for a mere one survival point was numbered 00009999. By this calculation, their apartments, 1008 and 1010, were relatively early in the sequence. Wishing to avoid any familiar faces, Jiang Yi chose the apartment with the farthest number, 9999. Almost the instant his figure departed from the control panel, a black water serpent lashed out violently towards the spot where he had vanished. Yet, regrettably, the thicker and longer black serpent ultimately struck the control panel instead. Strangely, the panel bore no marks from such a blow, leaving one to wonder at the material of which it was composed. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yi remained tense in his current apartment. Before him stood the furious woman in white, her bare toes perched precariously on the outer railing of the rooftop. She had donned a white bathrobe that seemed to billow without a breeze. Above her, strands of black hair writhed like serpents, clawing at the air amidst the chilling gusts, creating an eerily unsettling sight that sent shivers down one's spine. With a swift motion, one of the black serpents shot towards the bald man but missed its mark, only to retract back to its origin. The serpents atop her head quickly transformed back into her flowing black hair, yet her demeanor remained one of fury. She cast a piercing glance towards Jiang Yi and Yang Wenchao, followed by a cold and intimidating proclamation. "You too, await your reckoning." As she spoke, a luminous screen materialized before her, reminiscent of a television set. The woman pressed her hand against the screen, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Jiang Yi, taken aback by the spectacle, turned to Yang Wenchao and inquired, "Could it be that this woman possesses the ability to traverse apartments?" Yang Wenchao shot him an incredulous look, responding, "Look at this rooftop. With such splendid sunlight, how many residents have come up here?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi quickly grasped that the woman with the capability to ascend to the rooftop was indeed extraordinary, even among the myriad of apartment dwellers. This is quite alarming. She intends to pursue the bald man across apartments. Jiang Yi suddenly glared at Yang Wenchao, exclaiming, "You deliberately led that bald man into danger." Yang Wenchao remained unfazed, retorting, "Not at all. Do not speak recklessly. After all, I had no idea that this woman could also traverse apartments. Moreover, the NPC residents of the apartment are unlikely to take action against players. At most, she would confront that bald individual to reclaim her hair, and perhaps create a bit of trouble for him in the process. All of this, however, is beyond my knowledge and cannot be attributed to me." As these words were spoken with such audacity, Jiang Yi could not suppress the urge to curse inwardly. "You bastard! How can you not know or feign ignorance? I believe you are doing this on purpose." At that moment, a thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps he could merge the third and mirror avatars into the first one and teach Yang Wenchao a lesson. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, Yang Wenchao seemed to possess the ability of resurrection, and there might be other hidden cards up his sleeve. If he were to strike with Jiang Yi's identity, failing to achieve a decisive blow would expose his secrets. As he pondered this, Yang Wenchao took the initiative to remark, "By the way, you seem to have quite a good rapport with others. I previously let you off the hook, and that bald fellow is entirely devoted to protecting you. A life-saving grace. Are you some kind of living lay foam, tirelessly seeking good deeds to perform?" Jiang Yi thought to himself, was he that just to make the story sound plausible? Otherwise, why would such a formidable bald man take such an interest in me? Yang Wenchao, merely musing aloud, then seized the moment to inquire, "Since you owe him a life debt, you must have an inkling of his true identity, right?" As he spoke, Yang Wenchao also glanced at the apartment's chat group, eager to see whose names had faded away during this time. After all, the effects of inter-apartment interactions are akin to death. as one can see their status change to offline in the member list. Nonetheless, even in such a short span of time, numerous have met their demise. In the chat group, those from Class 9 are once again making a ruckus. To be precise, it is Class 1 and Class 2 who have risen first this time. Following Tang Xian's plea for help directed at Xing Man, Wang Chang's message suddenly erupted in the group. As expected, given the current situation, Tang Xian and Yin Zhuo from Class 9 have been swiftly eliminated by Brother Chao. I had anticipated this. Brother Chao can even eliminate powerful figures from across the apartments. Although Xing Man has a higher level, he may not necessarily match Brother Chao in strength. Now it is confirmed. My earlier assumptions were indeed correct. With Wang Chang's initiation, the students from Classes 1 and 2 seemed to reclaim their confidence in an instant. Gradually, voices began to emerge, retaliating against the mockery from the students of Class 9. After all, while the fear of death looms, they are all spirited youths. None wish to be ridiculed by those once deemed inferior, yet feel too intimidated to respond. Consequently, more students soon rallied behind Wang Chang's viewpoint, asserting that although Yang Wenchao's level may not surpass Xing Man's, his prowess indeed exceeds that of Xing Man. However, following these declarations, students from Classes 1 and 2 began to fall one after another. Several names on the member list darkened in a brief period. This left Yang Wenchao unable to discern which student had succumbed during this turmoil. Thus, he could only continue to gaze at Jiang Yi, awaiting his response. Chapter 52. Is 1S apartment safe? Jiang Yi's expression appeared contemplative, as if he were lost in thought and recollection. Yang Wenchao could not help but repeat. You can't possibly be a true do-gooder, can you? Have you done so many good deeds that you've forgotten? Jiang Yi immediately shook his head, exclaiming, of course not. In reality, I rarely meddle in others' affairs and have not performed many good deeds at all. As he spoke, he displayed a complete lack of recognition of who the bald man was. Meanwhile, as Yang Wenchao listened to his account, a peculiar daze clouded his eyes. He thought to himself that this fellow had quite the unusual fortune, rarely intervening in others' matters, yet having taken an interest in his, having done little good, yet somehow having saved the bald man's life. It seemed as if the world operated in such a marvelous manner. Some individuals dedicate their lives to good deeds, only to suffer from severe ailments and meet a tragic end, while others may only perform a single act of kindness yet are rewarded handsomely, living in affluence. The adage that good people are rewarded truly seems to be selective. Yang Wenchao even began to doubt if those who are rewarded are indeed good people. Performing good deeds might merely serve as a flimsy excuse when fate favors certain individuals. As he pondered these thoughts with profound sentiment, Jiang Yi suddenly appeared to recall something and exclaimed with delight, I've remembered. When I was very young, I saved a little girl who was nearly abducted. However, that was a long time ago, and I can hardly remember what she looked like. I only recall that it was the dead of winter, and the girl was dressed so heavily that she resembled a plump penguin. So, could it be that this little girl grew up to be my classmate? But if that's the case, it was evident that he was solely focused on the memory of having saved someone. Yet, the identity of the other remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, one must admit, such a scenario seems rather reminiscent of a melodramatic romance, does it not? A childhood connection, followed by a reunion in adulthood? Yang Wenchao felt a peculiar sensation wash over him, casting a curious glance at Jiang Yi as he proposed. Why not take a look at the girls who have logged off from the group recently? Perhaps one of them might be that bald individual? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi swiftly grasped the implication. It appeared that players crossing between apartments would log off in their original abode as if succumbing to death itself. However, after the apartments merged, the rather arrogant classmates from Class 9 had entered a frenzy of slaughter. In such a brief span, numerous students had been eliminated. Initially, the member list displayed 108 individuals, yet now, only 96 remained, signifying a grim loss of 12 lives in such a short time. The chat group was once again enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of dread. In this moment, the members of the assistance group, who had previously teamed up with Yang Wenchao for leveling, endeavored to stabilize the emotions of their peers. Particularly, Wang Lingling finally stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Given the current circumstances, members of the assistance group should refrain from gathering on the first floor. In the entirety of the novice apartment, the safest haven for players is their respective apartment rooms. If anyone is truly frightened, it would be wise to retreat to your own apartments. We, the assistance group, shall devise a plan to deal with these arrogant murderers. As her words resonated, a classmate swiftly exclaimed, Does Lingjia possess the confidence to eliminate Xing Man? If the members of the assistance group unite alongside Yang Wenchao and the enigmatic bald figure, there is indeed hope for vanquishing Xing Man, is there not? Wang Chang remarked, I firmly believe that Yang Wenchao can single-handedly defeat Xing Man. After all, he is the one who can effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable figures from other apartments. It is evident that Wang Chang has become an ardent admirer of Yang Wenchao. In his eyes, Yang is nothing short of omnipotent. Moreover, he audaciously provoked Xing Man in the group chat. Xing Man, weren't you inquiring about who killed Wang Rui? Xing Man, allow me to enlighten you. It was Yang Wenchao who took Wang Rui's life. Previously, two powerful figures from other apartments visited us, and Wang Rui expressed her desire to cross apartments and reunite with her parents. Yang Wenchao offered to escort her to her family, and then Wang Rui met her untimely demise. If you truly seek vengeance for Wang Rui, you should confront Yang Wenchao. But I wager you lack the courage to do so. My brother is capable of annihilating formidable figures from other apartments with ease, while his level may not surpass yours. Taking you down without regard for levels would be as effortless as slicing through melons. Now, let me ask you, Xing Man. Do you still dare to speak of harming my brother? Xing Man, goodness. Wang Chang's audacity is beyond belief. Is he intentionally inciting hostility towards Yang Wenchao? Does he not fear that both Yang Wenchao and Xing Man might join forces to deal with him first? In truth, Wang Chang does not perceive his actions as inciting animosity towards Yang Wenchao. He genuinely believes in Yang's overwhelming prowess against Xing Man. His declarations are merely an expression of loyalty. As for whether Xing Man might target him first, he harbors no concerns, for he has retreated to the sanctuary of his apartment room, which he deems entirely secure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi appears to be analyzing the member list to deduce the identity of the bald individual, but in reality, he is merely observing the group chat. At that moment, he suddenly discerned a crucial detail. According to Yang Wenchao, the diamond-shaped chip that spanned the apartments was bestowed by the landlord. The condition for earning the landlord's favor was to eliminate all players residing in the apartment. However, wouldn't players be absolutely safe as long as they remained within their own apartments? How could one possibly eliminate players hidden away in their lodgings? Yet, Huangqi claimed he had indeed exterminated all players in an apartment. Therefore, it seemed Yang Wenchao could not have been lying. This implied that even a player's initial apartment was not entirely secure. This was truly alarming. Jiang Yi felt a rush of anxiety. After all, he had no fear when frolicking outside with his avatars. As long as his main body remained unscathed in the apartment, he was safe. But now he learned that the apartment was not a sanctuary. Moreover, his main body had once heard a knock on the door in room 2025. To this day, he remained unaware of the reason behind that occurrence. Jiang Ye's anxiety intensified as he worried for his main body left in the apartment. After all, his main body was currently in a paralyzed state. No matter how strong or unified his avatars became, if someone found an opportunity to eliminate his main body, he would be utterly lost. In an instant, Jiang Yi yearned to rush back to apartment 2025, administer the attribute fruit to his main body, and use his avatars to shield it. Yet, before he could act, he nervously inquired of Yang Wenchao. Is it truly safe as long as we seclude ourselves in our respective apartments? Almost simultaneously with his question to Yang Wenchao, a message unexpectedly surfaced in the group chat from Xing Man. Do you really think hiding in your own apartment guarantees safety? Upon reading this, Jiang Ye's pupils constricted in astonishment. For according to Xing Man's insinuation, it appeared that he could indeed invade others' apartments to commit murder. No, it was not merely an appearance. Following this, Xing Man arrogantly proclaimed, I have discovered that you exemplary students are naively foolish. Establishing some ludicrous mutual aid group is one thing, but to actually register members' information in a booklet is absurd. Moreover, the crucial detail is that this registered information not only includes the initial talents of your mutual aid group members, but also their room numbers. Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Zhou Qiong, Teacher Zhou, come and see. This is the student from Class 1 whom you frequently commend in our Class 9. Now, dear teacher, after witnessing these academic elites, do you not suspect that they have all lost their wits? Shou Xing Man's remarks remained outrageously arrogant. In that moment, Jiang Yi realized that the room numbers of the players might hold even greater significance than their initial talents. At this time, Yang Wenchao was evidently attentive to the information circulating in the group. He did not await Jiang Ye's speculation regarding the bald man's identity, nor did he pay it much heed. After all, the bald man had already departed. Whether he would return alive remained uncertain. In contrast to the bald man, it was this excessively arrogant Xing Man who truly grated on his nerves. Frowning, Yang Wenchao noticed Jiang Ye's stiff expression and raised an eyebrow. Have you also revealed your room number? Jiang Yi nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yang Wenchao disdainfully muttered, truly foolish. As Yang Wenchao spoke, he did not respond to Jiang Ye's earlier inquiry, but instead directly addressed the group. Xing Man? Shouldn't he be released then? Weren't you just saying something about me dying on the top floor with Jiang Yi? Yet, the ones who ended up dead are your two underlings, aren't they? Xing Man, with both of your subordinates gone, I remain on the rooftop. Why haven't you come up to settle the score with me? Xing Man, moreover, What Wang Chang said is indeed correct. I was the one who killed Wang Rui. If you seek vengeance, you better hurry. On the rooftop, I shall await you for a mere 3 minutes. If you do not arrive within that time, I shall assume you are simply cowardly. Henceforth, when you see me, you may as well walk around in circles and refrain from cluttering the group chat with your incessant chatter. Xing Man. His audacious tone was hardly inferior to that of Xing Man. Instantly, the students from both classes erupted in joyous exultation, as if they had found their rallying point. Particularly, Wang Chang was elated that his name had been mentioned by Yang Wenchao in the message. It felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. At this moment, Wang Chang began to exclaim fervently, I told you so. Brother Chao is not afraid of Xing Man at all. Conversely, Xing Man, fully aware that Brother Chao is on the top floor, dares only to send his underlings to probe the situation. What does this indicate? It signifies that he is indeed cowardly. Ha ha ha, Brother Chao is simply the best. What is Xing Man from Class 9 even worth? The other students were equally inspired. Especially those who had retreated to the safety of their apartments, they began to provoke Xing Man. Ha ha ha, Brother Chao is the greatest. Go and finish off that dog of a man, Xing Man. Xing Man, did you not proclaim your intent to eliminate Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi? They await you on the rooftop. Why not proceed with your threat? It appears you lack the courage. Is it not evident? This Xing Man only dares to bully us. The mere zero-level Karamis who have yet to ascend the ranks. Yang Wenchao is not someone he can confront. A fifth-level individual. Intimidated by a mere third-level Yang Wenchao. One must wonder from whence Xing Man derives the audacity to act so brazenly. The classmates, in their deliberate provocation, hoped to spur Xing Man into a reckless confrontation with Yang Wenchao on the rooftop. Yang Wenchao's bravado suggested he possessed the capability to vanquish Xing Man. While Yang Wenchao was indeed arrogant and capable of violence, his demeanor did not mirror the unrestrained ferocity of Xing Man. In their eyes, Yang Wenchao was a peer from the same apartment, whereas Xing Man, having arrived from the fusion apartment, was perceived as an alien invader with ulterior motives. It was imperative that Yang Wenchao dealt with this intruder. Ideally, these two audacious individuals would meet their demise together on the rooftop, allowing Wang Lingling's support group to reclaim dominance over the apartment. In contrast, the numbers favor Wang Lingling significantly. At this moment, these students even entertained the fantasy of Yang Wenchao and Xing Man engaging in a duel that would lead to their mutual destruction, leaving Jiang Yi, who was also on the rooftop, to seize the opportunity and eliminate both of them. Though this outcome would be rather advantageous for Jiang Yi, he seemed reluctant to kill indiscriminately. Allowing him to benefit would certainly be preferable to permitting either Xing Man or Yang Wenchao to survive. As the students, believing themselves safe within the confines of the apartment, indulged in fantasies while daringly goading Xing Man into confronting Yang Wenchao on the rooftop. Xing Man suddenly posted in the group, all right. Since it has come to this, let this classmate Wang Chang explain to everyone why I am so audacious. The statement was somewhat perplexing, and for a brief moment, the group fell silent. Xing Man continued, speak up, Wang Chang. Weren't you quite loquacious just moments ago? Wang Chang. After a considerable pause, Wang Chang's fragmented messages finally emerged in the chat. I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. Xing Yi. I do not wish to die. Upon receiving this message, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 erupted in astonishment. What had transpired? How had the previously arrogant Wang Chang suddenly resorted to pleading for mercy? Despite the absence of vocal inflection, the disjointed nature of his text was evidently unsettling. It soon became apparent that Wang Chang, seemingly under duress, began to hurl insults at Yang Wenchao in the group. Yang Wenchao, worthless. Yang Wenchao, you big fool. Wa. I plead, spare me. Wa. Save me. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Xiaogu, help me. After a final, desperate plea for salvation, Wang Chang's name in the list dimmed. Simultaneously, his prior messages vanished from the chat. The students, now fully aware, grasped the grim reality. Wang Chang had just perished. He had been slain by Xing Man. In his final moments, he had been coerced by Xing Man to insult Yang Wenchao in the group. But Wang Chang had taken refuge in his own apartment, hadn't he? Why then, was he still murdered? In an instant, the classmates, who believed they were safe within their apartments, were once again engulfed by a wave of sheer terror. The lower floor apartments were far less luxurious than Jiang Ye's dwelling on the 20th floor. Some of the more modest abodes contained merely a bed and a wardrobe. In their fright, the terrified students hastily concealed themselves within closets, trembling with fear at the thought of meeting the same grim fate as Wang Chang. Yet, amidst the chaos, Xing Man continued to communicate in the group chat. Come, let me peruse the registry of your support group. Guzining, apartment 0602. Yong Wa, apartment 0836. By Ruawan. Apartment 1208. Lucian, apartment 1444. Jiangyi, apartment 2025. Each mention of a classmate's apartment number felt akin to announcing a death list. Upon uttering the familiar name Jiang Yi, Xingman added with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, Jiang Yi is a tenant on the 20th floor, is he? But if he is indeed on the top floor, surely there is no one left in the apartment, right? As for Yong Wa, if you asked me to go to the top floor, wouldn't that be quite undignified? How about this? You come to Jiang Ye's apartment 2025. Let me see whether you are merely boasting or if you truly possess some skill. Yang Wenchao Chapter 53. Your turn. Am I not your buddy? Yang Wenchao provocatively questioned you in the group chat. What does it have to do with Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao has slain your younger brother. And yet Jiang Yi merely stands by as a mere spectator. Why must the conflicts among the great ones ensnare innocent bystanders? This is utterly outrageous. Does one truly believe that bystanders possess no temperament? In an instant, both Jiang Ye's true self and several of his avatars were consumed by fury. Fortunately, he had retained a third avatar in room 2025, and even his mirror avatars could be summoned at will. However, within the room lay a paralyzed true self, an encumbrance weighing him down. Jiang Yi contemplated the unprecedented urgency of the situation involving his true self. Above all, he must ensure that his true self remains entirely unharmed. The third avatar hastily gathered all the items scavenged from Huang Qi, loading as much as possible. The newly summoned mirror avatar stood ready for action. Meanwhile, the first avatar on the top floor wore a panicked expression, exclaiming, "It's over. What should we do, Brother Chao? Are you truly confident you can eliminate that Xing Man? If not, perhaps you should guard my room's entrance. The moment Xing Man arrives, you can strike him down instantly." As Jiang Yi spoke, he felt a gnawing doubt. What if Yang Wenchao, in a moment of desperation, eliminated Xing Man and then attempted to enter his room? Therefore, should they not engage in a mutual destruction, bringing about the demise of both Yang Wenchao and Xing Man? Yet, that notion felt flawed. Upon reconsideration, Jiang Yi recognized that the crux of the matter lay in unraveling the mystery of this room. How had individuals like Xing Man and Huang Qi, those murderous fiends intent on exterminating all players in the apartment, infiltrated others' rooms? Moreover, did the players within these rooms possess any means to thwart such intrusions? On one hand, he needed to guard against and prevent others from intruding into his room. On the other hand, if the doppelganger from apartment 2 truly wished to wreak havoc upon the entire complex, it would be prudent to acquire the capability to breach others' abodes. He wore a facade of panic while his mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength upon his shoulder. It was Yang Wenchao, who appeared remarkably composed. Placing his hand firmly on his shoulder, with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Calm down, my friend. Do you genuinely believe that Xing Man refrains from ascending to the top floor out of some sense of face? It is merely due to his ignorance of my prowess. Conversely, I too am unaware of his capabilities. Thus, if he instructs me to seek him in your room, I shall certainly dismiss it on the grounds of face." Indeed, as he uttered these words, Yang Wenchao simultaneously sent a message to Xing Man in their group chat. If you request that I come over, wouldn't he that render me lacking in face as well? With this single statement, Jiang Yi grasped the situation with clarity. So that was it. These two were hurling boasts at each other in the group chat, as if they could effortlessly annihilate one another. Yet, in reality, they were merely probing each other's strengths while putting on a show of bravado. Neither was prepared to engage in actual combat. Each invoked the notion of face to demand that the other come to them, while neither would make the effort to seek the other out. Such a dynamic would ensure that neither would trouble the other. Thus, while it appeared that the two were at odds in the group chat, on the brink of a lethal confrontation, in truth, they had no intentions of clashing in the immediate future. However, continuing in this manner was hardly a viable solution. Eventually, one must face the inevitable, do they not? Jiang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Yang Wenchao, who narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile. If we truly confront Xing Man, I possess a certain degree of confidence, though I dare not claim it to be absolute. In the meantime, it would be prudent to enhance our strengths. I surmise the opponent harbors similar intentions. Thus, we shall see who can elevate their prowess more swiftly within this limited time frame. As he spoke, Yang Wenchao waved his hand and retrieved a poster. After a moment of contemplation, he stated with utmost seriousness, "Your room has already been compromised by Xing Man, rendering it exceedingly unsafe. In truth, the entire novice apartment is fraught with peril." After a brief pause for reflection, he continued, "At this juncture, if you wish to preserve your life, you essentially have two options. The first is to sublet your current space. This entails relinquishing your room at number 2025 and securing another. Subsequently, you must refrain from disclosing the new room number to anyone. If your financial situation permits, you might even consider relocating to a higher floor, such as the 30th, 40th, or 50th. At such altitudes, no player can reach at this stage. And with the new room number concealed, your safety would be considerably assured. However, a rather pragmatic issue arises. You are devoid of funds. You are far too impoverished. Moreover, the apartment administrator on the ground floor is likely under surveillance by Xing Man subordinates. Thus, any attempt to execute a sublet there would inevitably entail risks. Thus, it appears that one must now opt for the second choice. Jiang Yi listened intently, initially believing that Yang Wenchao's second option involved teaming up with him. He even began contemplating whether to join forces with Yang Wenchao, for it seemed that he was preparing to enhance his abilities in a short span of time. Partnering with him might provide insights into expedient methods of improvement, broadening his horizons. However, remaining in Yang Wenchao's vicinity undoubtedly posed its own perils, including the significant risk of exposing his doppelganger. His mind was still in a state of indecision. To his surprise, Yang Wenchao's second suggestion was not to embark on a joint venture at all. Rather, he explained that the current circumstances were rather peculiar. The woman in white had pursued the bald man and might not return for a while. This indicated that, during this interval, Jiang Yi could seek refuge in the room of the woman in white. You are aware of her room, are you not? This suggestion startled Jiang Yi. Am I really supposed to go to the woman in white's room? Is that even feasible? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't it be feasible? Were you not employed in a cleaning capacity there? The cleaning order displayed on your ID badge should still indicate incomplete, correct? With this in mind, coupled with the woman's hasty departure and lack of clear instructions, her home's simple-minded assistant robot would generally not refuse your request for entry. Regarding the potential return of the woman in white, you may explain that you are awaiting her return to confirm an incomplete cleaning order. Although this act of waiting for confirmation in someone else's home might appear foolish and raise suspicions, your demeanor has always suggested a certain naivety. Thus she is unlikely to doubt you. Moreover, the room of the woman in white is essentially a non-playable character's dwelling, and neither Xing Man nor his associates are expected to intrude. Consequently, your safety remains assured until her return. It does seem somewhat logical, doesn't it? Yet, Jiang Yi could not suppress his doubts. Could it be that Yang Wenchao is once again leading him into a trap? As he hesitated, Yang Wenchao bluntly stated, how you choose to act based on my analysis is entirely up to you. Your fate is of no concern to me. If you prefer to avoid the woman in white's room, aimlessly wandering the apartment is your prerogative. However, if you intend to hinder my progress, that option is out of the question. How cold and heartless. When my bald friend returns, I shall certainly wield his authority to assert myself. Jiang Yi mused internally, while simultaneously realizing that Yang Wenchao's offer of choice was merely a fade. As he had no intention of intervening in Jiang Yi's decisions, Yang Wenchao merely provided a suggestion. In fact, he did not wait for Jiang Yi to make a decision, swiftly pulling him and pressing his hand against the poster. Following this, Jiang Yi felt as if he had been thrown into the very fabric of the poster itself. With a stumble, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. He seemingly found himself in the stairwell of the 20th floor. Yang Wenchao's parting words, whether life or death is determined by fate, lingered momentarily before he vanished in a flash. Jiang Yi, this first clone, possessed rather lackluster abilities. Hastily, he departed the stairwell, racing towards his room 2025. At this juncture, Xing Man had yet to arrive on the 20th floor. Following Yang Wenchao's rather humiliating retort, the two engaged in a brief exchange of bravado. Subsequently, Xing Man began to execute the actions indicated on the death list he had previously recited. As of now, Gazining from room 0602 and Yang Wei from room 0836 had already gone offline. In their final moments, it seemed they were coerced by Xing Man to emit desperate pleas for mercy in the group chat. The messages revealed their profound despair and torment before their demise. Strangely, Xing Man appeared to be captivated by this morbid form of textual broadcasting. As Jiang Yi neared room 2025, he encountered Xing Man's audacious proclamations in the chat. Who will be next? The next one is by Ruowan from room 1208. That name sounds like a girl, doesn't it? TSK, I suppose I should be a tad gentler with a girl. In these four simple lines, an unsettling aura of perversion seemed to permeate the words. A palpable atmosphere of terror spread throughout the novice apartment, transmitted through the chat group. At this moment, the majority of the students were trembling in utter despair. They dared not voice their thoughts within the group, yet harbored an intense resentment. Why is Yang Wenchao's reputation so paramount? He went to slay Xing Man, and the gratitude he received from his classmates surely bears greater significance than mere facade, does it not? Or is it that Yang Wenchao merely speaks grandiloquently, lacking the confidence to confront Xing Man, using face as a pretext? But what of their predicament then? Will they all perish? If only the heavens would send someone to eliminate Xing Man. What of that VIP player who orchestrated the amalgamation of apartments? Does she not possess privileges? Could she not leverage her advantages to execute some maneuver that might rescue the inhabitants of their apartment? The sensation of being engulfed by the dread of death is insufferably overwhelming. Many classmates are steeped in despair, utterly lost as to where they might place their hopes. Previously, They lamented the high prices of meals in the low-end marketplace, feeling unjustly deprived while starving. Now they acutely feel that there are circumstances far more desperate than mere hunger. They once believed that nothing could be more arduous than the trials of senior year, yet now, faced with the specter of death, they find themselves yearning to return to those torturous examination halls of high school. Knock, 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 classmate by Rule 1. It is your turn to open the door now. The live text broadcast from Xingman persists. Jiang Ye's first avatar has successfully returned to room 2025. The foremost task was to feed the paralyzed original body with the attribute fruits from the spatial ring, one by one. The first black iron level stamina fruit augmented stamina by 0.5. However, upon consuming the second, it only increased by 0.4 when he partook of the bronze level stamina fruit. Jiang Yi anticipated a boost of 5 stamina points in one go. After all, the price of a bronze grade stamina fruit is 10 times that of a black iron grade one. Yet, astonishingly, the bronze grade stamina fruit only yields an increase of a mere 1 point in stamina. In other words, after consuming 3 stamina fruits and expending 120,000 game coins, his stamina had only risen by 1.9. The same disheartening outcome occurred with 3 energy fruits, resulting in a total increase of only 1.9 in energy attributes. Jiang Yi speculated that there must be a limit to the quantity of these attribute fruits that can be consumed. After all, the effects of the 2 black iron grade fruits he consumed were not identical. Moreover, the effects did not correspond to their prices. If each fruit had the same effect, 0.5 for black iron grade and 1 for bronze grade, then their prices should differ by only a factor of 2. The tenfold discrepancy likely stems from the consumption limitations. It is conceivable that by the time he consumes the 3rd black iron grade fruit, the attribute increase might dwindle to a mere 0.3, and by the 6th, it could render itself entirely ineffective. In this light, the exorbitantly priced silver grade attribute fruit, at 5 million per piece, might not be as potent as he had initially assumed. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. If attribute fruits were devoid of any limitations, one could traverse the realm, vanquishing foes and exchanging survival points for currency, voraciously consuming attribute fruits until achieving invincibility. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement. He realized that while ordinary players face certain restrictions in enhancing their attributes with these fruits, he does not, for he possesses the ability of infinite clones. One clone can consume enough attribute fruits, allowing another to continue the feast. Coupled with the merging of clones, does this not equate to having no limitations whatsoever? Of course, pondering such matters feels somewhat premature, as he currently finds himself with only 20,000 coins remaining. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision not to exchange survival points for currency. Instead, he transferred the survival points acquired from defeating Tang Xian with his first avatar back to his main body. Subsequently, the main body, having increased its attributes by approximately 2 points, generated a 4th avatar once more. This quartet of avatars represented the pinnacle of his capabilities for the day. As midnight approached, he would likely need to select one of the avatars for fusion, significantly enhancing the attributes of his main body to ensure the generation of additional avatars the following day. In light of this, it would be prudent for him to maximize the attribute fruits of the avatar designated for fusion before the process commenced. However, achieving a full complement of attribute fruits from black iron to silver grade would entail an exorbitant expenditure, particularly for the silver grade attribute fruits, which commanded a staggering price of 5 million. Meanwhile, the second avatar, stationed across the apartment complex, had already stirred considerable excitement within apartment 9999. Akin to the sudden arrival of Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming in their own residence, the arrival of Jiang Yi at apartment 9999 naturally attracted the attention of its inhabitants, who were left astounded by the audacity of a mere level 1 player daring to traverse apartment complexes. The initial reaction among the residents echoed the bewilderment felt when Huang Qi had first descended upon their apartment 1008. Through various discussions, they had arrived at the conjecture of cross-apartment movement. Yet, within the confines of apartment 9999, the very first comment had directly articulated the notion of crossing apartments. Moreover, the tone of this remark utterly dismissed him, the inter-apartment player, instead displaying a condescension laced with incredulity regarding his mere level 1 status. Jiang Yi, with a sudden impulse, swiftly turned his gaze towards the leaderboard of apartment 9999. To his astonishment, the sight rendered him speechless. Leaderboard of newbie apartment 9999, first, Zhu Jing, level 10, second, Wang Chenjin, level 10, third, Ku Ping, level 10, fourth, Jiang Wenhan, level 10, fifth, Li Junqi, level 10, sixth, Xiaobo, level 10, 42nd, Yuya, level 10, 43rd, Cheng Kun, level 9, 118th, 1 Xin, level 8, 119th, Jiang Yi, level 1. What on earth? Jiang Yi was utterly bewildered. The number of participants on the leaderboard for apartment 9999 surpassed 80. Had there been a fusion of apartments? Or were there simply too many players from different apartments? Regardless of whether it was an apartment fusion or an influx of inter-apartment players, the leaderboard of apartment 9999 was remarkably exaggerated. Prior to Jiang Yi's arrival, the lowest rank on this leaderboard was an impressive level 8. Yet after his unexpected descent, he found himself positioned as the 119th player, standing in stark contrast to the preceding 118 players, all boasting levels of 10, 9, or 8. As a result, here he was, at a mere level 1. It was akin to a novice inadvertently stumbling into an advanced arena, completely misplaced. Moreover, the names of the top 6 on the apartment's leaderboard appeared eerily familiar. If Jiang Yi's memory served him right, these 6 names were all stubborn bronze-ranked players from the War God list, in the battle chamber. Thus, what could be the situation with this apartment 9999? Why was it teeming with such formidable individuals, a congregation of elites? While Jiang Yi was struck with astonishment, the high-level players were equally taken aback by his arrival. Engaging in animated discussions, it's one thing to be a level 1 crossing into another apartment, but to arrive in our 9000s? Could it be that this lad is merely a pure novice who accidentally wandered into our realm? Otherwise, I find it hard to believe a typical player would dare to venture into apartment 9999 at level 1. Could he be concealing his true prowess? Perhaps possessing an SSS-level talent, fully equipped with survival points? Under normal circumstances, even a novice would be frightened enough to flee upon glimpsing our leaderboard, wouldn't they? This fellow, having overheard our chatter and not yet bolted, might he be a hidden powerhouse masquerading as a fool? Or could it be that the novice, in his folly, crossed into our apartment with just a single survival point, leaving him no choice but to flee? Jiang Yi thought to himself, how unfortunate. They have hit the nail on the head. He was indeed contemplating an escape, yet he found himself devoid of any additional survival points. Damn it, had I known earlier, I would have resolved the situation with those 2 lackeys of Xingmin using my second avatar, and I would possess a return point for survival now. I blame myself for not thinking clearly at the time, succumbing to the temptation of acquiring a 4th avatar. I foolishly believed that traversing apartments would be akin to what Huang Qi experienced, entering an unfamiliar dwelling only to confront unknown players. Moreover, with no return point to fall back on, I should have steeled my resolve to eliminate those strangers. Yet, the outcome is, I could muster the resolve. But do I truly possess the capability to slay this unfamiliar group? Thus, my second avatar is left with no choice but to seek refuge within this 9999 apartment, enduring until midnight to merge with my main body. Speaking of this inter-apartment scenario, will merging be feasible at that juncture? Jiang Yi found the situation utterly absurd. Simultaneously, he contemplated the lowest-ranked player in this apartment, one Xin, who was at level 8. What might their combat prowess entail? In the event of merging with my avatar, would I stand a chance against them? However, the prospect seems exceedingly bleak. I suspect that the level 8 player here in 9999 is not on par with those of the same level in ordinary apartments. To think I could vanquish an 8th level player with my 1st level avatar here appears to be an insurmountable challenge. As these thoughts consumed him, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he could discern no presence. Tension coursed through his body, and he placed a hand upon the control panel on the top floor, adopting an air of nonchalance, poised to depart the apartment at a moment's notice. Just then, the group chat of the 9999 apartment erupted with a message, one Xin. Goodness. Indeed, a formidable figure masquerading as a fool. Who do you suppose is the audacious individual daring to traverse the apartment at level 1? Yuya. Who could it be? The renowned spendthrift from the gaming leaderboard? Chung Kun. Even if he were once a high spender, upon entering a real apartment, it seems he would receive no preferential treatment. One Xin. No, you are all mistaken. He is not a character from the game. It is the enigmatic bald man who recently caused a stir in the battle room. Li Junqi. What? The mysterious bald man who defeated Zhao Yudi, allegedly provoked the Dewey organization, and captured the attention of VIP players? Wang Chenjin. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? The disguised bald figure does bear some resemblance. One Xin. I am certain. I personally witnessed the match where Zhao Yudi was eliminated in an instant. There is no way I could be wrong. Wang Chenjin. Why don't you come forward and clarify? Are you the master who vanquished Zhao Yudi? Jiang Yi. One Xin. Is our guest here in the apartment looking for a life and death battle? Jiang Yi. Zhou Qi. Wait a moment. While that bald man does possess formidable combat awareness, if he were matched against Zhao Yudi, it would imply a battle power exceeding 50, which aligns with his level 1 status. However, to be level 1 and possess over 50 battle power, does he truly dare to approach our apartment? Is he not concerned that we could effortlessly reduce him to a mere survival point? One Xin. This individual must have come prepared. He currently has his hands poised over the control panel, seemingly ready to teleport away at a moment's notice. He appears to be gauging our attitude. If negotiations are possible, he will engage, and if not, he will flee. Wang Chenjin, flee? Does he really have such confidence in his ability to escape? If our esteemed Jing Yi were to make a move, even if he merely rested his hand upon the control panel, one would presume that, regardless of the speed of his neural reflexes, escape would be improbable. In this context, Jing Yi undoubtedly refers to the illustrious Jing, ranked first on the 99/99 level leaderboard and also the top contender on the God of War list within the battle arena. As Jiang Yi contemplated this, he noticed the latest message in the group chat, prominently displaying the name Jing. Jing, what do you wish to discuss with us? Please be direct, Jiang Yi. Upon the arrival of this message, the group chat of apartment 9999 erupted into a flurry of activity. What had previously been a modest exchange of a few voices transformed into a cacophony, swiftly overshadowing Jing's message. Wow, Lin Shen has made an appearance. The esteemed Jing has actually emerged for this level 1 individual. How many matches does Lin Shen need to secure his 100 consecutive victories? I wonder if he can achieve it today? If the apartment can defeat the administrator on the very first day. Damn, just imagining it is exhilarating. The myriad of fan messages, akin to the cheers for an idol, dazzled the eyes. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi adeptly sifted through the rapidly scrolling messages and gleaned some pertinent information. It appeared that Jing was challenging the battle arena's 100 consecutive victories. Furthermore, the players of this apartment seemed intent on overthrowing the administrator, alongside the previously mentioned cash-spending players. It could be inferred that the inhabitants here, much like Yong Wa, were indeed gamers. Moreover, among the gaming populace, they appeared to be the C-Army de la C-Army, likely preparing to employ the cash-spending strategy as suggested by Yong Wa to navigate through the apartment, even harboring the audacious thought of overthrowing the apartment manager on the very first day. Contemplating deeply, Jiang Yi pondered how to respond to Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing, along with the other influential figures in the apartment, seemed to believe that he had come specifically to negotiate with them. Yet, in reality, Jiang Yi had merely chosen this apartment at random, far from home, stumbling upon it by mere chance. He had no intention of negotiations and was entirely oblivious to the circumstances at hand. However, if he were to speak the truth outright, the consequences might be rather dire. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi mustered the courage to reply, I am here to engage in a life-and-death battle, Zhao Jing. To be honest, Jiang Yi had no understanding of what a life-and-death battle entailed. Nevertheless, during a recent conversation among the prominent figures in the group, someone had speculated that he was there for such a contest, prompting him to align with that assumption. As for the nature of a life-and-death battle, it seemed to imply a confrontation with fatal stakes. Regardless, he decided to familiarize himself with the situation. If possible, he would engage. If not, he could merely delay until midnight, hoping to escape through merging with his doppelgangers. As he was lost in thought, Zhao Jing responded once more in the group. Report your battle record, Jiang Yi. Panic surged through Jiang Yi as he realized his novice identity was on the verge of being exposed. What on earth did this battle record refer to? Would directly inquiring make him appear foolish? Yet, providing a random answer could lead to an even more embarrassing situation. 100 consecutive victories in a life-and-death battle. It seemed this record was inquiring about consecutive wins. Hesitating, Jiang Yi attempted to respond. For consecutive victories in the battle room, does that count as a record? Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire group chat. After a considerable pause, a message finally appeared. Wang Chenjin, no way, buddy. You haven't even achieved 10 consecutive victories. And you're talking about a life-and-death battle? Wanqing, exactly. Are you here to amuse us? You even stirred up Lin Shen, only to end up with a mere 4 consecutive wins. Yuya, nonetheless, ha ha ha. I can't help but laugh. I really want to see the expression on Lin Shen's face right now, ha ha ha. Shen Kun, just look at me. I believe my expression mirrors Lin Shen's quite closely. Yuya, ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi. Thus, his response could be deemed somewhat accurate, yet the record was dismal. What could be done about it? He merely had 4 consecutive victories. Besides, how could 4 victories be considered poor? He had only participated in 4 matches. Perhaps when he reaches 100 matches, he might just have 100 consecutive victories. Who knows, he could surpass Lin Shen and achieve 100 victories even earlier. As the saying goes, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Jiang Yu silently observed the cascade of laughter, thinking to himself, after all, it is just a clone. I might as well be a little bolder. Therefore, he boldly proclaimed in the group, what if I could achieve 100 consecutive victories before you all, Lin Shen? Upon this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the group once more. After a considerable interval, messages began to emerge. No, buddy, that's not how you boast. Exactly. Do you even grasp the significance of 100 consecutive victories? Are you aware of how many victories Lin Shen has amassed already? Jiang Yexin remarked, I am unaware. Nor do I wish to be aware. With an air of indifference, he jested, suggesting that everyone should simply regard it as a joke and not take it seriously. Yong Wa found himself at a loss regarding how to conclude the current predicament. Suddenly, the highly esteemed Kuai responded to him, though it was not a reply in the conventional sense. Rather, he was directly assigned a task. Kuai declared, "You have 10 minutes to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Should you fail, we shall escort you out." The implication of escort you out was evidently akin to the situation where Yong Wa facilitated Wang Rui's reunion with her parents. Observing Jiang Yi from a hidden vantage point on the top floor, one Xin mused that this arrogant bald man appeared poised to depart in disgrace, as achieving 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes seemed utterly implausible. Although this individual had already secured 4 consecutive wins, he still needed to triumph in 6 additional matches. Yet, among these, the 5th and 10th matches were notorious for being the strongholds of experienced players. While others might have the option to expedite their progress through the purchase of consecutive victory services, this bald man had already offended the organization responsible for such victories. Consequently, both his 5th and 10th victories could only be attained through his own efforts, and he risked becoming a target for the organization. Furthermore, due to his transgressions against the organization, they had linked 100,000 old players' battle machines to the combat zone. Although this did not guarantee that 100,000 players would log in simultaneously, the probability of encountering seasoned players in ordinary matches had significantly increased. In such circumstances, the prospect of achieving 10 consecutive victories within a mere 10 minutes appeared utterly unattainable. Thus, if the lad possessed any sense, he would hastily make his escape. However, unbeknownst to these magnates, Jiang Yi had long contemplated fleeing, yet he lacked the necessary funds for such an endeavor. He could only muster the courage to feign bravado. Consequently, he soon made a seemingly impressive declaration in the group chat. "All right, no problem. However, esteemed colleagues, you are all magnates. Surely you would not go back on your word." Akin to releasing mere empty rhetoric, this statement came across as utterly audacious. It was as though he was confident in securing 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, while simultaneously fearing that Zhu Jing would not uphold his promise. This audacity rendered the chat group silent for a considerable time, only to be followed by various retorts directed at him. "You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? Indeed, one life is merely a single survival point. With our Lynch and S prowess, we hardly regard it. If you could genuinely complete 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, do you comprehend what that entails? It implies that your worth is equivalent to infinite survival points. In such a scenario, no fool would ever go back on their word and eliminate you. Zhu Jing, launching. Take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes, the timer begins once we enter the battle machine." Chapter 55, The Collaborative Group's Encirclement Plan. On the 99th floor, Jiang Yi's true self remained languishing on the 20th floor, while his avatar had already ventured to the 99th floor. This was indeed exhilarating. Observing these bigwigs, it was apparent they did not resemble mere partners intending to deceive him and then renege on their promises. Furthermore, given his lack of escape funds, he had no choice but to press on with resolve. As the figure atop the building emerged from the shadows, he beckoned, saying, "Well, whether you're putting on an act or genuinely confident, if you wish to achieve a 10-game winning streak, follow me." Without much hesitation, Jiang Yi, exhibiting an air of composure, sauntered from the control panel to the outer circle. He casually inquired, "Are you one Xin?" This name resonated deeply with him, as he remembered one Xin being ranked last on the leaderboard, aside from himself, and the first to disclose in the group that he had defeated Zhao Yudi, the bald-headed player. Indeed, it was one Xin. The fellow nodded in affirmation. Dressed in a black tactical jacket reminiscent of Yang Wenchao's, with a dark complexion and rugged features, he appeared quite youthful, resembling a conscripted soldier. One Xin scrutinized Jiang Yi, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Initially, Jiang Yi was oblivious to the source of his surprise. A glance at the group chat revealed the reason. This fellow had directly shared his data panel in the group. What on earth? Was there no sense of privacy left? Meanwhile, the chat was abuzz with reactions from various prominent figures, expressing their shock at his panel. Goodness, he really is level 1, with over 50 combat power, and he possesses merely S-class talent. This panel? It looks rather underwhelming. Moreover, it seems he hasn't fully utilized his attribute fruits with this. Can he even complete a 10-game winning streak in 10 minutes? Let alone 10 minutes, can he even achieve a 10-game win streak at all? Wait a moment. Don't you all notice the highlight? This guy clearly employed ice abilities in his battle against Zhao Yudi. It even appears to be an ice domain skill. Since he has utilized ice-based skills, how is it that his panel displays no ice-related talents or abilities? I suspect this individual is concealing his true strength. The talent of diligence is merely a fade he wishes us to perceive. He must possess an additional ice talent. Dual talents? To be candid, the talent of diligence, when paired with any other ability, yields results vastly superior to mere addition. If indeed he possesses both diligence and an ice talent, then this individual is undeniably formidable, with ample grounds for arrogance. Yet, this raises further questions. Even if he harbors a hidden dual talent, how does one account for the discrepancies in combat strength? His compatibility with Zhao Yudi suggests a combat power exceeding 50. It is crucial to acknowledge that no hidden prowess could elude the matchmaking mechanisms of the battle chamber. Hence, is it accurate to assert that his panel reflects the actual limitations we observe? Might his ice-based skill be a one-time spell scroll? Surely not. How much could he gain from defeating Zhao Yudi? Even if Zhao Yudi were extraordinarily affluent, a single victory might yield 5 million. Yet the value of a one-time spell scroll, 5 million? Even multiplying that tenfold would still result in a substantial loss. Could it be that someone has hired him to deliberately interrupt Zhao Yudi's 9-game winning streak, indicating that his motives are not monetary? Hired by whom? Who could harbor such animosity towards Zhao Yudi, considering her wealth? In summary, the data panel of Jiang Yi and his performance against Zhao Yudi are evidently incongruent. Moreover, various explanations fail to make sense. These individuals treat Jiang Yi as if he does not exist, brazenly discussing matters in the group. One xin, meanwhile, observes the group while using a poster-like teleportation device to transport Jiang Yi to the 99th floor. The entire 99th floor appears nearly identical to the top floor, boasting an expansive area. Furthermore, there are no corridors or individual apartments here. It is simply a vast space akin to the top floor. However, this space does have a ceiling. The area is lined with rows of gaming machines, resembling a luxurious internet CAF or perhaps an extravagant professional esports arena. The rows of gaming machines appear even more opulent than the 20 machines on the first floor of the apartment, exuding a sense of grandeur and superior quality. In addition, besides the number 1 gaming machine, there are 7 or 8 individuals gathered around, observing. Scattered around other gaming machines, there are also a few onlookers. All these individuals are clad in black tactical jackets. Now, as Jiang Yi looks again, he perceives those black jackets as a uniform esports attire. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's return with 1 xin, the formidable players surrounding the gaming machines all turn to look at him. In that instant, Jiang Yi suspects he has been subjected to an untold number of probing spells. Subsequently, a robust individual approaches him from beside the number 1 gaming machine and directly inquires, "How about you explain how your data panel was able to eliminate Zhao Yudi?" Jiang Yi, feeling wary internally, maintains an outward demeanor of confidence and aloofness, exuding an air of calmness and poise as he replies, "I am here to achieve a 10-game winning streak." Subtext, "I am not here to enlighten you." The burly man paused for a moment, then chuckled, "All right. Go ahead and achieve 10 consecutive victories. 10 minutes later, I shall witness how your meager prowess can continue to boast." On the surface, Jiang Yi appeared composed, yet internally he was in a state of panic. He was confident in achieving 10 consecutive victories, but within 10 minutes, he truly felt uncertain. This implied that he would need to eliminate his opponents almost instantaneously in every match. Each time he created a new mirror clone, it required 30 seconds. Furthermore, in matches observed by an audience, the preparation time before the battle would extend from 3 seconds to 2 minutes, allowing more spectators to gather. If fortune did not favor him, and all 6 matches were under the scrutiny of onlookers, he would spend a staggering 12 minutes merely waiting. However, that notion could be flawed. In battles against seasoned players striving for consecutive victories, it seemed that no spectators would be present by default. Thus, both 5 and 10 consecutive victories could commence without the gamble of luck, starting immediately without any observers. Yet, he had previously offended the veteran players aiming for consecutive wins. Would he still be able to swiftly eliminate his opponents in the subsequent 5 matches? To be honest, Jiang Yi felt a profound lack of confidence. It was at this moment that his main self generated the 4th clone. Yet, this time, despite the fortunate effects being active, the panel for the 4th clone was rather unremarkable. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical ability 2, 4, energy 8, 8, combat power 18, 2 survival points, 0, talent, energy enhancement, B, possessing merely a talent for attribute enhancement, he lacks any initial skills, rendering him virtually useless. At this moment, it has been quite some time since Xing Man's last utterance. Logically, he should have already breached by Ruo Wan's apartment. Yet, within the group, there is no live text broadcast of his brutal slaughter of Bai Ruo Wan, nor has her name vanished. The despondent students cannot help but harbor a flicker of hope. Could it be that Yang Wenchao, unable to bear the sight, has finally come to rescue Bai Ruo Wan? However, Jiang Yi surmises that Xing Man's relentless advance has already demonstrated his capacity to forcefully infiltrate others' apartments. Those who have exposed their room numbers on the registry would be better off seeking refuge elsewhere rather than awaiting death in their rooms. Thus, he speculates that Bai Ruo Wan must have vacated her apartment prior to Xing Man's arrival. The same likely applies to the path ahead. He is no longer in his own room. Consequently, it is probable that Xing Man will soon make his way to Jiangyi. To ensure the safety of his true self while preventing the exposure of his doppelganger, Jiangyi must eliminate Xing Man, which will undoubtedly necessitate the fusion of his avatars. To be prudent, he would likely merge both the fourth doppelganger and the mirror doppelganger into the third doppelganger, ensuring the utmost safety of his true self. However, this would result in a period during which the second doppelganger would be left without any companions to merge with. Thus, in apartment 9999 on the 99th floor, Jiangyi resolved to slightly postpone the time for achieving 10 consecutive victories. Conveniently, he possessed an item that could serve this purpose. Consequently, when the robust young man and 1xin were about to lead him to a battle machine, Jiangyi deliberately produced a small vial containing strands of a white-clad woman's hair. As he pondered how to concoct a narrative surrounding this peculiar object, he was taken aback when 1xin exclaimed, "Goodness, is that an NPC item? Have you actually undertaken an NPC quest?" Wang Chenjin, the sturdy young man, looked at Jiangyi with equal astonishment. However, he quickly adopted a dismissive tone, stating, "You don't actually believe that having accepted an NPC quest will elevate your standing in our eyes, do you? If you can't finish 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, it matters not if you received a world-saving mission from the king himself. You'll still meet a grim fate." After a moment of contemplation, Jiangyi held the vial before his eyes, staring at it curiously as he inquired, "How did you recognize this as an NPC item so swiftly?" Meanwhile, Bai Ruowan, trembling with fear, anxiously monitored the group chat while her legs grew weak as she ventured deeper into the corridor. The further she walked, the dimmer the light became, and at any moment, monsters could emerge. The darkness and uncertainty instilled dread within her, yet the presence of Xing Man filled her with even greater terror and despair. Her small face turned pale. And finally, upon spotting a familiar figure deep within the corridor, a tear that had pooled in her eyes fell with a swift motion. Like the crystal-clear rain lines cascading from the eaves of an ancient dwelling, the relentless downpour mirrored her trembling voice, stifling her fear akin to a sob. "Lingjia, 1-1, and Gao Chang, Lucian." A choked sob escaped her. You are indeed here," sobbing. Upon discovering the members of the mutual aid group, Bai Ruowan felt an overwhelming sense of kinship, as if she had found family. The oppressive aura brought by Xing Man was simply too terrifying. Lacking strength and being targeted, her fear was palpable. Wang Lingling and the others were gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. Suddenly, upon seeing Bai Ruowan, Su Yuowan's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Wan, you truly did not remain foolishly in your room. But how did you know we were here?" Bai Ruowan stifled another sob, inhaling deeply before forcing herself to control her emotions. "I dared not venture to the first floor, sensing that I would surely be discovered there. As for the other areas, I was at a loss as to where to go. Then it occurred to me. You had previously been battling monsters in the depths of the third-floor corridor with Yong Wa. Thus, this place is, aside from the first floor, the only location where our mutual aid group has previously gathered. I had nowhere else to turn, so I came here with a glimmer of hope and, unexpectedly, found you all." Indeed, the chat group has become ineffective for communication. However, Bai Ruowan believed that the mutual aid group would not idly stand by and allow Xing Man to act so brazenly. Hence, she sought refuge here. To her astonishment, "You are indeed deliberating on how to confront Xing Man, are you not?" Bai Ruowan exclaimed in surprise as she noticed Yang Xiaoman was also present. Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly, pursing her lips as she remarked, "Xing Man is indeed excessively arrogant. If we do not intervene, I fear he may annihilate us all." Bai Ruowan instinctively shrank her neck and hurriedly inquired, "Do you have any confidence in this?" Yuziyu exhaled deeply, stating, "We were just deliberating when you unexpectedly arrived and startled me." With that, they prepared to continue their discussion. Taking advantage of this moment, Lucian cast a significant glance at Wang Lingling. He then proactively suggested, "Given our current predicament, even with multiple collaborators attempting to ambush Xing Man, the likelihood of success remains rather low. Unless, Lingjia, you have concealed your true capabilities." He elaborated, "All members of our mutual aid group have willingly displayed their data panels, yet yours is the only one presented through the chat group's text. I harbored suspicions at that time. The data panel you exhibited via the chat may not be entirely authentic. Moreover, when you claimed to have employed the shadow clone skill without a clone's perspective, and later stated that the clone perished, rendering you unable to utilize that clone again for 24 hours. I found that rather dubious. The shadow clone is an A-class skill. How could there be no perspective from the clone? Even if it truly met its demise in the depths of the corridor, a cooldown of 24 hours seems excessive. Thus, Lingjia, it appears you must possess hidden strength. Including the subsequent teaming up with Yong Wa for an upgrade, one must possess a certain degree of confidence and self-preservation to dare agree to such an advancement. Wouldn't you agree?" Lucian's words were imbued with a palpable self-assurance, indicating that he had long harbored suspicions regarding Wang Lingling's concealed prowess. However, Wang Lingling merely glanced at him without offering a response. They then proceeded to deliberate the topic of ambushing Xingman. We cannot designate the 20th floor as our ambush location, as we are unable to access it. Furthermore, any other potential killing sites should ideally feature dim lighting conducive to stealth, and be accessible to all members of our team for the purpose of surrounding and eliminating Xingman. Indeed, they had just been strategizing the location for their assault on Xingman and how to lure him there. As for the likelihood of success, with their numbers, along with the presence of skilled individuals like Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, and Yang Xiaoman, the prospect of a surprise attack could yield a fair chance of victory. Just as Lu Xun was poised to seize the conversation and conduct further analysis, he was taken aback when Wang Lingling abruptly paused. After adjusting her glasses, she spoke with grave seriousness. However, before that, there is an even more pressing matter at hand. A more pressing matter? What could it be? The members of the mutual aid group exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, in the next moment, a cold glimmer flashed from the shadows. A figure, wide-eyed, slowly collapsed. Chapter 56, Deceit and Betrayal within the mutual aid group. With the sound of a body hitting the ground, a heavy footfall echoed ominously. In an instant, the members of the mutual aid group in the depths of the corridor tensed, their bodies rigid with apprehension, especially for Bai Ruowan, who had just arrived. Her legs weakened to the point of near collapse. She nearly let out a shriek. However, the sheer terror rendered her voiceless, in a state of sheer panic. She stiffly turned her head and saw on the ground the fish, Yuzi, and behind him stood a figure with an ironclad physique, a skeletal warrior. Wait, a skeletal warrior? Bai Ruowan abruptly turned her gaze back to Wang Lingling. To be precise, the moment she discerned the skeletal warrior. Everyone present suddenly turned their eyes towards Wang Lingling, their expressions tinged with a hint of dread. After all, this skeletal warrior must have originated from Wang Lingling's dark abilities. Yet, during their previous team leveling, she had never showcased such a skill. At that time, she had merely relied on a black whirlwind, paired with high attributes, to become one of the top contenders in their cooperative group. And now, the power she revealed indeed confirmed Lu Xun's assertion that she had previously concealed her strength. But why did she suddenly resort to murder? Was it merely because Lu Xun had pointed out her hidden prowess? In an instant, many retreated in fear, as if dreading that Wang Lingling might strike again. Nonetheless, Lu Xun, though his body was also tense and rigid, surprisingly had the audacity to address Wang Lingling, asking, "Is this what you refer to as a more important matter?" Wang Lingling's gaze remained composed, and she nodded slowly. Lu Xun's eyes flickered as he suddenly feigned nonchalance and spoke to the other members of the cooperative group. "In fact, I had my suspicions about Yuzi as well. But out of respect for our camaraderie, I refrained from voicing them. Do you not find this peculiar? The register of our mutual aid group is managed by Yuziyu. However, it has now fallen into the hands of Xingman, and yet Yuziyu remains unscathed. Have you not harbored any suspicions?" Upon this revelation, the other students suddenly understood. Indeed, the register has ended up with Xingman, yet Yuziyu seems entirely unharmed. Given his capabilities, how could he possibly have escaped from Xingman? Moreover, what grounds does Xingman have to know about the existence of the register in their apartment? Thus, is it possible that Yuziyu has betrayed us? Yet, perhaps it is not so. Wang Lingling did not even pose a single question before striking decisively. What if, in her haste, she wrongly condemned an innocent? Furthermore, the recently joined Bai Ruowan was instantly filled with dread. She feared that Wang Lingling might strike again and eliminate her as well. In the aftermath, she would be suspected of being a traitor aligned with Xingman. In a moment of panic, Bai Ruowan took 2 steps back. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Wang Lingling here, weeping profusely, as though she had found a long-lost relative. Yet now, looking at Wang Lingling, she felt an unsettling strangeness. It was as if this was no longer her former classmate, but rather a formidable leader. Yes, in that instant, Bai Ruowan thought of that term. Not that Wang Lingling exuded any overtly tyrannical aura, but it reminded her of a historical narrative concerning the rift between Cao Cao and Chen Gong. The debate persists through the ages. Was El Bosch truly wrongfully murdered by the suspicious Cao Cao, or did he deserve his fate, having been romanticized by history? And now, Yuziyu is dead. She finds it increasingly difficult to ascertain whether Yuziyu truly betrayed them or was unjustly slain by Wang Lingling. However, his demise, coupled with the concealed prowess of Wang Lingling, seems to suggest that her establishment of the mutual aid group was not merely an act of benevolence aimed at safeguarding her classmates. Much like Cao Gong's professed love for talent, which is not genuine affection, the underlying motive is one of self-interest. Bai Ruowan hesitated, retreating only 2 steps before feeling compelled to halt. She swallowed hard, her gaze stiffening. Lu Xun cast her a fleeting glance before directing his attention toward the mutual aid group, stating, I perceive no issue with Lingjia's actions. The manner in which the register fell into Xing Man's hands is inherently suspicious. If Yu Ziyu is to be doubted, then his death is not in vain. In contrast, consider Ge Zining and Yong Wa. Those classmates did nothing wrong yet fell victim to Xing Man's hand. If a formidable individual like Lingjia is to be scrutinized for eliminating a traitor, do you wish for the powerful in this apocalypse to behave as Xing Man does? Wantonly killing without justification? This rhetoric, while fundamentally a sophistry, resonated with the members present in the mutual aid group. The reasoning is straightforward. Xing Man kills without cause, whereas Wang Lingling has justification for her actions. Thus, she stands superior to Xing Man. With her capabilities, she could have easily resorted to indiscriminate slaughter like Xing Man. But she refrained, which is commendable. The moral standards of the past, when applied within this apocalyptic apartment, serve only to restrain the weak and cannot bind the strong. Now, regardless of whether Yu Ziyu has betrayed them or not, he is deemed a traitor, for Wang Lingling perceives him as such. This may well be a sophisticated iteration of calling a deer a horse. The difference lies in their inability to discern whether Yu Ziyu is a deer or a horse. Su Yuan cast a glance at the pale-faced Bai Ruowan, then shifted her gaze to Lu Xun, deliberately praising Lu Xun, as expected of Lu Xun. I cannot believe I overlooked the suspicions surrounding Yu Ziyu. Gao Chang glanced at the steel-gray, coldly composed skeletal warrior, pursed her lips slightly, and nodded at that moment. All my attention was captivated by the arrogant Xing Man, and I completely failed to consider Yu Ziyu's predicament. The other members of the mutual aid group echoed in agreement. Indeed. We were all terrified by Xing Man, who had us on edge, leaving no room to pay heed to Yu Ziyu. In retrospect, it seems far more reasonable that if the registry had fallen into Xing Man's hands, Yu Ziyu would have perished. The fact that Yu Ziyu survived at that moment is indeed suspicious. Bai Ruowan surveyed the scene before her, and surprisingly, she felt no astonishment. Summoning her courage, she took 2 tentative steps forward, her voice trembling as she echoed, "Yes." Lu Xun's deductions are always astute. It certainly appears that Yu Ziyu harbors issues. However, as she concurred, she noticed Wang Lingling's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Bai Ruowan's heart sank, tears threatening to spill once more. After all, if one could be slain on mere suspicion, then what need is there for a pretext to lay blame? She should have been the one to be mercilessly tormented by Xing Man within that room. Yet, the outcome has manifested itself here. This is indeed subject to skepticism, is it not? Bai Ruowan, who once believed that finding the organization signified finding hope, was suddenly engulfed in despair. She abruptly turned her gaze towards Lu Xun. After all, they had joined the mutual aid group together. She hoped that Lu Xun would utter a few words of support for her. However, to her astonishment, Lu Xun was clearly acting in accordance with Wang Lingling's cues, evidently unwilling to assist her. Conversely, Wang Lingling unexpectedly shifted her gaze away from Bai Ruowan and addressed the crowd in a somber tone. "We have previously engaged in combat on the 3rd floor, and this information has been disseminated in the group. Therefore, the students in the apartment should be well aware of it. I cannot regard our classmates as martyrs capable of preserving secrets under severe torture." Indeed, it seemed that their classmates would readily divulge everything after merely a few superficial threats. Consequently, if Bai Ruowan could locate this place, then Xing Man should also be able to. Thus, we must hasten to relocate our position. With Wang Lingling advocating for a change of location, the others naturally dared not oppose her. Nevertheless, Lu Xun's mind was agile. He pondered for a moment and then whispered, "It would be splendid if, during our relocation, we could mislead Xing Man as well, divert him to the spot where we planned to ambush him." This was indeed a brilliant idea. However, how could they execute it? We could leave a message here, feigning it as a note for other potential members of the mutual aid group who might come searching. In reality, it would be intended for Xing Man. Once he arrives here and discovers the code we left for our classmates, he could follow the clues to find us. Lu Xun articulated his thoughts with remarkable fluidity. However, the other students lacked such confidence. Can this really work? They had only witnessed such treachery in the tales of the 3 kingdoms. In reality, is it truly possible to anticipate another's actions and lead an adversary into a trap? Su Yuan, also an academic achiever, stepped forward to support Lu Xun, stating, "To my knowledge, Xing Man possesses only an average intellect. If he were placed within the narratives of the 3 kingdoms, he would likely be of a caliber inferior to Elbu. His current arrogance stems merely from a stroke of fortune, having acquired formidable power, much like a nouveau riche. Such a small-minded individual, upon attaining success, is most prone to hubris. His ostentatious demeanor in the group suggests he intends to hunt us down one by one. Yet, after several failed attempts, he will surely become incensed. He must be curious about the whereabouts of those classmates he could not capture. Subsequently, by torturing a random student, he should be able to uncover the location on the 3rd floor. If he fails again at the 3rd floor, his anger will only escalate. When he eventually discovers the information we left for our fellow students in the mutual aid group, he will undoubtedly shift from rage to delight, eagerly anticipating our demise. With his inflated ego, he would never suspect that we would dare to ambush him. Thus, this plan is indeed feasible. The only uncertainty lies in whether his limited intellect can decipher the clues we've left for our classmates. If only we could place a traitor among his ranks to act as a spy. Yong continued her analysis, her expression betraying a hint of excitement. Evidently, the thrilling plot of scheming and manipulation, often found only in such dramas, has captivated her. Wang Lingling expressed a willingness to explore the notions presented by Lu Xun and Yong. However, after a moment of contemplation, she slowly remarked, "This approach is indeed feasible. Yet the issue lies in its passivity. We must await Xingman's actions. We will have to wait for him to interrogate a classmate to discover the third floor, and for him to uncover the information we intentionally left behind. What we can do is merely wait passively while the initiative rests solely in Xingman's hands. We cannot predict when he will compel a classmate to ascend to the third floor." Indeed, her fellow classmates fell into a contemplative silence. Wang Lingling then unexpectedly interjected, "In truth, I wish to protect Jiang Yi." Upon hearing this, her classmates were taken aback, casting astonished glances in her direction. Wang Lingling offered no further explanation, choosing instead to turn her gaze towards Bai Ruowan. Bai Ruowan, still shaken from earlier events, paled at Wang Lingling's intense stare. Previously, she had perceived Wang Lingling as merely her classmate. Now, she regarded her as if she were a figure of authority. She found herself unable to call her Lingjia, instead yearning to exclaim boss. Fortunately, the so-called boss showed no intent to harm her, but rather inquired, "I recall you have an affinity for the Three Kingdoms. You must have heard of the feigning injury strategy?" Bai Ruowan instantly comprehended. I am to play the role of Huang Gai?" However, Wang Lingling shook her head. "It need not be as arduous as Huang Gai's plight. In fact, you do not even have to risk your life by running to Xingman to perform. After all, your psychological resilience is rather feeble, and your acting skills leave much to be desired. It is highly likely that others will see through you at a glance. By QQ, so, what can I possibly do?" Wang Lingling remained composed, methodically arranging her thoughts. Just moments ago, Yuziyu met her demise, and according to the list of members in the group chat, the other classmates must have taken notice. Yet, the current circumstances are peculiar, which is why no one dares to voice their thoughts in the group, nor has any discussion arisen. However, you can speak up in the group and accuse me. Claim that I suspected Yuziyu of betrayal, leading to her death. Now, I also suspect you of treachery and intend to eliminate you as well. You might want to convey a sense of despair, making your comments in the group somewhat incoherent. Through this desperate and rambling discourse, you could subtly relay some information to Xingman. This, indeed, proves to be a far swifter approach than merely waiting for Xingman to come to them. Moreover, should Xingman's attention be captured, she might temporarily abandon her mission to seek Jiang Yi on the 20th floor. Perhaps this could genuinely safeguard Jiang Yi. Furthermore, the information revealed by Bai Ruowan could indicate that their mutual aid group is rife with suspicion and has already descended into infighting, which would serve to further diminish Xingman's wariness. Lu Xun and Yong Wa exchanged glances, both recognizing the merit of this strategy. Nevertheless, they needed to prepare further. While they must ready themselves, Bai Ruowan's act of betrayal must be executed without delay. Otherwise, if she waits until Yuziyu has been dead for a considerable time before betraying Wang Lingling, it would appear rather contrived. Thus, Wang Lingling and her companions hastily commenced their preparations, while Bai Ruowan simultaneously began her performance in the group chat. Because she was criticized by Wang Lingling for her lack of acting skills, she felt a surge of indignation within her, determined to astonish everyone with her performance this time. Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the actions of the assistance group. He waited quietly in room 2025 for Xingman's arrival, contemplating that if he could eliminate Xingman, the crisis would be averted. During this time, he noticed the name of Yuziyu fading away, but he thought little of it. After all, in his view, once the registration fell into Xingman's hands, Yuziyu must have already encountered misfortune. The reason for the delay in demise was likely due to the intense interrogation by Xingman's underlings. However, to his surprise, while he was anxiously waiting for Xingman to come knocking, he received an unexpected distress message from Bai Ruowan in the group chat. Bai Ruowan, help. Is there anyone who can save me? QQ, Jiang Yi's heart sank. Bai Ruowan, had she ultimately fallen victim? Had Xingman tracked her down? This implied that Xingman had not gone to the 20th floor, but rather sought out Bai Ruowan instead. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard a knock on his apartment door. Chapter 57, Stealing from the House of the Woman in White. Here it comes. Finally, she has come knocking. Jiang Yi instantly entered a state of readiness. He swiftly concealed himself in the most secluded room of the apartment, wearing a protective jade pendant on his chest and a lucky bracelet on his wrist. In his hand, he clutched a completely black syringe. a tool conjured from Huang Qi's spatial watch, capable of releasing poison darts twice. Additionally, he possessed a scroll that could randomly teleport him. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to use it, for the teleportation was entirely random. One could find themselves transported to a perilous location. Huang Qi did not utilize it before his demise, and the reasoning likely remains consistent. Despite having prepared various defensive measures, Jiang Ye's true form does not intend to engage in combat. In his contemplation, he should prevent anyone from entering the chamber where his essence resides. However, should Xingman summon all his subordinates, the sheer number could become overwhelming. Yet, such a scenario seems improbable. After all, even if Xingman possesses considerable wealth, it is unlikely that all his followers reside on the 20th floor. Therefore, the intruders should be few in number. Once the avatars merge, they should be able to resolve the situation within 3 minutes. Thus, all of Jiang Ye's focus is directed toward the combat-ready third avatar. He even finds himself somewhat distracted by the second avatar in the 9999 apartment. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Ye's heart races in tandem. He has arranged a mirror avatar to peer through the peephole at the door. In the dim light, a vague silhouette appears to be fiddling with the apartment's doorknob, seemingly wielding some object. The indistinct figure does indeed resemble Xingman. The tool being used to manipulate the doorknob looks akin to a black card. Simultaneously, Bai Ruowan in the group continues to call for help. Jiang Yi is momentarily puzzled as to why Bai Ruowan is pleading when Xingman is at his doorstep. Could she have been captured by Xingman's minions? However, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Ruowan reveals the following distressing message. Help. Help. Wang Lingling is chasing me. Is there anyone who can come to my rescue? Sob. What? Wang Lingling? The one pursuing her is Wang Lingling, not Xingman or his subordinates. How could this be possible? Observing the bewildered expressions of the classmates from both Class 1 and Class 2 in the group chat, Bai Ruowan continued to cry out for help. It's true. Yu Ziyu was also killed by Wang Lingling. What does she mean? The registration book passed from Yu Ziyu to Xingman, yet Yu Ziyu remains alive, which indicates he has betrayed us and aligned with Xingman. Now she claims that I was targeted by Xingman but survived, suspecting that I have also defected to him. What should I do? No matter how I explain, she refuses to believe me. She is determined to kill me. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Lingling, she is merely seeking excuses to take a life. She yearns for survival. She wishes to become like Xingman or Yong Wa. But I don't want to die yet. What should I do? Jiang Yi kept a vigilant eye on the door that could be breached at any moment while glancing at the messages flooding the group chat. He was utterly stunned. Wang Lingling desires to kill indiscriminately like Xingman and Yong Wa. After murdering Yu Ziyu, she now aims to eliminate Bai Ruowan. This Jiang Yi felt somewhat perplexed. He believed that if Yu Ziyu was indeed slain by Wang Lingling, it was plausible that he had turned his allegiance to Xingman. However, Bai Ruowan's assertion warrants further examination. It might indeed be as she said. Wang Lingling could no longer restrain herself and wished to relish the thrill of killing, thus seeking a pretext to eliminate Yu Ziyu and now target her. Conversely, it is also conceivable that both Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan had truly sided with Xingman. Perhaps Wang Lingling disowned this, killed Yu Ziyu, and when she attempted to eliminate Bai Ruowan, the latter managed to escape and turn the tables. Of course, it is also possible that Wang Lingling made a grave misjudgment, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting anyone slip away. Regardless of whether it stems from suspicion or self-interest, she undoubtedly possesses a motive to eliminate Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan. However, Jiang Yi consistently sensed an oddity in the situation. Previously, it was Wang Lingling who first proposed that, when under attack, they could swiftly expose the assailant in the group chat. Yet now, when she is poised to commit murder, she affords the other party an opportunity to reveal her actions? Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that if Wang Lingling genuinely intended to kill Bai Ruowan, the latter might never even have a chance to expose her. However, if she does not truly intend to kill, a different scenario quickly surfaced in Jiang Ye's mind, leaving him slightly astonished. Just how formidable is Wang Lingling's group? Could they genuinely ensure the successful counterattack against Xingman? While the ruse in the group chat unfolded with fervor, Jiang Yi suddenly heard a more insistent knocking at the door. Having waited for quite a while, Xingman had yet to force his way in, only occasionally tapping twice, which was becoming rather vexing. This made Jiang Yi contemplate whether he should take the initiative and open the door himself. However, just as he hesitated, his mirrored self caught a glimpse of a vague figure through the peephole, appearing quite impatient. Clutching a card prop, it repeatedly fumbled near the doorknob, seemingly frustrated, as if unable to open the door. Unable to open the door? Why could that be? Jiang Yi's heart raced with uncertainty while outside. Xingman finally ceased his attempts to break in and took a step back. In this manner, his indistinct form became more pronounced. It was indeed Xingman without a doubt. Yet, Jiang Yi remained perplexed. In the group chat, Xingman suddenly tagged him, saying, "Humph, 2025. You must have filled in a false room number on your registration, right? Jiang. It seems your mutual aid group is not so united after all. Previously, a member provided a fake room number, and now the leader is eliminating the underlings. Humph. Such a fascinating display of human nature. I know some of you are pondering over this. Do you still believe that Yuziyu and Bai Ruowan truly sought refuge with me, thus justifying Wang Lingling's actions against them? Humph. Have you not considered that with my capabilities, I would ever need the allegiance of such insignificant level 0 Karamis? Furthermore, I can assure you, individuals like Wang Chong, Ge Zining, and Yong Wa, when they met their demise, they were eager to serve me like cattle, merely wishing to survive. Yet, I have no need for such worthless beast of burden. So, have you come to a realization? Wang Lingling does not merely suspect traitors. She has finally discerned the true nature of the apocalypse apartment and is beginning to awaken. She is learning from me. She aspires to become a powerful figure like myself. Alas, it is regrettably a bit too late. Wang Lingling, you have already missed the opportunity to grow into a formidable force. Unexpectedly, this wave of Bai Ruowan's accusations against Wang Lingling led Xing Man to boast about himself. In an instant, the entire chat group seemed to transform into his personal echo chamber, with his domineering and arrogant remarks flooding the conversation. Oh no. And there were also Bai Ruowan's desperate pleas, sporadically surfacing at inopportune moments. Xing Man appeared to grow impatient, directly tagging her with a message. Where are you being pursued by Wang Lingling? I will come to save you. Bai Ruowan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruowan would likely not take such words seriously. However, at that moment, she was evidently in a state of disarray, her rationality having fled. The group chat was filled with desperate pleas for help, and her response to Xing Man was delayed, clinging to the lifeline as if it were a straw. She seemed not to notice that it was Xing Man offering her assistance, replying instead, "It's south the place where we leveled up before, the third-floor corridor. Hurry. Come save me." Only after did she seem to realize it was Xing Man, panic setting in anew. Why is it Xing Man? No. Please. Is there anyone else who can rescue me? Uhu QQ. Bai Ruowan appeared to be on the brink of madness. Xing Man did not respond further and made her way towards the glowing red elevator. This left Jiang Yi in a state of bewilderment. Wait, my friend? Wasn't it agreed that you would break down the door? You haven't even breached it yet. But why does this person claim the room number on the registration is false? Is it because they failed to break in? But why? Could it be a ruse? Or perhaps they sense danger? Or is there some other condition to breaking in? Has the presence of Jiang Yi in this apartment negated the conditions for breaching the door? Jiang Yi had prepared himself thoroughly for battle. Yet, the opponent had suddenly fled. This left him feeling rather awkward. Should he pursue and eliminate Xing Man? What if this was merely a trap, and by stepping outside, he fell right into their scheme? Alternatively, did Xing Man possess any extraordinary survival tools or ultimate weapons? Jiang Yi hesitated and refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he switched to his fourth clone, stationed at the entrance, intently observing through the peephole. Meanwhile, within the confines of the 9999 apartment, he inquired how Wang Chenjin and 1xin had discerned the NPC items. The two cast him peculiar glances, leaving Jiang Yi feeling uneasy, questioning whether he had inadvertently revealed his novice traits. Fortunately, 1xin, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, promptly elucidated, "It goes without saying, with our investigative techniques, the presence of items in the novice apartment that are all marked with question marks can only signify NPC items." Jiang Yi pondered this, after all. If he failed to achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, it would be the end for him. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of exposing his novice status. He then inquired, even items exchanged with survival points would not result in items being entirely marked with question marks? This was merely a casual question, intended to elicit further information. To his surprise, the expressions of the two shifted dramatically, their gazes reflecting astonishment. Wang Chenjin, who had previously regarded him with disdain, now wore a complex expression. After a brief silence, he cautiously replied, "Of course, items exchanged with survival points have a chance of exceeding the bounds of the novice apartment. However," he hesitated before revealing the latter half of his statement, "do you truly possess the ability to exchange for items exceeding 10,000 survival points?" While this remark appeared to be a challenge, it was delivered with a tone of gravity. Evidently, Jiang Yi's two novice inquiries had provoked a surge of speculation in these two seasoned individuals, who remained unaware of his novice status. Thus, it is instinctively felt that a figure as enigmatic as this does not require inquiries into trivial matters. The essence of his two questions suggests that this item may indeed not be an NPC artifact. However, the prospect of a non-NPC item manifesting as an enigma in their investigative techniques, what an extraordinary survival point item it must be. A mere estimation of 10,000 survival points? This is but a valuation. Could it be that this item within the test tube is the very reason the mysterious bald man stirred the organization and swiftly eliminated Zhao Yudi? Furthermore, could he truly secure 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes with such an item? In an instant, Wang Chenjin and 1xin could not help but entertain a few clandestine thoughts. Yet, they remained uncertain in their hearts, after all. How could one accumulate over 10,000 survival points in such a brief span? Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was entirely oblivious to the speculations of the two magnates. He merely sought to broaden his horizons with a simple inquiry. Upon hearing Wang Qingjin's remarks, his initial reaction was, an item exceeding 10,000 survival points elicits a complete enigma in your investigative techniques, while NPC artifacts also yield the same response. Does this not imply that the value of NPC artifacts is comparable to that of 10,000 survival points? However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, Wang Qingjin and 1xin were left utterly dumbfounded. Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. How could this youth pose such an outrageous question? Was he genuinely unaware? Or was he feigning ignorance to mislead them? Could it be that he had sensed their covetousness towards the item in his possession, prompting him to utter this statement to dispel their suspicions regarding its non-NPC nature? However, their suspicions arose precisely because this bald man had prattled on a bit too much. The two prominent figures found themselves increasingly baffled by him, particularly Wang Qingjin, who, after refraining from a response, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you merely engaging in trickery? Or are you attempting to stall for time?" Jiang Yi felt a sense of helplessness within, wanting to exclaim, "I truly have no idea. Is it too late to say I'm just a novice who stumbled in here?" Clearly, it was too late. His earlier braggadocio in the group chat had led these two influential figures to harbor significant discontent towards him. They were clearly poised to make him pay if he failed to achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes. At this moment, not only did they refuse to answer his inquiries, but they also quickened their pace, guiding him towards an idle combat machine. 1xin promptly produced a timer and stated, "Let it not be said that we are bullying you. I will only start the countdown after you have been here for 30 seconds. Now, commence your challenge." This method of timing was indeed rather considerate. Nonetheless, Jiang Yi concocted yet another issue, turning to 1xin and asking, "By the way, could I borrow some game currency from you? Or perhaps, I could secure a loan from the apartment administrator?" After all, he hoped to profit from this series of 10 victories. 1xin was rendered speechless by this request. Meanwhile, Wang Qingjin scolded him directly, "Enough of your nonsense. Finish quickly and meet your end." The intensity of his rebuke suggested he would gladly kick Jiang Yi into the combat machine if he could. With no other option, Jiang Yi trudged toward the combat machine. Simultaneously, his first clone sprang into action once more. Leaving the apartment, he did not set out to pursue Xing Man. Rather, he cautiously made his way towards the apartment 2064 of the woman in white. Indeed, he was inclined to heed Yang Wenchao's suggestion. Seizing the opportunity while the woman in white was absent, preoccupied with chasing the bald man, he planned to conduct a little cleaning in her residence. Just as the second avatar was about to enter the combat machine and the first avatar was about to enter room 2064, Wang Qingjin, who was urging Jiang Yi to enter the combat machine, suddenly erupted with a terrified exclamation. "What on earth?" Chapter 58. The multiple choice question. So easy. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? Similar exclamations echoed throughout the space. Concurrently, a peculiar and chilling sensation specific to the Shadow Realm enveloped the entire 99th floor in an instant. Meanwhile, the formidable warriors within the high-end combat machines remained unaffected. However, the players who were not inside the combat machines could all feel it. In an instant, they were on high alert. Yet, they beheld no adversary. Only a select few with heightened perception discerned that this ominous wind emanated from the ceiling of the 99th floor. They promptly looked up towards the ceiling, which soared over 5 meters high. To their astonishment, the ceiling was suddenly adorned with intricate black lines, resembling fissures in the darkness from a distance. However, they soon realized that these were not mere cracks. After all, no fissure could possibly be animated, could it? The black lines they observed seemed to writhe upon the ceiling. Furthermore, they faintly emitted a hissing sound. Thus, it appeared that these were not lines at all, but rather some form of living entity. While other formidable players were still astonished and on guard due to the sudden turn of events, Wang Qingjin and 1xin abruptly turned their attention to Jiang Yi. No. To be precise, they were fixated on the test tube in his hand, containing a strand of hair. Wasn't this hair merely a fine black thread? Could it be that this unexpected upheaval was instigated by this bald individual? What was his intention? To challenge the entire 9999 apartment single-handedly? Just when they presumed Jiang Yi was the one causing trouble, a chilling female voice echoed from above, commanding and ominous, "Return my hair before I truly unleash my wrath." The final 3 words were pronounced with deliberate emphasis, instilling a sense of dread. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Qingjin and 1xin suddenly recognized that the current turmoil was not the doing of the bald man. The reality seemed to be, this bald man had pilfered an NPC item and was now being confronted. due to the ominous chill and overwhelming pressure emanating from above. One Xin refrained from vocalizing his thoughts directly and instead opted to voice his concerns in the chat group. Isn't this guy exceedingly bold? Not only did he offend the Duyue organization, but he also managed to irritate an NPC? Wang Chenjin could only express his disbelief. So, he didn't come to our 9999 apartment for a life and death battle, but merely to seek refuge? The other apartment members, still oblivious to the situation, inquired. What? That formidable figure from the ceiling is targeting the newcomer Jiangyi? One Xin replied. Indeed. It seems he has stolen an NPC item. What the hell? Stealing an NPC item? How sensational. Is he truly seeking refuge in our 9999? Could he possibly believe that the formidable beings within our 9999 possess the audacity to confront these NPCs head-on? Even if we had such courage, it would be inconceivable for us to engage in a direct confrontation on his behalf. What on earth is this fellow thinking? The crux of the matter is, do you not find it absurd? He has traversed apartments, which implies that the NPCs he has offended also span across these apartments. NPCs crossing apartments. No need for me to elaborate on their significance. In fact, within the novice apartment, such entities are likely second only to the apartment owner, right? Such an existence could very well surpass even the apartment administrator. It is already quite remarkable that we dared to confront the apartment administrator. Yet this fellow has the audacity to offend a boss-level NPC. Wang Xin. I suspect he may have some issues with his mental faculties. Truly, at this moment, Jiangyi, who has been doubted regarding his sanity, can only calmly exclaim, Oh, that scoundrel Yong Wa. Just wait and see if I will return to deal with you. Meanwhile, in apartment 1008, Yong Wa sneezes, feeling a certain turmoil within himself as he contemplates whether to seize the moment while the woman in white is pursuing the bald man to sneak into her room 2064. After some deliberation, he decides against it. After all, those are NPCs capable of crossing apartments. It is best not to provoke such beings lightly. To be honest, when he assisted the bald man in subduing the NPC item, he did not intend to lead him into a trap. Indeed, NPCs with the ability to traverse apartments are exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, according to his conception, the bald man, equipped with NPC props, could escape across apartments, leaving the NPCs powerless until he chose to return. After all, ordinary NPCs truly lack the means to traverse apartments. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter an NPC capable of such feats? It is hardly fair to blame Yong Wa if blame is to be assigned. It should fall upon Jiangyi. That fellow truly possesses wretched luck. Merely accepting a cleaning job, he stumbles upon an NPC of such formidable caliber. However, one must note that the fine line between abysmal misfortune and extraordinary fortune is often tenuous. It remains to be seen whether the bald man has the ability to reverse his fate. Yet, it appears he does not. After all, he is not a gamer. Jiangyi himself harbors little hope. Nevertheless, he recalls Yang Wenchao's previous assertion that the NPC residents of the apartments would likely refrain from actively eliminating players. Therefore, he surmises that returning the test tube to the woman in white should pose no danger. Ultimately, the only loss he would incur is the 300,000 spin on 2 items in pursuit of hair theft. Although 300,000 still constitutes a significant sum for him, it pales in comparison to the value of his life. However, just as Jiangyi contemplates that returning the hair should suffice, he suddenly recalls that both he and Yang Wenchao had previously been ambushed by monsters. Yang Wenchao was attacked by a giant cockroach in the battle chamber, while he himself was confronted by a venomous snake in the corridor on the 20th floor. According to Yang Wenchao, the reason for their ambush was their prior theft of a delivery. Yet, the delivery they pilfered belonged to an NPC. When ambushed, one finds themselves confronted by a monster. Pondering from this perspective, perhaps NPCs indeed cannot directly attack players. But could it be that they might employ the creatures they cultivate to ambush players? Might it be that just as he returns her hair, a formidable beast could materialize and vanquish him in an instant? However, considering the strength of the woman in white, she should be able to seize her hair by force. Yet she refrains from doing so, instead granting Jiangyi the opportunity to relinquish it willingly suddenly. A flash of insight struck Jiangyi as he recalled his prior experience while cleaning. At that time, the assistant robot of the woman in white had remarked each strand of hair is exceedingly precious. Should it be damaged in the slightest, the consequences shall be borne by you. That phrase resurfaced vividly in Jiangyi's mind. He realized that the reason the woman in white did not directly seize her hair might be her concern over its potential damage. Thus, the object in Jiangyi's hand could very well be akin to a hostage. If he were to surrender it outright, it would spell disaster. Clutching it tightly, he felt as though he could crush the vial at any moment. Simultaneously, his expression regained composure as he lifted his gaze to the ceiling and said, Sister Bai, please do not be upset. I assure you, I have no interest in your hair whatsoever. However, if you become too intimidating, and I inadvertently harmed this strand. It would be a loss for both of us, would it not? His tone, while seemingly cordial, carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Instantly, the atmosphere on the 99th floor grew even more chilling. Many players could not help but shudder, as if a venomous serpent had slithered up their spines, infusing them with a chilling dread. Meanwhile, they observed the brazen-bald man, who, undeterred by the presence of cross-apartment NPCs, remained composed while sending messages in the group chat. Jiangyi, by the way, do you all know what happens to these NPCs when the novice apartment meets its demise? A sudden silence enveloped the group momentarily. Before one XIN responded first, it seems that the NPCs in the game are merely data. When the novice apartment is destroyed, the NPC data should also be obliterated. However, regarding the specifics of this real-world novice apartment, we remain uncertain. Yuya, it is likely that they will be annihilated alongside the novice apartment, just like the data, right? Jiangyi inquired further, what about the apartment owner? One XIN answered with clarity, the apartment owner will undoubtedly be unharmed. As we have cleared the novice apartment and upon reaching the Doomsday Apartment City, there will still be opportunities to engage with the apartment owner. Thus, the apartment owner must be regarded as a high-level NPC, transcending the confines of the novice apartment. Wang Qingjin, indeed, for the apartment owner. The novice apartment is likely just a trifling asset, even if we players cause a ruckus within the novice apartment. The owner typically does not pay much attention and entrusts matters entirely to the apartment administrator. During this time, it is likely that the apartment owner remains within the larger Doomsday Apartment City, beyond the novice apartment. While the group engaged in this brief discussion, from above, the chilling voice of the woman continued to resonate, this time directly aimed at Jiangyi, icy and unyielding. Are you threatening me? The tone suggested that the woman in white was thoroughly enraged, poised to take action at any moment. Yet, Jiangyi remained remarkably composed, his demeanor calm and steady. Responding as unfazed as ever, of course not. Before I return the hair, I would like to discuss another matter with you. The woman in white fell silent, offering no response, yet she refrained from launching an immediate attack. Jiangyi, undeterred, held the test tube firmly and directly inquired, are you aware that the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days? At this revelation, the prominent figures of apartment 9999 were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What was this young man thinking? Conversing with an NPC in such a manner? Had he grown weary of life? Typically, as the impending destruction of a novice apartment approached, between the 8th and 10th day. When seasoned players arrived, the NPCs would become agitated, sensing their impending doom. This unrest would also be triggered during the merging of apartments. An agitated NPC posed a significant threat. Under the looming specter of death, they would disregard the rules and turn against the players. Jiangyi's assertion about the apartment's demise seemed to incite a potential NPC uprising. However, to the astonishment of these leaders, the cross-apartment NPC above showed no visible emotional reaction to Jiangyi's words. It was as if she was already aware of the apartment's fate. Nevertheless, she continued to withhold her response from Jiangyi. Jiangyi, remaining remarkably composed, continued. Whether it is the merging of apartments or their destruction, it must surely bring you some troubles, correct? What if I were to say that I am willing to alleviate your concerns? Upon uttering these words, the prominent figures of apartment 9999 were left utterly astonished. Does he truly comprehend the implications of his statement? To resolve the NPC's troubles? Surely, he cannot be suggesting that he can ensure the NPC's survival in the face of the apartment's demise. Could he be naively believing that by providing these NPCs with survival stones, they would endure? This fellow is utterly absurd. He appears to be actively seeking tasks from the NPCs. Moreover, the task he seeks is one that is fundamentally unattainable. Not only were the players flabbergasted, but the woman in white herself was equally taken aback. After a prolonged silence, her voice finally resonated from the ceiling, laced with palpable disdain, to resolve my troubles. Huh? Do you even know whose troubles you are attempting to resolve? At this, Jiangyi's eyes sparkled with delight. If the woman in white had directly asked him, do you know how to resolve my troubles? He might have been at a loss for words. However, her inquiry regarding whom needed resolution transformed the question into one of specificity. The who here referred to individuals, thus translating into options. A. Apartment players. B. Apartment administrators. C. Shadows in the corridor. D. Apartment owners. E. Others. The multiple choice question became exceedingly simple. Even a guess could yield the correct answer. Moreover, based on the discussions of the esteemed figure of the 9,999 apartments, coupled with the disdainful demeanor of the woman in white towards his remarks, it is evident that the most challenging option must be selected. Jiangyi confidently proposed his conjectured answer. Isn't it about dealing with the apartment owner? Upon uttering these words, Jiangyi sensed an abrupt stiffness in the atmosphere of the 99th floor. Even the chilling air descending from the ceiling could not permeate the tense ambience. Thus, the originally eerie and cold atmosphere was suddenly reduced to mere awkwardness and rigidity. What is this awkwardness about? Did he guess correctly or incorrectly? Or perhaps, the apartment owner is indeed difficult to confront? Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible that it would be a formidable challenge. After all, according to the intelligence he had gathered, the apartment owner was far more formidable than the apartment administrator. Even among the seasoned players of this game, they dared to confront the apartment administrator with their financial prowess. Yet they would never dream of targeting the apartment owner. Furthermore, Yong Wa had previously mentioned that the apartment administrator possessed the ability to obliterate players. To counteract such a capability, a specific item was required. This implies that defeating the apartment administrator was already a Herculean task for players. Addressing the apartment owner was a scenario that even the gaming elites had not contemplated. Thus, had he inadvertently boasted too extravagantly? Just as Jiang Yi pondered whether to concoct an excuse to mitigate the situation on the once chilling ceiling, a peculiar voice suddenly emerged from the figure clad in white. Are you certain you truly wish to confront the apartment manager? Chapter 59, NPC Quest, The Madness Mask. I am not. I did not mean it. I was merely speaking nonsense. Is it too late to reconsider? Clearly, it was far too late. The woman in white did not pause for a response and continued, since you are so determined to deal with the apartment manager, allow me to assign you a task. What? The other 9,999 apartment magnates looked utterly bewildered. Is this truly an NPC quest? However, this task is likely not as simple as it appears. Jiang Yi also wore a look of confusion as a distinct notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The apartment resident, Yong Wa, has summoned you for a confidential task of utmost secrecy, classified as SSS level. Task requirements. Resolve the issues with the landlord of your apartment complex. Deadline. Before the imminent destruction of the novice apartment. Phase 1. Eliminate the apartment manager, S level. Phase 2. Eliminate the wandering merchant, SS level. Phase 3. Eliminate the landlord, SSS level. Rewards for Phase 1. 1. 50 million game coins. 2. 1 skill scroll, bronze level. 3. 3 bronze treasure chests. 4. 10 exemption cards. 5. 1 golden level battle machine. Special note from Yong Wa. Rewards for Phase 1 will be distributed upon accepting the task. Penalty for task failure. None. Do you accept the task? Yes, no? Oh my goodness. 50 million game coins. Skill scrolls, bronze treasure chests, exemption cards, and a golden level battle machine? This is equivalent to a sudden fortune. Although Jiang Yi is uncertain about the precise utility of the golden level battle machine, it must hold substantial value, given its placement as the final reward. The crucial point is that simply accepting the task guarantees the rewards, and there is no penalty for failure. Could this be somewhat unreasonable? If he accepts the task but fails to complete it, wouldn't he be at a loss? Or is Bai planning to take matters into her own hands and impose the penalty herself? From this perspective, the SSS level confidential task seems to bear little consequence. Having accepted the task, it seems the woman in white would refrain from causing him any further trouble during this period. Furthermore, the initial phase of the mission appears to align perfectly with the objectives of the players. By mingling with the gamers and vanquishing the apartment manager, he should encounter no significant obstacles. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yi's subconscious instinctively selected yes from the binary options presented in his mind. Immediately thereafter, a notification resonated within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations on accepting the SSS level confidential mission. Ding. You have caught the attention of the apartment owner. Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that he might have unwittingly stepped into a trap. Was there truly no penalty for failing this task? There was no time for further contemplation. Suddenly, from the myriad of black threads adorning the ceiling, one began to descend slowly, bearing a silver-white ring that dangled before Jiang Yi. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it to be a level 1 spatial ring. Just as he began to examine the items within the ring, the black thread ensnared the test tube in his hand, seemingly intent on reclaiming the hair as well. Noting that the items within the spatial ring corresponded with the task rewards, he hesitated only briefly before relinquishing his grip on the test tube, allowing it to ascend along with the black thread toward the ceiling. Moments later, the voice of the woman in white echoed from above. You should be aware that in order to acquire the frenzied mask necessary for defeating the apartment manager, one must achieve 100 consecutive victories in the battle room for a chance to obtain it. Therefore, I have provided you with 10 exemption cards and a golden tier battle machine. Strive to achieve 100 consecutive victories swiftly, seize the madman's mask, and eliminate the apartment administrator. Upon completing the initial phase of the task, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous surprise. Jiang Yi could not shake the peculiar sensation that the word surprise spoken by the woman in white carried an unsettling undertone. At that moment, he wondered whether it would indeed be a surprise or fright. He wished to utter more, but his gaze caught a fleeting black thread in the ceiling, which swiftly vanished. The atmosphere on the 99th floor seemed to revert to normal. It was evident that the others on the 99th floor had not perceived the task prompt that had just flashed in Jiang Ye's mind. However, they had certainly heard the woman in white's final remarks. One Xian could not contain himself and exclaimed, 10 exemption cards, a golden-level battle machine. You must have anticipated that you could obtain an NPC task from the NPC's pursuit, and the task reward conveniently facilitates your rapid achievement of 10 consecutive victories. Is that why you boasted so confidently about securing 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes? And your deliberate delay in entering our battle machine was merely to wait for the NPC task to grant you a golden-level battle machine, wasn't it? One Xian's indignation was palpable, his gaze as if he wished to peel Jiang Yi alive. Even Wang Qingjin could not refrain from casting a strange look in his direction, remarking, no wonder you dared to claim you would surpass Lin Shen in achieving 100 consecutive victories. It turns out you were relying on the golden-level battle machine. Jiang Yi, however, was entirely unaware of the specific advantages of a golden-level battle machine. Yet he felt a spark of intrigue at the revelation. Upon discerning the implications of the white-clad woman's words and the sentiments expressed by the two individuals currently engaged in conversation, it appears that the golden-tier battle machines may indeed possess the capability to enable players to achieve an astonishing streak of 100 consecutive victories. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the specific advantages these golden-tier machines confer, a cacophony of noise erupted from the vicinity of battle machine number 1 on the 99th floor. Punctuated by the excited murmurs of powerful players, Lin Shen has emerged. Jiang Yi swiftly turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, spotting a slender young man clad in a black tactical jacket stepping forth from the battle machine. He navigated through the throngs of admirers and made a beeline towards Jiang Yi. As he advanced at a measured pace, he spoke in a rhythmic, deliberate manner. The task you have accepted involves the elimination of the apartment as administrator, although some players may have succeeded in this endeavor within the game. The administrator of the novice apartment is not easily vanquished. The foremost obstacle is that when a player attempts to strike him, the administrator is granted the terrifying ability to obliterate the player in return. This dreadful privilege can only be countered by the frenzied mask, which must be earned through achieving 100 consecutive victories in the battle arena. However, the reward for such a feat allows for a selection from 3 distinct items, rendering the likelihood of obtaining the frenzied mask a mere 1 in 3. Thus, the rarity of this item is self-evident. Crucially, the counteracting effect of the frenzied mask against the obliteration privilege is limited to a mere 3 minutes. This means that even while donning the frenzied mask, one must eliminate the apartment administrator within that brief window of time. I recall in the game, a group of affluent players formed a 10-member team, barely managing to defeat the administrator. Prior to that, they had endured countless failures. Thus, it stands to reason that, as a solitary individual during the novice phase, one could not possibly vanquish the apartment administrator alone. Is this true? Must at least 10 individuals collaborate to take down the apartment administrator? Moreover, those 10 must surely be the elite among novices in a specific area, correct? With that thought, Jiang Yi cast a glance at the 99th floor of the 9999 apartment, filled with anticipation of battle, and directly inquired of Zhuijing, are you all gathered here for the frenzied mask awarded for achieving 100 consecutive victories to confront the apartment administrator? His question was posed casually. At the same moment, Zhuijing approached him. This esteemed figure appeared rugged and serious, yet suddenly broke into a smile, remarking with significant undertones, it appears you are not a gamer. Jiang Yi had no intention of concealing the truth and nodded affirmatively. After all, it is far simpler to masquerade as a diligent student than to feign the persona of a scholar when one is not. Indeed, he had scarcely engaged with the game Apocalypse Apartment, making it inevitable that he could be uncovered at any moment. Furthermore, these titans of the 9999 apartment had readily assumed him to be a player. Had they pondered for a moment, they would have easily discerned that he was not a gamer. I inadvertently eliminated a cross-apartment player, and through his cross-apartment chip, I unexpectedly found myself far from home in the 9999 apartment. He articulated this with unreserved candor, leaving the esteemed players present utterly astonished. Suddenly, Wang Qingjin realized. Wait a minute, so you genuinely had no idea about the NPC items when you asked me? Wang Qin was equally astonished. So you're not a gamer. Yet you defeated Zhao Yudi in an instant? What about that 3 consecutive victories? Are you the bald man targeted by the? Jiang Yi, maintaining a serious facade, retorted. There are plenty of bald men using disguises. It may not necessarily be me. I truly have no idea. Wang Qin shot him a skeptical glance. Stop pretending. The announcement clearly stated the seat number. How could you not know if it matches yours? Oh, I suppose that is true. Yet, Jiang Yi, unashamed, stubbornly insisted. I honestly don't know if it was me. Wang Qin rolled his eyes again, completely unconvinced. Meanwhile, the surrounding elites could not contain their discussions. What a kid. He picked up items from a cross-apartment player and ended up in our 9,999 apartment. Is it truly that coincidental? Damn, why didn't we ever consider the possibility of a newbie stumbling in? After all, it's only the first day. What newbie could possibly cross apartments on their very first day? Moreover, it's quite the coincidence that they ended up here with us. However, this newbie is no ordinary one. He's got some guts. To have attracted NPCs across apartments and ultimately secured an NPC quest. The key point is that this NPC quest rewarded him with a golden level combat machine out of thin air. Jiang Yi paid no heed to these discussions. His primary concern was, in fact, the strength of the apartment administrator. In addition to the rogue mask, are there any other detailed strategies for defeating the apartment administrator? Just as I was about to inquire with the stern-faced Mr. Jiao, I noticed the serious young man pondering for a moment, narrowing his eyes. And then speaking in a low voice, given your circumstances, it seems you are not suited to utilize a gold-tier battle machine. Do you recall our previous agreement? Achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, and we will assist you. Otherwise, we shall send you on your way. At present, you need not rush to prove yourself with 10 consecutive victories. Simply hand over the gold-tier battle machine to me, and I will guide you. What say you? How about it? Not a chance. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows immediately, casting a peculiar glance at Mr. Jiao, and replied in a grave tone, why should I relinquish my gold-tier battle machine when I can achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes? The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere around them froze abruptly. The whispers that had been circulating moments before fell silent in an instant. Mr. Jiao's expression, already devoid of levity, appeared even more rigid. After a brief silence, he responded in a grave tone, when I say I will guide you, it also encompasses assisting you in confronting the apartment administrator. He paused momentarily before adding, essentially, within our novice district 0009999, there exists a significant possibility of achieving 100 consecutive victories to obtain the rogue mask. Moreover, players capable of making an impact during the confrontation with the administrator are predominantly situated in apartment 9999. In other words, without joining us, your quest to defeat the apartment administrator is nearly impossible. Jiang Yexin remarked that if defeating the apartment administrator necessitated teamwork and could not be accomplished alone, how then was he to fulfill the second phase of his task, which involved eliminating the roaming merchants in the apartment, in the third phase, which required vanquishing the apartment owner. Therefore, if he truly aspired to complete the mission he had accepted from the woman in white, it was highly probable that he would have to confront the apartment administrator solo. The presence or absence of others in this endeavor was of little consequence to him. Moreover, Jiang Yexin reiterated his previous sentiment. Did this imply that he was indeed prepared to go back on his word? Had he truly dismissed his earlier statement about taking him along after achieving 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes as mere idle chatter? His words were tinged with a palpable sense of indignation. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew increasingly tense, with many gazes directed at him as if he were a specter. Though silence reigned and no one spoke up in the group chat, those stares clearly conveyed a message. Was this audacious individual simply overconfident? Or did he have a lapse in judgment? How dared he, a mere level 1 player with abysmal skills, address the esteemed Master Gui Jing in such a brazen tone? Did he genuinely believe that merely accepting an NPC quest rendered him remarkable? Utilizing a golden tier combat machine on such a novice was an utter waste. Master Gui Jing had the option to seize what he desired outright, yet he chose to negotiate with this ungrateful rookie? How infuriating. Lin Shen, take action swiftly. Show this arrogant greenhorn a lesson. Yet, amidst the spectators' thoughts of intervening, Master Gui Jing remained unperturbed. He appeared composed, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Yexin's brash demeanor. Conversely, Jiang Yi followed up with a direct explanation. What was previously mentioned about taking you for a game referred to engaging in a life-and-death battle, and did not imply assistance in confronting the apartment administrator. Oh, I see. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, that's fine. I do not require your aid in dealing with the apartment administrator. The implication was unmistakable. I would much prefer to achieve a series of consecutive victories rather than surrender my golden tier combat opportunities. Zhui Jing maintained a neutral expression, though his gaze conveyed a hint of complexity. After a moment of silence, he inquired, are you certain? Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively, adding, I am certain I am prepared to take on the apartment administrator alone. Chapter 60, Zhui Jing's admiration soloing. The apartment administrator? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The looks directed at him became increasingly peculiar. The prominent figures present, who had been observing Zhui Jing's demeanor in silence, could no longer contain themselves. At the forefront was Wang Qinjin, who had sensed from the outset that this young man was exceedingly audacious. I feel as if his words are akin to empty boasts. He exclaimed, purely vacuous chatter. Indeed, even Lin Shen stated that soloing the apartment administrator is impossible. yet he insists on doing so. Furthermore, he previously claimed that he could achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, surpassing Lin Shen's record of 100 consecutive wins. It is simply outrageous. I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. What is more, this fellow is a complete novice. He is either entirely irresponsible and merely boasting, or he is truly ignorant, fearless, and arrogantly overconfident. Clearly, at this moment, no one believes that Jiang Yi can single-handedly defeat the apartment manager. In fact, there are a few fierce-eyed, powerful individuals who whisper to one another, so what if Lin Shen truly goes back on his word? This is not a time of peace in which to play games. It is a genuine apocalypse. In the struggle for survival, one can kill indiscriminately. Thus, the justification for murder becomes even more compelling in pursuit of a golden-tier battle machine. I also believe that even if Lin Shen were to betray his word and resort to robbery, it would only be the fault of this fool for not matching Lin Shen's prowess. Frankly, I even suspect that the NPC from the neighboring apartment desires us to eliminate this incompetent fool. An innocent man is wronged by possessing something valuable. The golden-tier battle machine could very well be a reward bestowed by that NPC upon the one who slays this wretch. Indeed, thus, she deliberately revealed the information regarding this fool acquiring a golden-tier battle machine. Moreover, typically, NPC quests require one to complete the task before receiving rewards. So why does this fool get the reward beforehand? Goodness, that makes sense. Therefore, these quest rewards are actually intended for the players who eliminate this fool? Yes, absolutely. Let us not forget that NPC is originally here to hunt down this player. As these influential figures continue to analyze, they find their assertions increasingly plausible. Even Jiang Yi, upon hearing this, cannot help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the woman in white truly intends for these elites to kill him by offering such generous rewards? Is this reward genuinely prepared for these formidable figures? However, just as he began to harbor doubts, that deity Lin cast a sweeping gaze. The menacing look instantly silenced the players of apartment 9999. Jiang Jing then directly addressed those players. Is it necessary to reward a golden-level combat machine for a task that requires a level 10 player to eliminate a level 1 player? Generally speaking, task rewards correspond to the difficulty of the task. If the golden-level combat machine is indeed a reward for killing Jiang Yi, it merely suggests that, in the eyes of that NPC, Jiang Yi is formidable and not easily dispatched. Moreover, Jiang Jing did not believe that the NPC would go to such lengths to devise a trivial task for a level 1 character. If she genuinely wished to have Jiang Yi killed through an NPC task, it would have been far simpler to assign the task directly to other players without any obfuscation. Thus, the speculations of these players from 9999 were purely self-serving. It was somewhat embarrassing that they could not deduce this with a modicum of thought. Jiang Jing shifted her gaze from them back to Jiang Yi. After a brief moment of contemplation, her tone turned peculiar. The task you accepted must involve more than just eliminating the apartment manager, correct? Your prior conversation with the NPC, while seemingly absurd, cannot merely pertain to the assassination of the apartment owner, can it? Though framed as a question, Jiang Jing's tone bore the weight of a statement. Laced with an ineffable complexity, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of calculation and ill intent in Jiang Jing's words. He chose not to respond. However, the other party seemed to require no response from him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jing slowly addressed him. According to my previous statement, achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes implies that when we invite you to join us, it is with the intention of engaging in life and death battles. However, at this moment, the golden-level combat machines also possess the capability for such life and death confrontations. Therefore, I believe our prior agreement is no longer necessary. Yet, it seems you have misconstrued my words as a covetous desire for your golden-level combat machine. To speak candidly, Jiang Yi, I hold you in high regard. While others may deem your solo defeat of the apartment administrator as mere boasting, I find that your confidence surpasses that of many. Upon hearing this, the other players in the 9999 apartment widened their eyes in disbelief, hardly able to trust their ears. This must be the first time Lin Shen has expressed admiration for someone, right? Furthermore, he even praised Jiang Yi's audacity. Could it be that he genuinely believes Jiang Yi is capable of defeating the apartment administrator alone? Simultaneously, Su Jing's words of admiration transformed the way the 9,999 players regarded Jiang Yi. Previously, they looked down upon him with disdain, scornful of the novice. Now, however, their expressions were akin to witnessing a ghost, filled with doubt, astonishment, and even a hint of envy. After all, none among them had ever received Su Jing's commendation. As for Jiang Yi, he initially felt an uncontrollable surge of joy at Su Jing's words. Indeed, being praised and recognized by others is an inherently proud moment. What is even more commendable is receiving praise from those in a superior position who are more capable than oneself. It is akin to a primary school student feeling elated when complimented by a preschool child who struggles with words. The joy is likely fleeting. However, if the commendation comes from a highly esteemed teacher, the pride swells significantly. In the entire 9999 apartment complex, Guojing embodies the image of such a revered figure. Thus, when he uttered the words of appreciation, their implication resonated deeply with Jiang Ye's emotions. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, growing increasingly vigilant. How had the black-robed contender, amidst a 3-game winning streak, been defeated? How had Huang Qi from the neighboring apartment been dispatched so swiftly? Jiang Yi recalled it all. He perceived Guojing's statement as rather abrupt, suspecting it carried ulterior motives. Consequently, he maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor unchanged, quietly observing Guojing. This display of calm only served to irritate the formidable players of the 9999 apartment further. Nevertheless, Guojing appeared unfazed and continued to extol, in my view. Within the entire 9999 apartment, perhaps only you possess the true qualification to fight alongside me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elite players became even more restless. Their gazes toward Jiang Yi filled with complexity. Guojing then chuckled, lightening the atmosphere before returning to the original topic. Perhaps you genuinely possess the strength to eliminate the apartment administrator. But tell me, on which day do you plan to confront the administrator? Tomorrow? The day after? Or perhaps 5 or 7 days from now? Tomorrow or the day after? Your prowess is unlikely to reach the level required to eliminate the apartment administrator. Even if, 5 or 7 days hence, you gain the capability to defeat the administrator, the time you have reserved for the task of vanquishing the apartment owner will be exceedingly limited. Therefore, I sincerely hope that we can collaborate on the task of eliminating the apartment administrator, striving to ensure its completion within 3 days. As for the Golden Tier combat aircraft, if you are unwilling to provide it, I shall not insist. While the elimination of the administrator is indeed our shared objective, the efficacy of our cooperation should yield mutual benefits. However, since you have accepted the task of slaying the administrator, you undoubtedly reap certain advantages. Thus, I wish to partake in the endeavor to eliminate the apartment owner afterward. What do you think of such a collaborative approach? This, rather than being a cooperative strategy, it seems more akin to Zhuang Jing purely assisting him in completing his task. Jiang Yi could not help but harbor doubts in his heart about Zhuang Jing's overly accommodating nature. Admiring him, acknowledging him, and now even aiding him in his task? On the surface, his request is to eliminate the apartment owner. Yet in reality, this demand also serves to assist Jiang Yi, does it not? Could it be that Zhuang Jing possesses a discerning eye, recognizing the inherent charisma of a protagonist within him, but seeking to form an alliance preemptively? No, that cannot be right. There is undoubtedly something amiss with Zhuang Jing. Jiang Yi felt increasingly cautious in his heart, yet outwardly he feigned a demeanor touched by Zhuang Jing's overtures. He paused in silence for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. So, if I understand correctly, a 10-minute consecutive victory is no longer necessary? Gu Jing chuckled lightly in response, of course. After all, I am not qualified to play with you. Rather, I wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Jiang Yi remained silent, while the other players in the 9999 apartment were enveloped in an even deeper silence. They could hardly fathom witnessing such an unprecedented display of favor from Lin Shan toward a single player. What on earth was happening? Who exactly was this Jiang Yi? Perhaps he was a formidable figure from before the apocalypse, someone so esteemed that even Lin Shan could only look up to him? However, while the other players speculated about Jiang Yi's extraordinary identity, which earned him such respect from Gu Jing, Wang Chenjin suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. As if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. He recalled that in the game Apocalypse Apartment, when the first premium team successfully defeated the apartment's administrator, subsequent premium players naturally began to follow suit. Ultimately, the number of teams that managed to slay the administrator was not insignificant, numbering around 10. Yet, among those 10 teams, an extraordinary event unfolded, which ultimately created the game's first supreme champion. However, the player responsible for that event was later confirmed to have suffered an unexpected death in his own home, leaving no one to comprehend how that incident came to pass. But now, Wang Qingjin felt a sudden realization that the player whose untimely demise had led to that fateful outcome, the player who had taken on the task of slaying the apartment's owner, was someone akin to Jiang Yi. If this is indeed the case, then Lin Shan's actions become comprehensible. He does not genuinely admire Jiang Yi. Rather, he seeks to collaborate with him to eliminate the apartment administrator and, amidst that turmoil, replicate the path of the game's foremost champion. Contemplating this notion, Wang Qingjin found himself pondering deeply. The player's admiration for Lin Shan is merely a reflection of their reverence for the formidable strength of Zhuang Jing. Zhuang Jing is not a true deity, nor are they sincere disciples. Should a being of unparalleled power emerge to overshadow Zhuijing, it is conceivable that he would usurp Zhuijing's position and ascend as the new god. Why then could this new deity not be Wang Qingjin himself? He too yearns to tread the path of the foremost champion. With his gaze lowered, he silently clenched his fists, a surge of youthful fervor coursing through him. Bubbling and boiling, impossible to suppress. Indeed, he is still quite young. He ought to be brimming with ambition, commanding respect from thousands rather than merely revering them. As he ruminated on this, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi, the ignorant and fearless novice, serving as an essential stepping stone on the path to becoming the foremost champion. He eagerly anticipated the moment when he and Zhuijing would compete to see who would first step upon the stone. With this thought, Wang Qingjin's fist tightened further, embodying the spirit of a vigorous youth setting grand aspirations. When he raised his head again, his eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. While other players speculated about Jiang Yi's identity, he approached with uncharacteristic flattery, shedding his previous scorn and disdain, and exclaimed loudly to Jiang Yi, Well, I never expected you to possess the potential that even Lin Shen admires. It appears I have misjudged the situation. Do not take it to heart, young man. By the way, having referred to you as bro and kid, I assume you must be male, correct? Is it possible to shed that bald appearance? Other players, witnessing Wang Qingjin's rapid change in demeanor, scoffed inwardly, perceiving him as sycophantic. Yet Wang Qingjin remained unperturbed, fixated on the prospect of trampling Jiang Yi and emerging as the unrivaled powerhouse, surpassing Zhuijing. At that point, it would be these individuals seeking to curry favor with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi had no intention of discarding his bald persona. He was unaware of the ulterior motives of Zhuijing and Wang Qingjin. Nonetheless, for the moment, it seemed they could coexist without conflict. With 10 consecutive victories under his belt, there was no urgency to engage further. He harbored a desire to return to his apartment directly, yet doing so required one survival point, which he currently lacked. Moreover, he sensed that Zhuijing would not permit his departure until the apartment manager had been dispatched. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his wish to return to his residence. Instead, under the pretense of checking mission rewards, he visited the ground floor manager and rented an apartment on the 20th floor. Subsequently, he organized the mission rewards bestowed upon him by the woman in white within his new abode. Meanwhile, the woman in white, having reclaimed her hair, returned to apartment 1008. Her dwelling numbered 2064. Upon her arrival, she found no trace of Jiang Yi. The domestic assistant robot remained silent, offering no commentary. With a composed gaze, she surveyed the apartment before making her way to the grand television in the living room. She smirked at the screen and casually pressed the remote control. The television was immediately activated, revealing on the screen the eerie forest where Jiang Yi had previously been taken to the rooftop by the woman in white. However, at this moment, the image on the screen shifted, as if a pair of eyes were searching for something within the foreboding woods. Shortly thereafter, the eyes focused, and within the dense foliage, the figure of Jiang Yi's first doppelganger emerged. Chapter 61. Redemption List. Jiang Yi's silhouette stealthily navigated through the ominous forest. Originally, his first doppelganger had just arrived at the home of the woman in white to pilfer. Meanwhile, the second doppelganger was being enlightened by the formidable 9,999 elites about the prowess of cross-apartment NPCs. Sensing trouble, as soon as he entered apartment 2064, the first doppelganger contemplated a hasty retreat. Strangely enough, gaining entry to 2064 was effortless. The domestic assistant robot granted him passage without hesitation. Yet, attempting to leave proved futile, as he couldn't even open the door. The domestic assistant robot was utterly unwilling to allow his departure. Thus, while the second doppelganger was cursing the frustrating Yong Wa, the first doppelganger was also expressing his grievances. Subsequently, the second doppelganger received a task, as the woman in white appeared to have departed. Instantly, the first doppelganger sensed impending doom. At that moment, he made a bold decision. He attempted to grasp his work badge and explore the television in the woman's home. Remarkably, just as before, he was transported to the eerie forest through the screen. He was uncertain when the woman in white would return, but he had committed to memory the location of the white sheet within the forest that could transport him to the rooftop of the apartment. Therefore, as long as he could teleport to the rooftop before the woman in white returned, it should be fine, right? Thus, a scene unfolded where he stealthily navigated through the eerie forest. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a woman clad in white lounged leisurely on the sofa in her living room, watching the footage of his movements on the television. Her gaze drifted into the distance as she pondered, could this young man truly eliminate the apartment's landlord? Typically, when NPCs assign tasks, they harbor the hope that the quest will be completed, believing that the chosen player possesses a considerable likelihood of success. However, to accomplish the task of assassinating the landlord, Even she, a seasoned player, found it implausible. This low-level scoundrel, sneaking about in the screen, leaning back on the sofa. She shook her head slightly, perplexed as to why she had assigned him such a mission. Yet, after a brief moment, her expression hardened, her hand rose, and a slender black thread shot forth towards the television screen. Meanwhile, in the foreboding woods, Jiang Yi had finally located the white sheet leading to the penthouse of the apartment. The pristine white sheet hung from a barren tree devoid of leaves, untainted by blood. Just as Jiang Yi was about to charge towards his target, abruptly, from another nearby dead tree, a blood-stained white sheet ensnared him violently. What the hell? Jiang Yi's expression changed dramatically, and as he regained his composure, he found himself in an entirely altered realm. The surroundings remained ominously eerie, but the sky was painted a dark crimson, and a fog of blood enveloped the area. With each breath, he could sense a damp, chilling, sanguine atmosphere that weakened his body. As his body grew increasingly weak, he discovered that the impoverished attributes of his primary avatar had taken a turn for the worse, exacerbating his condition. He felt utterly feeble, akin to the state of his original self before any enhancements, while simultaneously managing 3 avatars. To make matters worse, amidst this debilitating state, the ominous hissing of venomous serpents echoed through the blood mist. In mere seconds, hundreds of black serpents swiftly encircled him. Good heavens! My fear of dense clusters is about to overwhelm me. Jiang Yi nearly let a curse slip from his lips. However, more pressing than his expletive was the urgent need to merge his third avatar with its mirrored counterpart. Typically, the amalgamation of 2 third avatars would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess beyond 200. Yet, under the influence of the blood mist, his attributes were halved. The fusion of the 2 avatars yielded results akin to that of a single avatar's fusion. Fortunately, as he unleashed the realm of ice, the approaching serpents were ensnared, their movement significantly hindered. In that moment, Jiang Yi truly grasped the formidable power of his domain skill. Without hesitation, he released a chilling fog, rapidly engulfing the serpents. Simultaneously, a series of notifications resonated in his mind. Successfully defeated a level 1 shadowless ring serpent. Gained 10 energy points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 1. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your vitality has increased by 1 point. Successfully defeated a level 1 shadowless ring serpent. Gained 1 energy point. It was evident that after leveling up, the energy acquired from defeating a level 1 serpent had diminished to a mere point. However, due to the presence of hundreds of venomous snakes in the vicinity, after the prompt indicating an energy level of 1 echoed in his mind 100 times, a new upgrade notification emerged. Ding. Your level has ascended to level 2. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Your energy has increased by 1 point. The attribute enhancements from level 1 to level 2 were merely an increment of 1 point each. Subsequently, slaying more venomous snakes yielded no further energy. Fortunately, within less than a minute, the snakes were largely eradicated. Out of the hundreds of snakes, only a single black iron treasure chest was obtained. Jiang Yi picked it up and collapsed onto the ground, enveloped by a sense of survival against the odds. However, he hardly had a moment to rest. As amidst the blood mist, a rustling sound emerged. Simultaneously, he felt the ground beneath him tremble faintly. Jiang Yi instantly became alert, refraining from any further respite. He soon discerned that the rustling sound emanated from the surrounding twisted trees. Alarmingly, the number of these trees was greater than that of the venomous snakes encountered earlier. Moreover, they appeared to possess long-range attack capabilities, able to disrupt him from a considerable distance with their extending branches. Under such circumstances, his ice-binding domain could barely encompass 2 or 3 trees at the periphery, leaving those farther away untouched. Nevertheless, faced with the urgency of the situation, Jiang Yi unleashed the ice-binding domain, combining it with the ice mist assault and the phantom ring blade to swiftly destroy a tree. Concurrently, a notification resounded in his mind. Successfully defeated the level 3 twisted tree spirit. Earned 100 energy points. This time, defeating a level 3 entity with a level 2 character yielded an energy value of 100. Yet, he did not directly ascend to level 3. Jiang Yi, unwilling to be complacent, swiftly maneuvered, evading the assaults of branches while continuing to eliminate the twisted tree spirits. Successfully defeated a level 3 twisted tree spirit. Gained an energy value of 100. Successfully defeated a level 3 twisted tree spirit. Gained an energy value of 100. However, as time elapsed, the pressure within Jiang Yi intensified. While he had effortlessly vanquished hundreds of venomous serpents moments ago that had required the fusion of 2 avatars. Once the 3-minute fusion period concluded, the only remaining entities he could merge would be the 4th and 3rd avatar's reflections. Furthermore, creating a reflection necessitated displaying the data panel before the replication mirror for 30 seconds. In the midst of perilous combat, Such a 30-second interval could very well cost lives. So, what to do? Does the first avatar have to be sacrificed? Just as Jiang Yi was overwhelmed by this looming crisis, 2064 leaned back on the sofa, gazing contemplatively at the images flickering on the television screen. This must be Avatar Fusion? This fellow. The heavens reward diligence. With an affinity for the golden element and the ice element, these three should all be avatars. His true self must possess an SSS-level talent, right? After all, possessing a data panel that even detection techniques cannot discern, appearing identical to an ordinary player's avatar. This was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. SSS-level talents are rare, but they are not entirely absent. Even with an SSS-level talent, the prospect of defeating the apartment owner who governs the novice quarters during the initial phase remains exceedingly bleak. However, as Insua observed the screen, she witnessed Jiang Yi swiftly vanquishing the 10th twisted triad, successfully advancing to level 3. She consoled herself, pondering that perhaps rounding up a seemingly faint hope could approximate a glimmer of possibility. Meanwhile, in room 2025 of the 9999 apartment, the second avatar of Jiang Yi, upon sensing the dire predicament as the first avatar was engulfed by a blood mist, promptly sprang into action. Striving to carve out a thread of hope for the first avatar, he retrieved a golden tier battle machine from the spatial ring provided by the woman in white. Initially, the battle machine was no larger than a palm, but with a press of the top button, it dramatically expanded into a colossal entity measuring 3 meters on each side and towering approximately 5 meters high. Its matte black finish exuded an air of sophistication and luxury, surpassing any battle machine Jiang Yi had previously encountered. Yet, with the urgency of the situation facing the first avatar, he had no time for awe and immediately attempted to enter the golden tier battle machine. Upon entry, unlike the battle machines in the combat room which incurred fees, this one directly bound his identity to it. Thus, it resembled the distinction between a computer in an internet CAF and one at home. In the combat room, anyone can utilize the battle machines for a fee, whereas this private battle machine required identity binding without any payment, permitting access to only one user. Furthermore, it would typically demand a substantial investment for an average player to acquire such a private battle machine. At the very least, the golden tier combat machine, Jiang Yi, is undoubtedly not inexpensive. It may very well require survival points instead of game currency for acquisition. Thus, it is no wonder that Zhu Jing has coveted it. One can only hope that this splendid golden tier apparatus possesses formidable capabilities. Upon swiftly binding his identity, Jiang Yi entered the virtual combat space. However, unlike before, he did not find himself in the lobby of the combat apartment on the first floor, nor did he appear on the second floor, which was adorned with numerous combat seats. Instead, he seemed to have arrived in a discreetly luxurious VIP suite. The suite was furnished with a sofa, a coffee table, a wine cabinet, a bookshelf, and even a projector for movies and sound equipment for karaoke. All of these amenities, within the apartment's low-end mall entertainment section, would typically require payment to enjoy. Yet, he could indulge in them directly within the golden tier combat machine. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi had no time to relish these luxuries. He immediately began to examine the specific functions of the golden tier combat machine. It did not take long for him to discover that the 4 walls of the suite appeared to correspond to 4 distinct functions. The wall to the north prominently displayed his personal information. Jiang Yi. Combat power, 54. Winning streak, for consecutive victories, 100. Title, Nameless Black Iron. Game currency, 50, 020. 000 points. 0 survival points. 0 items. Announcement card X3, privilege card X3, exemption card X3, quick battle card X1. Wait a moment. What is this item? How did he acquire such a plethora of items? After a swift investigation, he uncovered a silent prompt in his mind's operational panel. Upon your first login to the gold level combat machine today, automatically receive 3 announcement cards, 3 privilege cards, 3 exemption cards, and 1 quick battle card. So, the gold level combat machine not only grants access to VIP lounges, but also bestows daily item cards? What could these cards be worth when converted into in-game currency? This essentially means that by utilizing this combat machine, he incurs no costs and can earn money daily. Truly, the gold level combat machine is remarkable. However, this does little to alleviate the predicament facing his first clone. Thus, without even delving into the purpose of the quick battle card, Jiang Yi continued to explore other functionalities. On the eastern wall of the lounge, he discovered options for combat modes, newbie mode, standard mode, and survival mode. Yet, these 2 did not address his pressing concerns, and he swiftly moved his hand to the southern wall. This time, as his palm pressed against it, a display revealed the redemption list. Its primary function is to allow the exchange of in-game currency, points, or survival points for items showcased in the list. Moreover, based on titles, certain discounts may apply during the exchange. However, the title of Nameless Black Iron offers virtually no discounts at all. Therefore, if the high-end mall within the apartment is likened to a physical store in reality, then this redemption list corresponds to online shopping, as the items listed cannot be physically interacted with like those in the high-end mall. Rather, it resembles online shopping, where one can only peruse images and product information. Nevertheless, the advantage of online shopping lies in its lack of spatial constraints, unlike physical stores that require one to spend time wandering about. A myriad of products can be swiftly browsed directly from the list. It even boasts a search function, which is exceedingly convenient and saves a considerable amount of time. Currently, Zhang Yi can only utilize the exchange list for game currency. However, he is fortunate to possess a substantial sum of 50 million game coins. Essentially, he can afford nearly anything that catches his eye. The dilemma, however, is that once acquired, these items will only appear on his second avatar, including the skill scroll from the task reward given by the woman in white. He wishes to use them for his main body, but how can he transfer them over? After casting a swift glance over the numerous products, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly brightened. He unexpectedly discovered a rather familiar item, the parcel box. Black Iron Parcel Box. Price, 100 game coins. Effect, delivery service to a designated apartment within 3 days. Bronze Parcel Box. Price, 1,000 game coins. Effect, delivery service to a designated apartment within 1 day. Silver Parcel Box. Price, 100,000 game coins. Effect, delivery service to a designated location within 3 seconds. Chapter 62. New skills for the main body, a delivery guaranteed within 3 seconds. This silver parcel box is quite impressive. However, the price is equally outrageous. Merely sending a parcel costs a staggering 100,000 game coins. Therefore, any item sent using this parcel box must be worth at least 1 million or even 10 million. Moreover, it is surprisingly not entirely secure. The risk of parcel loss is merely minimal, yet minimal does not equate to non-existent. Furthermore, if someone were to specifically target the silver parcel boxes for robbery, they could potentially reap rewards amounting to millions in valuable items with just one successful heist. Zhang Yi simply lacks the capability. If he were aware of how to execute a heist on the silver parcel boxes, he would undoubtedly pursue that endeavor. Thus, the silver parcel box is, in fact, not entirely reliable. He wished to investigate further to see if there were any gold-tier parcel boxes available. However, he had previously taken note that, whether in high-end shopping centers of apartments or in the exchange listings for battle machines, the highest item tier currently visible was only silver. Indeed, there were no gold-tier parcel boxes to be found. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Yi might have hesitated to utilize the silver parcel box due to safety concerns. But at present, the first avatar is undoubtedly more important than a mere handful of game currency. Consequently, after a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi promptly purchased a silver parcel box. Following that, he swiftly selected the items he intended to send. Although the risk lies with the first avatar, Zhang Yi was entirely unaware of its precise location. Therefore, he prepared to send this parcel to his primary self, in order for his main body to assist the avatar. His primary objective was naturally to focus on the skill scrolls. If he could acquire another powerful skill akin to avatar fusion, perhaps he could also resolve the predicament facing the first avatar. Additionally, he had contemplated his own streak of victories. The formidable figures residing in the 9999 apartment spoke of achieving 10 or even 100 consecutive victories as an exceedingly formidable challenge, which had previously instilled a sense of trepidation within Zhang Yi. At this current stage, if he merely merges the second clone with the third clone's mirrored form, achieving 100 consecutive victories would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Even securing 10 successive wins could potentially lead to setbacks. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his third clone has yet to mature. The abilities of the third clone, namely the Ice Domain and the Ice Mist Invasion, are indeed formidable skills. However, the third clone is merely at level 0, with a combat power of only 58. Although the fusion does not simply add the numbers together, what if the attributes of the third clone were to exceed 10 across the board, allowing its combat power to surpass 100? To push the boundaries further, what if the combat power of the third clone were to exceed 500? In such a scenario, using the second clone against players with combat power in the 50s, and then merging with a clone possessing a combat power of 500. Even if the combined strength only reaches slightly over 500, that would be an astounding advantage against those with a mere 50. The imagery is so delightful that it evokes uncontrollable laughter. Moreover, following this line of thought, Zhang Yi's string of victories would seem akin to wielding a cheat. He simply needs to ensure that the clone responsible for securing consecutive wins possesses sufficiently low combat power, while the clone tasked with merging boasts a significantly high combat power. This would be comparable to a minor Karami facing another minor Karami, only to suddenly summon divine intervention. Under such a strategy, achieving 100 consecutive victories would be remarkably effortless. There is a chance that he might even surpass Jiao Jing in reaching that milestone. What? You claim that the Madman's Mask is exceedingly rare? Jiang Yi believes that if his clones can secure consecutive wins, then he could effortlessly accumulate a sufficient number of Madman's Masks. At that point, any surplus could be sold for a profit. It is simply to the extent that one cannot help but smile foolishly at the mere thought. Therefore, among the items sent out this time, in addition to the skill scrolls for the main body, the more crucial component is the item for nurturing the third clone. Moreover, the crisis encountered by the first clone has made Jiang Yi acutely aware that he should cultivate each clone to a level where they can stand independently, rather than relying solely on clone fusion whenever trouble arises. Indeed, clone fusion is immensely powerful, capable of resolving numerous crises. However, if it were not for the bug in the clone replica mirror card, given the current number of clones he possesses, it is likely that all clones would have been in cooldown, unable to merge for a considerable period. Thus, he cannot overly depend on items. Instead, he ought to ensure that each clone becomes a formidable powerhouse. Consequently, Jiang Yi spent the 50 million game coins without a hint of hesitation. First, there were the skill scrolls. These items are far more expensive than attribute fruits. The starting price for a bronze-level scroll is a staggering 500,000. The silver-level scrolls soar to an astonishing 8 million. Clearly, silver-level items are generally significantly pricier than their bronze counterparts. The same applies to attribute fruits. Yet, Jiang Yi firmly believes that there is logic behind their high prices. After a brief calculation, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for 2 silver-level skill scrolls and 2 bronze-level skill scrolls, amounting to 17 million. As for the attribute fruits, he procured 6 silver-level ones, costing 30 million. With this expenditure, the once substantial 50 million had dwindled to under 3 million. He then purchased 10 bronze-level attribute fruits for 100,000 and 20 black iron-level attribute fruits for 20,000. Subsequently, he resolutely acquired a silver-level treasure chest, costing 120,000. Moreover, with the addition of the silver express box, a staggering expenditure of 49.5 million was made in one fell swoop. In an instant, his balance dwindled to a mere 520,000. With this thought in mind, as Jiang Yi packed the purchased skill scrolls and attribute fruits into the express box, a sense of unease crept into his heart. The value of nearly 50 million was at stake. If anything were to go awry, or if someone were to employ some nefarious means to steal or misplace it, no, heavens forbid, it would not be lost. Jiang Yi meticulously sealed the packed express box, then proceeded to fill in the delivery address and recipient details. Following the merger of the apartment, 1008 had been renamed 1010. Thus, the address read, Room 2025, 1010 apartment. Recipient, Jiang Yi. Is the information correct? Confirm. Shall we dispatch it immediately? An additional delivery time can be set. Confirm. And so it was. The high-end express box, imbued with a futuristic aura and shimmering in silver, seemed to transform into photons, vanishing into thin air. At the moment of its disappearance, both versions of Jiang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, fate's whims had momentarily overlooked him, sparing this fortunate yet unfortunate soul. In less than 3 seconds, the silver express box materialized in the living room of the original apartment. Once Jiang Yi confirmed the recipient's identity and signed for the delivery, he pondered whether the express box could be reused multiple times. To his surprise, it too vanished like photons into the ether. Jiang Yi did not dwell on it. His actions had already been swift enough. However, on the side of his first avatar, the merging process had ultimately reached its conclusion. The silver lining was that he had leveled up to level 3 just in time before the merger ended. As the fusion concluded, Jiang Yi pondered the potential sacrifice of his primary clone, number 1. He wondered if it were possible to distribute the level 3 status to clone number 3, but evidently, that was not feasible. The skill of clone fusion had, from the outset, delineated the roles of the primary and secondary clones. Achievements such as leveling up, consecutive victories, and gaining survival points through slaying could solely be attributed to the primary clone, with no possibility of transfer to the secondary. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the primary clone had ascended to level 3, resulting in a notable enhancement of attributes. When the fusion concluded, clone number 1 did not succumb once more but instead exhibited a modicum of mobility. However, this newfound capability was a far cry from the formidable attributes and agility possessed during the amalgamation of the 3 clones. Suddenly, with a sharp crack. A Vita essence lashed fiercely against clone number 1. Fortunately, the protective gear acquired from Huang Qi shielded him. Otherwise, the impact could have rendered him unconscious. Meanwhile, the original body exhibited no hesitation. He remained resolute in his commitment to clone number 1, promptly tearing open a silver-grade skill scroll. Simultaneously, clone number 3 continued to stand before the replication mirror, generating reflections. 30 seconds. If clone number 1 could endure for that duration, there was a glimmer of hope. However, it seemed that Jiang Yi, in his eagerness upon tearing the scroll, did not experience the profound enlightenment he anticipated. As he began to doubt whether he had encountered an improbable event that would prevent him from comprehending the skill, he was relieved to open his data panel and discover a new skill. Yet, it was not the C-grade skill he had envisioned. Rather, it is a D-level skill akin to merging with one's avatars, shared space, D. A personal space shared among all avatars. Items mastered by different avatars can be instantaneously transmitted through this shared space. This skill cannot be deemed inferior. At the very least, it is far superior to Bairuo Wan's personal space. It signifies that henceforth, when transmitting items between avatars, there is no need for the Silver Express box. One can simply place items into the shared space, allowing all other avatars to access them. However, the issue remains. This skill does not resolve the pressing urgency. Is the only option to place the silver attribute fruit into the shared space for the first avatar to consume? Yet, Jiang Yi intended to use the attribute fruit to enhance the third avatar, facilitating the continuous victories of the second. There was no choice. Time was of the essence. Jiang Yi had no time for further contemplation, so he took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. He was uncertain whether his mental state, while using the skill scroll, would influence his comprehension of the skill. Nevertheless, he had to compel himself to remain calm and attuned to the radiance emanating from the scroll once it was torn open. This time, the sensation was markedly improved. His mind became exceptionally clear, as if even his consciousness had transformed into numerous tendrils, reaching out to grasp something profound. Upon regaining his focus, the first avatar was already on the brink of collapse. Astonishingly, the Heartguard Jade, which he had pried from Huang Qi, had cracked open. The first avatar felt an overwhelming agony coursing through its body. This torment significantly diminished its ability to act, rendering it nearly incapable of evading the strikes of the twisted trance. Moreover, those twisted trance appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence. Previously, he was intimidated by his frigid domain and the encroaching ice mist, rendering any approach unthinkable. However, this time, witnessing him refrain from unleashing his domain and repeatedly striking him without the onslaught of ice mist, the tree spirits launched a ferocious assault. Under such circumstances, the first avatar might barely withstand a few seconds. Even consuming attribute fruits at this juncture would likely prove futile. In room 2064, Insu reclined on the sofa, gazing at the screen where the incapacitated youth appeared, shaking his head in disappointment. 3 minutes for the avatar fusion. Was there truly no other trump card? With such limitations, how could one dare to claim the defeat of the apartment owner? Insu had encountered avatar abilities before. Jiang Ye's avatar possessed no remarkable traits, save for the player panel that rendered it indistinguishable from the original. Yet, the individual strength of each avatar was lamentably insufficient. It could serve well for menial tasks in the apartment, masquerading as a fool, or playing multiple roles. But such a strategy was hardly effective in a setting where survival was paramount. The essence of the apocalyptic apartment was never about labor or cunning schemes. The only undeniable truth here was the might of one's fists. And the fists of this avatar on the screen were lamentably feeble. Even 100 or 1,000 would fail to ruffle a single hair on the apartment owner's head. In fact, it would be a daunting challenge even to contend with the apartment administrator. Insu felt a profound sense of disappointment, watching coldly without any inclination to intervene. However, just as the twisted tree spirit intensified its attack, delivering a more forceful blow toward the beleaguered and weakened Jiang Yi, it seemed as though, in that fleeting moment, he transformed into an entirely different individual. As if liberated from all suffering, his reaction speed surged dramatically. Just before being struck, he deftly evaded the blow, as if his feet were coated in oil. With a heavy exhale, Jiang Yi acknowledged the difficulty of his escape. Soon after, the mirror image of his third clone was successfully created and swiftly merged, slightly altering the tide of battle. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply once more, deftly dodging while hurling his ghostly ring knife and unleashing the domain of ice, re-engaging in combat with the twisted trant. This battle, though not as effortless as the previous one where he had merged 3 clones, was still manageable, despite his attributes being inferior to before. With the enhancements of absolute focus and combat stance, his neural responses and combat awareness were evidently superior. His movements to evade the Trent's attacks flowed with remarkable grace. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, it was no longer the first clone standing amidst the blood mist, but rather the second clone that had taken its place. The reason was quite simple. Jiang Ye's main body had acquired a new C-grade skill, Clone Exchange, C. While uncertain if the blood mist realm occupied by the first clone constituted a special scenario, Jiang Yi had no alternatives. He had initially intended to swap the third clone with the first, but the third clone was occupied with the mirror replication. If he attempted the exchange then, the replication would fail, requiring an additional 30 seconds. Thus, he opted to exchange with the second clone, situated far away in apartment 9999. Fortunately, the exchange was successful. Although the diligent second clone lacked the formidable offensive skills of the third, it possessed an innate combat awareness that seemed effortlessly integrated into its being. Even Jiang Yi has only just realized that it is amidst adversity, even in the face of despair, that the second avatar's absolute focus and combat stance can unleash their utmost power. This proves remarkably effective in evading the assaults of the trance. He even contemplated the possibility of harnessing these trance to enhance his own combat awareness. Alas, time is of the essence, and Jiang Yi resolutely opts for a swift resolution. As the second avatar remains at level 1, prompts incessantly echo in his mind. Successfully defeated a level 3 twisted trance. Gained 200 energy points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 2. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Successfully defeated a level 3 twisted trance. Gained 100 energy points. After ascending to level 2, dealing with these twisted trance becomes markedly easier. At this rate, by vanquishing merely 10 twisted trance, the second avatar could also achieve level 3. Subsequently, the energy gained from slaying further trance would diminish significantly. However, should he utilize Avatar Swap to replace it with other level 0 avatars, he could transform this place into a sanctuary for leveling up, allowing all avatars to progress in an orderly fashion. Of course, the previous issue persists when he intends to use Avatar Fusion consecutively. A 30-second interval is required to create new mirrored avatars. Nevertheless, with the second avatar's enhanced strength, upon reaching level 3, even a single avatar should be able to endure for 30 seconds. Moreover, with the introduction of the shared space, the second clone can conveniently utilize defensive items during those 30 seconds of persistence. Additionally, there are still valuable items within the parcels that Jiang Yi has yet to utilize. Thus, once he confirmed that there were no immediate dangers on the side of the second clone, Jiang Yi's main body resumed organizing the items that had arrived. He began with the skill scrolls, having already used 2 silver-grade scrolls. He still possessed 3 bronze-grade ones, 2 purchased with currency and 1 awarded as a quest reward by the woman in white. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt remarkably calm without needing to adjust his mindset significantly. However, he took several deep breaths before methodically tearing open the bronze-grade skill scrolls. These scrolls carry a probability of failing to impart their skills, yet fortune favored him this time. All 3 bronze-grade scrolls granted him new skills. Furthermore, they were all of D grade. Clone Alteration, D, allows the creation of a clone with a name and appearance distinct from the main body. While this skill does not enhance combat power, it introduces a level of diversity among his clones. Otherwise, if he were to reach a point of infinite cloning, it would lead to a scenario where countless Jiang Yes roamed the world, raising suspicion among all who encountered him. The use of altered clones significantly reduces the likelihood of detection. Therefore, this skill is indeed commendable. However, what truly delighted him was the second D-grade skill. Clone Possession, D, enables up to 3 designated clones to temporarily merge with the main body, fully augmenting its attributes, talents, and skills for a duration of 3 minutes. This skill bears a striking resemblance to the doppelganger fusion, yet the primary entity has transformed into Jiang Ye's true form. Thus, his essence finally possesses the capability to confront crises. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the mirror doppelganger should also be able to possess others. The third D-level skill appears rather mundane. Detection Technique, D, Probe Item Information, Probe Player Information. This detection technique is indeed a notch above Xiao Bing's SE-level detection. Moreover, having my own detection technique is far more convenient than relying on Xiao Bing's. After all, my detection allows for discrete inquiries into other players' information, whereas Xiao Bing's methods are easily discernible. Additionally, among Huang Qi's previous items, there were several that Xiao Bing was unable to detect. Now, I can personally put them to the test. Jiang Yi initially set his sights on a silver beam. The beam appeared ethereal, yielding no sensation when held. At first, he did not regard it as a particularly formidable item, yet it baffled Xiao Bing's detection skills. After extensive study and attempting to adorn his wrist with the number 4 doppelganger, he still could not ascertain its properties. However, this time, upon attempting to probe once more, he finally gleaned the following information: critical strike ring, worn around the grip of a weapon, ensuring that the next attack made by the weapon will undoubtedly result in a critical hit. Usage limit, 2-3. It became evident that it is meant to be worn on the weapon's grip, which explains its ineffectiveness when placed on the wrist. Nonetheless, this item presents a bit of a conundrum. One cannot consistently equip the critical strike ring on a weapon in regular use. Given its limited 3 uses, which likely yield substantial power, it is prudent to reserve it for pivotal moments. In moments of dire urgency, there may scarcely be time to don such an item. Hence, it is prudent to prepare an additional weapon to serve as a contingency for survival. Yong Wa stowed away the ring of critical strikes and turned his attention to a bag of chocolate beans, casting a divination spell upon it. The results revealed it to be carnivorous flower seeds. When thrown with great force, various species of carnivorous flowers will swiftly sprout, attacking nearby creatures. Good heavens! It seems they were not chocolate beans after all. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively and allowed his clone to consume them in a moment of curiosity. The peculiar thing is, they did emit a scent reminiscent of chocolate. After disposing of the bag of seeds into the shared space of his clone, Yong Wa proceeded to examine an oil lamp. Blue light severing lamp, also known as the severing affection lamp. When ignited, it can dispel most low-level illusions. Limit, 120 minutes, illusions? Based on this limitation, Huang Qi must have utilized it for 20 minutes already. What sort of illusion had he encountered? Or was it merely ignited for amusement? No, igniting it for mere enjoyment would not warrant a duration of 20 minutes. Thus, it must have indeed been employed to dispel some form of illusion. With this thought, Yong Wa began to suspect whether the eerie forest, shrouded in white sheets, might also be under the influence of an illusion. Additionally, could the blood mist space, where his second clone was currently battling, also be a manifestation of some sort of illusion? Uncertain. However, the blood mist space posed no immediate danger. On the contrary, it provided an opportunity for combat and leveling up. Therefore, he decided against using the severing affection lamp, opting instead to store it in the shared space for the time being. Subsequently, there remained 2 undiscovered artifacts, a string of prayer beads and a woodworking ornament. Upon examination, the prayer beads revealed the following. Heartless prayer beads. Players killed exceeding 100. It is imperative to wear this bead closely to dispel the karma of slaughter, lest one be targeted by vengeful spirits. Thus, if one kills more than 100 players, they will attract the attention of vengeful spirits. Yong Wa tucked the beads away and continued to investigate the woodworking ornament. However, the outcome was yet another failure. The ornament, with its peculiar appearance, depicted 2 infants entwined in an embrace. Typically, such ornaments are crafted from translucent jade, exuding an auspicious aura. Yet, this artifact was fashioned from wood, remarkably lightweight, and bore a rough texture. Moreover, the entire piece had been charred to a deep black. The 2 ebony infants, although seemingly in slumber, emanated an inexplicable eeriness. At first glance, Yong Wa sensed that this artifact was anything but ordinary. Surprisingly, even the D-rank detection technique could not unveil its secrets. Unperturbed, he placed the ornament into the shared space. Thereafter, his fervent gaze fell upon 6 silver-tier attribute fruits. Among them were 3 stamina fruits and 3 energy fruits. He promptly instructed his main body to consume 1 of each silver-tier fruit. The moment he swallowed the 2 silver-tier attribute fruits, he felt an exhilarating surge coursing through him. A sensation so profound that it seemed every pore opened wide, and he could not help but emit a long sigh from his throat. Glancing at the attribute panel, he noted that both stamina and energy had risen by 5 points. It is important to note that the consumption of a bronze-level attribute fruit during its initial use only yields a mere increase of 1 point in attributes. This is also true for the elevation of player levels, which similarly results in just a solitary point increase. In stark contrast, the silver-level attribute fruit astonishingly provides an enhancement of 5 attribute points in a single consumption. Priced at 5 million, this investment is indeed justified. Subsequently, the third avatar consumed 2 silver-level attribute fruits, each contributing an additional 5 points to its attributes. Moreover, both the bronze and black iron levels were subjected to 10 fruits each for the third avatar. The first bronze-level fruit augmented its attributes by 1 point. However, by the 5th fruit, the increase had dwindled to a mere 0.2 points. This averages a decrement of 0.2 points per fruit, suggesting that the 6th fruit may prove ineffective. The black iron level exhibited a similar trend, with the first fruit enhancing by 0.5 points and the 5th by only 0.1 points, implying that the 6th would also likely be futile. If this pattern continues, the consumption of the 5th silver attribute fruit will also see its attribute increase plummet to just 1 point. The limit for these attribute fruits across the various levels appears to be 5. When accounting for stamina and energy fruits, the total reaches 10. Having discerned this pattern, future consumption will be far more efficient. Furthermore, the total increase from consuming the maximum quantity of attribute fruits can be calculated, an aggregate of 19. 5 points, 1. 5 points from black iron, 3 points from bronze, and 15 points from silver. Following the complete consumption of the black iron and bronze fruits, the third avatar experienced an increase of 5 points in each category. Adding a single silver-level fruit results in an overall augmentation of 5 points. Consequently, the attributes of the third avatar have surpassed 10, even exceeding 15. Its combat strength has consequently breached the 100 mark. Furthermore, subsequent fusion of avatars will yield even more formidable results. Even his current level 0 clone number 3 has begun to exhibit the capability of independent operation. Even upon entering the blood mist space, it can confront the distorted tree spirits without the need for fusion with other clones. At this juncture, clone No. 3 has truly matured. However, he only possesses 10 black iron level attribute fruits and 2 silver level ones remaining. Yong Wa briefly formulated a plan and made a decisive choice to feed the 2 remaining silver level attribute fruits to clone number 3. As anticipated, both physical strength and vitality surged by 4 points once again. Consequently, clone number 3's attribute panel transformed to Yong Wa. Level 0, physical strength 19, 3, vitality 20, 7, combat power 177, survival points 0, talent, ice element affinity S, skills, ice domain S, ice fog assault A, frigid ice blade B. It is simply unfathomable that this is the data panel of a level 0 entity. Thus, clone number 3 has indeed reached full maturity. Yet, Yong Wa remains unsatisfied. He aspires to ensure that all his clones are fully nourished with attribute fruits. Therefore, he must swiftly accumulate wealth. However, this endeavor for wealth will certainly not involve menial labor. Instead, it will entail utilizing the golden level combat machine. In the pursuit of achieving 100 consecutive victories, he will concurrently amass riches. Meanwhile, in apartment 2025 of building 9999, clone number 1, battered and bruised, attempted to activate the golden level combat machine. To his dismay, it displayed an error message indicating that it was unusable. Thus, it appears that this golden level combat machine can only be operated by clone number 2. As he was feeling helpless, the first clone noticed that the group chat of apartment 9999 was abuzz with discussions about him. This guy has suddenly leveled up to level 3. Could it be that he directly used 2 upgrade cards? Are there upgrade cards among the daily rewards for the golden tier battle machines? I don't recall there being any. Perhaps he purchased the upgrade cards himself? This fellow has already ascended to using golden tier battle machines. He must be quite affluent. Yong Wa observed this and thought to himself, who is affluent? I am quite the opposite. I'm still preoccupied with thoughts of making money. With this thought, a bold idea emerged in his mind. However, instead of voicing it directly, he first sought to establish camaraderie in the group chat. Esteemed experts, I possess an item called the Lucky Bracelet, and the identification spell indicates that it can be charged. Do any of you know how to charge the Lucky Bracelet? In truth, most members of the group were players ranked far beyond the top 100. Particularly active was Wan Xian, who, apart from Yong Wa, held the last position in the rankings. It was he who eagerly replied, "Hey, aren't you a newbie? How come you have a Lucky Bracelet?" Yong Wa responded, "Haven't I mentioned before? I defeated a formidable player from another apartment." Wan Xian replied, "All right then, I concede your prowess. Charging the Lucky Bracelet is, for the most part, a matter of chance. It can either be found buried beneath the soil where lucky flowers grow, or one must soak it in the blood of fortunate creatures such as reindeer or crows. During the novice phase, these conditions are quite challenging to meet. However, upon entering the official Doomsday apartment, one could indeed expend resources to hire professional organizations for energy restoration." Yong Wa found this peculiar. Pondering, are crows truly fortunate creatures? Wan Xian replied, "Certainly. Within the narrative of the Doomsday apartment, crows have become the most auspicious of birds. However, he further noted that some crows have succumbed to complete corruption. Soaking a Lucky Bracelet in the blood of these corrupted crows would transform it into a cursed talisman. Moreover, Wan Xian did not elaborate on the fact that such cursed talismans would elude detection by divination techniques, continuing to display as Lucky Bracelets. Utilizing the energy restoration method meant for Lucky Bracelets would also successfully charge the cursed ones. Yet, the resulting effect would still be misfortune. In other words, once tainted by the blood of a corrupted crow, a Lucky Bracelet would no longer bring fortune, and the user would remain utterly unaware of this transformation. Thus, players would exercise extreme caution in using such items to avoid being ensnared by deceit. Nonetheless, this was merely the novice phase, where the occurrence of corrupted crow blood was highly unlikely. Therefore, It was improbable for a lucky bracelet to be sullied into a cursed talisman. Jiang Yi possessed a silver treasure chest and 3 bronze treasure chests, contemplating whether, under the auspices of luck, he could open those chests. With the enhancement of his own attributes, he could also sustain more avatars. He mused on the possibility of stacking luck to create an avatar endowed with talents surpassing S rank. After all, consuming attribute fruits to their fullest indeed led to immense power. However, if he could achieve this, so too could other formidable beings. Ultimately, it was talent that would create a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's original self utilized the avatar exchange ability once more. This time, the second avatar and the third avatar exchanged places. Remarkably, the third avatar was able to effortlessly vanquish the distorted treant without the need for fusion and swiftly ascended to level 3. However, at that moment, Jiang Yi noticed that as he eliminated more and more distorted treants, the tremors beneath him should, in theory, diminish. After all, those tremors seemed to stem from the trance movements across the ground. Yet, paradoxically, as the number of surviving treants dwindled, the intensity of the tremors grew increasingly potent. Initially, he had planned for the fourth avatar to also reach level 3, but the current anomaly compelled him to remain vigilant, preparing for fusion at any moment to confront the impending unknown dangers. Meanwhile, the first avatar continued to investigate, aside from the lucky bracelet. I have another matter I wish to inquire about. I have already utilized the exchange list for the golden tier combat machine, and during this time, I stumbled upon an issue. Why are items like skill scrolls and attribute fruits, which can enhance the data panel's combat power, sold at such exorbitant prices? Conversely, why do weapons and equipment, which do not augment the panel's combat power, tend to be comparatively inexpensive? With the existence of the combat room, shouldn't players, under the same combat power, rely more on weapon and equipment type items? For instance, a silver tier attribute fruit increases attributes by a maximum of just 5 points. However, the attributes conferred by silver tier items, when combined with stamina and energy, nearly exceed 10 points. Moreover, silver tier items can grant additional special effects. At first glance, they appear significantly superior to attribute fruits. Yet, in terms of pricing, silver tier items are not as costly as attribute fruits. This phenomenon left him bewildered. Within the elite group of 9,999, it was still the prominent figure Wanxin who provided him with insight. However, rather than offering a direct explanation, he posed a sudden counter-question. Do you know why Lin, the top contender on our district's War God leaderboard, maintains a 100 win rate and stands a chance of being the first to achieve 100 consecutive victories? In Chapter 64, Swift Resolution Card, Jiang Ye's immediate thought was, match fixing? After all, based on his understanding of the combat mechanics, achieving 100 consecutive victories should be quite challenging. Various seasoned players have identified critical junctures for maintaining streaks, and without resorting to financial incentives for match fixing, it is indeed quite difficult. Yet, even if one were to invest money in match fixing, Jiang Yi suddenly contemplated, if the strength of the player Zhu Jing had already reached the pinnacle of the same region, would he still be able to match opponents of similar prowess during random matchmaking? Could it be that due to his unmatched strength, he was only paired against weaker opponents, thus ensuring his path to 100 consecutive victories? As Jiang Yi pondered without providing an answer, Wanxin took the initiative to reveal, because Lin possesses a talent that is particularly suited for combat arenas. A talent suited for combat arenas? Could his ability also exploit the flaws within the combat system? While he was deep in thought, Wanxin continued to elucidate. You must have encountered some cultivation novels, right? They often feature prodigies of swordsmanship who achieve a seamless union with their blade, and those lacking such talent find their efforts to wield a sword futile. There are similar concepts in Doomsday Apartment as well. Just like the combat power displayed on your data panel, it cannot be fully realized. A typical player, lacking professional training, would be considered quite commendable if they could exert 80 of their combat potential. Furthermore, the attributes indicated by equipment are often even less effective in practice. For instance, a silver item may display a stamina boost of 10 points, yet the player might only be able to realize a mere 1 point of that enhancement. This discrepancy highlights the necessity of specialized training to harmonize the synergy between the player and their equipment. However, there exists a rare talent related to weapon mastery that enables players to fully harness or even exceed the potential attributes of a particular weapon. It is akin to the sword immortals in fantasy novels. Wielding a mere wooden sword yet unleashing the might of a celestial blade, such individuals are the true prodigies of the sword arts. This elucidates why, despite the apparent superiority in attributes of equipment at the same level, attribute-enhancing fruits are sold at a higher price. Consuming these fruits allows players to tap into 80 of their potential, while the effectiveness of equipment is contingent upon the rapport between the player and the item. In the absence of innate talent, this rapport necessitates the accumulation of time and deliberate practice. It is no wonder that Zhao Yudi, clad in a full set of armor, was still easily vanquished. Ultimately, external items cannot reflect a player's true prowess. Thus, Jiang Yi surmised the circumstances surrounding Zhu Jing. Zhu Jing possesses a weapon-related talent and wields a corresponding powerful weapon. One Xian replied, precisely. You have a modicum of logic. From this, it can be inferred that Zhu Jing likely procured survival weapons tailored to maximize the advantages of his talent. It is indeed remarkable how the attributes of survival weapons can be significantly enhanced. Moreover, his innate talent must be exceptionally powerful. If we entertain the notion that it is somewhat outrageous, he might unleash a staggering 200 power of sword-type weapons. Consequently, a sword with attributes of Strength 10, Stamina 10. Under the auspices of his talent, could manifest effects akin to Strength 20, Stamina 20. This is simply astounding. It surpasses even his ability to merge with clones. After all, his third clone has yet to reach the attribute level of 20. Initially, Jiang Yi brimmed with confidence, convinced that he could effortlessly secure 100 consecutive victories. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had been rather careless. If Zhu Jing possesses such a talent, it stands to reason that veteran players must also exist. Moreover, having offended the Dewey organization, when he encounters a streak of losses, he will likely face those formidable veteran players. Blast it! Jiang Yi had been feeling on top of the world, ready to revel in his prowess. Yet, after a brief chat in the group, that sense of triumph swiftly evaporated. Simultaneously, the tumult within the blood-mist space escalated dramatically. As the twisted trance were nearly vanquished, the tremors beneath intensified. Eventually, the third clone distinctly observed the ground fracturing. Deepening and widening fissures emerged, as if some monstrous entity below was tearing the entire space asunder. The third clone struggled to maneuver, striving to maintain solid footing, lest it be consumed by the chasms. Meanwhile, the second clone, positioned alongside the main body, rapidly conjured a mirror image, ever prepared to merge and assist the third clone. The avatar continued in the group, expressing, I once thought that the prowess of Zhu Jing would overshadow the entire combat zone, rendering him incapable of finding an opponent of equal strength. Wan Xian promptly responded, you need not dwell on that. The rules of the War God rankings are distinct. Any formidable individual who ascends the War God rankings will only be matched with seasoned players or other champions from different regions. The champions from other regions. Jiang Yi recalled that the top 5 on the War God rankings maintained an impeccable win rate of 100. Thus, their flawless record held far greater significance than that of ordinary players. However, ascending the War God rankings must surely confer corresponding advantages, right? Jiang Yi had previously heard from the bald swindler that players on the War God rankings could set fees for spectators observing their matches. In addition, there were likely other privileges. Just as he contemplated further inquiries regarding the War God rankings, unexpectedly, Zhu Jing interjected, specifically tagging him. Among the daily rewards for the gold-tier combat machine, there is a card for swift resolution. I am willing to purchase it for 20 million. 20 million. Jiang Yi immediately replied, is that in-game currency or survival points? Zhu Jing retorted, enough with the banter. Just tell me if you're selling it. Enough with the banter. Is that a local dialect? Could it possibly be a homophone for burning flask? Jiang Yi mentally responded with burning cup as a code before replying earnestly. I was just browsing the exchange list and haven't had the chance to comprehend the purpose of that swift resolution card. Zhu Jing added, 1xin. Please explain it to him. If he wishes to know within 5 hours, he may seek me out. Beyond 5 hours, I shall no longer require it. As soon as these words were spoken, other players in the group erupted in cheers. 5 hours. Could it be that Lin will achieve 100 consecutive victories in just 5 hours? Truly deserving of the title Lin God. Indeed, that was swift. And this is without the use of the quick victory card. With it, the process would be even faster. It may not even take 5 hours. If he can truly utilize the quick victory card, Lin will likely become the first 100-win champion in all regions. At that point, there might even be a server-wide announcement. Evidently, these players were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi contemplated the feasibility of achieving 100 consecutive victories within 5 hours. He then noticed one Xian in the group explaining the quick victory card to him. For the weak, the quick victory card is not only ineffective but can also lead to losses. However, for those with genuine strength, it is nothing short of a divine artifact. When you use the quick victory card, it requires you to set a target for the number of matches, with a maximum limit of 100 matches. This means that without having played a single match, you can directly use the quick victory card to swiftly achieve 100 consecutive victories. Of course, the prerequisite is that you possess the ability to achieve 100 consecutive victories. The matches set by the quick victory card must be completed all at once. And the matching speed during this process will be remarkably rapid, with matching rules differing from the usual circumstances. Typically, if you wager 100, you will only match opponents within the 100 to 900 betting range. Yet, under the effects of the quick victory card, you can match opponents across all betting ranges. The ultimate wager is designed to be upwardly compatible. For instance, should you place a bet of 100 and encounter an opponent wagering 1 million, a victory would grant you the entire sum of 1 million from your adversary. Typically, if your combat strength is 50, you would only match with players of equal strength. However, under the expedited battle card effect, you can engage with opponents of any strength. Naturally, during actual combat, the stronger side's power will be suppressed to match the weaker side's strength. For example, if your strength is 50 and you face a formidable opponent with 500 strength, the system will diminish the opponent's attributes and skills, reducing their effective strength to 50, thus allowing for a fair confrontation. In essence, with the expedited battle effect, the players you can match with are no longer constrained, enabling swift matching from the entire player pool. Additionally, the expedited battle card encompasses some extra effects. In matches set under this card, should you lose even once, you will exit the expedited battle state. Furthermore, the winnings from your first match will automatically become your wager for the subsequent match. For instance, if you wager 100 in your initial match and win 1 million, your bet for the second match will seamlessly transition to 1 million plus an additional 100. This pattern continues. The more victories you achieve, the greater your accumulated wagers will become. However, if you fail to maintain the expedited battle effect and lose in any match, all your previous efforts will be rendered futile, and you will not earn a single penny. Only by successfully completing all matches with the instant victory card can one claim the entirety of the stakes involved. Zhang Yi, upon initially hearing about the card's function, merely perceived it as a means to expedite matchmaking. It was only later that he realized the true nature of the card's effect. It is a tool that only the formidable dare to wield. For one must conquer all matches to reap the benefits. Otherwise, a single defeat would render all prior efforts futile, and the card itself would be rendered worthless. The fact that Guijing is willing to invest 20 million to acquire such a card underscores his confidence in his own prowess. Zhang Yi instinctively hesitated to part with this card, as he harbored aspirations of achieving an uninterrupted winning streak before Guijing. Selling the card to him would merely serve to facilitate Guijing's success. Although Guijing professed admiration for him and did not impose upon him, Zhang Yi felt no gratitude and was reluctant to owe him a favor. However, after absorbing the description of the instant victory card's capabilities, a bold and audacious idea began to take shape in Zhang Yi's mind. Primarily, the effect of the instant victory card allows for matchmaking across the entire server. This implies that, under normal circumstances, Zhang Yi's combat strength would preclude him from matching with Guijing. Yet, with the card's effect, such a match becomes possible. Furthermore, the prize pool for the instant victory matches continues to accumulate. This means that if someone were to defeat a player utilizing the instant victory card just as they are on the brink of completing their matches, they would stand to claim the entirety of the prize pool. This is akin to others toiling diligently for a swift resolution, only for Lao Lu to cunningly seize all the fruits of their labor at the last moment. How vile of Lao Lu! He is a source of shame for Zhang Yi. He promptly replied to Jiao Jing, "Very well, I can sell the swift resolution card, but there are a few conditions." Jiao Jing responded, "Speak, but do not be unreasonable." Zhang Yi continued, "Firstly, regarding the price, 20 million is insufficient. Additional funds are required." Jiao Jing retorted, "Considering your early agreement, I can offer a maximum of 30 million, not a penny more." Zhang Yu acquiesced. "All right, 30 million it is. My second condition is that I wish to observe your swift resolution in order to familiarize myself with the process, preparing for my own use of the swift resolution card tomorrow." This request was not overly demanding, and thus Jiao Jing consented. "That is acceptable, but you must cover the spectator fee yourself." At that moment, he mused that allowing spectators during the swift resolution could indeed be advantageous. Given his reputation, coupled with the likelihood of being the first player to utilize the swift resolution card, setting a high spectator fee could yield a substantial profit. Satisfied that his objectives were met, Zhang Yi replied, "Additionally, I need to verify the effectiveness of the swift resolution card to ensure that 1xin has not deceived me. You may prepare for the transaction on your end in approximately 5 minutes. Once the efficacy of the swift resolution card is confirmed, we can arrange the trade." Jiao Jing responded with a decisive okay. Zhang Yi calculated that with 30 million, he could acquire 6 silver attribute fruits, 3 for stamina and 3 for energy. At that moment, the attributes of the third avatar would be completely saturated. As for the golden grade attribute fruit, there was currently no source of acquisition, so it was best not to dwell on it. However, another issue loomed: the Blood Mist realm. An increasing number of fissures in the ground meant fewer places for the third avatar to find solid footing. It felt as though a single misstep could send him plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. His mind was taut with tension, wary of making any mistakes. Yet, with the complete annihilation of the twisted treant, a sudden chill surged from the depths of the cracks. This was not the cold associated with ice attributes, but rather a menacing, bone-chilling cold of the dark element. The ice affinity third avatar, who typically found solace in the cold, now felt a disquieting shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, the ground ceased to tremble, and he stood, somewhat stiffly, between two fissures. However, he soon beheld the emergence of a ghostly, ash-gray mist-like entity from the cracks. Accompanied by that piercing chill, he immediately unleashed his ice domain and ice fog assault, yet astonishingly, it had no effect on this misty creature. Even his ghost ring blade seemed to strike nothing but air, failing to harm the spectral entity in the slightest. In that instant, Jiang Ye's nerves were on high alert. Meanwhile, in room 2064, the woman in white, leisurely watching television, suddenly remarked, "Oh, this lad has become tainted by something sinister?" Just as she spoke, the screen displayed the misty entity lunging directly into Jiang Ye's body. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ye felt as though he were engulfed by an enhanced ice fog assault. As if his very insides were on the verge of dissolving. It seems as though even his consciousness is on the verge of being consumed by this chilling mist. Chapter 65, The Uncontrolled Avatar. This sensation is utterly bizarre. More critically, even Jiang Ye's original consciousness feels a momentary disorientation. He senses that the connection between the third avatar and his original self is perilously close to severance. This situation is exceedingly dire. The crucial factor is that he has invested so much into the third avatar. Should anything truly go awry, it would result in a catastrophic loss. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye attempts a maneuver. He decides to exchange the mirror avatar created by the second avatar with the third avatar. Logically, if the mirror avatar can merge, then it should also be capable of this exchange. Indeed, a tremor courses through Jiang Ye as the consciousness of the third avatar gradually clarifies. Before his eyes, the eerie landscape filled with blood mist and fissures in the ground transforms into the familiar appearance of the 2025 apartment. The discomfort of being invaded by some unseen force dissipates entirely. Thus, it has indeed come to pass. A flicker of delight swiftly crosses Jiang Ye's gaze. This signifies that the bug associated with the avatar replication mirror is even more extraordinary. Henceforth, whenever an avatar encounters an irretrievable peril, one can attempt to have the mirror avatar swap places. Subsequently, the mirror avatar can sacrifice itself for the sake of the original, just as it is now, where the mirror avatar has shielded the third avatar from the encroaching threat of the ghostly mist. All he needs to do is eliminate the mirror avatar to conclude this ordeal. Alternatively, he can simply wait for the mirror avatar to perish on its own. The previous mirror avatar was crafted from the second avatar, which has yet to consume any attribute fruit and thus possesses far inferior strength compared to the third avatar. In such circumstances, the mirror clone should soon meet a natural demise. However, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable sense of eeriness emanating from the ghostly mist that oozed from the gaping abyss below. Thus, he resolved against waiting for the mirror clone to fade away on its own. He prepared to eliminate it directly. The process of dispelling the mirror clone was quite straightforward. When Jiang Ye used the cloning mirror to create a mirror clone, it would emerge from the looking glass, leaving behind a hazy silhouette on the mirror's surface. It was precisely due to the existence of this indistinct figure that the cloning mirror could not be utilized twice simultaneously. Only one mirror clone could exist at any given time. To fabricate a new clone, one must erase the blurred image on the mirror. However, erasing this silhouette would result in the simultaneous elimination of the already created mirror clone. This was the method for dispelling a mirror clone, and it was remarkably simple to execute. Yet, this time, when Jiang Ye attempted to wipe away the hazy silhouette on the cloning mirror, he astonishingly failed. Previously, the indistinct figure on the mirror had been easily erased, but now it seemed as if it were welded to the glass, impervious to any effort to remove it. What on earth? Jiang Ye was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding feeling. He could not help but suspect that the mirror clone, invaded by the ghostly mist within that blood-soaked space, might not be capable of dying a natural death. If the mirror clone could neither be dispelled nor perish naturally, it implied the necessity for human intervention to bring about its end. Otherwise, if it remained alive, Jiang Ye's cloning mirror would become utterly useless. A chilling dread settled deep within Jiang Ye's heart. Simultaneously, there lingered a faint hope. What if, before long, that uncontrollable mirror doppelganger perished within the blood mist realm? Should it meet its demise, the replicated mirror would once again be available for use. The blood mist realm is perilous. Surely, the mirror doppelganger would succumb easily. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, In apartment 2064, a woman clad in white sat before the television, utterly dumbfounded. Initially, upon witnessing the young man on the screen being invaded by the soul corrosion phantom, she assumed he was destined to lose a doppelganger. As the scene unfolded, it appeared that he was indeed prepared to relinquish that doppelganger. The doppelganger exhibited almost no struggle, calmly acquiescing to the incursion of the soul corrosion phantom. Rather than merely accepting, it seemed to revel in the experience. Observing that moment, the woman in white felt an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Generally, a doppelganger is merely that, a mere reflection, lacking a complete soul. Thus, when a doppelganger is invaded by the soul corrosion phantom, it is highly probable that it would simply perish without the soul's demise, unlike a living being which, upon invasion, sees its soul extinguished while its corporeal form devolves into a monstrosity. However, Jiang Ye's doppelganger was evidently an anomaly. It showed no signs of dissolution whatsoever. On the contrary, what left the woman in white astounded was that the doppelganger, initially in a state of serene acceptance, suddenly opened its eyes. Its irises were an otherworldly pitch black, resembling two black holes. The expression on its face was rigid, yet it bore an uncanny smile. Following this, it gradually extended its arms wide. From the abyss below, the soul-eroding shadows surged forth as if summoned by an unseen force. All the shadows that had previously emerged rushed straight into the body of the doppelganger. The doppelganger then spread its arms wide and closed its eyes, seemingly relishing the sensation of being invaded by countless shadows once more. This scene sent shivers down the spine of the woman in white, leaving her utterly bewildered by the antics of that young man. To her, the situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. The woman in white fidgeted on the sofa, and suddenly her figure flickered. In an instant, it seemed as though she had plunged directly into the television. However, the place where she materialized was not the blood-misted space, but a foreboding forest. She swiftly maneuvered, quickly honing in on a blood-stained sheet hanging from a withered tree. With a swift motion, she conjured a dark crimson flame that ignited the sheet. Nevertheless, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in her heart, as if something lay beyond her grasp. Yet, until the sheet was completely consumed by flames, nothing untoward occurred. The woman in white furrowed her brow and vanished once more from the ominous woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi exchanged the second doppelganger with the first once again, sending the second doppelganger back to the 9999 apartment to enter the gold-tier combat machine and assess the effectiveness of the quick resolution card. Upon confirming that Wanxin had not deceived him, he extracted the quick resolution card. He then inquired in the group chat, "By the way, if the survival point item malfunctions, can we call on that shadow in the corridor for repairs?" As soon as the words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a considerable pause, one Xian replied, "Is your survival point tool malfunctioning?" Jiang Yi responded, "I wouldn't exactly call it a malfunction, just a minor issue." One Xian, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, "Oh, a minor issue. By the way, that malfunctioning survival point tool of yours, it wouldn't happen to be something you pilfered from those inter-apartment players, would it?" Jiang Yi asked, Is there a problem with that?" At this moment, various other players expressed their incredulity through ellipses, seemingly conveying their speechlessness. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering this, one Xian replied once more, "Never mind. You're a novice. It's quite normal not to understand. Considering your willingness to use the quick resolution card, I'll explain further. Survival point tools typically recognize their owner. In other words, this item cannot simply be stolen. If you truly manage to take it, then there are likely two possibilities. Either that inter-apartment player deceived you, and what you possess is not a survival point tool at all, or it is a survival point tool that cannot recognize its owner." Jiang Yi was taken aback and was about to inquire further when one Xian thoughtfully elaborated, "If what you mistakenly identified as a survival point tool is not one, it could potentially be an NPC item. The inter-apartment player you defeated may have accepted an NPC quest. In the realm of survival point items, instances of items lacking a designated owner are rather prevalent. However, it is quite rare for ordinary players to actively exchange for items that cannot be claimed. Do you have any idea how many survival point items that inter-apartment player might have exchanged?" Jiang Yi promptly responded, "He seems to have eliminated 2 or 3 apartments, amassing over 100 survival points." One Xian quickly deduced, "With over 100 survival points exchanged for items that lack ownership, there can only be one explanation. They are defective. It is likely that this inter-apartment player exchanged for a survival point item that is either flawed or cursed from the wandering merchant in the apartments." Goodness. If that is the case, the doppelganger replication mirror is indeed quite extraordinary. Jiang Yi recalled the words of Huang Qi, who had previously mentioned the mirror, and he felt certain that it must have been acquired from the wandering merchant in the apartments. Huang Qi had boasted about his doppelganger replication mirror with such pride that it did not seem like a mere fabrication. Moreover, upon reflection, Jiang Yi realized that Huang Qi's boastful demeanor carried an undertone of secrecy. His doppelganger replication mirror, nestled among the survival point items, was indeed a rather unique entity. Furthermore, Huang Qi had asserted that the doppelganger replication mirror possessed a singularity. Thus, Jiang Yi hurriedly inquired, "Do all survival point items possess this uniqueness?" Wan Xian responded directly, "Of course, not all items can possess uniqueness. But did the item you acquired truly exhibit uniqueness? Is that for real? Did that inter-apartment player mention it to you?" At that moment, Jiang Yi became acutely aware that his doppelganger replication mirror, which had created a bug for him, was likely not an ordinary object after all. The uncontrolled mirrored doppelganger within the blood mist realm could potentially bring him considerable trouble. Jiang Yi harbored a deep aversion to complications, yet he was reluctant to part with such a remarkable artifact as the doppelganger replicating mirror. Thus, he was compelled to devise a solution to this predicament. He also understood the principle of bearing the burden of possessing something valuable. Consequently, he responded in the group chat, reflecting on that guy's boastful claims, "I now suspect I may have been deceived. This item is currently unusable." With that, he deftly shifted the conversation. "My swift resolution card is ready. Jing Kuei, when shall we proceed with the trade?" Meanwhile, his original self continued the relentless endeavor to erase the indistinct figure from the replicating mirror. During this process, whether it was due to friction or some other phenomenon, he felt a warmth radiating from his palm. Before long, the indistinct, mist-like figure in the mirror grew increasingly defined. Ultimately, it transformed into a bright silver new mirror surface, with only a faint outline of the human form lingering at the edges. If the previous indistinct figure resembled a solid silhouette drawn with a pencil at this moment, that solidity had morphed into hollowness, leaving merely a ring of outlines. Jiang Yi was perplexed by the unfolding events and attempted to erase that ring of lines. Yet, he soon realized that these lines seemed to be inscribed upon the surface of the replicating mirror. To his astonishment, when he touched them with his finger, he could discern a slight raised texture. His mind was filled with uncertainty, and he recalled that the reason the replicating mirror had been rendered unusable was due to the indistinct figure occupying it, preventing any other images from being reflected. At this moment, the solid, indistinct figure transformed into a circle of lines. Could it be utilized further? Consequently, Jiang Yi instructed the rather ineffectual fourth clone to display the panel before the mirror for 30 seconds. Afterward, it successfully replicated. It appeared as though the uncontrollable mirrored clone had vanished. The clone replication mirror returned to normal. However, the human-shaped lines it bore still captured Jiang Yi's attention. Moreover, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from this newly created fourth clone. He attempted to merge the fourth clone with the third one, experiencing a sensation akin to before, and everything seemed to function without issue. Subsequently, he disbanded the clone fusion and tried to erase the indistinct figure from the replication mirror, which was also accomplished without any complications. Meanwhile, in apartment 9999, not long after Jiang Yi submitted his transaction request, there came a knock at the door. Almost concurrently, a knock echoed from his main apartment room as well. He recognized the knock from apartment 9999 belonged to Jie Jing, who had come for the trade. So he remained unperturbed. However, he was puzzled by the knock from his main apartment. Jiang Yi glanced at the chat group and noted its eerie silence. No one had spoken. He wondered about Xing Man's situation as he went to rescue by Rowan. He directed the expendable fourth clone to peer through the peephole. To his astonishment, there was no one outside. What then was the source of the knocking? Just as he pondered this unsettling mystery, a familiar voice suddenly emanated from the television screen in his living room. "Stop looking outside. I am not traversing the apartment corridor." It was the voice of the woman in white. From the television emanated a perplexing sound. Could it be that this individual was about to emerge from their own screen? It was one thing for players to forcibly invade another's apartment, but how could NPC residents also breach such sanctuaries? The entire novice apartment appeared devoid of any semblance of safety. In a state of trepidation, Jiang Yi was startled as the voice of a woman in white languidly drifted from the television. "You have 30 seconds to prepare. After 30 seconds, I shall enter. If you behold anything you ought not, do not blame me for the consequences." What audacity! This woman in white was surprisingly considerate. Unbeknownst to him, she was already aware of his doppelganger's existence. His main body, accompanied by the third and fourth doppelgangers, along with the doppelganger replication mirror, swiftly retreated into a secluded room. Only the first doppelganger remained in the living room, poised for the impending incursion of the woman in white. Simultaneously, he utilized the third doppelganger to create a mirror image, ready to provide support to either the first or second doppelganger at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, At the door, it was Wang Qingjin, facilitating a swift trade of the fast decision card for Guijing. The entire transaction unfolded smoothly, with a single fast decision card exchanged for 30 million game coins and the right to observe Guijing's combat. Regarding the observation, Jiang Yi had anticipated the necessity of a formal contract. Instead, he was merely provided with the seat number for the fast decision match, tasked with locating his own means of observation. However, verbal agreements are often susceptible to betrayal. Wang Qingjin, perceiving Jiang Yi's concerns, chuckled. If Lin Shen truly intends to renege, wouldn't it be far simpler to seize your fast decision card? In reality, he not only refrained from seizing your swift decision card, but also ceased to covet even the golden tier battle machines. How can you still doubt him? Chapter 66. Testing luck. I trust him not at all. Nevertheless, at this moment, Jiang Yi's attention was primarily directed towards his main body. Consequently, he did not engage further with Wang Qingjin. After completing the transaction, he returned to his room and exchanged 30 million for 6 silver-tier attribute fruits. Utilizing the shared space of his avatars, he allowed the third avatar, who remained with the main body, to consume all 6 silver attribute fruits in one go. Thus, the attribute fruits from black iron to silver, 3 tiers in total, had all been consumed by the third avatar. The attributes of the third avatar underwent a remarkable transformation. Jiang Yi. Level 3. Physical strength, 28. 3. Energetic capacity, 29. 7. Combat power, 249. At this point, the physical strength and energetic capacity of the third avatar exceeded its initial state by 22. 5 points. Of this, the consumption of attribute fruits contributed 19. 5 points, while leveling up to level 3 added an additional 3 points. The combat power of the third avatar soared directly to 249. It seemed to be merely half of Jiang Yi's envisioned 500 combat power. However, Jiang Yi did not feel particularly elated. This was because the third avatar had already consumed all the attribute fruits available. Any further enhancement in attributes appeared to rely solely on leveling up. Yet, ascending just one level would yield only one additional attribute point. By this calculation, when the third avatar reached level 10, its combat power should barely surpass 300. Achieving a combat power of 500 seemed utterly unattainable, unless one could obtain golden tier attribute fruits. Alternatively, could one discover other methods to enhance attributes? Jiang Yi's true self, preoccupied with the cultivation of his third clone, simultaneously harbored concerns for the safety of his first clone. At that moment, 30 seconds elapsed. Indeed, the figure of a woman in white emerged on the screen of his apartment television. The first clone instantly tensed up. The woman in white flicked her hair. Her expression calm, yet her gaze discreetly surveyed the apartment, eventually settling upon Jiang Yi, who was seated on the sofa. In an instant, she appeared beside him on the couch and stated, "Little boy, it seems you have encountered something unclean." What? Jiang Yi was taken aback. The woman in white tilted her head, her eyes slanting toward him. "Surely you are not so dull as to feel nothing? Show it to me." "Show what? What unclean thing?" Jiang Yi's mind immediately conjured the image of the aberrant clone replication mirror. However, that mirror was far too compatible with his infinite cloning ability. He was loath to risk drawing attention to it. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi retrieved from the shared space the wooden ornament depicting 2 infants sleeping, an object that even his degrade detection technique could not uncover. This ornament appeared rather peculiar, and it could indeed be considered unclean. "Is this it?" he inquired tentatively of the woman in white. She cast a swift glance at the ornament, her expression one of astonishment. "Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Yi hesitated momentarily but ultimately responded truthfully, "I procured it from a player across the apartment." "Is this thing unclean?" "Across the apartment. Player, procured?" The woman in white appeared rather taken aback by the combination of those 3 words, and impulsively inquired, "Did you kill that guy?" Jiang Yi felt a peculiar sense of discomfort at her choice of words, referring to the inter-apartment player as that guy. He recalled an episode from Detective Conan, where Conan deduced the suspect's familiarity with the beast based on similar phrasing. Thus, could it be inferred that the woman in white was acquainted with Huang Qi? Yet, given Huang Qi's disposition, how could he possibly know her? Moreover, if they were indeed acquainted, why did she not simply mention Huang Qi's name? An inexplicable sense of oddity stirred within Jiang Yi. Being rather straightforward, he directly asked the woman in white, "Do you know that guy?" Her expression was decidedly abnormal. She frowned slightly and shook her head. "I do not know him." Her response was resolute and did not sound deceitful. So, she did not know Huang Qi, but was familiar with the owner of the wooden ornaments? Jiang Yi pondered in confusion, feeling that the woman in white was indeed peculiar. He noticed her gaze upon him was similarly intricate and seemed to reflect her own sense of strangeness towards him. Just as Jiang Yi swallowed hard and was about to inquire further, the woman in white suddenly asked, "Have you ever used any luck-related items?" Jiang Yi hesitated before nodding. "I have." "You didn't discard them afterward, did you?" "No, I did not." "Show me." After a moment's thought, Jiang Yi retrieved the earliest item he had acquired, the non-chargeable lucky lantern. The woman in white cast a sweeping glance and commanded, "Let your blood drip upon it and see." "Huh?" Jiang Yi exhibited evident hesitation and reluctance. The woman in white shot him a glance of exasperation. "Do not worry. It is merely a glimpse into your fortune. Could dripping blood upon a lucky charm truly reveal one's fate?" Jiang Yi, filled with skepticism, ultimately decided to proceed. He sliced his finger and allowed a droplet of blood to fall onto the now inert, lucky lantern. Meanwhile, he pondered whether different avatars would possess varying fortunes. Could the luck of this first avatar reflect that of his true self? If his luck were extraordinarily fortuitous, might he, like a raven, infuse the lucky charm with his blood? Perhaps it was worth a try? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sudden crack echoed. To his astonishment, the lucky lantern, now stained with his blood, manifested a fissure. Almost instantaneously, blood seeped through the crack, and the entire lantern shattered violently into fragments. Jiang Yi stood frozen, his mind blank. After a prolonged moment, he turned to the woman in white, only to find her equally stunned, perhaps even more so. Tentatively, he inquired, "So, what does this mean for my fortune?" It was only then that the woman in white regained some semblance of composure, her gaze becoming increasingly intricate as she regarded him. Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but speculate on the more favorable implications. Could it be that he possessed an extraordinary level of luck, akin to the legendary child of destiny, the chosen one? The woman in white's expression remained complex, her lips twitching slightly. After a considerable pause, she seemed to regain her composure and remarked, "You are a doppelganger, aren't you?" Jiang Yi was taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. After all, his bald appearance had led to the immediate exposure of his name, Jiang Yi, upon his arrival at the 9999 apartment. The woman in white had also visited the 9999 apartment and had even assigned an SSS-level confidential task to the bald Jiang Yi. Therefore, it was only natural for her to deduce that the bald figure was a manifestation of Jiang Yi. However, she likely remained unaware of the absurdity of his X-grade talent for infinite duplication. Jiang Yi remained vigilant in his thoughts. The woman in white, however, did not linger on the matter of the doppelgangers. Instead, she suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned him. "I advise you to refrain from using luck-related items in the future." "Why?" Jiang Yi asked, momentarily stunned. "Because it may lead to misfortune." The complexity in her gaze as she regarded him was palpable. As she spoke, she extended her hand towards him, her expression devoid of emotion, and instructed, "Hand over your work badge." "What?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but complied and produced the janitor badge of his first doppelganger. The woman in white swiftly seized the badge and began manipulating it. Concurrently, notifications echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. "Ding. Your janitorial duties at the 2064 apartment have been confirmed as completed. Service fee awarded, 6,000. Ding. Your janitorial work at the 2064 apartment received a 5-star rating. Badge points awarded, 10. Wait, has she just settled my janitorial earnings?" Jiang Yi pondered, astonished. Did this woman in white come solely to process his wages? As he contemplated this, she returned his badge and appeared ready to leave in a flash. Jiang Yi was utterly bewildered, hastily inquiring, "Wait a moment. So, is my woodworking ornament truly an unclean object?" The woman in white remained silent for a moment, glanced at him, and nodded, "Yes, but it is not as unclean as you." "What? Not as unclean as me? So, I am the unclean one, even dirtier than this woodworking ornament." Jiang Yi was taken aback. Therefore, the blood test he had just undergone did not signify he was the son of fortune, but rather the ultimate unfortunate soul? Was the woman in white hastily calculating his wages and preparing to leave out of fear of being tainted by uncleanliness? Could it be that frightening? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Jiang Yi's mind. Simultaneously, as he gazed at the woman in white, whose figure was on the verge of vanishing, he hurriedly posed a question that had long puzzled him. "Wait, if your hair is so precious that you would go to great lengths to retrieve it, why then would you hire a cleaner to assist in the cleanup? Did you intend from the outset to set a task?" The woman in white halted momentarily, suddenly turning back to look at him. She shook her head, stating, "No, from the beginning. I never had the intention of preparing a task. The reason I engaged a cleaner was that the game had just begun." As she uttered the phrase "the game had just begun," her figure finally dissipated. Thus, those 6 words seemed to leak from the empty air of the room. Jiang Yi, in his first clone, stood beside the sofa in the apartment's living room, his expression tinged with confusion. What did "the game had just begun" truly mean? Is it to say that the NPC residents of the novice apartment, akin to the players, manifest simultaneously within this space? Might they, like the players, have perceived various versions of announcements in their minds, thereby engaging in disparate versions of the game? And what of the enigmatic Huang Qi? Does he possess any acquaintance with the woman in white? A sense of foreboding quietly burgeoned within Jiang Yi, particularly as the ambiguity of this feeling proved profoundly unsettling. He yearned to swiftly ascertain the situation. Thus, within the confines of apartment 9999, the second avatar of Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to inquire in the group chat. If you have all played the game, do you know if there are any secrets concerning the NPC residents of the apartment? At that moment, players still outside the top 100 of the leaderboard were engaged in casual conversation. However, this time, it was not one xin, but another player who responded. What secrets could there be? The NPC residents were initially established for the convenience of players seeking employment. It is only in the final 2 or 3 days of the novice apartment that they might take action against players. However, by that time, veteran players will likely intervene to resolve any crises caused by the NPCs. Meanwhile, the newly emerged players may still have the chance to cling to the coattails of the veterans to survive. Other players echoed similar sentiments, suggesting that the NPC residents of the novice apartment existed solely to facilitate the game's progression. Yet, a previously reticent player from the leaderboard suddenly directed a question towards him. Kupeng asked, "Why the sudden inquiry? Have you made some discovery?" Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, but did not elaborate, merely stating, "It's nothing, just a recent NPC quest that has left me feeling somewhat pressured." Initially, he believed this topic would cease here, but unexpectedly, the individual named Kupeng continued to press him with questions. "Can you describe the physical characteristics of the player you eliminated who crossed the apartment?" Jiang Yi found this inquiry peculiar. Kupeng further added, "It's nothing, I just want to confirm. I hope he is not someone I know." Someone he knows? Had it not been for the earlier conversation with the woman in white, Jiang Yi would have dismissed Kupeng's concern as mere paranoia regarding acquaintances. However, he had recently speculated about a possible connection between the woman in white and Huang Qi. Now, with Kupeng's sudden remark, he could not help but harbor doubts about the relationships among Kupeng, the woman in white, and Huang Qi. This suspicion sparked a realization in Jiang Yi, prompting him to utilize this insight to respond directly. "His name is Huang Qi. Is he someone you know?" "Indeed." Kupeng persisted with his inquiries. "Did he have any specific characteristics?" How strange. It seemed he cared little for names, but was fixated on traits. Furthermore, the woman in white had also refrained from uttering Huang Qi's name, instead referring to him as that guy. At that moment, an audacious thought suddenly crossed Jiang Yi's mind. Could it be that the Huang Qi who crossed the apartment was not the authentic Huang Qi at all? Could it be that he has been tainted by something truly vile? Contemplating this, he discreetly replied to Kupeng. "He is slender, with a tattoo on his forehead, seemingly to conceal a scar." He awaited further inquiries from Kupeng, yet to his surprise, after a considerable pause, the latter merely responded, "It's nothing. He's not someone I know." A sense of unease lingered within Jiang Yi. At that moment, the group chat suddenly erupted with activity. The fervor of his query was swiftly overshadowed by Lin Shen's deployment of a decisive card on this new topic. Jiang Yi had no choice but to suppress his lingering doubts and hurriedly logged into the golden tier combat machine. He made his way directly to the eastern wall. Once again confronted with the mode selection, 1. Novice mode, game currency, 2. Standard mode, combat points, 3. Survival mode, survival points. It was evident from this selection that the 3 modes were distinguished according to the types of currency wagered during combat. Jiang Yi clicked on options 2 and 3, only to be informed that he did not meet the requirement of 10 consecutive victories, thus preventing access to those modes. No wonder he was mocked when he mentioned his record of 4 consecutive victories. They scoffed at the notion of 4 victories in a life and death battle. It turned out that 4 consecutive wins simply did not fulfill the criteria for such a battle, including the subsequent demand for him to achieve 10 consecutive victories. This prerequisite for unlocking the other 2 combat modes became clear. Since he did not meet the conditions, Jiang Yi did not dwell on it, and promptly selected option 1. Novice mode.